I had a talent, are you insane? Causing a scene at the tavern and getting thrown out. Do you have any idea how much disgrace you've brought upon our family's name? I had a talent for tarnishing my family's honor. Dealing with the trouble caused by his son, my father couldn't sleep at night. Why did you challenge Lord Ryan Bloom's apprentice to a duel? Now your sister has been dragged into it trying to resolve the matter with that filthy scoundrel. I had a talent for trampling upon the family's future. To appease Lord Ryan Bloom's wrath, our sister had no choice but to enter an unwanted marriage. Damien, why did you mortgage the family's land for money? The place you borrowed the money from belongs to the Duke. This time, even your mother can't help you. I had a talent for squandering the household's wealth. The meager property of the struggling Viscount Haxon vanished into my hands. Leave. Finally, my father couldn't bear it anymore and kicked me out of the family. My mother, who used to embrace and protect me, stayed silent this time. My younger brother rejoiced, saying it should have happened sooner. Damien, take this money with you. Only my sister worried about me. Due to me, her wretched brother, she had to part ways with her beloved fiancé, ruining her own life. Please be happy. For the first time that day, I understood what guilt and shame were. I fled from the family as if I was running away. After being expelled from the family, I wandered around aimlessly. For someone who had lived off the family's wealth for a lifetime, there was no reason to believe I possessed any special talents. The money I had vanished in the blink of an eye. To avoid starving, I had to do whatever it took. Begging was futile and often led to confrontations. Oh, you say you are the Viscount's son. Seems like your arrogance knows no bounds. You must be desperate to die. Should I fulfill this wish of yours? And surprisingly, I discovered a new talent. My arm. Please, a potion, my leg won't move. Please just spare me this once. I had a talent for swordsmanship. When I brought down over 10 thugs with a rusty dagger I found in an alley, I finally realized my talent. During my time in the family, I wasted my days being reckless and lazy, never once holding a sword. That's why I didn't know I had such a talent. What? You want to be a mercenary with that frail body? Contrary to your appearance, your skill with a sword is deadly. With this level of skill, you won't die easily. Congratulations on joining our mercenary group. Working as a mercenary, I discovered something. My talent was far more exceptional than I had thought. I swiftly mastered any form of swordsmanship, and not just swords but various other weapons as well. I had my doubts, but you really defeated that night. If it weren't for you, we would have all died. Sir, I will only trust and follow you from now on. In no time, I became the ace of the mercenary group. I wasn't afraid of any foe. Even a knight wasn't my match, so it wasn't long before I realized my talent knew no bounds. But it wasn't in a pleasant way. Fresh corpses walking right to me. On a mission we thought was going to be easy, our mercenary group encountered a lick, a dark mage who turned himself into an undead to escape the clutches of death. Only the most powerful dark mages could become liches. Their abilities were beyond human comprehension. And if that was not enough, the lick we faced wasn't just any lick, but an archlick, which is considered to be at the pinnacle of liches. Our group was rendered powerless by the dark magic of the archlick. I was no exception. Ah, what a surprise. To think a mere human has such immense talent. Even my sight can't gauge its limits. The archlick showered praises and astonishment at my talent, but the development of your talent is pitifully lacking. With this level of talent, a little swing of the sword could easily elevate you to the level of a master. Observing me again, the archlick clapped his hands. The sound was harsh from the body that had nothing but bones. Oh, now I understand. Your talent has been rotting due to inherent laziness, as weak as the light of your soul. The archlick pinpointed my situation accurately. Tusk, how unfortunate, but fear not. I shall fully bloom your talent. What followed was a hellish time. The archlick subjected my body to unspeakable deeds. He used dozens of potions on me. He replaced all of my organs with those of other creatures. He also inserted various magical artifacts inside my body. When a decade passed, I was no longer human. It's finally done. Death Knight, the highest-ranking undead born only when a dark mage corrupts a knight's soul. The archlick pooled all of its knowledge and resources to make me a Death Knight. I found this situation far from pleasant. But it wasn't my turn to express dissatisfaction. During my transformation into a Death Knight, the archlick completely obliterated my ego. He aimed to make me its loyal slave. However, for some reason, my ego didn't vanish entirely and some of it remained. However, I was unable to move my body as I pleased, feeling trapped within. Now, let's show your power to the world. Right after completing me, the archlick commenced an all-out war against the humans. Surprisingly, in my first battle alone, I slaughtered over 1,000 soldiers. It was the culmination of the Death Knight's formidable physique, forcibly imbued with tremendous dark magic, and finally my enhanced talent. Truly, humans are dying like insects. The archlick eagerly deployed me to more and more battles. I slashed and slashed. With each strike, my talent surged steeply. At some point, I could perfectly understand and mimic any swordsmanship I saw just once. Gradually, I went beyond imitation and reached the point of creation. I amalgamated all of the swordsmanship arts I learned and created a new art. From then on, I had no adversaries. Countless knights fell by my hand. Some were mercenary kings, sword saints, and even a renowned imperial swordsmaster. No one could stop me, not even myself. Damien, why are you with the archlick? What is that appearance? When I plunged a dagger into my father's heart on the battlefield, it was the same. Brother, why are you doing this? Stop, please stop. When I slit my brother's throat, it was no different. You are alive, but that form. When I burned down the family, killing my mother, it was the same. Damien, I guess you couldn't find happiness, huh? I had no choice but to see the skeletal soldiers kill my sister as I attacked Marquis Ryan Bloom. How did it feel to directly kill the family that kicked you out? I prepared something special just for you. After returning, having killed my entire family, the archlick spoke to me. He knew everything and ordered me to attack Viscount Haxon, my father, and Lord Ryan Bloom. Hey, of course, you wouldn't have thought of anything while killing them, but I truly enjoyed it. Watching it was immensely entertaining. I had never despised the archlick as much as I did then. I had never resented my talent as much as I did then. Yet I had to continue fighting for the archlick. And eventually, as per his wish, I succeeded in toppling all of the kingdoms. Finally. The entire world kneels before me. On the day the resilient empire finally crumbled, the archlick greatly praised me. Indeed, only the archlick truly recognized my talent in this world, and thus the world faced its catastrophe. But even the archlick didn't anticipate something. My talent had already surpassed the archlick's expectations, to the extent that I had regained control over the body the archlick had seized. On the day of the triumph, my consciousness returned. It was a scene reminiscent of hell. The fortress had crumbled. Buildings were all destroyed in a blaze. Massacres were happening in the streets. Run, don't let them catch you. The ones being massacred were humans. The blood of those who originally lived within these walls was splattered around. The ones doing the massacre weren't human. Half-rotten zombies, meat golems formed from mashed flesh, skeletal ogres moving with a body made of only bones. Countless undead were killing the humans. Please spare my son at least. Mom, Muum, the undead, devoid of reason, showed no mercy. People were being brutally slaughtered. Ha 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 ha. Amidst that sight, someone burst into laughter. It was a man wearing an elegant fur coat that seemed out of place in this hellish scene. Was it really a man? With only bones left, it was impossible to discern its exact gender. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Just as I anticipated. The skull clicked his jaws as a cynical laughter echoed endlessly. Because it only had a skull remaining, its facial expressions were indiscernible, but anyone could tell the skull was ecstatic. It said that the longer you wait for revenge, the greater the joy. I wonder how immense the satisfaction is now that I've fulfilled what I vowed 500 years ago. No response came. Then the skeletal figure turned and asked again. Why no answer? I'm asking, aren't I? As the figure turned, skeletal soldiers were restraining a middle-aged man with ripe yellow hair and a beard so full it reached his chest. It was Howard Adelard, the Emperor of the Empire. Howard Adelard, held by the skeletal soldiers, shouted at the figure. You bastard, how dare you kill all of my people? You're even filthier than a devil fallen into hell. The Emperor's curse meant nothing to the current Darugo. It even seemed somewhat pleasing. Darugo savored the Emperor's anger before speaking. All right, finished with the words. Then let's proceed with the coronation ceremony. What ridiculous nonsense, the likes of you conducting a coronation. Naturally, it's my coronation. I've achieved the first ever unification of the continent in history. So being called an emperor wouldn't fall short, would it? Darugo burst into laughter. The emperor squinted his eyes. How much further would this undead go in mocking humanity? Now, bring the imperial crown. Among the undead legion, an undead figure clad in black armor stepped forward. The moment the emperor saw that undead, he couldn't maintain his composure. Death Knight Damien Haxon. Countless knights lost their lives to that Death Knight. Tens of thousands of soldiers were slaughtered by him. Darugo could conquer the continent solely because of that Death Knight. Oh, my most loyal knight. Darugo looked at the Death Knight with eyes filled with affection. The Death Knight stood still, holding the crown. Seeing this, Darugo chuckled. That was a foolish question. You are my slave. Serving me should be your greatest pleasure. Darugo's laughter grew louder. Suddenly, the Death Knight threw the crown behind his head. At this unexpected action, Darugo's laughter abruptly stopped. What is this? I never gave such an order. The Death Knight gripped the greatsword on his back. As he took a step, he swung the sword. Reflexively, Darugo cast dark magic. A black barrier blocked his front. However, the Death Knight effortlessly tore through the barrier. Simultaneously, he cleaved Darugo's body in half. What is this? The Death Knight removed his helmet, revealing a young face, an unmistakably human face. But due to the influence of becoming the Death Knight, the skin was entirely gray. Finally, I can move at my will. As a voice echoed from that face, Darugo could only be more bewildered. How are you speaking? I thought I eradicated your ego entirely. It only seemed like I was eradicated. I didn't entirely disappear. I've been watching everything, trapped inside my own body. The Death Knight, no, Damien Haxon held the upper half of Darugo's body. While the face was emotionless, hatred and rage blazed in his eyes. Recognizing this, Darugo smiled. Oh, it seems you're quite angry. I understand. I would have been the same. Even in this perilous moment, Darugo was oddly composed. Lick stores his soul in a magical vessel called a life vessel. Unless the life vessel of a Lick isn't destroyed, the Lick cannot die. Darugo, as the Archlick, was no different. In consideration of your efforts, I'll specially allow you to vent your frustration today, just until I find a way to control you again. Darugo had prepared several spare bodies. When his physical form was destroyed, he planned to transfer his consciousness to one of these, once again dominating Damien Haxon. Now do whatever you want. You can reduce me to dust, curse me as much you arg. Suddenly, Darugo spewed black magic from his mouth. It wasn't just his mouth, his entire body emitted black magic. The dark magic and soul stored in the life vessel were flowing out. In no way you arg. The life vessel remained intact, yet Darugo was dying in real time. It was utterly incomprehensible. For years, I pondered ways to kill you. A Lick doesn't die unless its life vessel is destroyed, but finding the life vessel while under Darugo's control was impossible. I devised a martial technique that could sever your soul along with the physical body, solely to kill you. That kind of technique impossible. Why would you think it doesn't exist? Damien Haxon tightened his grip around Darugo's throat. Have you already forgotten who I am? Weren't you always proud to have me? You hailed me as your greatest masterpiece, Damien Haxon. His talent, honed by consuming numerous powerful beings, touched the divine realm. With his sword alone, he could accomplish anything. The word impossible didn't apply to him. Block him. Stop him right now. Flustered, Darugo commanded the undead legion. Skeleton soldiers and golems rushed at Damien Haxon. As Damien swung his greatsword, a tsunami-like deluge of black aura crashed over the undead legion. The black deluge of aura tore through the legion of undead, shredding and obliterating them. And no, dumbfounded by the bizarre spectacle, Darugo was lost for words. Now as an enemy, it struck him deeply how much of a monstrous being the Death Knight he created truly was. No more dark magic seeped from Darugo's body. He could feel it. Death was drawing near, a fact. Please SB spare me. Twisting the corners of his mouth, Damien Haxon spoke. Rot in hell. The glint in Darugo's skull vanished. His soul completely vanished. Damien Haxon slammed Darugo's skull to the ground, and he stomped on it until it turned to dust. Uararg, Kriog, the remaining undead outside the palace began to shriek. With their master gone, they began to rampage. Silence. Damien dispersed dark magic, reasserting control over the undead. The legion instantly fell silent. As the war continued, Darugo imparted his knowledge of dark magic to Damien Haxon. Hence, within the legion, Damien became the second most skilled necromancer after Darugo. All of you repent. At Damien's command, the legion began to destroy itself. The legion of over 1 million undead vanished in an instant. Who are you, exactly? The Emperor stared at Damien Haxon with astonishment. However, Damien Haxon showed no interest in him. It's finally over. Damien Haxon slumped to the ground. Despite being undead, an overwhelming fatigue consumed him. No, it's not over yet. Damien Haxon gripped the blade in reverse. He pressed the blade against his chest. Underneath his skin lies the source that activates Damien Haxon as the Death Knight. Destroying it would grant Damien Haxon true death. There's still an unfinished business. The faces of his family came to mind. No smiling faces appeared. He always managed to upset his family. I need to apologize. Say sorry, express regret. Without hesitation, Damien Haxon plunged the blade into his own chest. There was no pain, only a deep darkness shrouded his vision. And then, Damien, a voice echoed through the darkness. Damien, why are you sleeping here? Get up quickly. It was the voice of his elder sister from his dreams. Luckily, he had a chance to meet his sister before plummeting into hell. Father is looking for you. He's furious. What have you done this time? Seems like his father was also quite angry. He needed to meet his father as soon as possible. He had to confess all his sins and ask for forgiveness. Damien Haxon made up his mind and opened his eyes. Bright sunlight beamed down, revealing his sister's face. She looked much younger than the last time he saw her. Damien Haxon, shocked, asked his sister, "Sister, why have you gotten so much younger?" Suddenly calling me sister. I got it. You're trying to soften father's mood, aren't you? His sister chuckled. Hearing that laughter after so long left Damien Haxon dumbfounded. All right then, trust me then. Tidy up and come quickly, okay? His sister took off ahead. The direction she headed towards was the mansion of Viscount Haxon, but I'm certain I destroyed that mansion with my own hands. Damien Haxon looked down at his body. Unlike during his time as the Death Knight, he saw his pale, blood-flushed skin. What happened to me? It took a bit more time for Damien Haxon to realize. He finally understood that he had returned to the past. What happened to me? Lying in the field, Damien murmured to himself. He killed the Archlick Darugo and then committed suicide. He intended to go to the afterlife to apologize to his family, but when he came to his senses, he found himself regressed into the past. Could this be a dream? They say when people die, their whole life flashes before their eyes like a lantern. Perhaps he didn't know he was dying after succeeding in suicide and was currently seeing that flash of life. Or on the contrary, was all of that just a dream? Being expelled from the family, becoming a mercenary, meeting the Archlick, becoming a Death Knight, and ultimately causing the destruction of all of humanity. Maybe none of those events actually happened and was just a bad dream. I'll know once I check. In his past life, Damien fought numerous strong opponents, adopting their techniques and reaching their levels. If it were a dream, all that knowledge would be nothing but an illusion. But if it wasn't a dream, Damien picked up a fallen tree branch from the ground. Then he approached the rock lying on the field. The rock seemed extremely sturdy. This should be just right. Among the many opponents that he had faced was a knight known as the Wall Breaker. He was a master who had reached the state of crushing waves. Crushing waves amplified the impact transmitted through strikes several times over. Damien had absorbed all his techniques and skills after a 20-minute struggle with the Wall Breaker, securing victory. If this is reality, then a rock like this should easily break under crushing waves. Damien aimed at the tree branch at the rock. Leaning forward, he thrust his arm out. The tip of the branch struck the center of the rock, but unable to withstand the impact, the branch snapped. Staring at the broken branch with dismay, Damien muttered under his breath, "I must be losing my mind." Cracks began spreading from the center of the rock. The cracks covered the entire rock like spider webs. Eventually, the rock shattered into pieces like glass, collapsing. It wasn't a dream. It became certain. The memories and knowledge in his mind weren't illusions. Damien had truly traveled back in the past, to a time when his family was still alive, to a time when he could make things right. Haha. For the first time in many years, Damien laughed. His laughter soon turned into tears. He clenched his chest with his hands, unable to contain his emotions. Damien crouched on the ground, shedding tears for a long while. How did I come back to the past? As his tears subsided, questions started to arise in his mind. But no matter how much he pondered, there seemed to be no answer. To regress into the past, it could only be described as a miracle of the god. I did think about wanting to apologize to my family, but I never imagined I'd find myself offering apologies in the afterlife, especially for something in the distant past. In my previous life, I was a selfish bastard who was oblivious to anyone but myself. I failed to recognize my family's love and dedication and acted recklessly. I caused harm to them and ultimately committed a terrible crime by killing them with my own 2 hands. But this time it will be different. I will live for my family. I must live only thinking about their happiness and future. It's not going to be a difficult goal. Damien possessed a talent that had caused the downfall of entire kingdoms and even the mighty empire without an end in sight. With this talent, he could achieve anything. It was when Damien made up his mind. "Oh, young Master Damien," a male servant rushed to him urgently from the mansion. Seeming not in good physical condition, he gasped for breath upon reaching Damien. "Lady Louise has been waiting for you to come in. Why haven't you come until now? Lord Haxon is furious." Damien stared intently at the servant's face. It seemed familiar, but his memory was not clear. Victor. Suddenly, the name of this male servant came to mind. "Yes, why are you suddenly calling my name? It's nothing." Victor had been responsible for cleaning up Damien's messes during his days of being a troublemaker. "Lord Haxon demands to bring you to him no matter what. It seems father is very angry. What did I do to upset him so much?" Victor wore an incredulous expression at Damien's words, but it was unavoidable for Damien. He had no idea about the exact period of time he had returned to. "A few days ago, you caused a scene at the tavern and got thrashed by the staff there. That's why he's mad." Fragments of forgotten memories revived in his mind. Yet why he went to the tavern remained blank in his memory. Only one thing stood out, causing a ruckus at the tavern, getting thrashed like a dog and fleeing. "So your father is very angry. Not just angry. The rumor about you being beaten has spread everywhere, tarnishing the reputation of the House of Haxon. He's fuming because of that. Although their estate was small, the Haxon house was of noble status, but the eldest son had been beaten by commoners and chased out from a tavern. This disgrace was beyond compare. I must go and see father. What do you plan to do there? You were asked to bring me, right?" "Yes, but wouldn't it be better to hide and wait until Lord Haxon's anger calms down?" At that, Damien shook his head. "I can't do that. What? In this life, I've decided not to bring shame to my family." For a moment, Victor looked perplexed. It seemed incredibly unfamiliar for Damien to say such words. "Then I will go see father." Damien patted Victor's shoulder and headed towards the mansion. "Enter." As Damien entered the Viscount's chamber, a sword flew towards him. His father swung a longsword at him, but Damien didn't evade. Judging by the trajectory of the blade, it seemed his father didn't intend to kill him. Sure enough, the longsword grazed Damien's head and embedded itself in the door. "Honey, please calm down. Father, please stop." His mother and sister rushed in and held onto his father's arms desperately. But his father's rage showed no signs of abating. "You must be crazy, causing a scene at the tavern and getting thrown out. And on top of that, tarnishing our family name by getting beaten up. Do you realize how much our family's honor has been tarnished because of you?" His father tried to pull out the lodged longsword with determination. His mother and sister tried their best to stop him, put that down. You're going to hurt him for real this time. No, I must bash this scoundrel's skull today. Father, please think rationally. This will only cause trouble. The three of them began a heated argument, but the true culprit of the incident, Damien, was lost in reflection. How many times have I faced my father's wrath? In the past, he despised his father so much. He believed his father was tedious and closed-minded, but now, looking back, his father had always been concerned about Damien. Whenever an incident occurred, Damien quickly noticed the evidence. Damn it, I understand, so let go now. Eventually, the victors of the scuffle were his mother and sister. His father let go of the longsword embedded in the wall. Then he slumped down onto a nearby chair. Why are you silent? At least try to explain. However, his father's anger hadn't completely subsided. In response to his father's outburst, Damien promptly replied, "There's nothing to say." "That's right, of course there isn't. If you had a mouth, what?" "Nothing," his father, taken aback, retorted. It was a natural response. The Damien of the past was always a pathetic person who engaged in excuses and self-defense. "I made a mistake that sullied the honor of the Haxon house. It's entirely my fault, with no room for excuses." But the present Damien was different. He had vowed not to commit shameful acts in front of his family. "All right, you do understand." His father wore a bewildered expression. Damien, admitting his mistake, immediately left his father too flustered to vent his anger. "Look, dear, the child is admitting his mistake. Please forgive him. Father, I'll take his responsibility and be punished. I'll make sure he doesn't do such things ever again." His mother and sister began to placate his father. Damien gazed at them with a face full of longing. It had always been like this. Whenever he made a mistake and his father got angry, his mother and sister defended him. At that time, he felt that their actions were bothersome. He felt coddled, though in reality, it wasn't that way at all. No, there's no need for forgiveness. However, now was not the time to rely on those two. I have committed a sin and will accept punishment. At Damien's sudden declaration, his mother and sister's eyes widened. The fading anger of his father surged again. "You still haven't learned your lesson. Instead of begging for forgiveness, you dare to assert your pride." From his father's perspective, it seemed that Damien's standing up was accepted. This was also Damien's fault. In his troublemaker days, he often tried to challenge and argue with his father. This guy still hasn't learned his lesson. Hey, give him the punishment he deserves. I will never let this slide. But before that, I will rectify the mistake I made. What? His father's eyes widened. The troublemaker Damien had never once taken responsibility for his actions. For such words as rectify to come out of that child's mouth was nothing short of shocking. I will properly accept the consequences for my actions. After a polite farewell, Damien left the Lord's chamber. His father slowly turned his head to his wife and daughter, asking, could it be that he got hit too much that day, and his head got hurt? As Damien left the Viscount's chamber, he came face to face with a young boy standing in the corridor. The two of them stood silently, gazing at each other for a while. Damien felt moved, while the younger boy. Elder brother, until when will you continue to bring disgrace upon our family? It was contempt that the younger boy and his brother, Abel Haxon, held towards him. Our father, mother, and sister, do you have any idea how much they suffer because of you? If you did, you wouldn't act this way. Unlike Damien, his younger brother Abel was sharp, capable, and overflowing with talent. He was considered the pride and hope of the Haxon family. Shamefully, Damien was jealous of such a brother, Abel. Why are you going to make more excuses? I'm tired of hearing your excuses. I've been sorry all this time. Abel Haxon's pupils widened. He was so astonished that he didn't even blink. I will take responsibility and resolve this matter. Damien took a step forward. After patting his brother's shoulder once, he left. As he stepped outside, Victor, looking surprised, asked Damien, "Sir, why are you unharmed? I was certain you'd be reprimanded by the Lord. Stop with the nonsense and bring the carriage." "What? Why the carriage?" Unconcerned, Damien replied to the question. "We have to go and repay what we received." Landwalk City. It was a city not far from the Haxon Manor. Situated at the nexus connecting the northern and eastern parts of the kingdom, it served as a commercial mecca where numerous goods were transported daily. With such commerce thriving, entertainment venues also flourished. In his past life, Damien had visited Landwalk City merely for the sake of enjoyment. To see myself in such a fine state again. Upon entering Landwalk City, Damien was briefly immersed in nostalgia. During the time when he was a Death Knight under Darugo's command, Landwalk City met the same fate as his family at his hands. The screams of slaughter done by the undead that day still echoed in his ears. "Young master, you seem troubled." Victor glanced at Damien's face and asked, It's nothing, you say. Aren't you afraid to return to that tavern again?" To Damien, Victor's words seemed absurd. It was a face that questioned what this was all about. "I understand. It's because of the Black Serpent, isn't it? You're scared of going back there." "Black Serpent? What's that?" "Oh my, young master. Why do you always— That's the name of the most influential organization thriving in Landwalk City." "Ah, I see." Only after hearing did my memory about it return. At that time, there was indeed a highly renowned organization in the Landwalk City. It rapidly absorbed all the other organizations in Landwalk City and rose to become the ruler of the underworld within a short period. However, by the time Damien worked as a mercenary, it had already collapsed. The knights who had arrived in Landwalk City at that time had systematically wiped them out. So being affiliated with the Black Serpent allowed them to act so recklessly. Landwalk City thrived as a merchant hub. It established its independent power, escaping the grip of nobility with vast capital and influence. Therefore, the aristocratic power was inevitably weak here. Given that context and the tavern's association with the Black Serpent, it seemed that they belittled minor nobles like Haxon House. Guide me. Excuse me. Where exactly? If not that tavern, where else would I be going? He had completely forgotten about the Black Serpent, let alone the way to that tavern. Victor's expression turned pale at Damien's words. Sir, why you really intend to go there? Indeed, I was absolutely sure you'd just pretend to go there. I am good at telling jokes. Damien laughed lightly, patting Victor's shoulder. From now on, remember this. I won't tell lies anymore. Yes, understood. Then hurry up and lead the way. At Damien's command, tears welled up in Victor's eyes. Sir, we've arrived, Victor said in a feeble voice. The tavern appeared as soon as they entered a narrow alley. Sir, are you really going in? Please, for both our sakes, let's reconsider this. Damien glanced at Victor with an amused look. If he disliked it so much, he could have refused. Yet he went through with the guidance, grumbling along the way, truly a stubborn fellow. Damien stepped forward without hesitation. Though hesitant, Victor followed behind him. 2 guards were stationed at the tavern's entrance. One was smoking a cigarette, the other was peeling an apple core. The guard smoking a cigarette noticed Damien's arrival. Unfortunately, he was bald. The bald guard nodded and gestured to another guard beside him. Hey, isn't that guy? The other guard, unlike the bald one, had a full head of hair and was busy peeling an apple. You mean the nobleman who got his butt kicked and ran away? Seems like it. How dare he show his face here again? We warned him not to, but he's back. As the 2 guards exchanged words, Damien arrived at the door. Hey there, noble sir. What brings you here again? We told you not to show your face here again. The guard with hair sliced an apple corner excessively and shoved it into his mouth. Chewing on the apple, he asked. Or perhaps are you here for revenge? You catch on quickly. Indeed, I'm here for revenge. The guard blinked repeatedly in surprise. Then he turned to the bald guard and asked, Hey, what did this guy just say? He said he's here for revenge. I didn't mishear it, did I? The bald guard chuckled bitterly. Is your pride hurt, coming here like a noble to us commoners after getting beaten? Throwing the partially eaten apple to the ground, he smacked Damien's cheek with his hand, stained with apple juice. Need a few more hits to wake you up. Maybe break a few teeth to sober you up. As if that weren't enough, he pinched Damien's cheek with his fingers. Just so you don't misunderstand. A no-name family like the Haxons has no power in this city, even if we killed your family here. Damien gazed silently at the guard. More accurately, his attention was fixed on the guard's apple knife. Enough. What? Suddenly, Damien snatched the apple knife from the guard's hand. As I didn't bring a weapon, I'll borrow this for a moment. Is this guy crazy? The bald guard tried to grab the apple knife back, but Damien swung it first. The horizontally swung apple knife barely missed the bald guard's neck. Flesh tore, blood sprayed, and the bald guard collapsed, spurting blood like a broken faucet. Arg. A person's neck was sliced off as if it were a piece of paper cut by a dull knife. Shocked by the gruesome sight, the bald guard couldn't utter a word. What's this guy doing? Among Damien's previous opponents that he had fought, there was a master nicknamed as the Killer Ghost, known not for martial arts but murderous techniques, attaining mastery in the art of killing. The Killer Ghost's most powerful sword art was the life-taking sword, a sword art which allowed him to effortlessly sever a person's body like cutting water with a blade. Due to his infamy, Darugo had attempted to recruit him, but the situation turned sour, leading to his fight with Damien. After a 30-minute struggle, Damien absorbed all of the Killer Ghost's skills and achieved victory. Dare to mess with the Black Serpent? You're really out of your mind wanting to die, didn't you hear earlier? I said I came for revenge. This son of a, the bald guard clenched his fists and lunged forward. With emotionless eyes, Damien anticipated the bald guard's movements. He dodged the flying fist aimed at his face by twisting his upper body. At that moment, he raised the apple knife upwards. The apple knife brushed against the bald man's wrist as it passed by. Despite the casual swing, the wrist was severed abruptly. Arg! The bald man screamed in agony, clutching his severed wrist. Damien pushed the apple knife into the bald man's neck. The bald man's eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the side. As a result, the apple knife was automatically removed. Phew! Damien took a deep breath. Even after a brief movement, his breathing became ragged. My body is indeed too weak. His muscles were undeveloped, and cardiovascular endurance was at its lowest. Moreover, he hadn't mastered any aura techniques. No wonder it's difficult to achieve the level of my past life. Upon deciding on a plan, Victor interrupted. Master. Victor rushed over in shock, staring at the collapsed body without a word. When did you, or rather, did you really have to kill? From Victor's perspective, it was a reasonable question. The gap in skill between Damien and the others was stark. Even though he could have subdued them, killing was an excessive act. But Damien didn't see it that way. Why did I kill? Even if his family's influence was weak, Damien was still a nobleman. The stigma of causing trouble in a tavern and getting beaten by commoners was hard to erase. Shouldn't we restore my and my family's honor? If there was a way, it would only be to repay disgrace multiple times over. For instance, by killing everyone on the other side. Ultimately, Damien was the victim. He caused a ruckus in the tavern due to ridiculous insults hurled at him. Undoubtedly, they must have looked down on him and thus deserved the consequences. If you're scared, you can wait outside. Victor lowered his head and said, "But I should at least protect your back, sir." At that response, Damien chuckled. Victor was truly naive. What a noble sentiment. With that, Damien entered the tavern. The inside of the tavern was incredibly spacious. In the center, there was a stage for dancers in revealing outfits. Customers sat around, drinking and cheering while watching the spectacle. Yeah, I used to love hanging out at places like this. Memories from the past flooded in. Embarrassment overwhelmed him at the thought of his naive days. Why did I even come to such a place? As Damien lamented internally, the female staff, noticing Damien stained with blood, screamed. Hearing the commotion, guards emerged from various places. Damn, what the hell happened? Hey, who's this guy? He's holding a knife. One of the guards approached Damien. He had a face full of scars, as if he had lived a rough life. Hey, where did you come from? Why come to someone else's establishment and cause trouble? I have no business with the underlings. Tell your boss to come out. He didn't really expect the boss to appear. It was just to provoke the man in front of him. Have you seen such a crazy guy? The man, unable to contain his anger, tried to grab Damien's collar. But before that, Damien's apple knife moved. Swiftly swaying, the apple knife severed the man's wrists. Were human wrists really so easily severed? As the man was stunned, Damien passed him by. Simultaneously, his throat was cut. Arteries and veins were severed, blood gushed out, and a pungent smell of blood spread in all directions. The people screamed in horror. I'll say it again. Damien addressed them. Bring out the boss. The guards exchanged glances, then swiftly drew their daggers. This bastard, kill him. About a dozen guards rushed from all directions. Observing them, Damien briefly clicked his tongue. I won't let you moths escape. Damien's hand moved. With each swing of the apple knife, the guards' throats were cut. Adult men fell like scarecrows. In the blink of an eye, all the guards turned into corpses. Phew, Damien calmed his rough breath. Clearly, his stamina was lacking. Master, here, take this. Suddenly, Victor brought the daggers the guards had carried. Damien couldn't help but admire Victor's adaptability. What? But wouldn't this be better than using the apple knife? Compared to the apple knife, the dagger was slightly longer, wider, and much sharper. However, Damien had no intention of changing weapons. When dealing with such riffraff, any weapon will do. He entered further into the tavern. As he passed, the hiding staff and customers dashed outside. As he went in further, the guards rushed at him. Everyone charged together, push him back with shields. As intended, they blocked Damien with wooden shields. But it was futile resistance. With each swing of the apple knife, shields were cut and throats were slit. Thud, he kicked the office door. With a loud sound, the door swung open. Noisy. Inside were two men. An elderly man sat in the boss's chair. Next to him, a young man stood upright. Can't you come in quietly? I detest disturbances. For someone cornered, he seemed remarkably composed. Puzzled, Damien asked the old man, Are you the boss? Yeah, I'm Anderson Holm, the owner of this tavern. And who might you be? Damien, Haxon. Brat from the Viscount Haxon family. Anderson's eyes widened. With an incredulous look, he scrutinized Damien. The brat was this skilled. No, why did you attack my establishment? I was here a few days ago and got into a scrape. You, with that much skill, got into trouble with our guys. Anderson looked even more puzzled. Damien shrugged. I was quite drunk at the time. He mumbled roughly, not really here to justify himself. Wouldn't you have been quietly tucked away at home if I let you live? Why come back to my establishment? I've lost too much because of that incident. I've come to reclaim it. Lost. Talking about honor, But am I getting too old, or is it just that I can't understand? Is there any honor to lose for the Haxon family's Damien? The corners of Damien's eyes twitched at the old man's words. My subordinates didn't even report this to me. Do you know why? Because Damien isn't worth much. This won't work. Damien said shortly, clicking his tongue. I was planning to spare you if you came to apologize, but now I might as well take an arm. How absurd. Anderson Holm chuckled as he rose from his seat. Then he politely bowed to the young man who had been standing still. It seems Ted should step in. The cost of using me is high, I understand. I've already explained it to the boss. Anderson Holm took out a small leather pouch from a drawer and extended it. Here are 10 gold coins. What do I have to do? Just cut off a limb. Then I'll have my subordinates take care of the rest and dump it in the back shed. Understood, Ted dryly replied as he drew the longsword from his waist. At that moment, a heavy aura spread all around. Damien scrutinized the young man with an intrigued expression. It seems you're not someone typically employed in a place like this. Don't make unpleasant assumptions. I belong to the Black Serpents. I was waiting here on the boss's orders. The Black Serpents, they're making quite the waves these days. Using a squire as a tavern guard, Damien's words surprised the young man. How did you guess I'm a squire? I have a good eye. To become a full-fledged knight, one must go through the ranks of squire, apprentice knight, junior knight, and then knight. The squire comes right after the trainee. However, being a squire doesn't mean being weak. Just being a squire means being strong enough to kill a beast with bare hands. Quite a decent opponent. Decent, Ted reacted with surprise. Just seeing a squire working in a place like this gives me an estimate. Damien added with a smirk. Seems like you weren't talented enough to rise to the rank of junior knight and got kicked out. For someone like that, even saying decent is an overestimation, don't you think? Click. Along with the sound of teeth gritting, Ted's aura intensified. Seems like I've hit a nerve. Let's start by tearing that mouth of yours. Before finishing his, Ted lunged forward towards him, kicking the ground fiercely. The distance between Damien and Ted was roughly 10 meters. Ted cleared that distance in just a single leap. His leg strength is quite impressive. As the distance between them closed, Ted immediately swung his longsword, a blade over a meter long aimed at Damien's neck, soaring through the air. Damien stepped back a pace. The longsword narrowly grazed past the tip of his nose. Even with such broad movements, the blade doesn't waver. His skill is quite high for a squire. Despite the first strike missing, Ted continued to attack without flinching. Consecutive strikes targeted Damien. With just one step at a time, Damien evaded the attacks. Good physical ability, excellent swordsmanship, sharp reflexes, evidence of continuous training. Despite being employed by a group like the Black Serpents, he was a skilled individual. He's gradually exerting force. Damien's swordsmanship had long surpassed the realm of a master. However, his physical stamina did not match up to his swordsmanship. He was already short of breath, sweat pouring from his body. I really need to work on my stamina when I get back. Continuing to evade attacks and running out of stamina would become dangerous. Damien decided it was time to counterattack. This little rat, Ted yelled in anger, raising his longsword high. Let's see if you can dodge this too. He positioned the hand holding the longsword next to his face, aiming the blade at Damien. A typical stabbing stance, but Damien immediately read Ted's intention. He is using vision. Vision. It refers to the secret technique possessed by one or two renowned swordsmen at a time. When combined with aura, vision possesses immense power, capable of bringing down mountains or breaking down fortress walls, resembling natural disasters. As he was still just a squire, it was evident that the young man's use of vision was only at an ordinary skill level. Yet, even that was deadly. Originally, vision techniques were devised in times without aura to ensure the opponent's certain death. As the youth lunged forward, slashing with his sword, Damien attempted to parry the technique. At that moment, the young man twisted his body. The body, accelerating in a straight line, completed half a rotation. The following longsword struck Damien's nape. It was an astonishing sequence of attacks. However, Damien's assessment of it was brief, not much. Damien casually leaned backward, evading the longsword. The longsword swept through the air. At that moment, Damien lifted the apple knife. He brought the apple knife to where the youth's hand would pass. The wrist was severed, muscles cut apart. The longsword fell to the ground, slipping from his fingers. Ted groaned, clutching his wrist. This can't be. How did you with my technique? Damien thrust the apple knife into the young man's neck, and he collapsed to the ground. That was somewhat enjoyable. Wiping the blood off the apple knife, Damien turned to Anderson Holm. Your trusted man is dead now. What do you plan to do? Anderson Holm froze, his hand hesitantly pointing at Damien, trembling. Did you realize what you've just done? That squire was the boss's trusted aide from the Black Serpents. If you kill him, the Black Serpents. Approaching Anderson Holm, Damien spoke. Instead of worrying about the Black Serpents, you should worry about yourself first. Placing the apple knife on Anderson's shoulder, a warning of imminent dismemberment, Anderson's face turned pale. I think there might have been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Isn't there something more immediate to address before resolving such misunderstandings? Anderson knelt before Damien, shaking. Why do you know what you've done? That squire was a loyalist of the Black Serpent's boss. If you kill him, the Black Serpents will. Enough of these pointless questions. You should think about your own situation first. Satisfied, Damien lightly patted Anderson's head with his palm, leaving him looking disgusted. Why do you look so unhappy? I couldn't possibly. Your words are quite brief. I couldn't possibly. All right, now I find you somewhat likable. Damien sat down in the chair previously used by Anderson. It was quite a luxurious and comfortable chair. Victor, why are you standing there all fidgety? Come and sit. Damien addressed Victor, who hesitantly stepped inside. Master, what did I just witness? How could you with the squire? Save those useless questions for later. Damien turned to Anderson. Shall we continue our conversation from earlier? The humiliation I faced at this tavern not only tarnishes my reputation, but also our families. How do you intend to compensate for that? Anderson swallowed hard. Jay, just wait a moment, please. Anderson approached a safe in the office and took out a few gold bars. This is a token of apology for causing trouble to Viscount Haxon. Would this be sufficient compensation? Not enough. What? There's more inside. Bring it all out. But if you take everything, I won't have anything left for the Black Serpent's dues. That's your problem. If you don't like it, I could just kill you and take it. Anderson bit his lip. Damien flicked his finger at Anderson's actions. Take it, please. Anderson fetched all the gold bars and coins from the safe, finally eliciting a satisfied response from Damien. Victor, gather everything. Yes, yes. Victor hurriedly collected all the items. Anderson looked on with a bewildered expression. Now let's settle the remaining debt. The remaining debt. I said I would sever one of your arms. Damien stood up from the chair. Anderson panicked and shouted, wait, didn't I give you the money? That was for the affront to me and my family. This is a separate matter. Damien approached Anderson without hesitation. Anderson's face turned ghostly white. Anderson Home was on the brink of licking Damien's shoes. If you don't like it, pay for the loss with something else. I have no more money left now. If you can't pay, then it's time to cut. Damien raised the apple knife. Anderson Home extended both hands, yelling, wait, just wait a moment. He dashed off somewhere. He pushed aside the drawer in the office, revealing a small safe embedded in the wall. Here, please take it. Anderson Home took out 10 vials from the safe. What's this? Potions made by the alchemy faction. Damien examined the vials with a fascinated expression. The alchemy faction was a renowned group specializing in alchemy. They were the only ones capable of producing the elixir, a universal remedy at the current time. Potions made by the alchemy faction were said to be traded for gems of equal weight. What do? They're potions knights use for training. They greatly enhance stamina and vitality. He'd heard of it. Some knights would consume potions to maximize the effects of their training. It was a privilege reserved for wealthy families. Why do you have these? As I'm getting older, I've been buying them to maintain my health. You seem to have bought quite a lot. Moderation would be wise. Damien clicked his tongue. Secretly, Anderson Home clenched his fists. With this, it should be enough for an arm's worth. Thank goodness. Cut off your ear as payment. What? Before Anderson Home could understand, Damien struck with the apple knife. The apple knife grazed his ear, which fell to the ground. You bastard. Anderson Home held his ear, writhing in pain. His furious eyes glared at Damien. Do you think you can get away with this? After causing such trouble and killing a member of the Black Serpent, they will. Speak. What? Tell them clearly that Damien wrecked this place and took your money. Damien continued in a monotone voice. I know well how your gang operates. Am I wrong? During his mercenary days, Damien had learned a lot about the world. One of the lessons was to ruthlessly crush enemies when they emerged. I'll visit the Black Serpents soon. If they dare to issue a warrant against me, I'll wipe them all out. Damien hurled the apple knife. The apple knife brushed Anderson Home's nose and thudded onto the ground, accompanied by a shrill scream. Make sure you understand and relay my message accurately. Saying so, Damien left the tavern, followed by Victor. On their way back to Haxon Manor, Victor, with a worried expression, asked from the carriage, Sir, can we really go back like this? What do you mean? You've killed so many people. Won't the authorities in Landwork City come after you? Damien casually responded to Victor's question. When we left the tavern, were the guards blocking our way? And no, they weren't. Organizations as big as the Black Serpents usually make arrangements with guards. They tend to ignore incidents in their area. Originally, it would have been a request not to be apprehended by guards, but this time it worked in Damien's favor. But what if they issue a warrant for you in Landwork City later on? If we let these gangsters dent our pride, what will be left? They got everything from a single person. Would they ask the guards to arrest me? Damien's reason for sparing Anderson Home's life was also for this reason. Shouldn't they quickly assess the situation from the Black Serpent's side to avoid trouble with the guards? If it's the Black Serpents, they'll definitely try to eliminate us themselves. They might even attack our territory. Upon hearing this, Victor's expression darkened. Don't worry, I'm here. Damien's reassurance brought a glimmer of hope to Victor's face. But sir, when did you learn swordsmanship like that? I understand about the tavern's guards, but I didn't expect you to defeat even a squire. I've been training whenever I had the chance. Damien casually brushed off the query. It was too much of a hassle to come up with a convincing excuse. Wouldn't it be better to attack the Black Serpents today? Have you seen such a fearsome guy? Shouldn't we just get rid of him altogether? Oh, and no, that's not the way. From what I saw of Lord Damien's skills today, the Black Serpents won't be a problem. That's true, but today Damien chose to step back. His weak stamina continued to hold him back. Even a brief skirmish would leave him breathless with his inferior physique, making a full-scale fight against the Black Serpents quite uncertain. Do you have something urgent? There's no rush, let's take our time. Damien murmured as he took out the potion he obtained today, a potion crafted by the alchemy faction. He had made a significant acquisition today. With this potion, training could be accelerated, honing the body at a much faster pace. Just a bit more improvement in stamina was all he needed. He intended to go straight to Landwork City as soon as he felt a bit better to annihilate the Black Serpents. We've arrived. Victor said, looking out the window. The two got off the carriage. Damien, you rascal. As soon as they alighted, their father came running from a distance. Their mother, sister, and brother were also present. Where in the world have you been until now? I have no idea what you might do next, and I. Father's voice gradually lessened. He noticed bloodstains on Damien's clothes. You were in the world, did you? Victor, show him, Damien said to Victor. Whimpering, Victor placed a large pouch in front of their father. As Victor opened the pouch's mouth, gold bars came into view. Father was so shocked that he made a strange noise. What is this? I went to the tavern I was thrown out of and apologized. This is the price for it, price. Yes, soon all the negative talk about our family will disappear. Even if it was the black serpents, they couldn't stop the rumors. In a few days, everything that happened today would spread throughout the city. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go up now. Damien moved his steps. Father couldn't continue speaking. What exactly happened just now? Father asked his wife and daughter. Both of them were clueless as well. Brother. As Damien tried to go to his room, his younger brother, Abel Haxon, grabbed him. Is what you just said true? You went to the tavern and received payment. It's true. How in the world did you get payment? Did you, by any chance, kill their guards? Yeah, I did. Abel's expression hardened at that statement. Are you telling me you stabbed them from behind with a knife? Do you think I would do such a cowardly act? I went through the main entrance and killed them all. I'm not joking right now. Abel didn't believe Damien's words. It was indeed unbelievable. A man who only squandered the family's wealth suddenly killed dozens of people. Do you know what the situation in Landmark City is right now? The Black Serpents, a new organization, have taken control of everything. If you act like this, the Black Serpents won't stay quiet. The reality for the Haxon Manor was having to fear organizations like the Underworld. Their territory was small, and the number of people defending the estate was minimal. It was natural to worry about such a thing. Why do you keep causing trouble? You're putting our family in danger. I can trust you to handle everything on behalf of the family. What did you just say? Stop it. Damien vigorously ruffled Abel's hair. Though Abel tried to resist with both hands, Damien deftly avoided him. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Leaving those words behind, Damien ascended the stairs again. Abel looked at Damien with a bewildered expression. Victor, what on earth is going on? Paul Haxon, the head of the House of Haxon, grabbed Victor and demanded an explanation. In a voice devoid of any confidence, Victor recounted the events that had transpired in the city. Paul Haxon found his statement unbelievable. Who are you lying to? I am telling the truth. Damien has never once held a sword in his life. Are you telling me that such a fellow killed dozens, and to add to that, even a squire? Victor felt unfairly accused. The most unjust part was that, upon careful consideration, it didn't seem logical to him either. This won't do. I need to send someone to confirm this myself. Paul Haxon immediately dispatched a steward to Landmark City. The steward, who had departed at dusk, returned the next day at noon. How did it go? The steward hesitated to reply. Only when pressed by Paul Haxon did he speak up. Victor's words were correct. There was a massacre at the tavern managed by the Black Serpents. Rumors are spreading all over town that the culprit was a nobleman. Paul Haxon grabbed his head. He felt so confused that it seemed like his surroundings were spinning. The steward bowed and left. As the steward disappeared, Paul Haxon turned to his wife. Did you hear? It seems that lad got into some serious trouble. Paul Haxon was well acquainted with the Black Serpents, often encountering stories about them in the contentious gatherings of nobles. This is serious. Now that we've provoked the Black Serpents, they won't leave us alone. As much as it wounded his pride, the Haxon Manor was a terribly small noble family. They lacked the strength to withstand retaliation from a massive organization like the Black Serpents. I can't fathom this at all. As far as I know, Damien has never learned swordsmanship. But then how? His wife approached and firmly grasped her husband's hand. Honey, I might not know the details, but isn't this somewhat fortunate? Fortunate? What do you mean? Well, at least Damien didn't return beaten and bruised, right? Paul Haxon looked bewildered. He was about to say that this couldn't be a joke, but his wife's expression was genuine. I'm as confused as you are. But isn't it better that Damien returned without being beaten? This time, it's not just about being beaten. Paul Haxon said with a bitter expression. Don't worry about the Black Serpents. How can those rogues lay a finger on nobles like us? Though rebuttals continued to come to his mind, Paul Haxon kept them to himself. He knew that right now it was important to empathize with his wife. We'll inquire about the situation from that lad later in detail. All right, Paul Haxon sighed deeply. But what is that lad doing right now? I heard he's running. Running? Paul Haxon looked puzzled. His wife said it casually, as if it wasn't a big deal. He complains about his weak stamina but has been circling around the estate since dawn, the morning after visiting Landmark City. Damien Haxon rose from bed at dawn. His body, accustomed to laziness, desired more sleep, but he endured it with superhuman patience. He changed into comfortable attire and stepped outside. It's been ages since I've felt the morning air. During his death night days, Damien Haxon was imprisoned within his own body, devoid of freedom. That's why the chilly morning air felt particularly welcoming. Before commencing his morning training, Damien Haxon retrieved a glass bottle he had brought along. It was the elixir he had stolen from the Anderson home. He brought the bottle to his lips and drank the elixir. The elixir immediately transformed into vitality coursing through his body. The effects are better than I thought. From now on, Damien Haxon's task was to absorb all the vitality obtained from the elixir. The best way to absorb vitality was to move his body directly. The more Damien Haxon pushed his body to its limits, the quicker vitality absorbed to aid in his body's recovery. Along the boundaries of the estate, Damien began to run. Considering he had never trained, his running speed was subpar. Exhaustion caught up quickly, leaving him breathless after a short distance. Huff, huff. Nevertheless, Damien didn't stop running. Despite the agony, he felt the elixir's vitality being rapidly absorbed. In truth, Damien didn't possess extensive knowledge of training the human body. He merely replicated training methods learned from the captain during his mercenary days. But still, it was based on the training methods of a knight family. Surprisingly, the captain he served in his past life had been an apprentice knight. Everything he learned stemmed from techniques taught within a knight family. Knight families were renowned for their efficient training methods as they groomed knights through generations. The captain used to say that the foundation of all training is running. He enforced daily morning runs for the members to improve basic stamina and cardiovascular endurance. Initially met with dissatisfaction, it didn't take long for them to realize the captain's methods were correct. Right now, what I need is stamina. While swordsmanship was essential, stamina was currently the priority. With a weak physical state, exerting oneself excessively would be futile. After building up stamina, I'll focus on swordsmanship. In his past life, Damien defeated numerous strong opponents, absorbing their skills and reaching new levels. And with those as a foundation, he reached an unprecedented level in history. Damien Haxon named this level Divine Sword. Someone might think I'm arrogant if they hear that. Still, he had no intention of changing the name. Damien Haxon had earned the right to a name befitting the level he had reached. The fact that he annihilated the formidable presence of Archlick with a single stroke was evidence enough. However, at present, achieving the level of Divine Sword was impossible. First, my stamina is too weak. The higher the level, the more strain it placed on the body during implementation. With a body that got tired from just a few swings of a sword, he couldn't manifest the Divine Sword. And I need to create a new swordsmanship too. In his previous life, Damien honed his swordsmanship based on his Death Knight physique. Now in his human body, the techniques he had developed back then were unusable. To achieve the level of Divine Sword once more, a new technique compatible with his human form had to be forged. If I develop a decent technique, I could use it, but I can't settle for something like that. He refused to settle for regaining only the power of his past life. He aimed to create an absolutely superior swordsmanship, surpassing his days as a Death Knight, and I'll have to learn mana absorption techniques. Mana absorption involves absorbing external magical power and storing it within oneself. To become a knight, mastering mana absorption was imperative. All the mana absorb techniques I know are based on dark magic. Dark mana and regular mana were fundamentally different forces. Hence, he needed to learn mana absorption techniques that used mana, not dark magic, which involves the use of black mana. I learned some mana absorption techniques from the captain during my mercenary days, but they were very basic. His expulsion during his training prevented him from receiving extensive teachings despite being an apprentice knight. There's so much to do, but not enough time. Besides securing his family's happiness, Damien had one more goal: Darugo. Having returned to the past, Darugo should still be alive. Darugo's goal was to bring about the extinction of humanity and establish an empire for the deceased. Without eliminating Darugo, discussing his family's happiness was impossible. I need to reach the level of Divine Sword as soon as possible to kill that guy again. Darugo had been preparing for centuries to bring about the downfall of humanity. However, without Damien in this lifetime, the ultimate goal would remain unattainable. Yet it was evident that he would cause harm in some way or another in this world. I can't negotiate on peace without taking him down. Darugo had mastered all forms of dark magic, particularly excelling in the creation of undead creatures. The undead he crafted were not only formidable, but possessed bizarre abilities and intellect. They could think like humans, learn, and even wield special powers. Their threat surpassed imagination. Especially the three great demon kings crafted by Darugo were nothing short of disasters. Darugo dared to give his creations the title of demon kings. However, considering their abilities, no one dared to say the name was exaggerated. Each of the three demon kings wielded power equivalent to that of a nation, but they were still weaker than me back in my Death Knight days. During his time as a Death Knight, Damien was overwhelming, even against all three demon kings. But that was a story from his Death Knight era. He couldn't afford to be complacent now. Soon, Darugo will reveal his hand. If Damien's memories were correct, in a few years, the undead created by Darugo would appear in the world. They'd commence activities to gather resources necessary for war. sending the undead he created worldwide to collect various resources. Even during his time as a mercenary, Damien had accepted missions to defeat the undead, leading to his encounter with Darugo. I need to build the strength to kill Darugo before that. His regression didn't bring back emotions from the past. Inside Damien, a burning hatred for Darugo still lingered. I will kill him for sure. Thinking so, Damien quietly sharpened his blade. Several days had passed since Damien started his training. During this time, Damien had transformed astonishingly. Ha ha. At first, he was so slow that it was hard to tell if he was walking or running. But now his running speed had increased remarkably. Ha ha, his endurance had improved significantly, and he didn't tire much even after running for over an hour. It was proof of his dedicated focus on training, although the elixir played a significant role. Without absorbing the elixir's power, he wouldn't have improved his stamina so rapidly in such a short time. The early morning run lasted until breakfast time. I'm starting to enjoy running a bit now. Damien sat under a tree, catching his breath. He opened his canteen and drank some water. Ah, refreshing. Though he'd run for over 2 hours, Damien's training wasn't over yet. Today, he planned to add several more exercises to improve his stamina. All of them were exercises directly learned from the mercenary commander. By the way, why is the Black Serpent so quiet? Since that day, the Black Serpent hadn't caused any trouble brewing. Damien intended to thoroughly clean up the Black Serpent once he improved his stamina a bit. Now that his elixirs were depleted, it was time for replenishment. He planned to visit the Landwalk City soon. We've rested enough, let's get started. Damien rose to resume his training, and it concluded around lunchtime. As he made his way back to the mansion, he noticed several sophisticated-looking carriages parked in front. Where are these carriages from? At first glance, they didn't seem like ordinary carriages for someone of average status. It was when Damien went closer to check the insignia. Young master, young master. With urgent cries, Victor rushed over to Damien. Stopping in front of Damien, Victor was panting heavily. Sir, something terrible has happened. You need to come to the reception room right away. What's the matter? Marquise Ryan Bloom has sent someone. Ryan Bloom. As soon as Damien heard those words, a foreboding feeling washed over him. No way has the heir of House of Bloom come. How did you know? The heir and his escort knights have arrived at our estate. Damn it. Damien rubbed his forehead with his palm. His head throbbed with pain. I had a feeling, but it seems I've already meddled with the heir. One of the biggest incidents Damien caused in his past life might have already happened. After expressing his gratitude to Victor, Damien dashed towards the mansion. He immediately opened the reception room door and entered. First, he saw the faces of his family. Damien, his family exclaimed in surprise. Before Damien could respond, he shifted his gaze. Oh, so you're here. Sitting across the room from where the family was gathered was an unfamiliar face. Sorry for dropping by unannounced, but waiting any longer was just too hard. A mischievous face, a smaller build compared to Damien, yet incredibly muscular. Even without needing to recall his name, Damien immediately remembered who this man was. Damien Haxon, so what's your plan to pay for smacking my face? The heir of House of Bloom, Edwin Ryan Bloom, asked Damien. Before his regression, Damien had caused many problems for his family, but among them, the most notorious has to be the act of punching Edwin Ryan Bloom's face in front of everyone. This incident escalated to the point where the entire Haxon family had to take responsibility for it. To cover up this matter, Damien's sister, Louise Haxon, had to marry Edwin as if she were being sold. Damien. His father, Paul Haxon, approached Damien, holding his shoulders as he questioned, is it true? Is it true that you struck his face? Damien simply nodded his head. Anger flashed in Paul's eyes. If they hadn't been in front of the Edwin, he might have struck Damien right then. Why on earth did you do such a thing? Why, sir, please don't say too much. In fact, it was partly my fault. Edwin Ryan Bloom intervened. He wasn't clueless, it was a deliberate act. Who would have thought that Damien Haxon, the heir of the House of Haskin, would have feelings for the lady I was engaged with? Yet I carelessly blurted it out in front of the parties involved. He chuckled as he spoke. It was quite a fierce punch. My teeth still feel loose, he said, looking amused. Damie stared at Edwin Ryan Bloom sternly. The Marquis Ryan Bloom was a renowned knight. The Marquis's bloodline was a distinguished one, and all those who inherited it had great talent. Erwin Ryan Bloom was no exception. While not as grandiose as the Marquis, he too was rumored to possess remarkable talent. His skills were not something to be tested by someone like Damien Haxon. What a joke. In other words, Edwin Ryan Bloom intentionally allowed himself to be hit. However, punching me at the social gathering, my father was furious about it. He said, does a mere Viscount dare to look down on Ryan Bloom? Paul Haxon's face turned pale. Marquis Ryan Bloom was among the kingdom's top knights. It was inconceivable for the Haxon family to withstand the wrath of such a man. Sir, how do you plan to compensate for the insult our family has suffered? That well. Paul Haxon couldn't come up with an answer. In a small family like the Haxon, there was no compensation that the Marquis Ryan Bloom would find satisfactory. Even if they sold all their assets, it wouldn't be enough. It seems you have no real solution for it. Edwin Ryan Bloom sneered as if he had already anticipated it. Then what if we do like this? He continued. What do you mean? Actually, I've admired Miss Louise for a long time. Edwin shifted his gaze to Louise. Under his sticky gaze, Louise turned her head slightly. I've expressed my feelings to Miss Louise several times, but she rejected me every time. What does that have to do with this incident? Marry Miss Louise to me. The room fell silent at his words. Ignoring the tension, Edwin continued. Then we can reduce this issue to that of family matters. I can easily overlook the insult I received, and others won't gossip about it anymore. That's impossible. Paul Haxon flatly refused Edwin Ryan Bloom's proposal without a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Louise is already engaged to someone else. So. Then how do you plan to compensate for the insult I've suffered? Smile vanished from Edwin's face as he coldly stared at Paul Haxon. This incident cannot be brushed aside with a few words of apology. The Haxon family must take the responsibility for it. You. Choose whether you'll pay the price for the insult or not. Under Edwin Ryan Bloom's declaration, Paul Haxon lowered his head. He was hesitating, unable to decide what to do. Fine. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Louise Haxon, who was looking at Edwin, spoke. I'll accept the proposal. At her words, a wide smile spread across Edwin's lips. Conversely, the faces of Paul Haxon, his wife, and the youngest son crumpled in dismay. Louise, what on earth are you saying? Just wait a moment. Mom and Dad will think of another way. That's right. Why should you bear the responsibility for what our brother did? The family began persuading Louise Haxon. However, Louise Haxon didn't change her opinion. To avoid the wrath of Marquis Ryan Bloom, this was the only way for the Haxon family. Miss Louise, indeed, you're wise. Edwin Ryan Bloom cast a subtle glance at Louise Haxon. It felt greasy, like melted butter. Then I will soon send someone officially. Let's discuss the specifics of the marriage then. Edwin Ryan Bloom attempted to leave, but someone blocked his path. Damien, do you have something to say? Edwin Ryan Bloom chuckled as he asked. Number, should I start calling you my brother-in-law now? Damien Haxon heard Edwin Ryan Bloom's nonsense with one ear and let it pass. Instead, he observed his family, wearing grim expressions. It's been just a few days since I promised to make them happy, yet this is happening. He realized how deeply rooted his mistakes were. The past him was truly a despicable person. How should I fix this? He couldn't simply let his sister be married off to Edwin. While Edwin Ryan Bloom was a trustworthy lord to his subordinates, within the family, he was akin to a tyrant. He often used violence against his wife and children under the guise of educating them. He even had paranoia, causing him to suspect and scrutinize his wife regularly, sometimes even resorting to violence. So there was never a day when the bruises on her body would fade. Even while enduring such harsh treatment, Louise never blamed Damien, even when Damien attacked the Ryan Bloom castle, intending to kill Edwin for her. Right now, I have no way to stop Edwin Ryan Bloom's coercion. Damien Haxon was just a minor noble's eldest son. He had no power to stop the House of Bloom's second heir. It's annoying. Should I just kill them all and end it? Damien Haxon eyed Edwin Ryan Bloom and his guards. All four of them are junior knights. To become a knight, one must go through the stages of a squire, apprentice knight, junior knight, and finally, a full-fledged knight. To become a junior knight, one must learn how to manifest aura, and once they can adeptly manipulate aura, they're promoted to full knight. Edwin Ryan Bloom is particularly strong among the junior knights. Even within the same stage, there were differences in levels. While Edwin Ryan Bloom was just a junior knight, he was just one step away from becoming a full knight. On the other hand, his guards were far from being full knights. If I end up fighting him, I'll have to face all four of them at once. It was a situation where logically he couldn't win. 5 minutes should be enough to kill them. But Damien Haxon had reached the divine level as a swordsman in his previous life. Not talking about 4, but even 400 junior knights won't be able to defeat Damien Haxon. But if I really kill them all, Marquis Ryan Bloom won't just sit back and watch. Killing wasn't the issue. It was what would happen after that. While Damien alone might not have a problem, he couldn't risk his family's safety. I have no choice, though it's troublesome, but I should retreat for now. You cowardly bastard! Suddenly Damien Haxon shouted, dragging the family into our issues. Is that what the son of a marquis household does? Damien Haxon stood tall, continuously confronting him. Seeing his so-called demeanor, Edwin Ryan Bloom held back a laugh. Since when did you start bothering about such matters? Because you lack the ability, Louise has to bear the responsibility for it. Shut up, Damien was fuming. The more furious he became, the broader Edwin's smile grew. Edwin was already acting like a triumphant winner, having achieved all his objectives. The anger of a defeated opponent was nothing but enjoyable to him. Let's have a duel. A duel? Yes, if I win, this whole matter is forgot. Edwin showed a displeased reaction. What if I win? What? What will you give me if I win? That's well, what do you want to take? Of course I will win. Tusk. Edwin clicked his tongue. If you want to duel me, you must offer equal terms. Saying so, Edwin tried to pass by Damien. That's when it happened. Where are you running off to? Damien swung his fist at Edwin. Edwin turned his head, dodging the punch. Avoiding. Damien tried to strike again, but then the guards intervened. Don't step forward. Edwin ordered the guards not to step in. Only by receiving help to stop Damien could he preserve his dignity. You seem to need a little taste of reality. Edwin excelled not only in swordsmanship, but also in hand-to-hand combat. He easily subdued Damien's feeble punching. Now that we're a family, I'll try to be a little more gentle. Despite this, Damien extended his fist again. Edwin caught the fist, attempting to overpower him by breaking his arm. That's when it happened. A sudden shock struck his face. Edwin's head jerked backward. Crack, a punch struck him on the face. Edwin toppled backward. Edwin wore an expression of disbelief. You just hit my face. How did that happen? His momentary confusion was quickly replaced by pure anger. There was a huge gap between him and Damien. Last time he intentionally took the hit, but this time he was hit when it was not even intentional. Edwin's pride was severely shaken because of this. Yeah, I hit you. What are you going to do about it? Damien charged again. Edwin quickly got up. I tried to restrain myself, but it seems impossible now. Edwin adjusted his posture. As the punch came, he wrapped both hands around it. This time he prepared to exert enough force to break bones. But before that, Damien struck Edwin's abdomen with his knee. Sudden pain in his lower belly drained all his strength. Not missing that moment, Damien punched his face again. Crack, Edwin grabbed his face and staggered backward. However, this time it didn't end with just one hit. This bastard, how dare you touch our sister? Jutting forward, Damien punched Edwin's side. Every bone in his body ached. Yeah, I hit you. What are you going to do? Damien's punches didn't stop. Successive assaults struck Edwin's body all over. Edwin Ryan Bloom tried to counter, but it was futile. Damien Haxon's punches landed unexpectedly. Face, side, abdomen, ribs, and more. His body took hits in various places. In the end, Ryan Bloom had no choice but to abandon his counterattacks. He hunched his body a bit to minimize the impact. What? The startled knights couldn't even think to intervene. This bastard. That was the moment. While he was receiving a barrage, Edwin lashed out in frustration, throwing a punch. Damien easily evaded that punch, sweeping Ryan Bloom's leg. Ryan Bloom's body floated momentarily before crashing to the ground. However, as he fell, his head hit the corner. Edwin's eyes rolled back, showing the whites. Young master, are you all right? The guards were in a panic, shaking Edwin's body vigorously. Yet he couldn't regain consciousness. Damien Haxon wiped his forehead as if feeling refreshed. Now that's a bit relieving. Damien Haxon felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He thoroughly thrashed Edwin Ryan Bloom, exerting himself vigorously yet not losing his breath. These two facts immensely gratified Damien. All that training paid off. While feeling proud, Damien was interrupted. Edwin, who had been unconscious, regained his senses. Thud. The moment he was back, Ryan Bloom stood up, grinding his teeth. Damien Haxon. Shouting vehemently, he pulled out his gloves from his pocket. He threw them toward Damien's face. I challenge you to a duel. Finally accepting, I see. Damien grasped the gloves stuck on his face. If I win, don't hold me responsible for what I've done. Fine, but you have to agree to my condition too. What's that? If one of us dies in the duel, don't hold the survivor accountable. At that, Damien twisted the corner of his mouth. You are going to regret that. Edwin, what's that supposed to mean now? Paul Haxon strongly objected to Edwin's statement. A duel risking lives. This is absolutely unacceptable. What does my son's life even mean to you? Try touching a single hair of my son's. I won't let it slide. Leave immediately. I won't tolerate any more of this insolent behavior. It wasn't just Paul Haxon. Even Damien's mother and sister protested against this. The only one keeping quiet was Abel Haxon, his younger brother. Go and stop them. Edwin Ryan Bloom neither attempted to persuade nor engage with the Haxon family. He simply gave orders to the knights. Young master, please calm down a bit. Yes, why are you getting so worked up over this pointless matter? The knights gathered the courage to speak. Even they could see that the situation was flowing oddly. At that, Edwin glared at the knights with bloodshot eyes. Do you guys want to die? Upon hearing this, the knights could only swallow hard. Having guarded Edwin Ryan Bloom for so long, they knew this wasn't a joke but a genuine threat. Stop the pointless chatter and prevent them from interfering. The knights had no choice but to block the Haxon family. Step aside now. Do you think this makes any sense? It's the young master's orders. Didn't I say to step aside? Paul Haxon tried to push the knights aside. However, he couldn't overcome their strength. Watching his father like this made Damien Haxon feel a complex mix of emotions. To stand against a Marquis family's heir for a wretched son like him, he felt both admiration and guilt simultaneously. Damien, don't do it. Stop, I'm begging you, Paul Haxon urgently shouted. In this life, he had resolved to obey his father's words, but today was an exception. Why should he beg? The current situation was intended by Damien Haxon. You three gather weapons. Surely our household isn't so poor that we lack usable weapons. Damien Haxon opened his eyes wide. He didn't like asking his family so casually, but spoke without much thought. Just winning the duel wasn't enough. He wanted to utterly demolish Edwin's pride. Not finding a suitable weapon, he looked around. Then something caught his eye on the table. "What are you doing?" Edwin Ryan Bloom asked, unable to understand. Understandably so, because what Damien Haxon held was a fork meant for eating dessert. "Didn't you say to gather weapons?" "I said a weapon for the duel." Damien Haxon flicked the fork lightly. "For the likes of you, this is enough. Ha." Edwin Ryan Bloom burst into laughter, utterly bewildered. The laughter continued for quite some time. Then with a face filled with intense malice, he growled, I will surely kill you." As his words came to an end, Edwin Ryan Bloom kicked the ground. He swung his longsword towards Damien Haxon's head, but Damien Haxon evaded the strike by slightly adjusting his upper body. "You dodged that." Edwin Ryan Bloom looked surprised. "Running away like a scared mouse, is that it? Let's see how long you can keep dodging." Edwin Ryan Bloom swung the sword repeatedly. However, Damien Haxon managed to evade all the attacks with slight movements. His habits are just like his older brothers. In a previous life, Damien Haxon had brought down the House Ryan Bloom alone. At that time, he clashed with the House Ryan Bloom's Grandmaster. The Grandmaster was at the level of a sword master and was preparing to inherit the Marquis position. That's how talented the Grandmaster was. His skills evolved in real time during combat, even though I won in the end. After a fierce battle lasting for about 7 hours, Damien Haxon mastered all the Grandmaster's skills and techniques. He then exploited this weakness and slit open the Grandmaster's throat. "I've thoroughly understood the Ryan Bloom family's sword technique. Lion's Roar Sword. Its name comes from the forceful momentum resembling a lion's roar. However, from Damien's perspective, who is aware of its flaws, it seemed no more threatening than a puppy barking. You." As the sword kept missing its mark, Edwin's expression changed. He realized that something was amiss. "How are you dodging all my strikes? It's all about skill." Damien Haxon replied indifferently. A surge of rage distorted Edwin Ryan Bloom's face. "Enough of this nonsense." With a shout, Edwin Ryan Bloom invoked his mana. Upon utilizing mana, Edwin Ryan Bloom's movements visibly accelerated. It'll be difficult to dodge now. However, his physique was still too frail. Edwin swung his longsword downward. The blade was aimed for Damien's forehead. Damien blocked the longsword with a fork. At the moment of collision, a look of disdain crossed Edwin Ryan Bloom's face. A fork intended solely for eating dessert couldn't possibly block a longsword. The fork would shatter miserably, and Damien Haxon's wrist would be severed. But when he thought so, the trajectory of the longsword deviated. The blade, meant for the forehead, veered to the left and stuck into the ground. It was an incomprehensible phenomenon. Edwin's expression displayed confusion. The other knights were equally baffled. How Edwin Ryan Bloom swung the sword again, pulling it out from the ground and drew a diagonal line from bottom to top. Again, Damien Haxon used the fork to block the longsword. At the moment of collision once more, the sword's trajectory shifted. The blade that traced the diagonal suddenly shot upwards, due to which Edwin almost lost hold of the sword. Edwin Ryan Bloom gritted his teeth and swung the sword again, but Damien could clearly see what he was trying to do. He inserted the flying longsword between the tines of the fork, and slightly adjusting the angle, he let the longsword slide away. Edwin's pupils widened as if in disbelief. Alternating between the longsword and the fork, he gazed at Damien with a face that couldn't believe it. How can you wield such techniques?" Among the opponents Damien Haxon had fought was a figure known as the Sword Saint Chinese letter. This individual had reached an unparalleled level in swordsmanship, capable of redirecting not only flying arrows but also magic. The pinnacle the Sword Saint achieved was the 10,000 flows inside Chinese letter, allowing them to perceive the flow of all attacks. Damien emerged victorious after 3 days of intense combat against the Sword Saint, because I'm a genius. He had no intention of explaining the circumstances in detail and replied briefly. His words enraged Edwin Ryan Bloom. "I told you to stop with that nonsense." Edwin Ryan Bloom adjusted his grip on the hilt. His overall mana surged more intensely. "This time I'll slice you with my sword." Edwin Ryan Bloom swung the sword even more fiercely, but Damien Haxon effortlessly deflected all the attacks. What am I seeing things? What am I witnessing right now? The knights watching this spectacle couldn't help but be astonished. Initially, they thought Damien had been lucky to deflect the sword strikes, but after it happened a second, third, fourth time, they had to acknowledge something extraordinary about Damien Haxon, his exceptional swordsmanship. Hey, just what am I seeing? I don't know either. Even the Haxon family was taken aback. From Paul Haxon to the rest of the family, they watched Damien with stunned expressions. Did he really single-handedly kill all the tavern's guards? While everyone was in shock, Damien himself felt a great sense of satisfaction. The effects of the potion are quite impressive. I should grab a few more. Despite moving for so long, he didn't feel overly tired. If it had been ordinary physical training, his stamina wouldn't have increased so rapidly. It was precisely when Damien was contemplating something else. This can't be happening. Was it due to consecutive mistakes? Edwin Ryan Bloom's expression twisted fiercely. As Ryan Bloom's heir me, unable to deal with a lowlife like you, how does that make any sense? Among those present, Damien Haxon was the first to notice a change. A reddish-brown smoke arose from Edwin's longsword, terrifying all the knights who witnessed it. Young master, do not summon the aura, the ultimate weapon that only warriors who have trained for a long time can create. Cover it over a blade and it can cut through metal plates like water. Embed it in a hammer and it can shatter rocks. Aura was the main reason why humans, a comparably weak race, could dominate the whole continent. Let's see whether you can block this too. The sword imbued with aura cut diagonally towards Damien Haxon's body. Damien Haxon brought the fork towards the incoming blade. At that moment, everyone could sense Damien's impending demise. They thought the fork would be severed and his body would be slashed. But what? Nothing changed. Even an attack infused with aura was deflected by the Sword Saint's pinnacle technique, 10,000 flows insight. At this incredible sight, Edwin Ryan Bloom's mind momentarily blanked out. As a result, the hand holding the longsword lost its strength. Damien Haxon noticed this and applied a bit more force with the fork. The longsword slipped out of his hand and fell helplessly to the ground. With the weapon gone, Edwin Ryan Bloom was left defenseless. Damien Haxon rushed forward. Before Edwin Ryan Bloom could evade, Damien Haxon aimed the fork at his neck. A line of blood appeared on Edwin Ryan Bloom's neck. At the moment his neck was cut, Edwin Ryan Bloom saw his life's memories flash before his eyes. However, despite the end of his life's journey, he wasn't drawn into the afterlife. Edwin Ryan Bloom collapsed to the ground, screaming in horror. He clutched his neck with trembling hands. Blood flowed, but the wound wasn't deep. I'm alive, though not dead. The intense fear made him feel powerless all over. Edwin Ryan Bloom yelled at the knights, W, what are you doing? P, protect me right now, stay back. Before he knew it, Damien was standing beside him. This duel continues until one side dies. If anyone interferes, I'll kill them first. Threatening with a fork used for cutting cakes was absurd, yet no one found it amusing. Edwin Ryan Bloom. Damien Haxon spoke with a chilling tone. I am the victor of this duel. You will not mention the previous incident to anyone as we agreed. In his heart, Damien wanted to kill Edwin Ryan Bloom right there, but he wasn't yet at a level to handle Marquis Ryan Bloom. I don't want to see your face anymore, so get lost right away. After saying that, Damien Haxon placed the fork on the table. Edwin Ryan Bloom fled from the Haxon estate as if escaping. Damien, I can't let the incident today slide without asking. As soon as Edwin Ryan Bloom left, the family members detained Damien Haxon and questioned him. When and where did you learn swordsmanship like this and from whom? When they heard about him single-handedly dealing with the tavern's guards, they dismissed it as a bizarre incident. But today was different. The Ryan Bloom Marquis was a highly respected knightly family. To treat someone known as a genius, like Edwin Ryan Bloom, who hailed from such a prestigious family, like a child. And on top of that, to repel a sword imbued with aura. In response to the family's questions, Damien Haxon fell silent, lost in thought. His family wouldn't believe that he had regressed. The problem was that he couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. That's how significantly stronger Damien Haxon had become. Eventually, Damien Haxon gave up on explaining. I just realized it on my own. At this, his father made a peculiar expression. Don't joke, I'm not joking. Do you think you've become a heaven-sent genius? Suddenly realizing such swordsmanship, Damien Haxon's pupils widened. How did you know? That's the correct answer. Damien, then I'll go train now. Ignoring his father's inquiries, Damien hurriedly fled from his father's room. Landwalk City. In this bustling city, which was a hub for traders and artisans, prosperity flowed endlessly, with wealth and people in constant abundance. Its vibrant exterior radiated splendor, yet dark shadows lingered within its wall. People who couldn't adapt to the city's lifestyle drifted away, settling on the outskirts. The slums of Landwalk City were formed this way. Dirty, smelly, and dangerous, the people of the city tended to avoid the slums as much as possible. Consequently, the slums remained quiet, as if by some unspoken agreement. Og, what in the world is this? However, the slums, which were usually quiet, were particularly tumultuous today. Suddenly, dozens of thugs barged in, ransacking each hut and dragging out the impoverished inhabitants. Where do these beggars get off shouting like this? They can't even keep quiet. The impoverished residents resisted in their own way, but it was futile. As the thugs punched their faces and abdomens, silence fell. Find that scum quickly. The first to find him gets 10 gold coins from the boss. The thugs roamed among the slum dwellers, carrying sketches with scrutinizing faces. Is he the one? It's not him. There's no mark on his forehead. Suddenly, one of the impoverished residents rose abruptly and punched 2 thugs in the jaw before darting away. Hey, he's running away. Capture him. If we let him escape, the boss will kill us. The man ran away from the thugs, but couldn't get far before being captured. How dare these rats lay a hand on our people? Don't let him get away. Despite causing a commotion, the man couldn't match the strength of the thugs. He was firmly subdued on the ground. Boss, we've caught the leader of the sewer rats gang. Please come and check. The thugs who overpowered the man called someone over who supposedly was their leader. Shortly after, a chubby man walked over with short steps. Tusk, tusk. He held a large sugar bun in his hand. Tusk, Tusk, you caught him faster than I expected. The subordinate standing nearby flattered the chubby man, rubbing his palm together. The flattery seemed to please the chubby man as he nodded contentedly. Tusk, Tusk, hiding in such a dirty place, the man said, eating the sugar bun in his hand like it was a pot. Then the subordinate promptly offered another sugar bun. Tusk, Tusk, the food tastes bad because of the smell here. Anyway, he's someone I don't like. That's right. He lacks any sense whatsoever. As the Tusk, Tusk sound continued, the expression of the man pinned on the ground by the thugs contorted. Eventually, he couldn't bear it and shouted, "You pig, stop gobbling and listen." Tusk, Tusk, pig, are you saying that to me? Seems so. A person without any discernment called the boss a pig while looking at his muscular body. Tusk, Tusk, you lack judgment to that extent. You've ruined your gang. The chubby man didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, he bit into a third sugar bun. Hey, sewer rat, the chubby man said as he licked the sugar dust off his fingers. I warned you. Come join me willingly. Abandon the sewer rat gang. The sewer rat was a powerful gang that, until recently, had secured a firm grip over Landwalk's underworld. Its influence was so dominant that other gangs needed to unite to confront it. However, the once powerful sewer rat gang met its downfall overnight. It wasn't just the sewer rat gang, all other gangs collapsed as well. This swift destruction was all credited to the chubby man, Cedric Walker. Look, the rat eventually has to become the serpent's prey. Cedric Walker's gang, Black Serpent, boasting formidable aggression, swiftly dominated Landwalk City's underworld. With the sewer rat gang now in ruins, there wasn't a single gang left to oppose the Black Serpent. All right, now that we've got the leader of the sewer rats gang too, it's over. Handle it roughly and bury the body anywhere. Yes, boss. As if he no longer cared, Cedric Walker turned away. The leader of the sewer rat gang attempted to curse, but couldn't as the Black Serpent members ganged up on him. Cedric Walker, mounted on a carriage, asked his subordinate, "There are no remnants left, right?" "Yes, none remains." For the past few days, Cedric Walker had been focusing on eradicating the surviving remnants of the defeated gangs. Now it's time to deal with that noble. If it's the noble, you mean the one who attacked the tavern. Upon the subordinate's words, a flicker of frustration appeared in Cedric Walker's eyes. About a week ago, a tavern Cedric was attacked. The gang's members guarding the tavern, even the squire they sent, was slaughtered. It was an immense incident that had significantly tarnished Cedric's and the Black Serpent's reputation. It was to such an extent that the remnants of the defeated gangs, who had been hiding all along, had now started raising their voices against him. Shall I send the boys to handle it? Cedric Walker abruptly struck his subordinate on the back of the head. Kill a noble in his estate. Are you an idiot? Dealing with some insignificant noble family could be done in a day. But despite being insignificant, nobles were still nobles. A sudden murder of a noble residing in his estate. The palace won't sit idly and watch. I am such a moron for having an imbecile like you as my subordinate. I am sorry. If you know you're sorry, then offer me one more bun. The subordinate timidly offered a sugar bun. Cedric Walker took a big bite of the sugar bun. Tusk, Tusk, it will get annoying if I get involved in this directly. For these matters, it's best to leave them to the experts. I see, boss, but who's the expert? A dark mage. I'm hiring a dark mage. No, I've already hired one. A cunning smile crept upon Cedric Walker's lips. A slight manipulation by a dark mage would be enough to destroy that small noble family. We don't need to spill blood unnecessarily. Even after hearing Cedric Walker's words, his subordinate's face didn't brighten. Boo, but aren't dark mages dangerous? I've heard that they can brainwash the employer and turn them into slaves. Do you think dark magic of this caliber is easy to do? It's something only high-level dark mages can perform. Meeting a high-level dark mage is incredibly rare. That may be true, but... And right now, the church is strictly monitoring the movements of the dark mages. High-level dark mages are too busy evading the church. As he finished his words, the carriage abruptly came to a stop. Cedric Walker, along with his subordinates, entered a shabby house on the outskirts of the city. Oh, you've arrived. Inside the house, a cowering man was waiting for Cedric Walker. Are you Fakel? Why, yes. Fakel not only looked hesitant, but also stuttered over his words. His demeanor didn't exactly instill confidence or trust. You're aware of the request, right? The more damage you inflict upon the Haxans, the higher the price I'll pay. Oh, understood. I'll provide the necessary items for using dark magic. Just tell me the list. Fakel repeatedly bowed. Generally, mages tend to have a high and mighty attitude due to their use of magic, a transcendental power. Dark mages were no exception, but compared to them, Fakel seemed overly submissive. But if you get caught by the church, I'll deny knowing you. Understood, I'll keep that in mind. Fakel bowed again, almost touching the ground with his head. Morning breakfast time. The people of the Haxan household were all gathered in the dining room, yet there were no conversations, and only the clinking of utensils could be heard. However, all family members were continuously glancing in one direction, which was towards the eldest son of the Haxan family, Damien Haxan. Whether he noticed those glances or not, Damien silently focused on his meal. As soon as he finished eating, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up to leave. I'll excuse myself. Why yes, go ahead. Upon receiving permission from his father, Damien rose from his seat. Outside, Damien scratched his cheek. It must have looked awkward, however he didn't have any complaints. After all, he had suddenly changed his behavior overnight, so it was inevitable for his family members to feel strange. It'll get better over time. Thinking so, Damien walked down the corridor. It was time to begin the morning training. At that moment, a maid approached. Damien, what's the matter? Madam asked me to give this to you, young master. The maid handed him a jug of water and some simple snacks. Damien looked at the items with a blank expression. Mother asked you to give these to me. Damien smiled bitterly. Even though he always created problems for his family, his mother had always supported him like this. The maid slightly bowed and went back. Damien came outside with the training items. Besides the water and food given by his mother, he also brought a towel to wipe off the sweat and finally, a slightly special item. I should thank father for this. It was a longsword. It was the same longsword that nearly split Damien's head on the day of his regression. Since he planned to start swordsmanship training from today, he talked to his father last night and received it from him as a gift. It's not a great sword, but well, it's for training anyways. The blacksmith who made the sword wasn't particularly skilled, and the iron used as material was of low quality. Yet considering Haxon's financial situation, even a sword like this had to be used sparingly. I should have stolen a weapon from Edwin Ryan Bloom. Edwin Ryan Bloom, fitting for his position as a noble, had an impressive weapon. It was a sword that even Damien would envy. If I get the chance, I should get a proper sword for myself. Though he was beyond being restricted by the choice of weapons, but warriors by nature tended to yearn for exceptional swords. As Damien pondered over these thoughts, he stepped outside the Lord's residence. Oh, how did this happen? A sigh came from the direction of the stables. Puzzled, Damien walked over to that area, and there he saw a group of servants gathered around the stables. Curious about what was happening, he peeked through the gaps between the servants to see inside the stables. The horse is dead. Among the 3 horses the household owned, one lay dead inside the stable, its eyes still open and its tongue sticking out. It was perfectly fine until yesterday. Why did it suddenly die? The servants scratched their heads in confusion. Lord Haxon will be terribly angry. It will be fortunate if he's just angry. What if he asks us for an explanation? It wasn't unreasonable for the servants to worry since an animal as expensive and valuable as a horse suddenly died under their supervision. It was just an animal that had died, but Damien couldn't easily divert his gaze. There was something oddly familiar about the dead horse. A complex and almost foul odor, akin to burnt ashes and a hint of blood, emanated from it. Dark magic. To explore further, Damien pushed through the servants and approached the horse. Who is this? Oh, young master. The why young master is here. As the servants noticed Damien's presence, their expressions were filled with fear. Considering the significant loss to the Haxon estate and Damien Haxon's notorious reputation, it was a natural reaction. However, Damien didn't pay much attention to the servants. He was only interested in examining the dead horse for traces of dark magic. Seems like my guess was right. As he caressed the horse's skin, a hint of black magic lingered on his fingertips. It was faint but definite. It wasn't regular magic, it was dark magic. Someone killed the horse using dark magic. In truth, Damien was well versed in dark magic. During the Death Knight era, Darugo aimed to make Damien a more powerful being, so he had instilled all the dark magic he was familiar with. Who could it be? The only possible foes who would hold a grudge enough to hire a dark mage were Edwin Ryan Bloom and the Black Serpent Gang. But Edwin Ryan Bloom had left just yesterday, so it was unlikely that it was him. That leaves the Black Serpent. It seemed like they resorted to harassing him by employing a dark mage since killing a noble posed too much risk. This is becoming a headache. If animals kept dying this way on the impoverished territory of Haxon, it would result in a significant loss. I need to eliminate the dark mage as soon as possible. The problem was how to track down the mage. If Damien Haxon from the Death Knight era were present, he could have expanded his senses to locate the dark mage, but it wasn't possible right now. Should I try tracking them using dark magic? Damien found dark magic repulsive. It had ruined his life under Darugo's influence, but if it could be helpful, he was willing to use it for the sake of his family's safety and happiness. First, I need to send the servants away. He couldn't use dark magic in front of them. Damien addressed the servants. Seems like this horse died from some contagious disease. What? A contagious disease? The servant quickly covered his mouth, looking at Damien with fearful eyes. Feeling that he might get severely scolded for saying something in between, the servant seemed to think that Damien would be furious. Since there might be a risk of contagion, keep people away from the stable. Also, gather some people and cremate the horse's body. Oh, understood. Following Damien's instructions, the servants dispersed. The area near the stables soon became quiet. As the people disappeared, Damien gathered all the remaining dark magic from the horse's body. Collecting dark magic wasn't possible through regular means, so he had no choice but to reuse the magic present in the body. Although it was a small amount, it was enough to cast a tracking spell. If I do this. Damien wove a spell and cast it. A black wave spread in all directions from him. After a while, a sly smile appeared on Damien's lips. Found you. Damien's gaze pointed towards the west. Damien followed the tracking spell, pursuing the dark mage. The location indicated by the dark magic was a forest which was adjacent to the Haskin Manor. It was a place frequently visited by the residents of the territory to gather mushrooms and herbs. It was farther than I thought. Curse-type dark magic tended to have a lower success rate as the distance increased. The fact that the dark mage had established his base so far from the mansion meant that he was a skilled magician. This might be dangerous. Saying so, Damien moved further into the woods. It was when he reached the heart of the forest that the tracking spell suddenly ceased. It seems to be around here. There was nothing at the place where Damien was currently standing. Leaves littered the ground and only trees grew nearby. He must be hiding somewhere here. Dark mages were pursued by the church for being considered as demons' kin, leading most of them to habitually conceal their abilities or residences. Let's take a look around. Damien Haskin began to explore the surroundings meticulously, inspecting under tree roots and seemingly ordinary rocks. After a while of wandering, Damien halted. The sensation under his foot felt peculiar. Damien examined the ground. It's an illusion. Surprisingly, it wasn't an ordinary illusion. It possessed some degree of dark magic as well. Indeed, it's the dangerous one. Damien scrutinized the illusion closely. The knowledge of dark magic imparted by the Dorguo to him was extensive and precise, enabling him to quickly grasp the magical components. Found it. He thrust his longsword towards the core sustaining the magic. As the core shattered, the magic formation supporting the illusion dissipated and the illusion vanished, revealing a staircase. As Damien descended the stairs, he found himself in a big chamber. Cuck, cuck, cuck. Suddenly, a strange laughter echoed in the chamber. Damien hurriedly hid himself behind the wall. Whether he's the boss of the Black Serpents or whatever, he was indeed a foolish guy. He really brought all the items that I demanded. A small framed man entered the chamber and spoke to himself. Damien observed the man. He barely surpassed 150 centimeters of height and had a small stature with lanky arms and legs which was devoid of any muscles. A typical physique for a magician. Strange. He doesn't seem as threatening as I expected him to be. Contrary to Damien's anticipation, the dark mage didn't emanate a significant aura of power. Is he hiding his strength? No, there's no way I wouldn't recognize it if he did that. Damien's observation skills transcended those of an expert. So even if the dark mage concealed his strength, it wouldn't have escaped Damien's notice. I should observe a little longer. Concealing his presence, Damien observed the dark mage. With this much amount, I won't have to worry about experimental materials for a while. The dark mage looked at the items scattered around the chamber. Jars filled with the insides and blood of various animals, a plethora of herbs, and more were spread across the chamber. Goodness, what a downgrade I have become, ending up with such a petty job. The dark mage expressed his discontent. Even if I hadn't been chased by the church, I wouldn't have had to take on such annoying tasks, damn it. The dark mage picked up a wine bottle placed on the table. Without pouring it into a glass, they took swigs from the bottle. Phew, it might get boring, but it's not so bad. Avoiding the church's gaze and conducting the experiments that I've been planning for a while. Seemingly having a high tolerance towards alcohol, the dark mage quickly emptied a bottle of wine. Still, it feels lonely being alone. The dark mage pondered while surveying the cave. Come to think of it, I've heard that the noble's daughter is quite a beauty. Lost in thought, the dark mage sat still, stroking their chin. No, she can't be quite a beauty. Beauties of that level are rare even in the capital. It was unlikely that I'd find such a gem in a place like this countryside. The dark mage smirked. His gaze was unsettling, hinting at some ominous thoughts. Since it's a doomed family anyway, might as well have some fun by kidnapping in advance, perhaps because there was no one to listen. The dark mage unleashed all sorts of lewd remarks about Louise Haskin. What nonsense is that imbecile spouting? The problem, contrary to his thoughts, was that there was one more person present here. Just what is he talking about, my sister? In his past life, Louise Haskin, her sister, was the only one who worried about him till the moment of her death. She was the person Damien had the most to atone for. Hence he was furious when he heard the dark mage talking something indecent about his sister. Deliberately making loud footsteps, Damien entered the chamber. Who are you? The dark mage immediately turned to Damien. As soon as he saw Damien's face, the mage's pupils widened as if about to pop out. You're that guy. The eldest son of the Haskin family, the mage's pupils dilated with unease. The Black Serpent warned me to be cautious of you since you alone killed dozens of their members, but how did you find this place? What are you, a soon-to-die man, so curious about? Die who, me? Damien Haskin drew the longsword given by his father. You're well aware. If you understand, politely offer your neck and wait. This guy's a real pain. A smirk formed on the dark mage's lips. I've decided. I'll turn you into an experimental subject and torment you forever. As the mage raised his hand, dark mana began to gather in the air. The dark magic coalesced into dozens of projectiles, aimed straight at Damien Haskin. As the dark projectiles were launched, hundreds of ways to kill the dark mage flooded Damien's mind. He could have deflected all the projectiles and thrust a blade into the mage's heart, or redirect the projectiles to strike the mage instead. But due to the sudden turn of events, all those plans had to be forgotten. A crimson light emanated from Damien Haskin's left palm. Could this be? Flustered, Damien peered at the back of his hand. Brightly glowing inscriptions appeared on his hand. As Damien saw the writings, his pupils widened in disbelief. This power, the moment Damien Haskin exclaimed in astonishment, the dark projectiles surged towards him. However, not a single projectile reached Damien. They disintegrated and became dark mana particles before reaching him. Observing this, a sense of puzzlement crossed the face of the dark mage. The mage glanced at his own palm. Did I get drunk by any chance? I'm handling this so carelessly. The mage recreated and launched the dark projectiles once more. This time, twice the number of projectiles surged towards Damien. Reaching out towards the projectiles, Damien caused them to vanish without coming close. What's your identity? What kind of interference are you causing in my magic? The dark mage shouted with an astonished expression. Damien had no time to respond to his question. How does this still remain? Darugo intended to make Damien an ultimate weapon. Despite granting him the strongest physique and infusing the best magic artifacts in him, Darugo was still dissatisfied. Hence, he decided to transfer the ancient powers contained in the sacred water he had gotten by chance into Damien's body. That's how Damien gained a total of 7 different powers, or the 7 authorities. Each authority possessed incredibly formidable abilities, which were difficult for even Darugo to control. Among them, the authority Damien currently used was the authority of greed. It can't be true. There's no way the power of the 7 authorities still remains inside me. Damien himself didn't know the true identity of this authority. However, as he had reverted during the regression, losing both his Death Knight body and dark magic, he assumed the authorities were gone as well. Is it really the authority of greed? The authority of greed had the ability to disintegrate anything that is made of magic and absorb the mana present in it. If this was indeed the authority of greed, then it wouldn't just stop at dispelling the dark projectiles, but it also would acquire the dark mana itself. Damien Haskin reached towards the empty space. As the dark projectiles vanished, the dispersed dark magic gathered back together. Incredible, he had hoped against it, but it was indeed real. Damien Haskin still possessed the complete 7 authorities. I understand. So you were a dark mage too. It was possible for you to kill dozens on your own because of your proficiency in dark magic. The dark mage heaved a sigh of relief. Meeting a fellow dark mage in a place like this, it's rare for a noble to be a dark mage. Who taught you? Your skills are really impressive. Damien looked at the dark mage with an incredulous expression. Instead of replying, he utilized the gathered dark mana through the authority of greed to create dark projectiles. What are you trying to do now? Damien aimed the dark projectiles towards the dark mage. The dark mage quickly created a shield using dark magic to block the projectiles. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me, you lunatic? Why am I attacking you? Damien said with a bewildered expression. You received the job of killing the Haskin family from the Black Serpents and also cursed our family's territory. Isn't that enough of a reason for you to die? You and I are both dark mages. Who said that? Damien furrowed his brows. The thing I hate most in this world is a dark mage. I'd tear one apart just by seeing them. Damien didn't harbor any positive feelings towards dark mages, and there was a simple reason for that. Darugo, who ruined his life, was a dark mage. What? But didn't you just use? Stop babbling and prepare to die. Damien drew his longsword. His curiosity had been satisfied, now it was time to conclude. I don't know who you are. Dark magic began to emanate from the dark mage's whole body. But if you intend to kill me, even if you are a fellow dark mage, I won't forgive you. That's not what I meant. The dark mage formed hand seals with both hands. Standing before a dark mage who specializes at cursing is akin to committing suicide. In an instant, the dark mana disappeared. It hadn't truly vanished, but had been expended in using the dark magic. Gray smoke billowed up from beneath the dark mage's feet. The gray smoke, surprisingly, looked like a mouth with big teeth inside it. Let every joint in your body rot to death. The gray smoke engulfed Damien, and the pointed teeth chewed at various parts of his body. He didn't actually feel any pain, but something was seeping in through the teeth, a corrosion-type curse. During his time as the Death Knight, Damien had frequently utilized curses. Using curse was considered to be the best thing to do when fighting against multiple foes. Even a massive army would collapse instantly if they are affected by the curse. It's a fairly potent curse. If it were to be anyone else in my place, he would have felt the effects of the curse significantly. Damien exerted the authority of greed. The gray smoke disintegrated in an instant. The disintegrated dark mana was converted into dark power, which was absorbed by Damien. Witnessing his magic being nullified, the dark mage's face stiffened. What are you? Damien Haskin. I'm asking for your real identity. Who are you? And why are you pretending to be Damien Haskin? The dark mage couldn't believe what he was seeing. I really am Damien Haskin. What nonsense. Not only did you undo my dark magic, but you also absorbed my dark power as your own. It's something only a high-ranking dark mage could do. The dark mage shouted angrily. After a while of composure, the dark mage calmed down slightly. Fine. With a snap, the dark mage gritted their teeth. If you don't want to reveal your identity willingly, I'll force it out of you. The dark mage unclasped the bracelet that he was wearing. Suddenly, the entire cave turned pitch black. As the dark mage removed his bracelet, the entire cave was engulfed in dark magic. The floor, the ceiling, the walls all turned pitch black. It felt like being wrapped in the night sky. Damn it. Even after releasing such dark magic, the dark mage wore an uneasy expression. It was supposed to be the secret weapon against the church. With a glint, the mage sharpened their gaze at Damien. Now that it's come to this, don't think of dying gracefully. I'll make you beg for death. Damien paid little heed to the mage's warning. The mage's focus was entirely on the bracelet they had removed. To hold such a vast amount of dark magic, and I didn't notice. Storing magic in large quantities makes it hard to conceal. The more it accumulates, the stronger its presence becomes. The same applied to dark magic. However, that bracelet concealed its magic so perfectly that not even Damien could sense it. Could it be an artifact? An artifact from the distant, obscure remnants of ancient civilizations, said to possess extraordinary abilities due to technology far beyond the present. Carrying something like that, you're no ordinary dark mage. Who in the world are you? I have nothing to say to someone who won't even reveal their identity. Once again, the dark mage refused to answer. I'd like to say that, but I'm not a rude stranger like you. The mage gestured to their wrist. A white flower was tattooed on their forearm. I'm known as Yulan's executive, Akitora. Dark mages are despised everywhere they go. They use dark magic to corrupt people's souls and bodies, turning them into slaves. Because of this, they are deemed as heretics. In order to hunt these mages deemed heretics, the Holy Church conducts purification operations several times a year. However, the mages did not sit idly by. The dark mages formed different organizations in order to counter the attacks of the Holy Church. These organizations exchanged information with each other and also provided mutual assistance against the church. Over the time, these organizations gained considerable notoriety and grew to a size that made it difficult for the church to eliminate them. Yulan's executive. Yulan was one of those dark mage organizations. It was famous enough that even a countryside noble like Damien knew about it. Given the formidable nature of the organization, there was no need to gauge the abilities of this dark mage, Akitora. Why would someone like you agree to be hired by a small gang like the Black Serpents? I just wanted to lay low for a while. I wasn't hired by anyone. Lay low. Ah, is it because of the church? When a figure as significant as an executive Yulan had to conceal himself so discreetly, it signaled the movement of the Holy Church. I heard the rumors that the Holy Church is hunting dark mages as of recently. Is that the reason why you were pretending to be a third-rate mage? Akitora sharpened his gaze after listening to Damien. Yes, you're right. Damn it, of all the gigs to make money, I end up meeting someone like you. Akitora spat out curses and questioned. You know my name, yet you persist in hiding your identity. I've never hidden it. Ha, you still see me as an idiot, huh? Anger flashed across Akitora's face. His emotions stirred the dark magic. It doesn't matter if you don't listen now. Despite not constructing an incantation, the dark magic took shape. Thick tentacles emerged from the ground, coiling around Damien. QCN, Dirty Mind activated. PRN, focus on work you horny MF. The sheer force of the tentacles were squeezing Damien. You damn bastard. Regret it in the afterlife. Despite his victory, Akitora wasn't particularly elated. Victory was expected from the moment he, a Yulan executive, displayed his true prowess. Yulan might not rival the colossal dark mage organization like the Abyss, which is rumored to be lurking within the Walls Empire, but it was quite impressive in its own right. At that moment, cracks began to surface on the tentacles, rapidly spreading all over it. With the sound of a shattering glass, the tentacles shattered into pieces. As the dark magic dissipated, scattered dark mana began to swirl like a tempest. I thought it was some impressive dark magic. In the midst of it all, Damien spoke in a solemn voice. But it's not as impressive as I thought. This is impossible. Akitora shouted in agony. This magic, I've developed it all my life. It's something only I can use in this world. How could you? As long as Damien had the authority of greed, no matter what dark magic Akitora tried to use, it was futile. All your life seems quite rudimentary for something like that. You should strive harder. Of course, Damien didn't reveal this fact. Instead, he provoked Akitora. I won't spare you, not in a million years. I'll make sure you. Shame and rage surfaced simultaneously on Akitora's face. Akitora began absorbing all the unleashed dark mana from the bracelet. An immense amount of dark mana was injected into his body. It seemed quite taxing as Akitora's complexion turned pallid, as if he might vomit at any moment. If it's too much, you can always stop. Akitora didn't respond. No, it seemed he had no strength to respond. Dark lines began etching themselves on the skin exposed beyond the robe. is that magic circle. Damien immediately recognized the nature of those lines. Using the dark energy, Akitora was drawing a magic circle on his own body, but Akitora didn't stop there. He retrieved a dagger from his bosom. Damn it, I didn't expect to use this magic here. Akitora slashed his own wrist with the dagger. The blood coming out of it turned to ash upon hitting the ground. Right after that, a green flame emerged above Akitora's head. The green flames extended like serpents, swirling around Akitora. Damien immediately discerned the nature of these flames. You've borrowed power from a demon. Skillful dark mages could harness power from demons by sacrifices. Akitora had summoned these demon flames by sacrificing his blood and dark magic. Yes, this is the power of a demon. Hell's flames. The green flames were unprecedented. Merely touching caused the ground to melt, transforming into flowing streams like lava. This is something you can't dispel. This isn't just dark magic, it's the power of a demon. Akitora extended his hand towards Damien. Go. Incinerate him. The demon's flames engulfed Damien. It felt more like a surging wave than mere flames. He's seriously mistaken something. Contrary to Akitora's thoughts, the authority of greed could disintegrate even the power of a demon. At the moment Damien attempted to exert his authority towards the flames, a thought occurred to him. I don't necessarily have to use the authority. Despite having the power of authority in addition to dark magic, Damien was originally a swordsman. Even during his time as a Death Knight, he always wielded a sword when facing formidable adversaries. With this much dark magic, I can use the sword technique from my Death Knight days. In his past life, Damien had amalgamated techniques acquired from battling strong opponents, creating a single sword technique. Infusing his aspirations into this technique, he named it the soul-severing sword. However, in this current life, he had to give up on the soul-severing sword technique because it was a technique which used dark magic as its basis, which his current body lacked. I can't use the soul-severing sword without dark magic in my body. Dark mana and natural mana were fundamentally different and couldn't substitute for each other. Yet he didn't contemplate gathering dark mana to use the soul-severing sword. Dark magic could only be obtained through corpses. The dark mages didn't commit horrifying crimes without any reason. Damien had no intention of acting like a dark mage. I'm curious, how far can I materialize the soul-severing sword using a human body? Damien absorbed the dark magic into his body. The dark magic smoothly integrated, as if it had entered its own home. Pitch black aura surged from the longsword's blade. Akitora's face stiffened upon seeing the aura. Aura, you are not a dark mage. The smoky, fiery aura began converging around the blade. Gradually, the aura took a complete form. A jet black blade formed as if it would absorb all light. Aura blade, a technique only wielded by those who have reached the swordmaster's level. An invincible weapon capable of slaying even the pinnacle of creatures like dragons. That absolute power now materialized in Damien's hands. Wait a moment, Damien raised the sword. The air around the aura blade started to distort. Stop, I surrender. Damien swung the sword horizontally. A single black line that looked like it could have even divided the world in half was shot at Akitora. Green flames were embedded into the line. In an instant, not a single spark light remained in the cave. Please spare me, spare me. Akitora tried to turn and flee, despite Damien blocking the only exit. Then all of a sudden his upper body slipped and fell onto the ground. Startled, Akitora looked back. His two legs were standing on the ground, severed without him even realizing. Clutching the severed thighs, Akitora screamed in agony. Too noisy. Damien, now close to Akitora, slapped his face. The scream abruptly halted. My legs, my legs. The shock must have been significant, but now's not the time to worry about that. Damien pressed the longsword's blade against Akitora's neck, which caused color to drain from Akitora's face. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Do you want to live? Damien chuckled. Then you'll have to pay something other than your life. These are all the belongings that I have. Akitora laid out all his possessions in front of Damien. With eyes tinged with irritation, Damien examined the items. Is this really all you have? A book inscribed with curse-type dark magic, the bracelet worn by Akitora, and a pouch containing gold coins. The materials Akitora obtained from the Black Serpent were all destroyed during the battle. You are supposed to be a high-ranking member of Yulan, yet you are so poor. I was fleeing from the church. Useless, you should have brought more. Damien lightly tapped Akitora's head with the longsword. Akitora's face reddened with panic and fear. There was nothing noteworthy in the dark magic book, so Damien immediately picked up the bracelet. In truth, this single bracelet alone held tremendous value. What's the identity of this bracelet? Is it an artifact? That's right. As Damien anticipated, the bracelet was no ordinary item. What exact abilities does it have? It can contain any kind of energy within it. Whether it's natural mana or dark mana, it doesn't matter. Plus, it has a concealment function, so the content stored inside it will never be revealed. Are you sure? The fact that I've managed to survive until now is enough proof. With a satisfied expression, Damien re-examined the bracelet. Its functionality might have been straightforward, but it was really useful to him. I could store dark mana in here and use dark magic. As proven today, using dark magic could help him replicate the sword techniques he learned in the past, although they won't be as powerful as before, but it was enough of a trump card against powerful opponents. However, dark magic was a perilous force that could lead to being chased by the Holy Church if exposed. With this bracelet, he could be free from such concerns. With some skill, I might be able to reach the realm of the Divine Sword again. After battling with many formidable opponents, Damien Haskin absorbed their skills and techniques. Using them as a basis, he reached the realm of the Divine Sword. He was able to slay Dorugo in his past life only after reaching the realm of the Divine Sword. But seriously, is this the end? Do you have nothing more? And no, I don't. Really, please put that sword down, Damien said as he raised the longsword. No, there has to be something. Squeeze it out. How can I squeeze out something that doesn't exist? Then a glimmer of hope appeared on Akidora's face. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a notebook. What's this? That's a piece of paper where the Black Serpent boss wrote down the records of items I wanted to purchase. If you visit the stores written here, you'll be able to confirm it. Oh, Damien opened the notebook and checked its contents. The trade records of materials were meticulously written. If that's there, it could prove that the transactions did take place. You know, dealing with such transactions is a major crime, right? If we play this right, we can associate both the organization and the Black Serpent with each other. Then I can wipe out the Black Serpent without lifting a finger. Given how quickly you understood, you're quite smart. The two laughed loudly. Akidora cautiously asked, now you'll spare my life, right? No. Damien swung the longsword and beheaded Akidora. I don't forgive those who harm my family. Damien grabbed Akidora's head and placed it in a suitable pouch nearby. And I need compelling evidence. What good was just a notebook? He needed concrete evidence linking to the involvement of a real dark mage. However, keeping Akitora alive would pose a risk to Damien. Now, shall we go and teach the Black Serpents a lesson? Saying this, Damien exited the cave. A rattling carriage was running on the road to the Landwalk City. Inside it, Victor, the loyal servant of Viscount Haskin, was gazing across with a face full of distrust and wariness. Sitting there was Damien Haskin, the eldest son of the Viscount Paul Haskin. What scheme are you planning to involve me in this time? Just a few minutes ago, Victor was busy disposing of the carcass of the dead horse along with some other servants. However, Damien suddenly appeared before him and summoned him for a task. Young master, what is it that you need me to do? I want you to go to the Landwalk City with me. What? Why on earth would you want to go to that dangerous place? Recalling that conversation, Victor sighed to himself. Entering Landwalk City now meant an inevitable encounter with the notorious Black Serpents, yet there was no avoiding it. Damien Haskin was the successor to the Viscount, and it was Victor's duty to serve him. I hope everything goes smoothly without any trouble. Whether aware of Victor's thoughts or not, Damien was engrossed in reading. The book he was reading seemed to be very old with its cover completely worn out. Seeing Damien so engrossed in reading that book, Victor curiously asked, Young master, what book are you so fervently engrossed in? It's a grimoire. It's something I recently got. Victor subtly smiled at Damien's response. Young master, do you think I'd fall for such a frivolous lie? It's the truth. I may be an ignorant fool who doesn't know how to read and write, but I am well aware of how dangerous and rare grimoires are. With his chest puffed out, Victor spoke. Damien Haskin glanced at Victor and murmured, You truly are a funny one. A few hours later, the carriage safely arrived at Landwalk City. Victor, there's something I want you to do. As soon as they entered the city, Damien handed a pouch to Victor. Victor's expression turned serious when he saw the sack. Underneath the pouch it felt damp, emitting a strange odor. Young master, what is this? A human head? No, young master, you jest, but even for my ignorance, such jokes. Victor, without much thought, peered inside the pouch, meeting the eyes of a staring head. Victor screamed, falling backward. Damien Haskin picked up the pouch. Victor, get a hold of yourself. People are watching. Indeed, the surrounding gazes had turned towards them. What on earth is this? Asked later. Your task now is to deliver this head and this notebook to the church of this city. Victor hastily took the notebook that Damien gave him. It's a very important mission. You must deliver these to the church without fail. That's crucial. Fail. At Victor's question, Damien chuckled. I said to ask later, didn't I? If you understand, then move quickly. Victor nodded with a determined face. Clutching the pouch and the notebook, he set off to the city's church. Then I must move as well. The first place Damien headed to was the tavern attacked the day before. Cutting off their heads is easy, but that won't appease my anger. They touch my family, so I'll crush them starting from their core. Damien aimed to uproot the Black Serpents entirely from the Landwalk City. To achieve that goal, he needed to know the exact locations of the Black Serpents gang's bases within the city. Hence, he visited the tavern he went to last time. As a side note, I'll ask for some more elixirs from the owner too. However, Damien's plan was spoiled. The doors shut. The tavern's entrance was blocked by boards, with a paper stating closed plastered on top. How did this happen? Damien clenched his jaw. With things turning out this way, he had no choice but to find other members of the Black Serpent gang and inquire about their headquarters' whereabouts. At the moment, Damien Haskin pondered where to find Black Serpent members. "You swindler!" Suddenly, a loud voice echoed. Turning towards the source, two men were locked in a scuffle. "Hand over my money right now," I said. "Hand it over." A skinny man, draped in rags, shouted angrily. "Your money? I told you that I'd arrange work for you in exchange for a fee." The man retorted to the ragged one's complaints with a sneer. Unlike the ragged man, the other was well-dressed, with a sturdy body. "A fee? Yes, I agreed to that. But you never said you'd take 80 as an introduction fee." "I'll say it now then, the introduction fee is 80. Damien observed the two men intently, or more specifically, he was looking at the snake tattoo on the neck of the sturdy man. "You thief, give me my money now." The ragged man hung onto the other. The man, his face firm, thrust his fist into the ragged man's abdomen. The ragged man's back bent like a shrimp. Continuing, the man grabbed the ragged man's hair and began slapping him. "Hey, you beggar. You begged me when you needed a job, but now that you've found work, you act up. Since stop." The ragged man, being weak, could only take the beating without resistance. After beating the ragged man for a while, the man finally stopped. "Next time you catch my attention, I'll cripple you." As the man turned to leave, someone grabbed his shoulder. "What now?" He turned around with a firm expression. Damien had his hand on the man's shoulder. "Are you a member of the Black Serpent? What if I am?" "You need a job too." "No, I need something else." "Something else? Tell me the locations of all the bases of the Black Serpent gang in the city." The man was shocked after hearing Damien's words. "Are you insane?" Suddenly, the man threw a punch on him. Damien easily evaded the man's punch and drew his longsword out. He aimed the blade at the man's wrist and swung it. Soon enough, the man's hand dropped to the ground. The man clutched his wrist with his hands. Blood seeped through his fingers. "You bastard, you cut my arm. You're making a lot of noise. Could you keep quiet for a bit?" Damien pressed the sword against the man's throat. The man choked, closing his mouth. "You seem to understand my words quite well. I'm pleased. Who are you? If I say I'm Damien Haskin, would you recognize me?" "To Damien Haskin, the noble who raided our tavern and murdered the guards and the squire there. You're very slow to catch on. I only sought rightful vengeance. Yeah, you dared to come back here. You are a lunatic." "A lunatic? Didn't I ask you to be quiet?" Damien pressed the blade closer to the man's neck, causing his face to pale. "Why did that tavern over there shut down?" "I may have caused a ruckus, but the place itself should have been fine. Because of what you did to the tavern last time, the customers stopped coming, and there was no income, so the boss decided to close it." "What about the owner? Was it Anderson?" If you're talking about that old man, then the boss held him accountable for everything that happened in the tavern and has told him to rectify it." Damien nodded his head thoughtfully. He wanted to get another elixir from him, but that won't work now. "Now to the main question. Tell me about all the bases of the Black Serpent gang in the Landwork City." The man's eyes flickered for a moment. It was evident he was hesitating. "Seems like you still don't get the situation you are in. Should I help by cutting off your ear?" "And no, I'll talk, so stop." Scared by the threat, the member spilled everything to Damien. Damien marked all the locations the member mentioned on the city map he had prepared beforehand. Apart from the central headquarters, there were a total of 5 places that he said were the main bases of the Black Serpent gang. Why are there so many? The Black Serpents are the biggest gang in Landwork City. That many bases are to be expected. No matter how grand a thug thinks he is, the fact that he will be a thug remains. Saying this, Damien put away his sword from the man's neck. The man's face brightened immediately when he sensed that the sword had been taken off his neck. Then you're letting me live now." "No." Damien swung the sword, slitting the gang member's throat. Unaware of what had befallen him, the member bled to death. "All of you will die anyway when the church comes." The church never forgave black magicians or their collaborators. Victor presented the dealings between the Black Serpent gang and the Black Magician. The church would eradicate the Black Serpent on charges of collaborating with demons. Damien had intended to exterminate the Black Serpent beforehand. Creating such a large threat might prevent his future enemies from recklessly targeting his family. There seems to be one nearby. Damien prepared to move. At that moment, Damien saw the ragged man who was beaten up by the gang member. The ragged person, with a face full of fear, warily stared at Damien. As if a thought had suddenly struck him, Damien reached into the gang member's pocket. He retrieved a pouch of money and tossed it over to the man. Why are you giving this to me? Don't misunderstand. It's not because of you that I killed this guy." Then why are you giving me this money?" "As a gesture of goodwill." At that, the ragged person displayed a perplexed expression. Leaving him behind, Damien moved towards first base. The first base Damien visited was a 2-story building located in an alley. At the entrance stood a guard who seemed quite vigilant. Damien walked steadily toward the guard. "Hey, outsiders are not allowed at this place. Get lost." Despite the warning, Damien didn't halt and instead looked at the guard. The guard, seeing that Damien didn't bat an eye to what he said, shouted again with a stern expression. "Can't you hear me? If you don't want to get beaten like a dog, scram." As soon as the guard came under his striking distance, Damien swung his longsword and severed the guard's neck. He then opened the door and stepped inside the building. The members of the Black Serpents were seated around a large table, drinking and gambling. Besides them, a man and a woman were kneeling totally naked. "You bastards," a middle-aged man raged in front of the man and woman. "I told you to supervise the prostitutes, but you ended up running away with one. Even then, instead of apologizing, you dared to mess with me and strike at my face. Sir, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Please spare us. We won't disobey your orders again." Despite the pleading of the man and woman, the leader's anger did not subside. "You vile wench, you owe me so much money and yet you dared to run away. If your mother couldn't pay and died, it is natural for you, her daughter, to repay the debts just as eagerly." The leader grabbed the woman's hair, causing her eyes to well up in agony. "Fine, it won't work. I should set an example by slitting both of your throats. Please have mercy. I beg you, shut up." The leader slapped the faces of both the man and woman. They groaned and collapsed to the floor, writhing in pain. "Sir, relax and come join us for a round." "Yes, what's the point of getting worked up over these leeches?" The other members addressed the leader. The leader, still fuming, decided to join the gambling table. At that moment, he noticed Damien standing at the door. "Ah, really, these idiots can't even do security work properly." The leader furiously ran his hand through his hair. "What the hell, who's on security today?" "It's Henry, sir. Bring him to my room. It's high time for me to do some serious mental re-education for these guys." "Understood." "What understood? Don't just sit there and get that guy out right now." The leader, infuriated, struck the back of the gang member's head. The member rubbed his head and stood up. "Ah, damn." The member, bearing the brunt of the leader's fury, had a frustrated expression. Seemingly intending to vent this rage on Damien, the member clenched his fist and approached him. "Where do you think you're barging in? You think the Black Serpent gang is a joke? Let me enlighten you properly today." Damien didn't even bother to respond to him and swung his longsword. The blade pierced through the gang member's neck. Shortly after, the man's head slid off his neck and fell to the ground. Other gang members watching the scene uttered dumbfounded sounds. The sudden death of their colleague caught everyone off guard, causing a delayed reaction to the situation. The body, now missing its head, lost balance and toppled over. At that moment, the gang members regained their composure. Broad's dead. It's an ambush." The members hastily searched for weapons. However, Damien was faster than them in grabbing weapons. He leaped among the gang members. Blood of the gang members spattered every time Damien swung his sword. The bodies of the gang members were severed. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into piles of corpses. The only one who remained was the leader. Losing strength in his legs, the leader started to tremble before Damien. Who are you? Did you know who I am? I'm an executive of the Black Serpents." Noisy. Damien stomped on the leader's ankle. Crack. With a sound, the ankle broke and the leader screamed. "If you scream one more time, I'll cut you this time." At Damien's warning, the leader tightly shut his mouth. When he quieted down, Damien glanced at the naked man and woman. Please spare us." The naked man and woman prostrated themselves before Damien. In an indifferent tone, Damien Haskins said, "You're free to leave. We promise to live our life peacefully." The two hurriedly dressed up and fled outside. "Now it's just the two of us here." Damien's gaze returned to the leader, which caused the leader's complexion to turn pale. "Now answer all the questions I ask truthfully." Would you spare me then? Let me hear your answers first and then I will make any decisions." Crouching to match the leader's eye level, Damien looked into his eyes and continued, "Tell me about all the Black Serpent's branches in this city." Though he had heard it from the member he had met near the tavern, he couldn't fully trust the information. After all, he was just an errand boy of the gang. That is why he decided to ask the leader, who is one of the executives of the Black Serpents. Why would you?" Damien hit the leader's face with the hilt of his sword. The leader spat out blood and broken teeth, growling in pain. "Just answer the question, understand." With tears streaming down his face, the leader nodded in pain. Anyone who met Cedric Walker for the first time might think of him as a pig, but when they start to know him, they realize that he is instead a cunning wolf in the form of a pig. Silk Cat is an upscale bar in Landwalk City because it is located at the very center of the place. It is very popular among the upper class of the city. However, this evening, instead of the usual bustling of the people, there was complete silence in the city. An unusual emptiness hung in the air, the surroundings eerily devoid of the usual bustle. The reason? Cedric Walker had rented out the entire place. I've often heard of Silk Cat's reputation, but it was too expensive for me to consider coming here. This really exceeds my expectations, truly. Seated beside a beauty, a man with a goatee gently encircled his hand on her waist as he began to speak. The beauty didn't show any sign of displeasure, but instead smiled enchantingly. Truly remarkable, they have wines from all around the world with them. Beside the man with the goatee sat a muscular and robust man, seemingly only interested in his drink. He sat there emptying his glass without any female companion. I'm glad you both are enjoying yourselves. Cedric Walker stood beside them, not taking a seat at the table. In fact, he was acting like a servant, pouring drinks for them and picking up the discarded items for him, as if he were a waiter and not the host. To rent out the silk cat entirely must have cost quite a fortune. Indeed, it must have. While it's true that we're having a good time, you must have paid a lot for this. A grin spread across Cedric's face as he caught wind of their words. I'm happy to spend this much money if I can make you happy. Is that so? I would appreciate it if you could visit more often. The faces of the two men lit up as they heard Cedric's words. Then shall we enjoy a bit more? The two men indulged again. The man with the goatee focused on the woman, while the muscular man concentrated on his drink. The cold gaze of Cedric Walker watching these two was chilling. They're incapable trash. If someone who knew the identities of those two had heard, they would have been shocked at Cedric's statement. The man with the goatee held the esteemed position of the governor of Landwalk City, and the muscular man served as the guardian knight protecting Landwalk City. In Cedric Walker's perspective, both of them were on their posts due to their luck and the situation in the city. They are not competent at all, appearing as inconsequential, insignificant trash. Ultimately, the governor is nothing but a scarecrow set up by the guild leaders, and that knight is just a brute good at wielding a sword. Landwalk City was heavily influenced by merchants and craftsmen. It naturally swayed to the desires of the guilds that had coalesced. For the sake of safeguarding their interests, the guild's established governors aligned with their tastes. The knight was hardly any different. Formerly a knight, he was hired by the city for a pittance, being immersed in gambling and alcohol, offering nothing more. Yet Cedric Walker was heavily investing in these two. Both were nothing more than empty-headed fools, but their facade held considerable value. Ah, Sir Cedric, regarding the establishments owned by other gangs, it seems feasible for the Black Serpent to acquire them all. This was due to the profitable dealings the Black Serpent gang had with them currently. Is it really all right? Yes. Let the Black Serpent manage all the entertainment venues in the city. While I am pleased about that, won't the others object? I have sufficient authority to suppress any opposition. The governor confidently asserted, though his goat-like beard didn't make him particularly impressive. Cedric bowed his head as if to plant it in the ground. I regret that there isn't much I can do in this situation. The guardian knight spoke, setting down an empty glass. Cedric feigned surprise as if questioning his statement. Just by safeguarding this city, you do a service deserving of gratitude, Sir Knight. Isn't that just something I should do? It might be expected, but maintaining security in a large city like the Landwalk isn't an easy task, you know. While you may be humble, excessively lowering yourself embarrasses others. Is that so? The guardian knight seemed satisfied with Cedric's flattery. Still, if there's anything you need, just tell me. I'll do my best to assist you. Cedric once again bowed his head to them. Though not visible to the two men, Cedric's eyes were icy at that moment. There's not much time before trash like these will bow to me. Cedric's ambition was to attain a position of power, allowing him to wield absolute control over the city. The plan was still being diligently executed. It won't be long before the governor and the knight would bow to Cedric instead. Is there anything lacking? I'll immediately go and get it for you. It was when Cedric Walker spoke thus. One of his subordinates approached him and whispered. Cedric Walker's expression immediately stiffened. I'm truly sorry to you both, but I'll have to step away for a moment. Seems like there's urgent business. Let's not worry about it and attend to our matters. Already deeply immersed in women and alcohol, the two didn't pay attention to whether Cedric Walker left or not. Emerging from the guest room at Silk Cat, Cedric Walker grabbed his subordinate by the collar. What did you just say? Damien Haskin is attacking our people. That's correct. What in the world is that dark mage doing? How can he allow that brat Damien to come here and cause a ruckus at my place as if he owns this city? I don't know, sir. Cedric let out a deep sigh. Darn it, he must have just taken the money and run. This is why wishy-washy people aren't to be trusted. Thinking about the payment that he gave to the dark mage made his blood boil. Suppressing his anger, Cedric Walker commanded his subordinate. Given the situation, I must personally take care of Damien Haskin. That scoundrel must be brought here alive. Do you understand? After saying this, Cedric turned around to return to the room to entertain the governor and the knight. His subordinate urgently grabbed hold of Cedric Walker. Boss, you can't just go in, you need to issue orders for us, I just said. Capture that guy alive. No, it's not possible. What with our abilities, we can't capture Damien Haskin. Upon hearing this, Cedric Walker struck his subordinate's thigh. The subordinate screamed, clinging onto Cedric Walker's leg. Can't you see that I am busy right now? Cut the nonsense. How much money have I invested to train you all? Yet you're saying can't you capture some insignificant brat? After the tavern was wrecked by Damien Haskin, Cedric rigorously armed and trained his gang members. He provided them armor made of monster hide and weapons crafted by skilled artisans. If that wasn't all, he even taught and allowed the higher-ups to use magic tools in times of emergency. No matter how much it was, Cedric didn't care at all. In this business, underestimating your opponent could lead to downfall. He was already humiliated by Damien previously, so doing this much to rectify it didn't mean that much to him. Even if we use magical tools, that guy turns everything to ashes. Does it make sense to you that we can't deal with just one guy? A member of the gang spoke with trembling eyes. I am telling the truth. Please believe me, so you won't stop ranting, huh? Cedric Walker struck at his subordinate with his fist. At that moment, another subordinate of his rushed in hurriedly. Boss. It was so urgent that the subordinate stumbled and fell to the ground. However, they quickly got up and reached Cedric Walker. Damien Haskin, our southern branch has been destroyed by that guy. Cedric Walker's mind hardened instantly. What is this guy saying now? Boss. Before Cedric Walker could regain his senses, another subordinate rushed in. Before reaching Cedric Walker, the subordinate shouted, the eastern branch has been annihilated by Damien Haskin. The northern district of Landwalk City, known for its numerous residential areas and usually peaceful surroundings, today was unusually chaotic. Kill him, I said kill him. No, would this even qualify as chaos? Scores of Black Serpent Gang's members had gathered in the square of the northern district. Everyone charge, crush him to pieces. Surprisingly, there was only one person opposing them in the square's center. A young man was standing against all members of the Black Serpent Gang in the midst of the square. His weapon, just an old longsword. In contrast, the enemies were equipped with spears, shields, crossbows which were made by skilled artisans, and even armor made of monster hide. In terms of numbers and strength, the Black Serpent Gang members were overwhelmingly superior. However, it was the members of Black Serpent who were being pushed back. Every swing of the young man's sword severed the limbs of the gang members. Some lost their heads. Neither the monster hide nor the shields were of any help against the sword of the young man. Don't be afraid. He's human too. He'll get tired soon. Keep charging until then. A man who seemed like an officer rallied the members. But no matter how much time passed, the young man didn't seem to get tired at all. Instead, his swordsmanship became more intricate and ferocious, resulting in the casualties among the Black Serpent Gang to increase. This guy. Finally, an officer who couldn't bear it anymore pulled something out from his bosom. It was a cylinder with peculiar patterns densely drawn in red. Let's see if you can survive this. A fireball erupted from the cylinder. It flew straight towards the young man. Glancing at the fireball, the youth swung his longsword horizontally. The fireball followed the trajectory of the sword. It looked as if leaves were flowing along a stream. What's that? Shock appeared on the officer's face. He had often heard that once you became a master, you could smoothly deflect an enemy's attacks. However, hearing that someone could pull off such a trick against magic was entirely new to him. How? The young man swung his sword, twirling his body. Then he aimed the tip of his sword towards the officer. The spinning fireball flew towards the officer. Wait, the darting fireball exploded. A massive flame engulfed the officer and the gang members. What kind of thugs even use magical tools? In the end, Damien Haskin sighed, tongue-tied. Apparently, dealing with magic was better against multiple opponents than mere swordplay. Now let's see, where should I head next? Damien unfolded the city map. Scanning the map, he decided on his next destination. I should head here. Boss, the northwest branch has been wiped out. Boss. We've received a message from the west branch. There's only one survivor left, the others are killed by Damien Haskin. Seeing his subordinates rush in successively, Cedric Walker grabbed his head. He couldn't believe it, but he had to. The gang he painstakingly built was being destroyed by just one person. He was experiencing it for the first time, hence, it was hard to believe. He was even starting to doubt whether his subordinates were all collectively lying. Boss, what should we do? Just shut up and wait. It was evident that with the gang's own power, they couldn't stop Damien Haskin. In that case, they needed to seek help from the outside. Damn, I didn't stash away my money for times like this. Cedric Walker lifted his head. He looked towards where the governor and the knight were enjoying themselves. Go and tell the guys to do their best and hold Damien Haskin. Yes, understood. After sending out his subordinates, Cedric Walker entered the VIP room. The governor and the knight warmly welcomed Cedric Walker. Oh, Sir Cedric, why are you only arriving now? Let's quickly have a drink. The governor offered a glass, but Cedric Walker didn't accept it. Instead, he kneeled on the floor. I admit it's a bit shameless of me, but I have a favor to ask from both of you. Damien roamed the city, destroying the branches of the Black Serpent Gang. The members of the gang resisted fiercely, but none could stop Damien. Now only the headquarters in the city center remained. It is easier for me now that they have made the center of the city as their headquarter. Damien made his way towards the Black Serpent's headquarters. The city streets were unusually quiet and deserted today. It was because the commotion caused by Damien had driven all the merchants to seek shelter. As he was about to cross the city square, soldiers suddenly started to come out from various alleyways. The soldiers surrounded Damien and aimed their spears at him. The soldiers who had remained still while Damien was dismantling all the branches of the Black Serpents were now in motion, and it seemed like they were here to capture him. This could only mean one thing. It seems like I've caught the big fish this time. Two men were walking towards them, escorted by the soldiers from the opposite side. One was elderly and thin, while the other was young fat. I am Sebastian Baker, the governor of Landwalk City. The man with a goatee shouted aloud. However, his voice lacked any sense of authority that a governor should have. How dare you turn Landwalk City into a mess? Drop your weapons and surrender now. Damien casually brushed off the governor's words. He wasn't particularly curious about who the governor was. His attention was focused on the overweight man standing beside the governor. Are you Cedric Walker? Although he hadn't seen him directly, he had heard from his associates that Cedric was extremely obese. More than anything, his eyes were filled with vitality, unlike an ordinary person's. Cedric Walker didn't respond to Damien's question. Instead, he rebuked the governor. Governor, have you seen? This despicable person not only ignores your words, but also disrespects them. We must swiftly deal with him to uphold your authority, as Mr. Cedric said. How dare he disregard me, the governor of this city? I cannot forgive this insolence. It seems Cedric Walker had no intention of engaging in conversation with Damien. Trying to kill me? You don't seem to have that ability. Damien spoke, surveying the soldiers. The number of soldiers easily exceeded 100. However, they were no more than ordinary people who hadn't even mastered martial arts, let alone mana manipulation. Even if thousands of such people came, they wouldn't be enough to intimidate Damien. What audacity! I don't understand what he believes to be so brash about. Is he oblivious to the magnitude of his actions? The governor shouted in frustration. You not only aimed to kill Cedric Walker, a well-known philanthropist, but also attacked his company, causing the deaths of more than dozens of innocent employees. This is an unforgivable crime. Damien couldn't help but smirk. It was almost ridiculous how the leader of the Black Serpents, orchestrator of dreadful crimes, was being packaged as a virtuous businessman. Drop to your knees and plead for forgiveness. One should have guilt to ask for it. Such audacity. What Damien had caused today was indeed a chaotic situation. However, the ones he had slain were not innocent civilians, but members of the Black Serpent gang. Though he had stirred up the city, he didn't harm any of the ordinary citizens. I tried reasoning with you, young lad, but it seems futile. Don't blame me for what's going to come now. As the skirmish seemed imminent, Damien grasped his blade. However, the soldiers didn't rush in but remained still. It was when Damien felt puzzled by their behavior. Suddenly, a surge of energy came from behind him. Damien swiftly turned around. The soldiers split in half, revealing a burly man in between. I was curious about who was causing this ruckus. As the man approached, his aura grew increasingly intense. A high-density energy pounded against Damien's skin, akin to being caught in a heavy downpour. Seems like it was just a young lad. Their gazes locked. At that moment, Damien realized who this man was and how formidable he was. Hey, I'm Robert, the city's guardian knight, a full-fledged knight. A formidable enemy had stepped forward. Today, when one speaks of knights, everyone thinks of aura users. However, not everyone who can use aura is a knight. If one can manifest aura, they're a squire. To be recognized as a full-fledged knight, one must wield and control aura freely, manifesting and controlling. To regular people, the gap between these two won't seem so vast. But in reality, there existed an insurmountable barrier. Many reached the level of squire, but failed to become true knights, facing disappointment. The city's guardian knight has personally intervened. A full-fledged knight, Damien couldn't underestimate them easily. If it were his Death Knight self, facing a full-fledged knight wouldn't be a challenge. In fact, he could have easily defeated a swordmaster. However, the current Damien was far from what he was before he regressed. You still have time, run or lose your head. At Damien's words, the guardian knight, Robert, looked puzzled. Strange, there was no fear or hesitation in his eyes when he said that. Not underestimating, but the outcome remained unchanged. It was just going to be a bit more challenging. Are you bold or just foolish? Confident, you were foolish. Robert lifted the halberd resting on his shoulder. At that moment, Robert's momentum spread all around. The air in the entire square grew oppressively heavy. Stay put there. I'll give a clear demonstration to your ignorant self of what I'm capable of. Robert took a step forward. As he approached, the pressure intensified. However, Damien didn't prepare to confront Robert. Are you so scared that you can't even run away? Robert asked willingly. However, Damien wasn't looking at Robert. Instead, he scanned the surroundings as if waiting for someone. What's Victor doing? Why hasn't he come yet? Has he gone mad? Robert furrowed his brows as he spoke. From a distance, someone ran across the rooftop of a building. The black silhouette nearing the square forcefully slammed into the building. Soaring over the soldiers' heads, the figure landed in front of Damien. Robert squinted at the intruder. However, as the figure was wearing an inverted black robe, their identity remained hidden, so he had someone to back him up. Robert swung his halberd towards the figure in black. The aura-bound halberd struck at the figure in black, who raised their forearm to block the attack. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted. Surprisingly, the figure in black neither flinched nor flew away. Instead, it was the halberd that got deflected. You blocked my attack. Robert muttered, seemingly incredulous. At that moment, the figure in black slammed the ground, lunging forward and throwing a punch. An explosive boom accompanied the giant being thrown backward. Robert corrected his posture mid-air and landed solidly, glaring as if to kill the figure in black. Who are you? Reveal your identity. The figure in black removed the hood covering her head. Surprisingly, the figure in black was a woman. Moreover, despite her extremely short hair, she was exceptionally beautiful, enough for anyone to recognize her as a woman. But beyond that, there was something else that astonished people. Her hair, eyebrows, even her irises were all white. Robert, upon seeing this, muttered in bewilderment. Paladins receive power not from mana but from God. As a side effect, their pigmentation gradually fades away, ultimately turning pure white. The woman's white hair and eyes were symbols of her being a paladin. Guardian Knight Robert, lower your spear. Otherwise, I will have to consider you an enemy. Robert's eyebrows twitched. A full-fledged knight was a position that garnered respect wherever they went. However, being ordered around like a subordinate by a paladin made Robert very uncomfortable. Damn. Nevertheless, Robert obediently released his grip on his halberd. Defying the authority of a paladin was akin to opposing the entire Holy Church. Next, the woman turned to Damien and inquired, "Are you Damien Haskin?" To which Damien nodded, saying, "Yes, I am Damien Haskin. I rushed here after receiving the signal. I've received the evidence." Damien smiled at the news. It seemed that Victor had done a good job. "From now on, I intend to intervene on behalf of the church." The paladin glanced around. "If you're busy, we can delay this." Unlike Robert, the paladin showed a kind attitude towards Damien. However, Damien shook his head. "We can't disrupt the order's proceedings. You can proceed as planned." The paladin expressed gratitude, placing a hand over the chest. Then retrieving a large glass bead from his robe, he threw it onto the ground. As it shattered, light shot up into the sky, exploding like a firework. What's that? The light is covering the sky, don't you see?" The soldiers watching the spectacle were trembling in fear. Soon after, another army appeared in the square. They all wore white armor, holding shields and clubs. The city's soldiers, witnessing them, panicked and shouted, "It's the execution corps. The church's execution corps is here. This can't be happening. Why is the church's army in our city?" The church's army only revealed itself when dealing with heretics and demons. They were knights willing to sacrifice even their souls to eliminate the heretics. But who is that? There's a suspicious figure among the execution corps. Among the execution corps, there was a man in a shabby appearance and in shabby clothes. The man waved his arms toward Damien, shouting, "Young master, young master, Victor has arrived." Victor broke free from the army and rushed forward. "It seems you've handled the task I entrusted to you quite well. Of course, I may not know anything or have any skills, but when it comes to errands, I'm confident that there's no one who can match up to me." Victor enthusiastically thumped his chest. He was quite a humorous fellow. "Soldiers and citizens, listen up." At that moment, the paladin raised his voice. "The city of Landwalk is currently under suspicion of colluding with a wanted dark mage." At those words, the soldiers' faces turned pensive. The Holy Order was known for showing no mercy towards dark mages. If necessary, they would even capture royalty and subject them to torture. While we uncover those involved, the management of the city will be handed over to the Order. If you wish to prove your innocence, actively participate in the Order's proceedings. The soldiers swallowed their saliva nervously, but no one opposed. It was far better to cooperate as much as possible than be branded as heretics. However, not everyone thought like the soldiers. "What in the world are you saying?" However, the governor of Landwalk reacted strongly. "Landwalk is a city recognized for its autonomy within the kingdom. You mean to say that the Order will manage the city instead of a governor like me? Is this some kind of joke? Eliminating filthy heretics is the will of God. The authority of the Holy Church stands far above the kingdom." The governor's protest fell on deaf ears. In the eyes of the church that could detain even royalty, a mere city governor held no fear. "How dare you say such things? I will formally file a complaint to the church about this. Above all, you are also a prime suspect. We cannot entrust the city to someone who might have colluded with the dark mage." What are you saying? Why would I collaborate with a dark mage?" The paladin pointed at Cedric Walker. At those words, Cedric Walker's mouth gaped wide. Mr. Cedric, is that true?" The paladin took out a notebook from her robes and raised it. "This notebook contains records of items you procured for the dark mage and where you obtained them." "And no, I have never assisted a dark mage. That will be revealed through the investigation." The paladin paid no heed to Cedric Walker's protest. "Governor Sebastian Baker, you mobilized soldiers to protect the collaborator of the dark mage. Therefore, you cannot escape the suspicion either." The paladin then pointed at Robert. "Paladin Robert, you're in the same boat. You wielded weapons to protect Cedric Walker, so this cannot be overlooked." At those words, Robert's face turned pale. "Soldiers, take these two into custody immediately." The soldiers of the church started to move as soon as they received the orders. Sebastian and Cedric were tied up without even putting up a decent resistance. They seemed more resigned than obedient to the paladin's command, as if they had given up on everything. "You're going to capture me." However, Robert was different. Robert kicked his halberd, which was on the ground, with his foot and grabbed it. "Do you think I'll be caught so easily? If you resist, you'll die. I'll die even if I don't resist. Did you not know how vile the church is?" Robert summoned his magic, aura-enveloped halberd. "Since it's come to this, I'll strike you down here and flee." Robert charged toward the paladin, simultaneously lifting the halberd higher. The paladin's pupils narrowed. She clenched her fist and adjusted her stance. A blue flame engulfed the paladin's body. Strangely, the robe the paladin was wearing did not catch fire. It fluttered as if a strong wind was blowing. Robert struck down halberd, but the paladin was faster, unleashing a punch. The sound of the air exploding pierced their eardrums. The paladin's body disappeared and reappeared right in front of Robert. At that same speed, she threw a punch at him. The fiery fist engulfed the breastplate, striking hard. Erg! The breastplate crumpled and shattered into pieces. Robert vomited blood as he was thrown backward. How foolish. Under the madness of fanaticism, a paladin undergoes rigorous training throughout their life. Not only that, they must fulfill various perilous missions under the guise of divine trials. The strength cultivated by a paladin in this manner is vastly different from that of an ordinary knight. By the way, this woman was a disciple of Chinjeom Bridgendin. Among the 5 great elders who were considered to be at the very apex within the church, she was renowned for striking down numerous heretics, including several continentally recognized dark mages. She was an incredibly powerful martial artist. In a previous life, Damien had fought against Chinjeom, a formidable opponent worthy of her fame. It took over half a day of struggle before achieving victory. Damien Haskin. Damien's thoughts were shattered by the paladin's voice. He raised his head to look at the paladin. Your merit in eliminating the Yulan's executive is commendable beyond measure. I merely did what was expected. Though you utilized the church for your own purposes, I won't hold you accountable for any wrongdoing. Damien shrugged. I'm not sure what you're implying. Didn't you summon the church to cover up the attack on the Black Serpent? She was keenly aware of the situation, reverting to the topic just arrived. He felt she might have a clue as to why she arrived late at the assembly. It seems like you've been watching me from afar. It was an intrusive move, yet in a way understandable. Dark mages have long been adept at planting spies within the church. The paladin's pupils slightly widened at Damien's words, so I wanted to eradicate the Black Serpent with my own hands. If that's the case, then I can't blame you any further. Contrary to public perception, the church was quite flexible. However, when it came to matters involving heresy, they would be extremely vigilant. We'll ensure the bounty on Akitora's head is paid promptly. How much can I receive? Around 100 gold. 100 gold was a staggering amount that could buy a small castle in a countryside easily, but Damien had little interest in the money. Could I receive goods instead of the gold? It's possible. What do you desire? Finally, the awaited moment arrived. Damien revealed the prepared answer. I wish to receive one of the church's mana absorption techniques. I don't understand. The paladin shook his head. A skilled individual like you who is capable of exterminating the Black Serpent gang alone, and yet you need mana absorption techniques. The paladin chuckled incessantly. I've only mastered the basic mana absorption techniques. What Damien is currently practicing was taught to him by a commander during his mercenary days. It's the most rudimentary form of mana absorption, slow and accumulating magical power, with no special effects. I was looking into acquiring an even more advanced mana absorption techniques when an opportunity arose, so I'm making this request. Of course, given Damien's talent, he could enhance these basic mana absorption techniques to create more advanced ones. However, based on Damien's experience, having reference materials yielded far superior results than starting from scratch. I've heard among the items seized from heretics by the church, there are many mana absorption techniques. I wish to obtain those confirmed to be safe. However, mana absorption techniques are not only extremely costly but also challenging to acquire. They rarely appear even in the black market, and when they do, it's through occasional auctions. Finally connected with the church, Damien contemplated acquiring the mana absorption techniques. You've reached this level just with basic techniques. The paladin was surprised beyond belief. Damien extended his wrist to the paladin, indicating a request for a direct inspection if he couldn't believe it. The paladin grabbed Damien's wrist and channeled sacred power. The sacred power scanned Damien's body. After a moment, the paladin, wide-eyed, uttered, "It's true." "Now will you believe me?" The paladin crossed his arms, lost in thought. Damien patiently awaited the paladin's response. "There's a better way than receiving the mana absorption techniques." "Is that so?" Upon Damien's query, the paladin spoke. "Are you not interested in becoming a paladin?" "No, I'm not," Damien stated bluntly. The paladin's pupils slightly widened at his words. Why not? Judging from his stumbling speech, it seemed quite shocking. Becoming a paladin is the most honorable position, blessed by the grace of the gods to purge evil. Unfortunately, Damien had never possessed even an ounce of faith in his life. Moreover, there was a significant reason why Damien refused to become a paladin. A paladin is just a hound for the church. A paladin incurs an obligation to obey the church. Refusing it results in excommunication and being handed over for religious trials. Reconsider once more. With your skill, even my master would take an interest. To garner the attention of Chinjeom, one of the 5 great elders of the church. If it were someone else, they might have felt honored, but not Damien. I have yet to understand the love of the gods. Right now, I want to travel the world and practice the teachings of the divine. Unable to outright state it, Damien decided to divert the conversation appropriately. Such sacred words, they're truly enlightening to my ears. Despite the somewhat fabricated words, they seemed to resonate with the paladin. The paladin looked at Damien with a rather burdened expression. But if your thoughts change, please visit the church anytime. I'll personally welcome you. Understood. Perhaps Damien's visit to the church to become a paladin would never happen. As requested, instead of the bounty, we'll provide you with the mana absorption techniques. The paladin readily granted Damien's request. If she was a disciple of Chinjiom, her power to accommodate such a request was more than sufficient. However, there is one condition. We'll dispatch people from the church to investigate Akitora's traces. I hope you'll receive them as assistants at Haskin Manor. Understood. Damien spoke without a moment's hesitation. Truthfully, it wasn't a request he could refuse. The CHRCH's members would do anything to eradicate heretics. He couldn't risk unnecessary suspicion by rejecting their offer. The paladin drew 2 lines in the air with 2 fingers in etiquette of the church. By the way, we haven't exchanged formalities. My name is Agnes, a direct disciple of Chinjiom. Direct disciple. It referred to those brought in first as disciples. In his past life, Chinjiom's disciples were widely known. However, the name Agnes was not among them. Was she assassinated before she could make her name known to others by the dark mages? Being Damien didn't mean knowing everything about the future. Agnes, it's an honor to meet you. Imitating the church's etiquette, Damien replied. Anyway, can I finish my task now? As you wish. But what task are you referring to? Damien approached Cedric Walker. Cedric's hands were tightly bound. As Damien neared, Cedric merely turned his head, speaking gruffly. Why is this bastard approaching me? Suddenly, Damien thrust his foot into Cedric Walker's abdomen. Cedric retched and collapsed to the floor, soft like a piglet, this crazed erg. Damien continued to stomp on Cedric. He targeted areas causing intense pain but not risking his life. If Cedric were to die here, it would cause trouble. He would face more torment within the church. Phew, I feel a bit better now. Damien halted the assault only after Cedric fainted. With a refreshed expression, he turned to Agnes. Shall we take him now? Agnes nodded, looking bewildered. That way, Damien returned to the estate. By the time he arrived, the sun had already set. However, the entrance to the estate was lively. Damien, his family members were waiting for him, holding torches. Where on earth have you been at such a dangerous time? Paul Haskin scolded Damien as soon as he saw him. But despite his words, his eyes were filled with worry. Why are you out in this cold weather? Is the weather important right now? You didn't get into trouble again, did you? I just went out to get some fresh air and a walk. Haskin had a face of suspicion. His mother gave a slap on Paul's head despite his words. What did I tell you? I said Damien wouldn't do that again. Oh, you were right. Paul Haskin let out a relieved sigh. Damien, you might be frustrated because children play outside at your young age. However, you stay in the estate for a while. There are more than just 1 or 2 people who have a grudge against you. Soon, his father spoke with a face full of concern. With the Black Serpent Gang and Marquise of Ryan Bloom at your neck, don't let your guard down, who knows what might happen. His father tightly held Damien's hand. Even with just Black Serpent, those guys don't know any limits. Who knows if they might prepare poisoned arrows for the roads you frequently travel? Damien nodded slowly. Father is right. Do you understand my point? A bright smile appeared on Haskin's lips. Yes, I thought the same, so I took precautions before coming back. However, his expression darkened again after listening at his words. What? PR precautions. You'll soon hear about the disappearance of the name Black Serpent. What are you talking about? For more details, ask Victor. At the mention of the name, Victor's eyes widened. Well then, I'm a bit tired, so I'll go in now. Damien released his hand from his father's grip and began running down the street. Damien. Viscount Paul Haskin tried to grab Damien, but it was futile. Damien was already far away. Oh right. He turned back and shouted, people from the Holy Church might come soon, don't be scared. They're just here to investigate the traces of the dark mages. Haskin's mind went blank at these words. What, the Holy Church? Why would the church come here? And what about the dark mages? Damien was already gone, unable to answer that question. Paul Haskin turned to Victor. His gaze was so fierce that Victor trembled. Victor, you'll have to explain everything that happened today without missing a single detail. The accident was caused by Damien, but Victor was the one enduring the suffering. Victor shed a few tears silently. Ryan Bloom Manor Training Grounds. Something peculiar was happening in this place, known as the best swordsmanship training ground in the Apple Kingdom. More than 10 young men stood with wooden swords, swallowing their saliva repeatedly. In the direction they faced stood a middle-aged man. He had a robust build, but that was about it. He wasn't particularly large or imposing. Is everyone adequately warmed up? However, despite this being the man's routine, the young men were on edge, watching his every move intently with tense expressions. Then let's begin. Yet the young men still hesitated. Seeing this, the middle-aged man clicked his tongue briefly. I thought you were lion cubs, but it turns out that you're just puppies." The vibrant young men couldn't remain silent in the face of such provocation. Their gazes shifted, and one by one they raised their wooden swords. Amused, the man flashed a satisfied smile. "Now that's more like it." The young men charged forward with shouts, wielding their wooden swords. The man also lifted his wooden sword in response, and in the blink of an eye the outcome was decided. The young men writhed on the ground, struck by the wooden swords, while the middle-aged man stood unscathed. "You're all quite good. I can't afford to let my guard down now." At the middle-aged man's words, one of the young men pursed his lips. "Even so, hasn't there been anyone who blocked Lord Ryan Bloom's strike?" In the Apple Kingdom, those who could be called lord were exceedingly rare, and among the lords there was only one with such skill, Holland Ryan Bloom. The middle-aged man was the master of Lord Ryan Bloom. "It's a matter of my dignity. I shouldn't let myself be caught by you all so easily." Holland Ryan Bloom chuckled softly. "Keep progressing, everyone." "Yes." The young men rose from the ground, their voices raised. Holland Ryan Bloom left the training ground with his wooden sword in hand. An elderly man offered him a towel as he entered the manor. Lord Holland wiped away his sweat and spoke. "Vincent, the knights have improved significantly. If I make the slightest mistake now, I might lose." At his words, the elderly man referred to as Vincent simply smiled without saying a word. The youths who were defeated by Lord Holland were all formal knights. Despite that, none of them could even touch the hem of Lord Holland's garment. However, the knights didn't feel ashamed. This man, Holland Ryan Bloom, was a formidable figure on the verge of becoming a swordmaster. "Have you decided on the knights to send for the duel?" At Vincent's question, Lord Holland fell into a brief moment of contemplation. "There are a few decent ones, but I need to observe a bit more to be sure." Currently, the Lord of Ryan Bloom was in conflict with the Lord of Gold Pixie. A gold mine had been discovered on the border between their estates. Both families had long been in conflict and finally decided to settle the ownership of the mine through a duel. The first participant has been decided, so it's practically one win already, but I'm concerned about the other two. The formal knights were classified into high class, middle class, and low class based on their skills. For this duel, both families decided to only include 3 low-class knights from each side. Regardless of who we send, we'll win, but I want to make the skill gap clear this time. Lord Holland's face was filled with strong confidence. He was indeed the one managing the best knightly family in the Apple Kingdom. It would have been perfect if the second young master could participate. Well, I think so too. It would have been a great opportunity to announce his name, but his skills are still lacking. Second Master Erwin Ryan Bloom, hailed as a genius, had not been chosen for this duel as he was still a squire. Crossing the threshold to become a formal knight was no easy feat. But what is Erwin doing now? I haven't seen his face around lately. At the Lord's inquiry, Vincent expressed a somewhat awkward expression. Well, he went to visit the Haxon family estate. Haxon family? Ah, it's because of that family's young lady. The fact that Erwin Ryan Bloom showed great interest in the Haxon family's eldest daughter was something the Lord already knew. That lad is quite something, taking after me, being so fond of women. Contrary to his words, Lord Holland had a smile on his face. Still, if you're a man, it's only natural to have such desires, isn't it? It's a pity that the eldest lacks in that regard. Unlike Erwin Ryan Bloom, who showed interest in women, the first young master of the Ryan Bloom family had absolutely no interest in that direction. However, it seems this prank is going to be a bit prolonged. Those rural family women should be enjoyed reasonably and then discarded. It was when Lord Holland clicked his tongue disapprovingly. A messenger hurriedly approached from afar. The messenger whispered something in Vincent's ear. Upon hearing the whisper, Vincent's face turned pale. "Your Grace, the second young master has returned." "Oh, is that so?" Lord Holland's face lit up instantly. "Talk about the tiger and the tigers here. I must hurry and see Erwin, but why does your face look like that?" Lord Holland asked with a puzzled expression. "That's Vincent cautiously began to speak. "Don't hesitate, speak quickly. The second young master has suffered a grave insult at the Haxon family estate." At that moment, Lord Holland's face contorted like a demon. "Erwin." Lord Holland forcefully swung open the door to the infirmary. The sound startled Erwin Ryan Bloom, who was crouched on the bed. "Oh, father." Erwin Ryan Bloom peered out from under the covers. The skin visible beyond his clothes was covered in bruises, and there were still visible wounds on his neck from a blade. "Father, that they tried to kill me, they tried to slit my throat with a fork." What was more concerning was Erwin's mental state. Unable to articulate properly, it seemed he had suffered a severe psychological shock. "Erwin, fear not, your father is by your side." Lord Holland firmly grasped Erwin's hand, yet the trembling did not cease. After consoling Erwin for a while, Lord Holland stepped out of the infirmary. "Your Grace." Outside stood Vincent and the junior knights who accompanied Erwin. Lord Holland glared at the squires with his lively eyes. What happened at the Haxon family estate? The squires swallowed hard and explained in detail. As the squires continued their explanation, Lord Holland's brow furrowed. He parried an aura sword with a fork. Even for the high-class warrior Holland, it wasn't easy to fend off an aura sword with ordinary weaponry. and he managed to deflect the aura attack with a fork. Are you weaving false tales out of fear of retribution? And no, it's true, please believe us. The junior knights shouted as if pleading. Lord Holland scrutinized the faces of the junior knights and said, "All right, step back at once." The junior knights bowed and swiftly left. "Your Grace, what do you think?" "I don't think they're lying." An high-class individual could detect the opponent's breath and heartbeat through their senses. By using this, they could somewhat discern the truthfulness of their words. However, the eldest son of the Haxon family is known for his mischief. How could a man like that? Perhaps he ingested hallucinogens or poison in the tea or food at the Haxon family estate. At that remark, Vincent sighed. He hadn't considered that possibility. Erwin Ryanbloom and his guards had arrived at the Haxon family estate and were treated to tea and food. If it was spiked with hallucinogens or poison, even if Erwin, renowned as a genius, had been affected, he wouldn't have been able to wield his sword properly. Damien Haxon likely blocked the poorly swung sword under the influence of hallucinogens or poison, and the knights must have misunderstood. Grim-faced, just the thought of it was enough to stir Lord Ryanbloom's anger. If it wasn't for the impending duel with the Duke, I would have personally apprehended that scoundrel. At this juncture, with the impending duel with the Gold Pixie Duke, the Lord couldn't recklessly leave his position. Send someone immediately to the Haxon family estate and bring Damien Haxon here. Lord Holland was usually magnanimous, but when it came to his children, he was known to become selfish. Seeing such a display of care for his children, he couldn't stay still. Tie him up like a dog and bring him back. Let everyone witness his humiliation. Who should we send as the knight? Send Jarek. At the mention of Jarek's name, Vincent's eyebrows twitched slightly. Jarek was a low-class knight, exceptionally loyal within the Ryanbloom estate. Because of this, he had caused trouble several times. Once, he had turned a group of mercenaries, insulting the estate into obedient followers. Lord Holland was well aware of this. Nevertheless, in such a sensitive situation, singling out Jarek for this task was a blatant display of intention. Understood. Vincent quietly nodded in response. The day after Damien Haxon exterminated the Black Serpent, someone from the church visited him. "Greetings, Master. I am Agnes, a paladin from the church." Agnes, along with a group of knights and an investigative team, had been dispatched from the city, led by the disciple of Chinjiom whom they had met in the city. "Welcome to the Haxon estate." "Greetings, Paladin." Paul and his wife greeted them with visibly tense faces. It was a natural reaction, considering they were facing full-fledged knights who wouldn't hesitate to massacre if it served the will of God. "Damien has informed us about your visit and that you will be staying in the estate for a while. It's because we have to investigate the remnants of the dark mage that cursed your territory. We'd appreciate your cooperation." At the mention of the Master, Haxon swallowed hard again. "We have emptied the servants' quarters, so feel free to use them as needed. We appreciate your consideration. This is a small token of our gratitude." Agnes handed something to the Viscount. It was a palm-sized piece of platinum. As soon as the Viscount laid eyes on it, his pupils widened. "Oh no, this. It's a token of appreciation for approving the investigative team's activities." The tension that lingered in Master Haxon's and his wife's eyes noticeably softened. Indeed, the power of money was substantial. "How have you been, Damien?" Next, Agnes greeted Damien. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I pursue the dark mages of Yulan myself, hence I came to assist in the investigation." When mentioning Yulan, a fleeting spark of anger appeared in Agnes's eyes. It was a momentary change that would have gone unnoticed by anyone other than Damien, and I have a personal interest in you as well. At this statement, everyone in the family turned to look at Damien. His mother covered her mouth with her palm. Oh, Damien glanced at her, seemingly misunderstanding something deeply. "I have no intention of becoming a paladin, but you never know, it will never happen," Damien asserted firmly. Agnes instantly looked disheartened. "Such a pity. Please take this." Agnes extended 2 old books to Damien. "These are the manuals you requested, specially chosen ones. Why are you giving me 2 books? One is a swordsmanship technique. I thought it wouldn't match if I only gave you the absorption technique." While the swordsmanship technique wasn't particularly necessary, there was no harm in accepting it. Damien examined the covers of the 2 books. The Unleashed Sword of Domination, the Supreme Absorption Technique, they were sword techniques and martial arts that Damien hadn't seen in his past life. During his time as a Death Knight, he had directly assaulted the headquarters of the clergy. However, he couldn't seize everything from the clergy, as everything sacred and valuable was burnt down by Dorgo himself, stating that it couldn't fall into Dorokin's hands. As a result, even Damien didn't know what lay within the clergy. It was challenging to procure these. Agnes's words indicated that these were genuinely valuable items. Damien expressed his gratitude while holding the books close. "I genuinely mean it. It was challenging. There was a lot of opposition within the clergy." As Agnes repeated the same sentiment, Damien narrowed his eyes. "No matter what you say, I have no intention of becoming a knight." Agnes's shoulders drooped slightly. "This is it." Damien guided Agnes and the investigative team to the underground hideout of the Agito. As they descended into the hideout, the investigative team couldn't conceal their surprise to generate such destructive power using curses. Indeed, it's a skill worthy of a high-ranking Uran officer. The team began their investigation, scattering throughout the area. A few stayed behind and inquired in detail from Damien. How did you deal with the dark mage? Damien answered nonchalantly. I dodged and struck his neck, killing him. His response left the investigators dumbfounded. Some seemed like they wanted to question further. You truly are remarkable. However, since Agnes didn't show any particular reaction, they couldn't press further. Then I'll be reviewing the absorption and swordsmanship techniques. Let me know once the investigation is over. After saying that, Damien exited the hideout. I've concealed all traces of me using dark magic, so it should be fine. Damien had returned to the hideout last night to manipulate the scene appropriately. If it were revealed that he could use dark magic, it would cause trouble within the clergy. It'll be challenging for them to find anything suspicious. Damien, a figure of his stature, manipulating the scene deliberately, would be hard to sense for an investigative team standard. Setting his worries aside, Damien opened the books received from Agnes. As he unfolded the pages of the manual, the inscription on the first page caught his eye. The Galway family. It was a family name Damien had heard of during the time he worked as a mercenary in his previous life. 50 years ago, considering the current timeline, it was a family that had been annihilated by the clergy. Originally, the Galway family was a knightly lineage affiliated with the Empire. They had a sword master as their progenitor and had been an illustrious family, producing one sword master after another. However, as the generations passed, even the high-class knights couldn't emerge, and the lineage leaned significantly. For some reason, they got involved with dark mages, which led to exposure by the clergy. It wasn't just an empty claim that it was challenging to procure. The technique developed by a master-class swordsman had tremendous value. It was far more advanced than other technical books, primarily because it contained the method to become a master class. It might be useful enough. However, it didn't impress Damien much. In his past life, Damien was a formidable figure, even disparaging the sword masters. The level of swordsmanship and martial arts was unseen to him. Initially, Damien had demanded the martial arts to reference them and create even higher-level martial arts. There's nothing exceptional about swordsmanship technique. The unleashed sword of domination compressed magical power and released it, creating a mighty destructive force. As there was nothing particularly special, Damien only glanced through the swordsmanship once. However, unlike swordsmanship, the supreme absorption technique was a remarkably intriguing technique. The unleashed sword of domination is a swordsmanship technique that consumes a tremendous amount of magical power. To address this drawback, the supreme absorption technique evolved to increase the speed of gathering magical power. Compared to other mana gathering techniques, the supreme absorption technique accumulated magical power at an incredibly fast rate. The secret lay in drawing external magical power when operating the supreme absorption technique, allowing for the accumulation of a considerable amount of magical power at once. Once reaching the master's level, you can directly harness the surrounding magical power. That's what's written here. In essence, the supreme absorption technique was a mana technique that controlled the magical power in space. It was a much higher level of enlightenment compared to the unleashed sword of domination. How much range of magical power control is possible? Can it control not just natural, but also the opponent's magical power? Damien pondered numerous times. In the process, he meticulously dissected the supreme absorption technique, extracting what was necessary. In the quiet forest, something was being born in Damien's mind. Isn't it a bit suspicious? A young investigator asked a senior colleague while examining the excavation site. The senior investigator, rummaging through the debris scattered around the site, replied, "What?" The sudden sound of something munching on grass. "No, not that. It's about a Kitora. He's an executive of Yulan who has thwarted the pursuit of the Holy Church multiple times. Yulan wasn't an ordinary group of dark mages. Their size was small, but each individual's skills were remarkably high. To the extent that all the paladins dispatched by the church fell in their trap during the hunts. Of course, Akidora belongs to the Cursed faction, so his combat prowess is relatively weak. Compared to those skilled in commanding undead or those who strengthen themselves for battle through fervent practices, the Curse faction lacked direct combat abilities. But still, does it make sense for a high-ranking dark mage like Akitora to lose his life to a countryside noble? However, it was a relative statement. Even knights of regular status found it challenging to kill a curse sorcerer as skilled as Akitora head-on. Maybe that man, Damien Haxon, could be Yulan's spy. It's possible he disguised someone else's body as Akitora and handed it over to the church. The senior investigator nodded in agreement with the junior's suspicion. I've had similar thoughts, so I'm not the only one who finds this strange. But what can we do? Lady Agnes hasn't said a word about it. Agnes was a respected paladin who had eliminated countless heretics until now. The young investigator couldn't believe that Agnes would just overlook something even the investigators doubted. But Agnes didn't harbor even the slightest suspicion about Damien Haxon. Nevertheless, wouldn't it be wise to make a suggestion? Finish the investigation first and then voice your concerns. Focus on the work for now. Damien Haxon is not a spy. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled both investigators. Agnes was looking at the two of them with her usual impassive expression. I understand your doubts, but Damien Haxon is not that kind of man. At Agnes's words, the two investigators blinked in surprise. But how could he possibly have killed Akidora in the first place? Summoning courage, the young investigator asked. Without hesitation, Agnes replied, "Didn't you already hear how he killed him?" "Yes." "Ah, yes, we did hear it." Suddenly, the young investigator recalled Damien Haxon's words. Roughly dodged and then struck at the neck to kill. A deep sense of bewilderment appeared on the young investigator's face. "Oh no, so that means he really just dodged his attacks and killed him." Agnes nodded. "When that servant brought Akidora's severed head, I didn't immediately intervene. I observed Damien." In truth, Agnes had already been suspicious of Damien. It didn't make sense for a figure like Akidora to die so easily. The situation was unavoidably suspicious. Truly, he was a skilled person to the point of astonishment. And upon witnessing Damien Haxon's fighting prowess, all her doubts were dispelled. Facing dozens of opponents simultaneously, yet he didn't sustain a single injury. Instead, he overwhelmed all of them. Agnes still couldn't forget. Damien Haxon evaded attacks coming from all directions by the smallest margin and surpassed his enemies. Every move was meticulously calculated. It felt almost unreal, as if watching a meticulously orchestrated play. The most astonishing thing was the fact that he deflected magic using a sword. At first, the two investigators didn't grasp the meaning of her words. One of the members of the Black Serpent gang used a magical tool to shoot a fireball. Damien Haxon wielded his sword and redirected the trajectory of that fireball. Only after hearing Agnes's explanation did they begin to understand. No, in truth, they still couldn't comprehend it this time either. Is that even possible? People struggle to even block an approaching sword right in front of them. In such a scenario, deflecting magic, it was an unbelievable tale. It is possible. I've heard that the Empire's swordmaster Jumsung can withstand any attack, even magic. The jaws of the two investigators dropped. In other words, it meant a feat achievable only by a master-level expert. If that's true, then Damien Haxon. He's an extraordinary expert, an unparalleled genius. There's no way such an individual would merely serve as a spy. Just using him as a combat agent alone would cause significant damage to the church. Agnes spoke with an infinitely serious expression. Surely the reason you came here personally was because of that man, isn't it? The reason I followed all of you is because of Yulan. Agnes cut in sharply. There was no one in the sect who didn't know that Agnes harbored deep animosity towards Yulan. But I also have something to deal with regarding that man. I would prefer to take him to my mentor as soon as possible. If other great elders find out about him, it will cause significant trouble. In the church, Chinjeom Brigandin held a position not inferior to a monarch of a country, and among Chinjeom's disciples, Agnes was the most outstanding figure. Such a person was pouring out praises for someone without a hint of conceit. So now, please set aside your suspicions about him and focus on the investigation. In response to those words, the investigators could only nod in agreement. 4 hours passed before the investigation concluded. Regrettably, due to the aftermath of the battle, everything had turned to rubble, leaving little information to gauge. Despite this, Agnes rallied the investigators without a hint of disappointment. It was when Agnes and the investigators emerged from the site. As soon as they stepped outside, they witnessed an unusual sight. What's that? The air was swirling. In accordance with the air, the leaves around them also started vibrating. At the center of it all was Damien Haxon. He sat on a rock with his eyes closed. Each time he breathed, the flow of air alternated between rapid and slow. What's that? Incredible, isn't it? The investigators watched in amazement at the peculiar scene. As ordinary individuals, they couldn't comprehend what was happening. Divine. Only Agnes recognized the unfathomable nature of what Damien Haxon was currently engaged in. He was gathering and absorbing all the dispersed magical energies around him, subjugating them to himself. What am I witnessing? Agnes was well aware of the absorption technique she handed over to Damien Haxon. Understanding its significant value, she passed it on to him. The unleashed sword of domination itself wasn't particularly remarkable. However, the supreme absorption technique was different. It was an extraordinary skill that anyone would envy. To master the supreme absorption technique during the investigation. The supreme absorption technique involved gathering and absorbing the surrounding mana, significantly speeding up the process of accumulating magic compared to other techniques. Once mastering it, one could go beyond merely absorbing nearby magic and begin to dominate it. Note, this technique increases the range and speed of absorbing mana, and also helps in using it efficiently. What Damien Haxon was currently doing was precisely that. He used the supreme absorption technique to control and absorb the surrounding magical energy. Huff. Damien halted his breathing. Simultaneously, the flow of air ceased abruptly. Have you finished your investigation? Damien asked Agnes and the investigators. Agnes nodded with a blank expression. Sir Damien, have you achieved something? Yes, I had a bit of fun. Damien smirked. Even he seemed satisfied with his accomplishment. It's already evening. Let's hurry back. Father has prepared dinner. Suddenly, Damien's expression hardened. He turned his gaze in the direction of his domain. The vultures have arrived. At the unexpected harsh words, Agnes was slightly surprised. Damien Haxon bowed his head to her and said, "An urgent matter has arisen. I must go ahead. Take your time coming." Without waiting for a response, he stamped the ground. Before Agnes could catch him, Damien Haxon turned into a speck and vanished. His speed left Agnes astonished once again. Is he moving with the help of magic? Using magic could amplify physical abilities, but Damien didn't possess such magic. In the Landwalk City, Agnes had infused divine power into Damien Haxon's body to inspect his internals. At that time, the amount of magic Damien Haxon had was extremely feeble. With such a small amount of magic, he couldn't have moved so quickly. Is it because of the supreme absorption technique? No, even with the extreme mastery of the technique, it's impossible to accumulate as much magic in such a short time. Even if Damien had reached the peak of the supreme absorption technique, he could only accumulate magic for barely 3 to 4 hours. Yet Damien Haxon's movements were much faster than an average knight. Could it be precise manipulation of magic to this extent? The more precisely magic was manipulated, the greater its efficiency, and wastage of magic also decreases accordingly. Swordmaster Jumsung, renowned for deriving double the efficiency from the same amount of magic, was considered a genius among geniuses. In Agnes's eyes, Damien's efficiency wasn't merely at double the level. Where does this man's limit lie? Confronted with talent that seemed limitless, Agnes felt a shiver run down her spine. The realm of the Haxon household. 3 men appeared on the path leading to it. All 3 were clad in full body armor, riding high-quality horses. One could easily tell that they were not of ordinary status. Finally arrived. One knight stretched as he spoke. Exhaustion had accumulated over the past 2 days of forced marches. Alpheus, what's that smell? It's really foul. Another knight remarked with a grimace. In response, Alpheus, the knight who had stretched, scoffed mockingly. Lavender, you city bumpkin, that's the scent of cow dung. It's a noble smell, so sniff it in deeply. Cow dung smell, The knight called Lavender started brushing his armor with his hand. Seeing this, Alpheus burst into laughter. You fool, do you think the smell will vanish like that? Damn, don't you have any perfume or something? If you do, give me some. What if this smell sticks to me? While the 2 knights chatted away, another knight who had stayed quiet spoke briefly. Quiet. At the softly spoken words, Alpheus and Lavender immediately fell silent. The knight who silenced the 2 stared silently at Haxon's estate. Is that the Haxon estate? Yes, Sir Jarek. Alpheus, despite his casual manner, spoke in a grave tone that made it seem like he was lying. It was inevitable. Unlike Alpheus and Lavender, who were just junior knights, the man before them was a fully fledged knight. Furthermore, he was skilled enough to receive a mission directly from Marquis Ryan Bloom. We finally meet. That rascal who dared defy Lord Ewan and besmirched Lord Ryan Bloom's reputation. A viscous aura exuded from Jarek's eyes. Alpheus and Lavender swallowed hard. They felt overwhelmed by Jarek's imposing presence. Alpheus, what was the task that our lord assigned to us? Yes, we were ordered to arrest Damien Haxon and bring him back to the manor. Capturing that trash won't be difficult, but that alone is not enough. Jarek's aura grew a bit denser. Not just Damien Haxon, but the entire Haxon household must pay the price. Don't you think that's only fair? Yes, sir. Absolutely, the 2 knights quickly replied. Jarek was loyal but known for his rough temperament. There had been an occasion when he had whipped the residents of an estate for not showing proper respect to the lord's flag. Given Jarek's temperament, they had to agree, even if they didn't think so. Otherwise, they might be the first ones to face the consequences before the Haxon household. Let's go. The 3 knights headed towards the Haxon household. At the entrance, they found a steward sweeping. Hey, Lavender spoke to the steward. The servant paused his sweeping and looked up. Oh, the servant exclaimed, startled. Lavender, in turn, was also surprised. What brings the knights to our estate? The servant trembled as he asked. The steward trembled as he asked. The steward's submissive attitude made Lavender feel a faint sense of superiority. I'm here to meet Damien Haxon. Tell him to come out right away. Lavender spoke louder. Upon hearing this, the steward's eyes widened. Why are you looking for our master? You don't need to know that much. Just relay my message to Damien Haxon. I'm afraid I can't do that. The steward frowned at Lavender's words. What did you just say? You called for our master without revealing who you are. I cannot do it. The steward nervously stammered. If you wish to see our master, please state where you are from and your name. Then I'll pass on your message to him. Lavender let out a sarcastic laugh and glanced at Jarek. As if eager to trample the Haxon household, Lavender had caught a perfect opportunity. "What's your name?" "I'm Victor." "Okay then, Victor." Lavender approached Victor. Sensing an odd atmosphere, Victor stepped back. Why are you coming closer?" Lavender struck Victor's abdomen with a gauntlet-clad fist. Victor doubled over, retching. Why are you doing this?" This time, a blow landed on Victor's head, sending him sprawling on the ground. "If I tell you to do something, you'd better do it instead of whining around." Lavender raised his foot and pressed down on Victor, who attempted to cower but to no avail. Against the disciplined physique of a knight, the body of an ordinary person was exceedingly feeble. "What's going on? Victor, what happened?" The stewards inside the mansion rushed out in a flurry. Hahowever, upon seeing the knights, they froze in place. Get the master. Bring the master out." One maid hurriedly scurried back into the mansion. Shortly after, Damien Haxon and his family emerged. "We cannot continue like this." After hearing the commotion from Haxon Manor, the knights ceased their violence, but Victor was already covered in blood. "At last, you've come out." Upon seeing Victor's state, Viscount Paul Haxon erupted in fury. "What is this? Knights assaulting a civilian like this? It's nothing compared to what your son did to young Master Erwin Ryan Bloom." At the mention of the name Ryan Bloom, Paul Haxoner's face stiffened. "Paul Haxon, the Lord wants Damien Haxon. If you surrender him peacefully, there won't be harm to your estate." "Damien, you've come for Damien. That's right. Shouldn't you face the consequences for insulting Lord Ewan?" Haxon Master's eyes trembled. Biting his lip, he said, "I cannot hand over my son." Unsurprisingly, Jarek showed no particular reaction. "Are you sure you won't regret this?" "Of course not. In that case, we have no choice." "Bring it all down." At Jarek's command, Lavender and Alphys drew their swords, and blue smoke rose around the crimson blades. Oh no, are you really planning to kill someone?" the Viscount shouted in horror. Jarek spoke calmly. "I wouldn't kill anyone instead. I'll demolish everything here." Even the black rocks enveloped by aura were sliced as easily as water. When combined with the knight's enhanced physical abilities, such a dreadful weapon would turn this small estate into ruins in no time. Jarek's words weren't mere bluff or exaggeration. "What are you waiting for? Let's get started." "Yes." Lavender and Alpheus moved as they received Jarek's orders, starting to break down nearby doors and walls. The Viscount panicked, shouting at the knights. Stop." However, the two knights paid no heed to his words and continued to break the walls. "These guys, why aren't they stopping?" as the Viscount rushed toward the knights. "Did you lunatics lose your minds?" A third voice made Jarek and the two knights turn around. Tufts of brown hair that seemed slightly burnt with eerily ominous eyes. "Didn't he tell you to stop?" Damien Haxon was approaching the three knights. PR and mana is the energy present in the nature, while magic and aura are the ways by which you utilize that energy, or rather mana. However, mana sometimes can also be used in its raw form, as used by Damien here, and is used by Erwin when he sparred with Damien in the Haxon household. But it is still referred to as magic. I also don't know why. I change it where it is of utmost importance, so tell me if you guys want me to change it everywhere where you think mana should have been used instead of magic. "Are you Damien Haxon?" Jarek asked, his tone calm but his eyes ominously gleaming at Damien. Damien didn't respond to Jarek's question. He didn't show any interest towards him at all. "Hey, Victor." Victor, who was lying on the floor, lifted his head slightly. He seemed on the verge of passing out at any moment. "Are you okay?" To Damien's inquiry, Victor simply raised his thumb without saying a word. That action made Damien smirk. He was quite an amusing fellow, after all. "Do you three often hear that you're lucky?" At the sudden question, the knights looked puzzled, indicating they didn't understand. If Victor's body weren't sturdier than others, he wouldn't have survived your attacks. If anything would have happened to him, I would have beaten the three of you to death. But Damien stared directly at the knights as he spoke. "Fortunately, Victor is alive, so I won't kill you three." At his words, Lavender and Alpheus burst into laughter. Jarek didn't make a sound but wore a displeased expression. "I expected the one who tarnished the reputation of our lord to be a brave man, but it seems like it was just a lunatic." Jarek ordered Lavender and Alpheus, as if there was no need to hear more. "Break his legs and bring him to me. Maybe that'll clear his head." Understood, he might have used some cheap tricks, but don't underestimate the one who brought down the second young master. Despite Jarek's advice, the two knights showed no sign of caution toward Damien. Seeing them, Damien twisted his lips. Well, this is perfect timing. He had been wanting to properly wield the power he'd amassed through after learning the techniques given to him by Agnes. And facing opponents who were clearly underestimating him, he couldn't help but feel pleased. What did that guy just mutter? He must have lost his mind due to fear. While the two knights conversed, Damien gathered his mana. Objectively speaking, Damien hadn't gathered a significant amount of mana. To understand it better, if the two knights had a mana accumulation of 100, then Damien had an accumulation of 3. Even when absorbing mana through the Supreme Absorption technique, there wasn't a large difference in the accumulation. However, using it increases the potency and utility of the accumulated mana. Look at his eyes. Seems like he's really considering taking us on, huh? We have to show him his place. Damien Haxon thought of Chinjome Brigandine. Brigandine had risen to the position of one of the 5 great elders of the church with just a single fist. As such, she excelled in martial arts more than anyone else. Damien had achieved victory in a battle against Brigandine, acquiring both her techniques and mastery. However, at present there was no need to use Brigandine's mastery, just manipulating the techniques was enough. Yeah, Damien moved. He pushed the ground with his feet while simultaneously releasing his mana. In an instant, the distance of about 3 meters closed rapidly. The 2 individuals couldn't even react to Damien's speed. It wasn't until Damien was right in front of them that they felt that something felt off. This guy. Due to the sudden attack, Lavender attacked with his fist instead of a sword. Damien lightly blocked the punch with the back of his hand. Simultaneously, he punched Lavender's breastplate. At that moment, mana surged throughout his body, creating a powerful explosive force that channeled around his fist. The punch accelerated, embedding itself in the center of the breastplate, causing the breastplate to shatter, crushing Lavender's ribs. Blood gushed like a fountain from Lavender's mouth. Lavender. Desperately, Alpheus swung his sword. But before that, Damien grabbed Alpheus's wrist. This bastard. As Alpheus attempted to shake off the grip on his wrist, Damien swiftly twisted it, simultaneously sweeping out his ankle. Alpheus's body floated in the air, disconnected. Alpheus experienced a phenomenon where the sky and ground seemed to swap. In a moment of confusion due to not understanding the situation, Alpheus found himself slammed headfirst into the ground. His brain rattled and the pain of his neck cracking made Alpheus scream out. Kek, Damien forcefully kicked on Alpheus's face. The kick, empowered by mana, effortlessly crushed Alpheus' jawbone. Jarek looked at the scene with a dazed expression. As the person in charge of this mission, Jarek had the responsibility to protect Lavender and Alpheus. However, he couldn't intervene. More precisely, there was no opportunity to intervene, as both individuals had been taken down in a single strike. This is unbelievable. Just becoming a junior knight is already acknowledged as a force capable enough to make a significant impact in a war. To think that not just 1, but 2 junior knights were taken down this quickly, it seems Sir Erwin wasn't defeated by some cowardly tactics. Upon hearing about Erwin Ryanbloom's defeat, Jarek was filled with immense anger. Naturally, he had suspected that Damien might have used some dirty tactics to win, but seeing the situation before him changed his perspective. Erwin Ryanbloom hadn't been defeated by some underhand tactics. It was purely because Damien was stronger that he suffered defeat. But no matter how much I think, I can't comprehend it. How can a rascal like you possess such skill? What's the big deal about being stronger than those little kids? Jarek acknowledged that Erwin Ryanbloom had talent. However, the world was vast, and such talents were more common than one might think. Understood. Suddenly, Jarek's expression changed. With a face that showed realization, he spoke. You're not Damien Haxon. This time it was Damien's turn to be bewildered. What nonsense are you speaking? Don't play dumb. Who wouldn't know that all of this is a trap laid by a pack of mongrels fearing Lord Ryanbloom's prosperity? Jarek yelled while pointing fingers. You're not the real Damien Haxon. You were clearly brought here to defeat Sir Erwin and tarnish Ryanbloom's reputation. Anger began to surface on Jarek's face. You despicable lot dares to target Marquis Ryanbloom. Do you think I'll just stand by and watch that? They say if someone is too bewildered, they're left speechless. Damien was exactly in that state. Think whatever you like. Yet he had no intention to clarify any misunderstandings. Whether misunderstanding or not, the fact remained that Jarek needed to be stopped no matter what. As long as Jarek Howard is here, I won't allow you to do anything to the Marquis. I'll thwart your vile schemes right here. Jarek grasped the large sword strapped behind him, Zweihander, famous for its size which was comparable to that of an adult male. Even with Jarek's already imposing stature, the sight of him brandishing the Zweihander exuded tremendous intimidation. I'll kill you right here and make it known to the whole world. I'll show how strong the Ryanbloom Marquisate truly is, if that's your wish. After I kill you, I'll also kill the entire Haxon family and burn down your entire territory. At his words, Damien's body tensed. The expression of annoyance vanished, replaced by sinister eyes glaring at Jarek. Family what? To Damien, his family was his soft spot. For him, they were a lifetime of penance and a treasure to protect. You're doomed. Damien gripped the hilt of his blade. It was Jarek who charged first. It wasn't a calculated move to gain the upper hand by seizing the initiative. For the honor of Marquis Ryanbloom, it was a kick fueled by the desire to quickly avenge the disrespect shown to the Marquis. Jarek's momentum was fearsome. It felt like the pressure of dozens of bulls charging at once. Indeed, you are a true knight. Damien observed Jarek. To become a true knight, one had to wield aura freely. It wasn't just about mastering aura, it required an understanding that unlocked the extreme potential of one's techniques. Unlocking the extreme potential changes everything. It's incomparable to a mere junior knight. A true knight surpassed junior knights not only in physical prowess but also in understanding aura. Jarek and Damien were locked in a head-to-head clash, yet Damien didn't take a single step back. After a few blows, I get a sense of your level. Even in this situation, Damien went as far as to engage in conversation. For a low-class knight like you, you're fairly decent, but not enough for me to warrant caution. Upon hearing this, Jarek's expression contorted instantly. Receiving contempt from someone he considered inferior fueled an unbearable anger within him. How dare you belittle me, a knight of the Ryanbloom Marquisate? Jarek drew upon his aura, supplying more energy to his muscles. If your intention was to provoke me, you did an excellent job. Jarek's attacks grew swifter. Now even the motion of his sword became difficult to discern. The strikes were so rapid that they resembled a storm. In the midst of this, Damien threw a remark. It's not a pleasant feeling to be treated like sewage by someone like you, a low-class knight. Damien's hand moved swiftly. The next moment, something brushed past Jarek's cheek. A tingling sensation spread across his face. Something trickled down and touched his lips. A metallic taste spread through his mouth. What's this? Startled, Jarek stepped back. He distanced himself while pressing his own cheek. The clean edge of a blade had grazed him. Blood continued to flow from the wound. Jarek looked at Damien in astonishment. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Now, do you feel the difference in our levels? Damien placed the longsword on his shoulder. Jarek examined Damien's longsword. It was stained with blood. Correct your posture now, or you'll be dead. Suddenly, Damien's body vanished. In Jarek's moment of confusion, Damien appeared right in front of him. I told you to correct your posture. Damien swung his longsword. Jarek reflexively raised his Zweihander to block the blade. At that moment, a heavy impact transmitted through the greatsword. He nearly lost grip of his sword. There was no time for Jarek to be astonished as the second strike followed suit. Jarek hastily wielded the greatsword and the two clashed in mid-air. With a sharp sound, the greatsword was deflected, and Jarek's body was pushed backward. This is unbelievable. From the weapon used to their physical powers, Jarek was overwhelmingly superior. Yet he was being pushed back. It was an incomprehensible situation. What trickery have you pulled off? To Jarek's outburst, Damien replied calmly, the difference in skill. The efficiency of using mana increases with precise control. Judging by the mana's quantity, Jarek far surpassed Damien. However, it wasn't the case with control. Damien's mastery of manipulating mana had already reached a divine level. In other words, the reason Jarek was being overpowered was purely due to the gap in skill. Stop spouting nonsense. Jarek shouted as he brought down his Zweihander. He put all his strength into the strike, prepared to end Damien in one blow. Damien effortlessly parried the attack. Not only that, but he also sliced through Jarek's breastplate. The breastplate Jarek wore split like water, cutting through the flesh and muscle beneath it. Struck by the sharp pain, Jarek staggered backward. But Damien allowed no respite. Damien's assault continued relentlessly. Swift and powerful strikes poured forth without pause. With each movement of the sword, wounds carved into Jarek's body, spraying blood. Jarek desperately swung his greatsword, but it was futile. He couldn't block Damien's attacks, let alone read their trajectory. Jarek, unable to hold on any longer, attempted to retreat backward, but even that was beyond his control. Damien stuck close to Jarek as he withdrew, the injuries on Jarek's body continuing to accumulate. Cough. Eventually, Jarek had no choice but to kneel on the ground. Momentarily, he felt lightheaded from the substantial loss of blood. With trembling eyes, Jarek gazed at Damien. Damien remained unchanged from the start. Not a drop of sweat, let alone an additional wound. You are. When people witness something incomprehensible, they experience acute fear. At that moment, Jarek felt precisely that. At his level, he couldn't fathom how formidable Damien was, what kind of monster he was facing. It felt like being lost in the middle of an endless ocean, unable to gauge its vastness or depth, just like the immeasurable with a mere glance. Letting you live is not an option. That realization ignited a spark in Jarek's eyes. Ignorance bred courage. Unknowingness fueled resistance. Someday you will definitely bring great calamity to the Marquis. Jarek's demeanor shifted. Though his momentum had lessened from moments ago, an indescribable ominousness emanated from him. Damien immediately sensed Jarek's change. Are you going to use vision? Vision referred to techniques specifically designed to ensure the certain death of an opponent. While ordinary vision was threatening, vision employed with aura or mana was even more menacing. Depending on the weapon technique, vision could split mountains or even evaporate lakes. The vision of the lion's sword is a rare sight. The Knights of Ryemblem were proficient in a sword technique called the lion's swordsmanship technique. While the lion's roar swordsmanship, learned by direct descendants, was a superb technique, lion's swordsmanship specialized in powerful strikes. The pinnacle of lion's swordsmanship was the one-strike, one-kill technique. Jarek wasn't just gathering aura to showcase his magical prowess. He was preparing an attack meant to ensure Damien's demise. For the future of Marquis Ryembloom, I'll stop you. Jarek charged forward. As his foot struck the ground, the condensed aura manifested itself, propelling his entire body at an incredible speed. With that momentum, he swung his greatsword. It wasn't a simple thrust, it was an attack infused with all of Jarek's mana. was so strong that the air in its path tore apart, creating a gust of wind. An intangible pressure overwhelmed Damien. Noisy, aren't you? Before the greatsword could reach him, Damien's sword moved. He aimed a similar strike toward Jarek, the tips of their swords meeting each other. In that sight, Jarek was certain of victory. Unlike Damien's ordinary thrust, Jarek had concentrated all his mana. The outcome seemed clear when they clashed. For Ryan Bloom, Jarek shouted loudly as their sword tips clashed. Then the aura Jarek had gathered scattered in all directions. What? But that wasn't all. The blade of Jarek's greatsword shattered into pieces, fragments scattering around. With a disheartened expression, Jarek looked at his broken hilt. I warned you. Jarek lifted his gaze at Damien's voice. Damien was raising his sword high. If you don't get your stance right, you'll die. Damien swung the longsword. Jarek's shoulder was severed. The severed arm soared high into the sky before plummeting to the ground. Soon after, blood burst forth from his shoulder. Caught in a belated agony, Jarek hunched over, groaning in pain. Cough, cough. He lost his right arm, which for him was more precious than his life, as that was the hand through which he used to hold his sword and fight. Now his life as a knight seemed to have reached its end, at least in Jarek's view. However, what filled Jarek's mind at this moment was not the torment of loss, but rather bewilderment. Ho-how! In a single move, Damien had obliterated Jarek's vision. No, it wasn't just an obliteration. As Damien thrust his longsword, his flow aura was also disrupted. Simultaneously, the greatsword shattered as well. Tell me, what technique did you use? What in the world, Jinjeom Brigandine? Among the 5 great elders of the Holy Church, there is no one equal to her in terms of martial arts prowess. As a master, Brigandine achieved a state known as annihilation. Once achieving annihilation, it became possible to dismantle the structure of objects using external shocks. With this ability, Brigandine nullified techniques, weapons used by enemies, and even magic. There was an instance where Brigandine obliterated a disaster that Darugo had spent years making. Is this the time to ask such things? Damien raised his longsword, pointing it at Jarek's neck. Jarek's face turned pale. PL, please spare me. If you were going to plead, you should have done so earlier. It's too late now. The edge of the blade slightly pierced the skin. Jarek's face grew even paler. I beg you, please. Jarek knelt on the ground. With only one arm left, he touched the ground. The previously resolute figure was nowhere to be found. Spare you. Damien aimed his longsword at Jarek's neck. Jarek's pupils trembled rapidly. You caused trouble at my territory, beat my attendant, threatened me and my family, and yet you're asking to be spared. I was wrong. I'll apologize for everything. I am not the one you should be apologizing to. Saying this, Damien turned to his family. They looked at Damien with a mix of astonishment and relief. While they already knew Damien was quite powerful, the extent of his strength was beyond their expectations, leading to these reactions. GGH, Jarek used mana to stop the bleeding on his shoulder. True to his status as a true knight, he used mana to seal off his blood vessels and forced his trembling body to stand and approached Paul. Viscount Haxon, I was wrong. I apologize for all the rudeness I have shown towards you. Jarek spoke while kneeling. Initially bewildered, Paul Haxon soon yelled with an angry expression. You just now tried to kill my son. Do you think a few words of apology can make up for it? Paul Haxon's anger didn't subside at all. If my son didn't have this much power, our territory would have been ruined, and he might have been dragged off to suffer as my heir. Initially, Jarek's apology wasn't sincere, it was just an attempt to survive. So Paul Haxon's anger didn't dissipate easily. I beg you. Please spare me. Jarek bowed his head to the ground repeatedly. I beg for mercy. Paul Haxon stared at Jarek for a while. Eventually, he turned his gaze towards Damien and nodded, indicating not to kill Jarek. Damien sheathed his sword without harming Jarek. I never intended to kill him anyway. If not for his family, Damien would have already killed him. However, killing Jarek here would worsen the relationship with Marquis Ryan Bloom. I can fight against the Lord of Ryan Bloom if I am alone. I can find his weakness and exploit it, or if I get the chance I can find Lord Ryan Bloom's enemies and join them. But when considering his family, that option wasn't feasible. No matter how skilled Damien might be, at his current level, he couldn't protect his family while fighting against the Marquisate of Ryan Bloom. Above all, this path is too difficult. That was his determination upon returning. He pledged not to subject his family to any more hardships. However, I can't just let things slide like this. Not only did he defeat the young master, but even an official knight. Damien couldn't simply overlook the humiliation that he had given to Lord Ryan Bloom. It was clear that retaliation would come soon. How fortunate. In reality, Damien had already made plans. Since hearing about the knight from the Lord of Ryan Bloom, he had been prepared. I made the right move by establishing ties with the Holy Church. That was what Damien thought. What's going on here? A familiar voice echoed. Agnes and the investigative team were approaching. Agnes, arriving in front of Damien, looked around with a startled expression. Damaged objects, devastated land, bloodstains scattered around. This is... Agnes's gaze stopped at Jarek. The pattern on that armor, isn't it from the Marquisate of Ryan Bloom? Yes, this guy here and the 2 lying over there. All of them are knights of Marquis Ryan Bloom. At that reply, Agnes's pupils dilated slightly. The Marquis Knights attacked your territory. Yes. Agnes glanced at Jarek again, specifically focusing on his shoulders. Compared to Damien, who stood unscathed, Jarek was on his knees with one of his arms severed. It was a clear display of who was the victor and who was the loser. Ryan Bloom's knights are known for their prowess. Did you really face 3 of them simultaneously? Even if there were 3, 2 were mere junior knights, so there is nothing remarkable about it. Only this one here is an official knight. At those words, Agnes's pupils widened even further. Having single-handedly dealt with a Kidora, she had expected Damien to possess skills beyond that of an official knight's. However, she hadn't foreseen that he could win with such an overwhelming gap. I'm relieved you didn't suffer any upheaval. Relieved though I'm not facing any right now. Who knows what might happen in the future. Agnes looked puzzled at Damien's words. If someone hears that the Knights of Ryan Bloom were defeated by me, I'm concerned about how the Marquis might react. Saying this, Damien subtly observed Agnes. Agnes pondered for a moment before speaking. If that's your concern, I can assist you. Do you have any solutions then? To Damien's query, Agnes nodded. A cooperative family referred to a family closely associated with the Holy Church. Such families couldn't be easily touched, not even by great nobles, as that might lead to the Holy Church's retaliation. What do you say? Although it's shameful, I'd like to say yes to that. This was precisely what Damien had been aiming for, using the Holy Church's influence to restrain the actions of Lord Ryan Bloom. What's your name? Agnes asked Jarek. Jarek spoke somewhat reluctantly. I'm Jarek Howard, Knight Jarek Howard. Go and inform Marquis Ryan Bloom that the Viscounty of Haxon is under the Holy Church's protection. If they dare to wield force against them again, they will have to face the wrath of the Holy Church. Upon Agnes's warning, Jarek nodded heavily. Take those trash lying over there with you and leave quickly. Damien said with a stern face. Jarek swiftly got up and complied with what he was said to do. Placing the 2 of them on a horse he brought along, they departed from the territory. Damien said to Agnes, who replied that it was nothing serious. Damien. As Jarek left, Paul arrived and called Damien. I want to hold a family meeting, considering what to do next. At his father's command, Damien simply nodded without saying a word. That's how a family meeting was instantly convened. The attendees were Damien, Paul, Damien's mother, his sister Louise, his younger brother Abel, the housekeeper, and Agnes. Let's begin the meeting. The topic for discussion, as everyone is aware, is finding a solution to deal with Lord Ryan Bloom. At his words, Damien's younger brother, Abel, raised his hand to speak. Weren't we supposed to receive the Holy Church's protection? Why do we have to resolve it by ourselves? Abel, it's because we can't rely on the Holy Church for mediation, Louise responded after hearing his words. What? Abel wore a puzzled expression. Paul nodded, continuing, Louise is right. The Holy Church doesn't involve itself in the affairs of the nobles. The Holy Church already roamed around here and there under the pretext of heresy trials. Intervening in incidents among nobles would be crossing a line. But as long as the Marquis doesn't touch us, isn't everything fine? The Marquis' power doesn't rely solely on force he has. He has numerous methods to trample small noble families like us if he wishes to. He could disrupt the export of the main source of income for Haxon Viscounty block the purchase of provisions, or he could apply direct pressure through the royal palace. So that's why we need to handle this situation ourselves. That's the only way the Viscounty of Haxon can remain unharmed. Only after hearing Father's explanation did Abel understand the situation they were facing. The only immediate options seemed to be compensation to the Lord or entering under the wing of another major noble. However, realistically speaking, compensation was unfeasible. The Marquis would demand an exorbitant amount. The only thing left is to become vassals of a major noble. There's one more option. Agnes, who had been quiet, spoke up. Paul Haxon, surprised, asked her, what is it? Damien becoming a paladin, said Agnes. Then it will become the Holy Church's affair and you will have grounds for mediation. All the family members looked at Damien, but Damien shook his head. I don't want to. Paul turned to Agnes again. If Damien refuses, that method won't work. I see. Agnes nodded with a crestfallen expression. Now, let's consider other options. Father, why are you agreeing so easily? At that moment, Abel suddenly stood up and shouted, if my brother becomes a holy knight, everything ends, doesn't it? Speak up, tell him to quietly become a holy knight. Pointing at Damien, Abel spoke. Paul sighed after listening to that. Sit down. Father, this is all because of my brother. He should take responsibility for everything. Abel, Paul shouted, his voice echoing with authority. Under the strange pressure, Abel couldn't help but stop talking. I told you to sit. Biting his lip, Abel reluctantly took his seat. Paul continued in a hushed voice, indeed, Damien triggered the conflict with the Lord, but it's not entirely Damien's fault. Abel raised his head, seemingly questioning what was being said, but upon Paul's stern gaze, he bowed his head again. The Marquis heir had bad intentions toward Louise. You know, he's infamous for his lasciviousness. Do you think a man like that would have willingly given up on Louise just because Damien interfered? Damien nodded in agreement with his father's words. Considering Erwin's nature, he might have plotted in some way. In a way, Damien has protected Louise from the Lord's heir. He did it in the place of an incompetent father who couldn't even exert his powers as a noble. Paul looked towards Louise with an apologetic expression, who simply smiled without saying anything. Today, the knights came for the same reason. Regardless of Damien's provocation, it was the Lord's heir who challenged him to a duel and drew his sword first. However, the Marquis simply, without thinking, accused our family. Frustrated, Paul clenched his fists. Damien, yes, father, you did really well today. With his father's praise, Damien's eyes widened slightly. You've repaid the insult our family suffered. Why did he feel this way? Suppressing an overwhelming emotion rising in his chest, Damien tried his best to hold back his tears. Of course it was something I had to do. Suddenly, memories from his previous life came flooding back, causing havoc within the family, ruining his sister's life, and ultimately being responsible for killing his entire family. In those horrific days, all Damien had wished for was atonement. The moment he heard his father's praise, Damien felt a slight, just a tiny bit of atonement. Nevertheless, I cannot deny that this happened because of me. Damien suppressed his tears. It wasn't yet time to cry. Damien hadn't completely atoned to his family yet. Please, just wait a little longer. I will handle this. No, Paul firmly intervened. This is something for your father to resolve. What, but? You are underestimating your father too much. Let me handle this. I'll ask the nobles I have a good relation with for help. I plan to mediate with the power of higher nobility between us and the Marquis heir. Paul spoke while pounding his chest with his fist. Let me show my fatherly side to you all for once. Father, tears welled up in Damien's eyes. Paul smiled contentedly. Father, Damien stretched his arms and rushed towards his father. His father held Damien tightly in his arms. It was an emotional moment for the two. My lord, may I come in? The steward knocked on the meeting room's door and spoke. Yes, come in. Paul released Damien from his embrace and said. As the steward opened the door and entered, he delivered news to the patriarch. Sir, there's a visitor outside. A visitor? Is it from the Marquisate of Ryan Bloom? No, it's from Duke Goldpixie. The mention of Goldpixie brought confused expressions to everyone, including Paul Haxon. What brings someone from Duke Goldpixie here? Well, you see. The steward seemed hesitant to respond. Master Damien has borrowed money from the Goldpixie Duchy by putting the estate's wheat fields as collateral, and the deadline has already passed. Damien looked at his father. His father's face, which just a moment ago was serene, gradually turned into one of anger. Damien, you cursed child. Damien sighed, hearing his father's rage. Oh, could it be that I've already sold it off? During his days as a rascal, Damien brought many problems upon his family. The incident at the tavern, where he was driven out and was made a laughingstock of the whole city, or the incident with the Marquis' son Erwin, where her sister Loyus had to sacrifice herself in order to save their family from Marquis Ryan Bloom's wrath. Nevertheless, no matter what he did, his family never abandoned Damien. They continued to shield him under the guise of being a family. However, there was an incident when his family's patience with him finally broke. It was when Damien used the family's land as collateral to borrow money from the Duke's conglomerate. Damien, you fool. Paul Haxon erupted in rage, his face blazing as if engulfed in flames. If only you had changed. I was foolish to hold even a shred of hope that you might have changed. Today, I'll kill you and then end my own life. Let's go together to the afterlife and confess our wrongdoings to our ancestors. Paul grabbed a decorative axe hanging on the wall and charged at Damien. Darling, please calm down. Do you truly intend to kill Damien? Father, please put the axe down and let's talk. His mother, sister, and even his younger brother Abel tried to restrain their father. Perhaps Agnes thought it wasn't her place to intervene, so she quietly left the room. Release me. Today, things will truly come to an end. Even with everyone intervening, they couldn't pacify Paul Haxon's rage. Damien looked at his furious father with a mix of embarrassment and apprehension. Damien, can't you just give yourself up right now? Before resolving the situation, it seemed necessary to first calm his father. Damien knelt down on the floor, causing Paul Haxon and the family's gaze to widen with surprise. Father, I apologize for disappointing you once again. Damien spoke in a remorseful tone. Even apologizing through death wouldn't suffice for this incident. But for now, shouldn't our priority be to rectify this situation? Upon his return, Damien made a vow. He wouldn't live this life as he did in his past life. He vowed to make his family happy at all costs. Please just trust me one more time. I will take responsibility and resolve this. Damien spoke earnestly. At this, hesitation flickered across Paul's face. Can you really resolve this? Yes, father. Paul Haxon hesitated for a moment before lowering the axe. Considering what you've shown so far, I'll trust you one more time. Damien nodded, expressing gratitude. Afterwards, he immediately headed to the room where the guests were sitting. As he entered the room, the first person he saw was a man dressed in a suit. The man wasn't alone. He was accompanied by 3 bodyguards. Oh, hello, Mr. Damien. The man stood up, his neatly combed hair glistening in the light from the pomade he'd applied. I'm Alan Demich, manager of the Western branch of the Dash and Cash Bank. He spoke with a polite tone but didn't bow despite his courteous manner. Alan Demich. Damien couldn't remember him at all. In reality, it might have been a few months ago, but from Damien's perspective, it was decades ago. Memories of this man had long been buried in the depths of his mind. It's been a long time since we last met. Upon hearing those words, forgotten memories began to resurface slowly. Are you the one I was told about, the son of Viscount Haxon? No wonder you carry yourself differently. I handle the Western Division of Dash and Cash. Unlike Mr. Damien, I'm not important enough for you to remember my name. It might take a bit to get the documents ready. Would you care for a drink? We have some alcohol. Why not use your family's land as collateral? That way we could offer you more money. The interest is too high. It's just a formality as we can't lend money without it. No need to worry about your family's land. How could a commoner like me take away a noble's land as collateral? This man was the one who had convinced Damien into using the family's land as collateral. The agreed repayment date is today, so I've come to collect the money. You borrowed 20 gold from us, and if we add up the interest, you now have to pay us 30 gold. 30 gold, it was a big amount, enough to buy an estate in the countryside. However, the money he received after killing a Kitora was 100 gold. It was an amount that would easily cover the debt, but it had been a long time since that 100 gold had turned into platinum by the church. I can't just give away the platinum. He thought it was a gift given by Agnes as the representative of the Holy Church. It is not something that he could have given to others. As you know, if you can't repay the money today, the land you put up as collateral will become the property of our Dash and Cash Bank. Wasn't that just a formality? He inquired, following the memory from the past. At that question, Alan Demich smirked slightly. Of course, how could a commoner like me take away a noble's land as collateral? But what can I do? I have received orders from the Gold Pixie Duchy that the debt must be collected, without distinction between nobles and commoners. Alan particularly emphasized the mention of the Gold Pixie Duchy. The bank where Damien borrowed money from, Dash and Cash, was a business run by Gold Pixie the Duke. The Gold Pixie family had amassed wealth and fame through business for generations. Apart from Dash and Cash, they own numerous other businesses. If you understand, please bring the money soon. Or perhaps is it that you don't have the money to repay? Alan Demich chuckled like a lackey. Damien crossed his arms, lost in thought. In my past life, our land was eventually taken, and the entire family was on the verge of being on the streets. Luckily, Louise, his sister, managed to secure the land and estates by borrowing money from Erwin Ryan Bloom. However, in return for that favor, Louise ended up being tied to Erwin Ryan Bloom for her entire life. I can't let her go through that again. But there was no way for him to come up with 30 gold immediately. He needed to find a way to delay repayment or discover another way to clear the debt. I vaguely remember a duel that took place between Duke Goldpixie and Marquis Ryan Bloom soon after. The recollection came suddenly. A nightly duel over ownership of a gold mine between two families. Duke Goldpixie not only lost the ownership of the mine, but also lost honor in that duel. Presently, Haxon Viscountry had incurred the wrath of Marquis Ryan Bloom. Hence, if the Marquis's influence grew stronger, it would pose a threat to his family. I wasn't able to arrange the money. At that remark, Alan's mocking laughter grew stronger, as if he had anticipated it. If that was the case, you shouldn't have borrowed the money. Alan slumped into his chair, crossing his legs, and looked down at Damien as if scrutinizing him. How can a noble like you lack common sense? Or perhaps living as a rascal has made you forget that. As soon as Alan realized Damien couldn't repay the debt, his attitude suddenly changed. However, Damien wasn't particularly surprised, as it was something he had experienced in his previous life. I'll repay the debt in a different way. Oh, that's fortunate. But how do you plan to repay the sum of 30 gold? Aren't you about to engage in a duel with the Marquisate of Ryan Bloom? Has the rumor spread this far already? So the Duke is recruiting skilled knights from his estate. Alan gave a look as if questioning the relevance. Recommend me to the Duke. Instead of repaying the debt, let me secure victory for the Duke. Ha ha ha, laughter burst out. For the first time in a long while, Alan Demich forgot his dignity and laughed vulgarly. What did you just say? You'll secure victory for the Duke. It was so funny that his belly began to ache. It was painful, yet the laughter didn't stop. Even the bodyguards standing behind him couldn't hold back. Laughter escaped their lips. Heh, what incredible confidence. Defeating the second son of Marquis Ryan Bloom and driving out the violent gangs from Landwalk City, quite a knightly accomplishment. Alan Demich was already aware of the rumors surrounding Damien Haxon. It was unavoidable. Whenever people gathered these days, that story was always on their tongues. But did you think such lies would work on me? That makes me a bit angry. However, Alan Demich wasn't fooled by such baseless rumors. He knew very well what kind of person Damien Haxon was. He had seen it with his own eyes. A fool with nothing except the title of being a noble. An insignificant braggart whose pride came before logical understanding. A clueless troublemaker running wild and making trouble for his family. That was Damien Haxon. He must have won by feeding something venomous to Ryan Bloom's heir, and it was obvious that the church had already dismantled the gangs in Landwork. Alan Demich wiped away tears as he continued speaking. Hey, don't try to deceive me like that. If you don't have money, come clean and ask for it. Oh, just speaking won't be enough. Alan licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. Come to think of it, your sister was quite a beauty. No, she has surpassed the level of mere beauty. My eyes were wide open after seeing her. Alan clapped his hands together, smirking at Damien. How about this? Let me borrow her for a week and I'll extend the repayment deadline by about 2 months. Alan pointed to the bodyguards behind him. Right, I'm not the only one involved here. See back there, they'll be part of it too. Make a careful decision, things might get messy if you make the wrong decision. The sound of metal interrupted Alan's words. Before he knew it, Damien Haxon had drawn his sword. Alan Demich liked his profession. Dash and cash bank. Just running a business owned by a duke was enough to carry oneself with a proud posture and broad shoulders, and needless to say, his salary was high. But the real reason Alan loved his job was different. Sorry, please wait just a month. I'll pay the money. Witnessing the pitiful pleas of well-off nobles was his joy. I'll borrow like this. Please, at least the estate. Born a commoner, he had always looked up to the nobles. He had to bow his head whenever the nobles would pass by. He couldn't even step on the shadows of the nobles. He found it quite amusing how these once proud individuals begged him as if they would lick his shoes. My daughter, isn't there any other way? And no, it's not that I don't want to, my body. Wait a moment, I am married. Occasionally, Alan also satisfied his secret desires. The nobles couldn't resist. He was the upper class, they were the lower. If it were an ordinary banking business, he wouldn't have enjoyed such authority. Not getting fleeced by the nobles would have been a stroke of luck, but dash and cash belonged to the duke's business. The minor nobles in the countryside had no choice but to bow before the duke's authority. Therefore, Alan Demich enjoyed his profession. You should reconsider. Alan Demich had to suppress a rising tide of laughter. Seeing nobles cornered was the best scenario Alan Demich could hope for. The friends behind me aren't your average strong guys. Alan Demich always had bodyguards with him. They weren't people supported by the duke, but individuals specifically chosen by Alan Demich. Their skills were all above average knights, reliable and trustworthy. Let's see. Damien Haxon pointed at Alan Demich and the bodyguards with his finger. I'll just kill those 3 and cut off your right arm. After all, I would need a guide to the duke's estate. Alan Demich and the bodyguards exchanged glances, smiling at each other. What's this fool jabbering about now? Consider it fortunate that you're of use to me. Damien's pupils gleamed fiercely. It was like looking into the eyes of a beast lurking in the darkness. I don't usually spare bastards who disgrace my family. Pathetic, your life is at stake here, and yet you are boasting. Alan Demich snapped his fingers. The 3 bodyguards behind him drew their swords. Bring him to his senses, but don't kill him. The bodyguards chuckled as they came close to Damien. None of the 3 bodyguards were skilled. They all had flaws which Damien could easily see. Apart from that, there was a weighty and oppressive air around Damien. Taking lives for sustenance wasn't an easy way to live. Hey, young master. Shall I let you witness something rare before I beat you? One bodyguard poised a blade inches from Damien's face. A shimmering aura enveloped the blade. The bodyguard proudly displayed it to Damien. See this? This is an aura. You might have never seen it before. Damien swung his sword, drawing a diagonal line from bottom to top. The longsword slashed through the bodyguard's neck. His head thudded to the ground. The deceased bodyguard didn't grasp what had occurred. Being complacent with your enemy so close to you can lead to downfall. Damien swung his sword into the air, splattering blood on the ground. This son of another bodyguard, grasping the situation, exploded in anger. I'll kill you. He lunged forward, seemingly aiming to crush Damien's skull in one swift motion. Unconcerned, Damien swung his sword. First, he severed his raised arms, then sliced his chest, and finally cut open his waist. 3 strikes. Not one of the bodyguards saw a single move clearly before they were killed. Slow and dull, Damien turned his gaze to the last remaining bodyguard. The bodyguard's eyes darted uncontrollably. Aha! The bodyguard threw his sword and tried to leap out the window. But Damien struck the ground before him, brushing past the guard. A gash marked the guard's neck, and the next second his head fell to the ground. If you were a coward, you shouldn't have touched the sword. Damien said this, turning to Alan Demich. Alan Demich was completely stunned. This can't how could a mere countryside noble like you have such skill? Damien approached Alan Demich. Only then did Alan Demich regain his senses and screamed. No. Struggling in his chair, he toppled over its backrest. He writhed on the floor, trying to get up with difficulty. In that moment, a longsword fell towards his wrist, severing it. Alan Demich, with an unbelieving expression, stared at his severed wrist. My hand. Damien slapped Alan Demich in the face to make him quiet. The scream abruptly stopped as Alan Demich whimpered, with his mouth being held by Damien. Be quiet, you're too loud. Damien pressed the blade close to Alan Demich's throat. Alan Demich's face turned pale. Da Damien ha Haxon, no mister. Da Damien, the fear of death suppressed the agony. Alan Demich prostrated before Damien. This lowly being spoke rudely to you. At this moment, Alan Demich could only think of surviving. Please spare my life, I beg you. No, if you really want to live, say something else. Damien pressed the blade closer. Blood trickled down. Alan Demich desperately shook his head. Within an instant, thousands of thoughts raced through his mind. I'll do everything to serve you, even if it means to betray the duchy. Alan Demich screamed desperately. He's a clever one. Only then did Damien sheath his sword. After sending Damien off, Paul Haxon couldn't sit still for even a single moment. He paced around the room, sighing deeply. Not just Paul, his youngest son, Abel, mirrored his father's behavior, pacing in the room. Sigh. Both the men sighed similarly, their expressions mirroring not just parent and child, but more. Dear, please sit and rest. You'll exhaust yourself pacing like this. Abel, you two come and sit here. Paul's wife and daughter, Louise, spoke. Unlike the father and son, the mother and daughter duo indulged in a leisurely tea time. My dear, how can I relax and sit? Our family's fate is at stake here. Mother, father is right. With the family's destiny on the line, how can we remain still? Despite the two men's arguments, Paul's wife and Louise spoke calmly. Damien assured us he can handle it. Yes, for now, let's trust and wait for Damien. Viscount Haskin and Abel wore puzzled expressions. How can you be so relaxed? Mother, do you truly believe in his words? Paul's wife sipped her tea, savored its aroma, and then spoke. Has Damien ever failed us before? No, right? That's because Damien possesses extraordinary swordsmanship. But negotiation skills and swordsmanship are different. Undoubtedly, Damien possessed incredible skills, but those were predominantly effective in fights. In negotiations, where tact and eloquence mattered, his skills were of no use. Father, why don't we go see him now? Abel's words stirred something in Paul's mind. Yes, even now, they can still go and assist Damien. You said you trust Damien, yet you want to go help him now. Father, perhaps it's not a good idea. The words of the mother-daughter duo startled Paul Haxon. If he said that he trusted him and would leave the matter to him, perhaps it was really not a good idea to interfere. It was a complete disregard for Damien. Paul was thinking about that, but then the door creaked open and Damien walked in. Father, I'm back. The appearance of Damien caught the attention of the entire family, especially Paul, who rushed forward eagerly. Damien, what happened? Did you resolve it? Yes, it's settled. I received confirmation that they won't ask for any more debt from us. A bright smile lit up at Paul's face, but then a strange thought crossed his mind. The negotiation result was good, a bit too good. Not just postponing the repayment or reducing it, but directly waiving it all off. Is that really true? Yes, I knew you wouldn't believe it, so I brought the person in charge directly. Damien gestured, and a man walked in from beyond the door. He was dressed decently, but his clothes were disheveled and his hair unkempt, making him look shabby. Speak now. Yes, eyes. At Damien's words, the man nodded, trembling. Viscount Haxon, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Alan Demich, in charge of the western branch of the Dash and Cash. That's right. Paul was greatly taken aback. The situation is really different from what he had expected it to be. You said you won't ask for debts, is that true? It's true. After today, there will be absolutely no inconvenience caused to the Viscount due to money matters. Yes, absolutely not. Alan shouted, causing Paul to get even more confused. What did Damien say to make you allow this? The duel between the Duke and Marquis Ryan Bloom is about to take place. Young Master Damien has decided to participate in that duel instead of repaying the debt. The duel between the Duke and the Marquis was something Paul had heard of before. It was a crucial battle, not only because of their status, but also for the family's honor tied to the gold mine. Surely he didn't make such a condition. In other words, Damien was selling his prowess to repay the debt. However, Paul had no choice but to accept. Damien, you really solved it on your own, as you promised. I told you, didn't I, to trust me? Paul Haxon wore a puzzled expression on his face. In truth, he didn't fully trust Damien yet. You've worked hard. Go in and rest now. At that moment, something caught Paul's eye. There was a bandage wrapped around Alan Demich's wrist. The bandage was stained red from seeping blood. Damien, yes, just asking in case, did you cause that on his wrist? There was a slight clash of opinions during negotiations. It couldn't be helped. Suddenly, dizziness swept over him. Paul placed his hand on his forehead. Oh, and send the servants to clean the reception room, please. Why? What happened? During the conflict resolution process, this guy's bodyguards clashed with mine. Damien mimicked slicing his throat with his hand. They made quite a mess of the reception room. Paul Haxon rubbed his face with both palms. After taking a deep breath, he yelled, Damien, what have you done this time? Damien explained the situation in detail to Viscount Haxon. Initially angry, Paul Haxon's reaction changed entirely upon hearing that Alan Demich had mocked Louise. You despicable man, how dare you? Debt isn't cleared yet. Alan Demich was just a branch manager. The real negotiation would be with the Duke. Your skills are undoubtedly exceptional, but I'm not sure if the Duke will consider you. It was natural for Paul to worry. Surely the Duke had many exceptional knights surrounding him. To participate in the duel, Damien had to surpass them. Are you confident? Without hesitation, Damien nodded at Paul's question. And so the next day arrived. Damien prepared for his journey and stepped outside. His family and Agnes were waiting for him at the entrance of the estate. Damien first expressed his gratitude to Agnes. It was the least I could do. Agnes responded casually to Damien's gratitude. Our investigation is nearly complete, so we plan to return the day after tomorrow. Damien was leaving today, hence this meeting was their last. May the god bless your journey, Damien. I hope you reach your destination safely. Agnes made a praying gesture. Damien did the same. Oh, and in case you change your mind. I have no intention of becoming a paladin. Damien cut in sharply, as if anticipating what she was going to say. Agnes's face involuntarily fell. Well then, take care. Next, Damien bid farewell to his family. Damien, take this with you. His mother handed something to Damien. It was a vial with a golden frame around it. It's a superior potion I luckily obtained in the past. It can heal even life-threatening wounds in no time. Keep it with you. Use it if things get dangerous. His mother's explanation went on for a while, but none of it reached Damien's ears. He remembered seeing this potion when he killed his younger brother by order of the Archlich Darugo. Holding onto his brother's severed body, his mother had handed him this potion. Her cries and accusations still echoed in his ears. Emotions buried under unpleasant memories resurfaced. Hatred towards Darugo, anger at his own powerlessness, and despair at the dreadful reality gradually consumed Damien's heart. Damien, at his mother's voice, Damien snapped out of it abruptly. Holding the vial dearly, he said. Damien looked back at Louise and Abel for the last time. Louise wore a worried expression while Abel avoided Damien's gaze. Damien, you must take care of yourself. Understand? Damien nodded before turning to his younger brother. Abel purposely averted his eyes from Damien's gaze. Abel, yes, when I return, let's practice archery. Abel's face filled with surprise at this unexpected remark. Damien whispered to Abel's ear. Doesn't the Viscount Copperhead's daughter enjoy hunting? If you want to impress her, you need to be skilled with a bow. Abel's face reddened at his words. How do you know? Having worked as a mercenary in his past life, Damien continuously gathered information about the Haxon estate. Among them was the fact that Abel had proposed to the Viscount Copperhead's daughter, but was rejected due to his lack of money and low status. He even heard that the Viscount took offense in it. There's a way to know everything. Leaving a bewildered Abel behind, Damien approached the carriage. Oh, you've arrived. Alan Demich opened the carriage door with his remaining hand. This carriage is quite spacious. Damien glanced inside the carriage. I cannot tolerate discomfort, so I intentionally ordered expensive items to be used to make this. If it's a carriage like this, I can expect a comfortable journey, right? Of course, I'll take extra care to ensure that you have a comfortable journey. Alan Demich forced a smile. Good attitude. Damien patted his head and boarded the carriage. Victor swiftly followed Damien onto the carriage. The carriage rode off down the road. Even if I take you there, you won't be able to meet His Grace the Duke. Alan Demich spoke with a face filled with fear. Across from him sat Damien Haxon, who was gazing lazily out the window. I'm just a mere branch manager at best. I'm not even the CEO of Dash and Cash Loan Firm. TLN changing Dash and Cash Bank to Dash Cash Loan Firm did a mistake back there. PR and you are useless. QCN Tusk, you both are useless. I know, so could you please shut up already? At Damien's remark, Alan tightly sealed his lips. Fear emanated from his eyes and face, making him tremble. All you need to do is bring me in front gates of the duchy and I'll do the rest. Damien didn't know the way to the duchy. He hadn't even prepared for a long journey. That's why he specifically needed Alan Demich to accompany him. Do you really intend to participate in the duel? Alan Demich cautiously asked. Damien only nodded. Oh, does that mean you'll make the Duke win in the duel? Damien nodded again. Strong suspicion crept over Alan Demich's face. Do you know who is coming from the Ryan Bloom Marquisate? It's Michael Ryan Bloom, the monster of the Ryan Bloom family. The Gold Pixie Duchy doesn't directly train knights like the Marquis Ryan Bloom does. Instead, they receive knights from knightly families that are loyal to the Duke. The reason they recruited knights for the duel from other sources was precisely because of Michael Ryan Bloom. Michael Ryan Bloom became a low-class knight before even reaching adulthood. In fact, according to the rumors, he has already reached the mid-class. Alan Demich had witnessed firsthand how strong Damien Haxon was, yet he didn't believe that Damien could defeat Michael Ryan Bloom. You're noisy. Damien interjected, making Alan Demich cover his mouth with his remaining hand. I never asked you to worry about me. I'm sorry. Alan Demich bowed his head so low that his forehead touched the ground. If you understand, be cautious from now on. He trembled vigorously. The journey to the Duke's residence was comfortable. As a result, even when Damien was not at his house, he could enjoy bathing in hot water. Feels more comfortable than being at home. Damien didn't waste this time. He invested every moment of the rare resting time in building up his mana. Except for sleeping, he constantly practiced his swordsmanship skills. Right now, what I need the most is mana. When it came to skills and knowledge, nobody could match Damien, but he lacked in many external aspects. For example, his body wasn't fully trained yet, and his mana was also insufficient. If I could just acquire the mana of a junior knight, I could do so much more. So 5 days passed. The carriage arrived at the Gold Pixie Duke's residence. The Gold Pixie Duke's residence stood tall on a vast field. The castle was so massive that there were a staggering 8 entrance gates. At each gate, aspiring entrants stood in line in order to either meet the Duke or to get a job in the duchy. With Alan Demich present, Damien didn't need to wait. As the manager of Dash and Cash, he had the authority to bypass the outer inspections. The carriage passed through the residential and commercial areas and reached the inner fortress walls. Halt! Soldiers guarding the inner gate blocked the carriage. Alan Demich, sweating profusely, addressed Damien. I can only guide you up to here." Inside the inner gate stood the mansion of the Duke Goldpixie. Alan Demich had never entered there even once. "Then I guess I'll have to walk from here now." At those words, Alan Demich let out a sigh of relief, but soon he realized something. Damien was staring directly at him. "I've pondered during the journey, you know. Yes, it weakens my heart to kill you, you know. Then will you spare me? But then it'd be hard to forgive myself for sparing you as you tried to harm my family." Damien rose from his seat. The sunlight from the carriage obscured him. A dark shadow enveloped Alan Demich. "So let's settle on by just cutting your tongue. Yes, W8. The sound of a blade being drawn echoed in the carriage. Soon, a piercing scream spread in all directions, tearing through eardrums. The Duke's soldiers who blocked the carriage were taken aback and raised their spears. A moment later, the carriage door opened and Damien stepped out. "It's quite massive when you see it like this," Damien observed while looking up at the inner gate. The inner gate was much taller than the outer one. You had to tilt your head as far back as possible if you wished to see the end. What's going on here? "What do you think this place is?" The soldiers aimed their spears at Damien and shouted. Ignoring the soldiers' threats, Damien asked, "I have matters to discuss with the Duke. Could you open the gate?" In response to Damien's query, the 2 soldiers burst out angrily. "What nonsense! How can we allow a filthy brat like you to go in and meet his grace? It seems you're aiming for his grace's life." Judging by the soldiers' reactions, peaceful means might not let him cross the inner gate. "In that case, there's no choice but to force my way through." Damien recalled his past experiences. He had never personally met the Gold Pixie Duke, but he had heard plenty about him. A strict meritocrat. Meritocrat here means a person who selects or favors someone based on their abilities and merits, and not their status or authority. If one lacked ability, even if they were his children, he wouldn't favor them. Conversely, if one had talent and abilities, then he would treat them leniently even if that person was to be his enemy. "If I'm going to participate in the duel anyway, I'll have to prove my skills. Showing is better than just talking, right?" Damien, having made his decision, nodded. His composed demeanor astonished the soldiers. "What nonsense have you been saying since earlier? Maybe a few hits will sober him up." Damien slightly bent his knee. Immediately after, with a burst of air, Damien's body vanished. What? Instinctively, the soldiers looked up, and there they could see it. Damien floating midway up the inner fortress wall. What's that? Hoo-ha. Damien stepped on the fortress wall, then leaped up again. Continuously propelling himself, he started going up the fortress wall. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the wall. Ugh. "Hey, you'll catch flies in your mouth." Soldiers were also standing atop the wall. Damien landed between 2 of them. What's this? What? The 2 soldiers stared at Damien in bewilderment. Whether they reacted or not, Damien didn't care. He just admired the view below the wall. Wow, what a view. Then the soldiers aimed their spears at Damien. "Intruder, die." Damien leaped again, avoiding the spears, and flew down the wall. The 2 soldiers, startled, looked down. Despite the height of his fall, Damien seemed unscathed. "Where's the Duke's mansion from here?" Damien strolled confidently. His demeanor left the soldiers' eyes widened. "Intruder, sound the alarm. This isn't an ordinary one. We need the knights." The noisy clanging of bells echoed throughout the entire Duke's estate. Despite the alarm sounding, Damien didn't rush. He strolled leisurely, almost as if he were out for a walk. Surprisingly, the ones who were worried were the people from the Duke's side. There he is. About 10 knights rushed in, surrounding Damien. "Reveal your identity immediately. Who sent you? What's your purpose?" The knights shouted questions one after another. Damien glanced over them. They were all junior knights. "Tusk, these fledglings come out first." Fledglings. At Damien's words, the junior knights were bewildered. Shortly after, they became angry. "How dare you disrespect us? Shall we cut off his arms?" Damien shook his head. "Where's the Duke? I have urgent matters to discuss with him." At his words, the knights' faces reddened as if about to explode. "You've come to target his grace. It's not that there's an urgent matter that I have to discuss." "Shut up." The knights drew their swords, pointing the sharp blades at Damien. "You'll pay for your actions right now." The knights charged at him. Damien scratched the back of his head. Right now, Damien could easily eliminate them all with a single sword strike. However, junior knights were valuable forces that could be immediately deployed in combat. Killing 10 of them, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the duchy. That's why Damien didn't draw his sword. He skillfully deflected all the blades coming at him barehanded. The bewildered expressions on the junior knights' faces at his actions struck Damien. Then Damien's body disappeared. He approached the junior knights, landing quick strikes at their chins. His speed left an afterimage behind. The junior knights were knocked out without even realizing they were under attack. Oh, I forgot to ask where the Duke is. That's when Damien regretted. One knight whom he thought had passed out groaned, "WH what He hadn't completely lost consciousness, he was just not in his right mind. Damien approached, somewhat sympathetic to the days of the night. He grabbed the knight's hair and lifted his head. "Where is the Duke? T. the Grace is in the meeting room." Damien lowered the knight's head and looked toward the mansion. "He's over there." Damien moved again. Recently, the Duke Goldpixie had been troubled by one thing. "You still haven't found a knight to challenge Michael Ryan Bloom." The attendants seated in the meeting room all bowed their heads. Seeing this, the Goldpixie Duke let out a deep sigh. "Money isn't an issue, just bring someone even if you get it from abroad." No one among the attendants raised their heads. The Duke Goldpixie sighed deeply once more. In truth, the root cause of all this trouble was the Duke himself. The Duke Goldpixie and Marquis Ryan Bloom had been at odds since their youth. It all started when he set his sights on a lady of the Ryan Bloom family, which the Marquis intercepted and married. As the time passed, however, the emotions didn't fade. In fact, they grew even stronger. Amidst all this, a gold mine was discovered at the boundary between their territories. To settle the ownership of the gold mine, the Duke and the Marquis gathered for discussions. However, despite lengthy talks, the ownership remained undecided. Why not settle this with a duel? It would be much cleaner. The Duke rejected the Marquis' proposal, well aware of the terror that the Ryan Bloom family's monster was, running away again without acting like a man. "That's why Elise chose me." Elise was the name of the lady who was taken from him. At that moment, the Duke lost his temper. By the time he regained his senses, he had already accepted the duel. It was too late to take back the words already spoken. He hurriedly sought a knight to challenge Michael Ryan Bloom. However, finding such a knight, both domestically and internationally, proved exceedingly difficult. "This is giving me a headache." The Duke rubbed his forehead with his hand. At that moment, a commotion was heard from afar. Lowering his hand, the Duke asked his attendant, "What's that noise? Go and find out." The attendant went out and soon returned, his face showing concern. "Why, Your Grace, there's an intruder." Rather than being surprised, the Duke felt puzzled by the news. "An intruder? Yes, he is completely breaching the building right now. You must evacuate immediately." Numerous thoughts about the fortitude of the castle and the thoroughness of its defenses crossed the Duke's mind. Realistically, an intruder entering was impossible. However, denying what had already happened would be futile. "Who dares to disturb the Duke's residence?" "Ah, that's not clear yet. Gather the knights immediately. They must eradicate that audacious group." The Duke naturally assumed there were multiple intruders, but the attendant contradicted the Duke's assumption. "It's not a group. What kind of statement was that?" The attendant, looking quite serious, said to the Duke, "There's only one person." After defeating the junior knights, Damien immediately headed towards the Duke's mansion. To reach the mansion, one had to cross through the garden. Maintaining the garden was Mother's only hobby. While the garden in the Haxon estate was no larger than a vegetable patch, the garden of the duchy was vast and reminiscent of a forest. Mother would appreciate hearing stories about the Duke's garden. However, Damien couldn't leisurely wander the garden. "Found you. You were here." Knights emerged from various spots in the garden. Their aura was different from the junior knights they had just fought. Low-class knights. The Duke's official knights had stepped forward to stop Damien. "I don't know where you came from, but you dare attack the Duke. Cut off his arms and throw him in prison." The knights drew their swords, their aura enveloping the blades. Even faced with so many low-class knights threatening them, Damien's expression barely changed. Taking life isn't difficult, but the repercussions are. During the journey to the Duke, Damien had gathered quite a bit of power through the sword techniques he practiced in his previous life and mana through the supreme absorption technique. Right now, there was little difference to Damien between junior knights and low-class knights. However, if he tried to spill blood here, then it would pose a threat to his relation with the Duke. In fact, he might take it as an offense. "Is there something suitable around here?" Damien scanned the surroundings. Conveniently, there were tools for tending the garden nearby. Damien picked up a shovel from among them and struck its blade with his palm. As the shovel's blade cleanly fell off, it turned into a decently sized staff. Damien swung the staff around. It felt good. "All right, you can come at me now." Damien flicked their finger. Veins popped on the knights' foreheads. "Do we look like a joke to you right now? This is no petty provocation. Kill him right away." The knights rushed forward, expressing their anger. The lead knight swung his sword, tracing a semicircle with the blade. Damien attempted to block the sword with a club. "You foolish brat," the knight shouted. The knight's sword was infused with aura, while Damien's staff was just a staff. If things continued like this, the aura-infused sword would easily cut through both the staff and Damien. However, contrary to the knight's expectations, the sword couldn't cut through the staff. Instead, its trajectory deviated. The sword, which was moving horizontally, suddenly shot upward. Without missing the opportunity, Damien struck the knight's head with the staff. The knight collapsed right away. Another knight followed, swinging his sword down. Once again, Damien blocked the sword with the staff. The slashing blade suddenly twisted to the left. "What? Damien immediately struck the knight's forehead. The knight, screaming, lost his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, two knights immediately lost. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the other knights couldn't help but hesitate. Damien tapped his shoulder with the staff and said to the remaining knights, "What's up? Coming at me." The knights exchanged glances. Then, one after another, they lunged forward. The sound of clashes echoed endlessly. "Only one intruder?" the Duke asked with an incredulous expression. The attendant vigorously nodded. "The knights, what are the knights doing?" 10 junior knights had already tried to stop the intruder but failed. What, 10 junior knights? Even just as junior knights, they held remarkable power. Yet 10 of them failed to stop the intruder. Not only that, but the low-class knights also intervened and lost to him. The Duke felt his head spinning. Could what he was hearing right now be true? "Could it be that you are trying to deceive me? Don't worry, the middle-class knights have moved. We'll soon be able to suppress the intruder." At the mention of middle class, the Duke regained his composure. There was no reason to be afraid when there were not only lower class but middle class and even high class individuals here. The Duke glanced at the elderly knight standing beside them. The elderly knight flashed a reassuring smile and said, "Your Grace, don't worry. I am here by your side, Karl Heimlich." One of the 3 high-class knights in the Apple Kingdom. He was the pinnacle of power owned by the Duke Goldpixie. "How many casualties are there?" "I've heard there are none." Once again, doubt crossed the Duke's face. "What do you mean, no casualties? Then what about the injured?" "They say there are only minor injuries." This intruder had invaded the Duke's estate in broad daylight, fought with the knights, and yet hadn't killed a single person. Wait a moment. A possibility sprang to the Duke's mind. "I must meet this intruder in person." After knocking down all the low-class knights, Damien entered the mansion. The Duke of Goldpixie was renowned as the wealthiest man in the Apple Kingdom. To prove the authenticity of this reputation, expensive artworks were placed throughout the mansion. "Stop him. Stop that person." As soon as he entered the mansion, knights rushed towards Damien. They were all low-class knights. Damien swung the staff wildly towards the incoming knights. The knights fell like autumn leaves. Damien charged into the mansion, trampling over the fallen knights. He reached a wide hall after passing through a corridor. There, Damien halted his steps. It was because of the knight standing in the center of the hall. "So you finally made it here, you bastard." The knight muttered quietly. There was a vigor in his voice. "The crime of causing a disturbance in the Duke's estate is severe. I'll personally tear your body apart and scatter it as food for the rats." The knight pulled out the spear he had stuck in the ground. His sharp aura filled the entire hall. "Impressive," Damien exclaimed briefly. The energy emanating from the knight was considerable. "I'm Damien Haxon. What's your name?" Fighting without formal introductions felt unsatisfactory. In response to Damien's question, the knight scowled. Despite showing reluctance to answer, he said, "Middle-class knight Ernest Horowitz." A big fish had appeared. Status of a knight is divided into 5 major stages: junior knight, low-class knight, middle-class knight, high-class knight, and finally master. The gap between each stage increases exponentially as one progresses. It's more challenging for a low class to become a middle class than for a junior knight to become a low class. Hence it is said that one becomes a true knight only after reaching the stage of a low class knight, possessing the strength of 100 men. So what about the more elusive middle class knight? Strength of 1,000 men. They can face over 1,000 soldiers alone. The middle class, who transcends natural disasters with their human body, was a formidable existence. This has become quite troublesome. Damien tapped their shoulder with the club. "Troublesome." Ernest Horowitz's expression changed as if bothered by those words. "Seems like fear made you say something stupid. You should have said you want to run away instead." Ernest Horowitz raised their momentum. The ground began to split around where they stood. The cracks spread across the entire room, even affecting the walls and ceiling. What will the Duke say if you wreck the building like this? Honestly, Damien didn't want to fight Ernest Horowitz. It hadn't been even a month since Damien came back. Thus, his stamina and mana were still significantly lacking. There wasn't anything he couldn't fight, but it was becoming quite an exhausting battle. Above all, only low-class knights can participate in the duel. To take part in the duel, he had to suppress his level as a low-class knight. Hence, engaging in a fight with Ernest Horowitz, a middle class, might cast doubts on his low-class knight status. "If you keep hesitating, I'll make the first move." Ernest Horowitz's posture slightly lowered, ready to lunge forward. Damien clicked his tongue briefly. Under these circumstances, it seemed best to engage moderately and then retreat. That's when the door behind Ernest Horowitz swiftly opened. "Both of you stop." A middle-aged man walked in, shouting. Ernest Horowitz looked surprised. "Your Excellency, you there should be thinking of catching the intruder, but what if the entire building collapses?" The middle-aged man tapped Ernest Horowitz's shoulder. Ernest Horowitz immediately lowered his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was not attentive." "It's fine, we'll just summon the mages to repair everything anyway." After saying so, the Duke approached Damien. "Your Excellency, it's dangerous. It's all right." Despite Ernest Horowitz's attempt to intervene, the Duke didn't stop. "Young friend, what's your name?" Just a few steps away. The Duke asked, standing at a distance where Damien could easily draw his sword and cause harm to him. He was indeed a man with a demeanor befitting his status as the Duke. Damien lowered the staff he was holding and said, "I am Damien Haxon, your Excellency." "Damien Haxon, are you by any chance the troublemaker from the Haxon family?" The Duke's expression subtly changed. I thought the rumors were false or exaggerated. I never expected them to be true. That's a bit unfair. Because of that misunderstanding, everyone I meet tends to underestimate me. The Duke chuckled at Damien's words. You came all this way and didn't kill a single member of the duchy's knights. No one suffered fatal injuries. I went through some trouble to handle things appropriately. What? Appropriate? You're quite an interesting character. A smile crept onto the Duke's lips. So what do you want from me? You didn't cause this uproar for no reason. Finally, the moment Damien had been waiting for arrived. I owe your excellency a debt. A debt? The Duke wore a perplexed expression. He couldn't fathom what Damien was hinting at. I borrowed money from the loan firm you operate. I have to repay 30 gold coins, principal plus interest. Ah, that's what this is about. Are you here because of that? I don't have the money right now, so I want to repay the debt in another way. The Duke nodded in response to Damien's explanation. Another way, I'll offer victory by defeating Michael Ryan Bloom instead of repaying the debt. The Duke's eyes widened at that response. Michael Ryan Bloom. Someone had emerged to resolve that troublesome issue. Interesting, truly interesting. The Duke rubbed his chin, examining Damien. He was likely mentally comparing Damien and Michael Ryan Bloom. Michael Ryan Bloom is considered a monster who will one day become a master. Are you confident? If I lose, you may take my life without hesitation. Damien replied without a hint of hesitation. The Duke burst into laughter at that response, forgetting his manners as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I've never seen someone so spirited. Extending his hand, the Duke said, Let me trust you for once. Damien shook his hand firmly, saying, You won't regret it. The attendants of Gold Pixie Duke were engulfed in turmoil and fear. They had gathered at the Duke's residence to discuss the biannual tournament that was going to take place between the Duchy and the Marquisate of Ryan Bloom. During a meeting concerning business matters with the Duke, news had spread of an attack on the Duke's castle. While the news of an attack on the outer castle would have been shocking enough, it was not the outer but the inner castle that had been assaulted. This alone was a grave matter, yet unexpectedly, the Duke had left his post vacant to meet the intruder. Leaving behind his escort, Knight Karl Heimlich, he went alone. An attack on the duchy who could have committed such an act, and that also in broad daylight, not even at midnight. The attendants murmured in anxiety. The somewhat fortunate aspect was the presence of Karl Heimlich in the conference room. Karl Heimlich was one of only 3 high-class knights in the Apple Kingdom. Whoever the attackers might be, if Karl Heimlich was present, he would surely subdue them. It was when they were thinking, suddenly, apologies for making everyone wait. The door to the conference room creaked open, and the Duke entered. Unlike when he had left the room alone, there were now 2 additional individuals with him. One was a knight well known to the attendants, Ernest Horowitz. However, the other was a completely unfamiliar face. Who's that young man? I'm not sure either. He's quite handsome, however his demeanor is quite rough though. The attendants whispered among themselves regarding the young man. It was unexpected, but there's someone I'd like to introduce. The Duke presented the young man to the attending individuals. This fellow here is the intruder who assaulted the residence just a while ago. The murmuring voices quickly subsided. The attendants stared at the Duke and Damien Haxon with incredulous expressions. Hello, I'm Damien Haxon. Damien greeted them with a nod. His attitude was incredibly arrogant and impolite. However, the attendants focused more on his name than Damien's attitude. Damien Haxon, could it be that scoundrel? Isn't he the one who defeated the heir of the Marquis Ryan Bloom and dismantled the enormous Black Serpent gang in Landwalk City? Rumors about Damien Haxon were so widespread that even the Duchy had heard of them. However, there wasn't a single person who believed those rumors. They seemed too fantastical to be considered true. That scoundrel attacked the Duchy. I thought all those rumors were fake. Are they actually true? This is unbelievable. How could a scoundrel like him? The attendants were greatly disturbed. Some could even be found denying reality. He told me that he came to the castle because he had borrowed money from a loan firm under me, but had no money to give back the amount and interest. Whether he knew the sentiments of these attendants or not, the Duke became visibly agitated. So instead of repaying the debt, he came here intending to participate in a duel. When the soldiers refused to let him in, he barged in recklessly. The attendants looked at Damien with disbelief. They had been agonizing over what could be the reason behind the intrusion, but they never imagined that it would be such a naive one. Do you know what he said to me? That he'd defeat Michael Ryan Bloom and dedicate the victory to the Duchy. A suppressed chuckle erupted among the attendants. Who was Michael Ryan Bloom? A prodigious genius evaluated to soon ascend to the level of a master in the near future. He was such a formidable opponent that even with all of Gold Pixie Duke's connections and resources, they couldn't find a rival that could fight against him. To defeat someone like Michael Ryan Bloom, dedicate the victory. However, as time passed, the derision that crossed the faces of the attendants began to diminish. That man against Michael Ryan Bloom, it's not an entirely impossible claim. He did breach the Duke's defenses, and he took down the Duke's knights too. Have we seen such a skilled young knight before? Considering Damien's demonstrated abilities, he was not lacking when compared to Michael Ryan Bloom. I might just do as Damien Haxon desires. I chose Damien as the representative knight who will rival Michael Ryan Bloom in the duel. The Duke continued addressing the attendants. Does anyone have a differing opinion? Everyone remained silent, which indicated consent. The Duke nodded as if he understood. It seems there are no opposing views. Then Damien Haxon will be elected as the representative. Your Grace, please reconsider that decision. At that moment, someone exclaimed loudly, capturing everyone's attention. Ernest Horowitz stood there with an enraged expression. Damien Haxon attacked the Duke and the Knights. To appoint him as a representative when the immediate punishment is due is an absurdity. Several attendants nodded in agreement with Ernest Horowitz's words. Although the Duke seemed resolute and didn't say anything, it was clear he wasn't pleased with the situation. Appointing someone who attacked the Duke as a representative was inconceivable. Damien Haxon might have tarnished the Duke's name a bit, but finding someone of this caliber isn't easy. Before discussing skill, he lacks the qualifications. Appointing someone who assaulted a noble family as a representative. How much mockery will this bring upon us when it's revealed? More attendants began to agree with Ernest Horowitz's words. Without Damien Haxon, there wouldn't be a knight to stand against Michael Ryan Bloom. True for now, but hasn't the Duchess of Chelsea yet to return? At the mention of the Duchess of Chelsea, the Duke briefly furrowed his brow. It has been a month since the Duchess left, claiming to have found a knight to face Michael Ryan Bloom. She will come back soon. The Duchess didn't inform me of who this knight is. It's uncertain whom she'll bring. Should I just reject Damien because of a knight whose abilities I haven't even seen? Has the Duchess ever disappointed your Grace? Being astute and capable, she will surely meet your expectations this time too. The attendants began to murmur in agreement. That's right. The Duchess of Chelsea has always excelled in your Grace's tests. She's someone we can trust. The opinions of the attendants gradually leaned towards the Duchess of Chelsea. Observing this, the Duke too became lost in thought, arms crossed. The claims of Knight Ernest Horowitz do have a point. The Duke turned towards Damien Haxon. Damien, my apologies. It seems I'll have to delay appointing you as the representative. Ernest Horowitz's face visibly brightened at these words. Conversely, Damien felt irritated. The bone that the orc chewed on is suddenly being snatched away in the end. Damien hadn't come here simply to repay a debt. The Marquis would significantly strengthen his position following the duel with the Duke. Damien Haxon had come here to prevent that future from happening. Whoever the Duchess of Chelsea brings, they won't be able to defeat Michael Ryan Bloom. For the duchy to win in the duel, Damien Haxon had to face Michael Ryan Bloom. Thus, after much deliberation, Damien spoke out. I cannot comply with that decision. All eyes, including the Duke's, were fixed on Damien Haxon. I came not just to repay my debt, but also to fight against Michael Ryan Bloom. Hence, I won't concede my position as the representative. An outsider outright refused the Duke's decision. Naturally, the attendants' reactions were far from favorable. Wahet, there's nothing impressive about you despite boasting about your skills. Daring to have dissatisfaction with his Grace's decision, he should be apprehended and punished immediately. Especially, Ernest Horowitz's anger was palpable among the attendants. What are you muttering now? Ernest Horowitz ground his teeth as he reprimanded Damien. An intense hostility poured out from Damien, so much so that it felt bone-chilling. Your Grace, please give the order. I'll seize this rascal and make him kneel. However, the Duke did not comply with Ernest Horowitz's plea. The Duke gazed at Damien with a mix of anger and interest. Damien, I do feel sorry for you, but with the opinion of the attendants as such, what can I do? The Duke shrugged. His demeanor was exaggerated, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. From there, Damien could roughly discern the Duke's intentions. He's expecting how I'll handle this situation. Come to think of it, there was a story heard from a previous life. The Gold Pixie Duke was known to be a relentless meritocrat who enjoyed testing the attendants continually. He favored only those who passed his tests and dismissed those who didn't. A troublesome type to be idolized as a superior. To pass the Duke's test, one had to convince the attendants. However, Damien had no intention whatsoever of bothering to persuade the attendants. He aimed to show through actions who he was and why they shouldn't detain him. You all are under a tremendous misconception. After determining his course, Damien Haxon spoke up. If one aims to win the duel, they must undoubtedly sit in the representative's seat. Whoever the Duchess of Chelsea brings, they won't even compare to me. Such arrogance. Are you spouting that nonsense, not knowing whom the Duchess might bring? Ernest Horowitz scoffed and said. Damien Haxon pointed at Ernest Horowitz and spoke. Let me demonstrate my abilities by blocking Ernest's attack. What did that guy just say? The attendants began to doubt their own ears. It was an unavoidable situation. Ernest Horowitz is a mid-class. Not only has he been in the mid-class for quite a long time, but he also has accumulated enough experience and achievements to block an attack from such a figure. Oh, and I said attack, which means he can use any technique he wants to. You can also use deception or employ tactics without any hesitation. As Damien Haxon continued speaking, the attendants couldn't contain their astonishment. Usually, when a superior knight fights against an inferior one, there are several penalties imposed on the superior knight. However, Damien Haxon was suggesting not to impose any penalties but to unleash everything. Perhaps using tactics would be better. Blocking them would further confirm my abilities. Damien Haxon stopped talking. It was due to the dreadful aura emanating from Ernest Horowitz. "Come at me, I'll make holes in your face." Ernest Horowitz growled at Damien Haxon. Damien and Ernest Horowitz immediately headed to the training grounds. The Duke and the attendants followed suit. They surrounded the training grounds and stood guard, observing the two. "Even now, if you lick my shoes, I'll forgive you." Ernest Horowitz twirled his spear as he spoke. Instead of responding, Damien let out a long yawn. "I'm sleepy. Let's finish this quickly." Asking for death so blatantly, Ernest Horowitz gripped his spear with both hands. Damien Haxon didn't take any particular stance. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get ready. You're awfully full of yourself. Stop worrying about me and mind your own business." Damien plunged his sword into the ground. He placed both his arms on it and leaned his body against them. Ernest Horowitz's facial muscles tensed visibly at Damien's blatant disregard. As I mentioned earlier, any attack is fine. You can use deception or employ tactics without any constraints. Before long, Damien was taunting Ernest Horowitz. Repeated taunts filled Ernest Horowitz's eyes with bloodshot fury. "This a brat like you won't be satisfied until I torn you to pieces." Ernest Horowitz surged his mana. Mid-class, exceptional individual capable of doing miracles. The highly dense mana, befitting his status, began to swirl around Ernest Horowitz. Anything goes as long as it's called an attack. A flicker emerged at the tip of the spear held by Ernest Horowitz. It was so vivid it looked more like flames than a mere spark. "Then let me pierce through that unlucky face." Ernest Horowitz raised his foot and forcefully struck the ground. The floor of the training ground shattered. Simultaneously, Ernest Horowitz's body shot forward like an arrow. At an incredible speed, the air burst successively. Ernest Horowitz pierced through the air barrier and arrived inches from Damien Haxon. Ernest Horowitz thrust his spear. A storm surged forth. Hidden within it, a flash pierced through Damien Haxon. Even before Ernest Horowitz thrust his spear, Damien had already deciphered the trajectory. The chest. Ernest Horowitz's posture and gaze said it all. Despite the words about piercing through the face, Ernest Horowitz aimed for the heart. A straightforward thrust. No deception, no tactics. It was a pure thrust. However, due to exerting full power, its speed and destructiveness were fearsome. Did I provoke him too much? It's becoming dull. Damien's provocation seemed to have pricked at the knight's pride. Trying to kill Damien with such an honest attack showed this. If it's so easily readable, dealing with it should be simple. Ernest Horowitz thrust his spear. Damien immediately raised his longsword to block the spear. Immediately after, a strike as blinding as a flash hit the blade. Every bone in his body creaked. The fibers in his limbs felt like they were bursting vividly. As expected from a mid-class, though Damien was far ahead in experience and skills, Ernest Horowitz surpassed him several times over in physical abilities and mana. In reality, forcibly blocking such a powerful attack wasn't Damien Haxon's preference. However, at this moment, Damien had to act as a low class. For a low class to avoid or deflect an attack from a mid-class, it was definitely surprising, so I have no choice but to block his attack. Unable to withstand the assault, he was pushed backward. The ground cracked, creating two cavities. He could have stopped right there, but Damien allowed himself to be pushed further back. Eventually, his back slammed into a wall. The wall shattered with a thunderous noise. The intense impact concentrated on his internal organs. With Damien's level of skill, he could have used mana to shield his internal organs. However, he deliberately allowed himself to suffer internal injuries for a more realistic portrayal. Cough. Damien Haxon coughed out blood from his mouth. He deliberately staggered as he walked out. As he glanced away, he caught sight of Ernest Horowitz's shocked face. Not only Ernest Horowitz, but the Duke and the attendants wore similar expressions. Suddenly, Damien realized his hand felt light. When he looked down, he saw the shattered longsword. It wasn't a particularly high-quality item received from his father, nor was it sentimental to him. "Your Highness, as promised, I have withstood Ernest Horowitz's attack." Discarding the longsword's handle onto the ground, Damien spoke. "Now, the position of the representative belongs to me." There was no reply, only a prolonged silence ensued. The Duke broke the silence. "Ha ha ha ha." The Duke burst into laughter loudly, clapping his thighs with his palm. "You've endured. You've truly withstood the blow of a mid-class." The Duke rushed towards Damien, patting his back vigorously. Cough. Due to that sudden motion, Damien couldn't help but cough up blood once again. Despite it being staged, his injuries were real. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm sorry." Even seeing that, the Duke didn't stop laughing. Attendees, listen up. Damien Haxon has splendidly demonstrated his abilities. As promised, I'll employ Damien Haxon as the representative. At that moment, Ernest Horowitz, who had been standing dumbfounded, snapped back to reality. "Why, Your Highness, quiet." The Duke spoke in a chilling tone, completely different from when addressing Damien Haxon. "Right now, I am in a good mood. Don't ruin it." At the Duke's words, Ernest Horowitz, sweating coldly, bowed his head. He looks disappointed. Duke was an extreme meritocrat. That's why Damien Haxon, who lived up to his expectations, received his favor, while Ernest Horowitz, who didn't, was treated poorly. The Duke's favor didn't end there. You seem to be injured. I can't just let you leave like this. Suddenly, the Duke adjusted the ring on his right hand. Then a black hole appeared in the air. A spatial magic tool. It was a top-grade magical tool that twisted space to use as a storage. From within, the Duke pulled out a box. This is a gift for you. Damien Haxon accepted the box offered by the Duke and opened it. As soon as he lifted the lid, a refreshing scent spread everywhere. Inside were 5 pills. It's called the balance pill. Ever heard of it? Damien felt his ears perk up. How could he not? It's a potion that boosts physical abilities just by ingesting it. There was a tale passed down about the Empire's weak prince, who, after consuming 20 balance pills, defeated a bull bare-handed. It was obtained at a high price from the Alchemist Association. Moreover, these balance pills were products of the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association specializes in alchemy for concocting potions that aid in growth. The potions produced here had far superior performance compared to those made by other sects. It's said that by consuming the balance pill, the body develops and mana surges. Originally, it's something knights take during training, but it also has excellent effects on injuries. The Duke patted Damien Haxon's shoulder and spoke. I'll be counting on you in the future. You seem very tired, so rest for today. Let's discuss the details about the duel tomorrow, the Duke said, instructing a servant to guide Damien to the guest room. As befitting a renowned wealthy family, Damien received exceptionally lavish treatment. The hospitality extended to him was incredibly luxurious. During his bath, several servants, about 3 or 4, hovered nearby, attending to his needs. The dishes served for dinner were all made by top-tier chefs, each meal being of exquisite quality. Over 5 servants stood near him, awaiting Damien's orders at any time. Never have I indulged in such luxury before in my life. Up until now and likely in the future, it was an extraordinary extravagance, to a degree where one couldn't fathom whether such luxury could be sustained. But compared to this, everything else seems insignificant. Sitting on the bed, Damien retrieved a balance pill. Inside the wooden box were delicately packaged 5 pills. Upon a closer look, he noticed golden inscriptions on the lids. Balance pills. Crafted by Azort Arceus of the Alchemy Association in the year 197. Could this be the Azort Arceus? With a surprised expression, Damien double-checked the inscriptions multiple times. Azort Arceus. Among the few alchemists known as the leaders of the Alchemy Association, he was one of the rare grand alchemists. If this was truly made by that Azort, then it must be astronomically expensive. Of course, compared to the legendary elixirs created by Azort, the balance pills might seem lacking in many aspects. Nevertheless, in comparison, the balance pills were undoubtedly remarkable elixirs, albeit inferior. An elixir that enhances physical abilities just by consuming it. Damien had only heard rumors about it, but this was his first time witnessing it firsthand. It's said to excel in healing injuries as well. However, Damien had no intention of using the balance pills for healing. The injury he had sustained was so minor that he could easily heal it by himself. Damien intended to use these elixirs for their original purpose. I shouldn't just consume them, I should combine their use with training. Ordinarily, an elixir couldn't be completely absorbed. Consuming it meant losing about half of its potency. However, Damien Haxon was confident in fully absorbing the power of the elixir. A much-needed treasure has come to me. Damien had an accurate understanding of his condition. Currently, both his physical and magical abilities were severely lacking. While the magical deficiency had somewhat been resolved through the supreme absorption technique, his physical strength was still feeble. It had barely been a month since his regression. With my current condition, I can't compete with a high-class knight. Damien recalled Karl Heimlich. Though he could somehow manage to surpass Ernest Horowitz in combat, there was no way he could defeat Karl Heimlich. Of course, in terms of skill and experience alone, Damien had long surpassed Karl Heimlich by several hundredfold. The issue lay with his physique and mana. With these two being so inadequate, Damien couldn't defeat Karl Heimlich. There were limitations to compensating for insufficient strength with skill alone. Since it's come up, why not train right away? It was the moment Damien was about to retrieve one of the balance pills. Lord Damien Haxon, are you sleeping? The sound of knocking on the door accompanied the voice of a servant. What's the matter? His Excellency requests your audience. Though curious about the effectiveness of the balance pills, Damien couldn't refuse an audience with the Duke. Closing the box's lid, he stepped outside. Following the servant, Damien headed to the Duke's study. Oh, have you arrived? As Damien entered the study, the Duke greeted him warmly. Don't stand there, come over and take a seat. The Duke personally guided Damien to the table, even going as far as pouring tea that had been prepared in advance. Did you rest well last night? How's the injury? Do you feel any sort of discomfort? It was an overwhelming display of kindness, which was extremely uncomfortable for Damien. It seemed the Duke was quite impressed by Damien's skills he demonstrated the day before. Apologies for summoning you so early. There are quite a few matters I have to discuss regarding the duel. The Duke continued speaking while pouring tea into his cup. The duel is scheduled to take place after a month at the Leafy Hill between Michiel Ryan Bloom and you. Damien recalled his memory about the Leafy Hill. The Leafy Hill was a land situated on the boundary between the Duke's and Marquis territories. With its even terrain and solid geology, it was a suitable place for a duel. I don't doubt your abilities, but I'd like to hear how you plan to prepare for the duel during the remaining time. Well, I don't have any special plans. I just intend to focus on training as I have been doing. During this time, Damien intended to use the balance pills to significantly boost his physical abilities. It's good to stick to what you're familiar with. But Damien, since you're here, wouldn't it be nice to receive some special training? If you wished, you could receive guidance from Knight Karl Heimlich. Had it been another knight, they would have likely cheered loudly. Karl Heimlich was one of the only 3 high-class knights in the Apple Kingdom. Receiving guidance from him was an opportunity that couldn't be obtained even with fortune. Oh, it's all right. I prefer training alone. However, Damien flatly declined. A high-class knight and such, he wouldn't be interested even if a master-class knight were to come. High-class knights were not something he would even consider. The Duke chuckled at Damien's firm refusal to train under one of the strongest individuals in the Apple Kingdom. Ha ha ha, such a firm refusal. Karl might feel a bit wounded by your pride if he hears about this. If your excellency is concerned, I'll consider receiving guidance from Sir Karl. No, it's fine. From what I have seen so far, you've grown this much without a mentor. Self-training seems to suit your nature better, so I won't interfere in this aspect any further. Damien looked directly at the Duke instead of raising his teacup. He hadn't been here for even a day, yet it seemed as if his information had been thoroughly investigated, or perhaps they've been collecting information about me in advance. Damien had recently started gaining rapid fame as a knight, so it wouldn't be surprising if he drew the attention of the duchy. It seems I've held you up for too long. You may go and attend to your matters now. Without further ado, Damien briefly bid farewell to the Duke and left the study, to refuse guidance from a high-class knight. As Damien left, the Duke raised the corner of his mouth. Karl Heimlich, it's a pity. Someone emerged from behind the large curtain in the study. The retired knight Karl Heimlich responded with an indifferent expression. I am not feeling regretful at all. Is that so? Indeed. Despite the answer, the gaze in Karl's eyes was filled with discontent. Karl, what do you think about that fellow? Upon the Duke's inquiry, Karl Heimlich pondered for a moment. He's an outstanding young man. Despite his young age, he has honed his skills to the extreme. His proficiency in manipulating mana is flawless. It was indeed the highest praise among praises. Despite being declined for guidance, Karl Heimlich evaluated Damien Haxon without any personal bias. The Duke appreciated this aspect of Karl Heimlich. Unlike Ernest Horowitz, he knew how to clearly differentiate between business and personal matters. It's a shame you couldn't take him as your disciple. I mentioned it's not something I regret. Karl Heimlich immediately replied. The Duke chuckled again, patting his belly. Then in a fight between him and Michiel Ryan Bloom, who do you think would win? Karl Heimlich fell into contemplation, this time for a much longer period than before. It's difficult to give a definite answer. Soon he spoke with a grave expression. Didn't Damien Haxon break through the duchy's defenses and repel a mid-class knight's attack? Michiel Ryan Bloom could probably do the same. Even the Duke nodded at his words. Michiel Ryan Bloom was indeed a monster to that extent. When I first saw Michiel Ryan Bloom, it felt like seeing a boiling volcano. Now he's quiet, but I felt as if someday, if he erupts, he would engulf the whole world. To reach the high class as a knight, Karl Heimlich himself was acknowledged as a genius. Michiel Ryan Bloom was such an extraordinary genius that even someone like Karl couldn't deny it. And what about Damien Haxon? At the Duke's question, Karl fell into contemplation again, this time for a much longer period. It's oddly clear, to the point where it seems strange. What do you mean? It's glaringly obvious that he's a low-class knight, in fact, the top tier among them. But there is something about him that makes me feel uncomfortable instead. If Karl Heimlich had been 10 years younger, he might not have noticed the oddity, but his experience as knight was ringing alarm bells. There was something about Damien Haxon. So it's difficult to give a definite answer. Karl Heimlich lowered his head, seemingly ashamed. However, the Duke didn't blame Karl Heimlich. You also cannot determine the outcome. That's very interesting indeed. The Duke's eyes gleamed as he muttered softly. An inherently confusing market is indeed a treasure trove that one can firmly grasp. Though quiet now, Gold Pixie Duke was renowned in his younger days as a born gambler. He fearlessly invested in fields others wouldn't dare, often yielding substantial profits. Damien Haxon is a man worth investing in. Surely Karl Heimlich was there. Inside the room, Damien Haxon thought to himself. From the moment he entered, Damien sensed Karl Heimlich's presence. Curious as to why Karl Heimlich was concealing himself, he pretended to leave and hid behind the door. He was constantly gauging me through Karl Heimlich. Continuously masquerading as a low class was rewarding. He hadn't concealed himself perfectly, but he succeeded in deceiving Karl Heimlich's insight, continuously testing me. Humans are indeed tiresome creatures. Currently bound by a cooperative relationship, the Duke wasn't someone Damien wanted to be close to for long. Now I should go test the effects of the balance pills. Leaving the study, Damien headed towards the training grounds. About 10 knights were already fully engrossed in their training in the outdoor training ground. Look over there, isn't that Damien Haxon, the guy His Excellency designated as our representative? As soon as Damien appeared, the knights' attention shifted towards him. Meanwhile, Damien didn't pay any attention to the knights, busy inspecting the facilities of the training ground. As expected of the duchy, plenty of excellent equipment, various exercise equipment to build strength, golems for sparring, magical cuffs that can adjust weights, and so on, things Damien had used when working as a mercenary. He was admiring the training equipment when a group of knights approached him. One stepped forward and spoke, "Are you Damien Haxon?" Damien glanced at the knight, momentarily pausing his examination of the magical tools. The knight was notably short. His stature was so petite that one might mistake him for a boy. "I am Pavel Vermund." Despite his small stature, his skills were evidently strong. It was apparent from him speaking on behalf of the duchy's knights. "You got elected as a representative this time." Accepting such a position after attacking the duchy, where has your conscience gone, lad? Damien glanced over Pavel Vermund and the other knights. "Your new faces. Who are you all? Good question. Were the duelists participating in this match?" Damien counted the knights. They were 5 in number, probably including substitutes. "Yesterday, we were all training outdoors, leaving our positions empty. You were lucky. If we were there, you wouldn't have been able to rampage as you did." Damien looked at Pavel Vermund with a slightly puzzled expression. He couldn't understand how someone who had heard everything that happened the day before could belittle himself like this. Come to think of it, I've seen these types of guys before in my past life. It was when Damien worked as a mercenary. His mercenary group had participated in territorial battles, leaving a remarkable mark. The noble who hired the mercenary group had quite an affinity for them. Yet there was an incident when the eldest son of that noble had provoked Damien Haxon. Of course, Damien Haxon promptly retaliated on the battlefield. Those who have always experienced success and have talent and the power of their family behind them tend to be like this. They cannot face reality. Their arrogance stemmed from a lifetime of constant success. Why the silence? If you can't trust me, prove it here and now. Pavel Vermund rested his hand on the training sword. Too bothersome, just leave. Damien no longer felt it was worth engaging with them. He began examining the remaining magical tools. Pavel Vermund and the other knights looked at Damien with contemptuous expressions. "I was curious about you, someone with exceptional skills, but now I see you're nothing but a coward. Pavel, there's no need to engage with such a guy. Let's go." Pavel Vermund and the knights departed. Finally, Damien could inspect the training equipment without any disturbance. "All right, who's up next? I'll take the challenge today." "Great, come at me." From the rear came the sounds of Pavel Vermund and the knights engaging. The consecutive clashing of swords indicated they were sparring. However, something seemed odd. A skilled knight's swordplay should have had a distinctive rhythm, but the sounds coming from behind were all lacking in finesse. Why is their skill level like this? In the end, Damien couldn't resist his curiosity and had to watch the sparring scene. On the training grounds, Pavel Vermund and the knights were paired off, dueling. Having observed them for a while, Damien was left astounded. Why is their skill so lacking? Before coming to the duchy, Damien had fought against Jarek, a knight of Lord Ryan Bloom. That knight was somewhat strong, but since he didn't participate in the duel, the Marquis must have even more skilled knights. The knights of the duchy had skills far below Jarek's. The knight's skills are inadequate for winning the duel. The duel involved 3 participants, and the first to win 2 rounds would claim victory. Even if Damien Haxon won against Michael Ryan Bloom, if he lost the remaining 2 rounds, he would ultimately lose the duel. So this is why Marquis Ryan Bloom could defeat the Gold Pixie Duchy in the future. The level of knights depends on the family that is supporting them. Even just considering the low-ranked knights, there was a substantial difference between the Duke and the Marquis. "What can I do?" Damien pondered. The conclusion came quickly. "I have no choice. I'll have to push them a bit." Damien shouted towards the knights. "Hey, you 5. Pavel Vermund and the other knights looked at Damien with puzzled expressions. "I've had a change of heart. Let's have a round here." Upon this, Pavel smirked. "I don't know what got into you, but fine, let me show you my skills." Pavel approached, wielding a training sword. Damien extended his hand towards Pavel. "Just wait a moment." "Why, changing your mind suddenly?" "It's too late now, don't think of running away." What nonsense. Even for his own purposes, Damien couldn't serve freely. He intended to train them while training himself. Strengthening through exercises is good, but sparring is still the best. Sparring engaged the whole body and focused on necessary muscles. Stay right there without moving. Damien started putting on the adjustable wristband he had prepared. As he activated the device, his body felt heavier, akin to carrying wet cotton. He wore weighted boots that burdened his muscles. He tried to bend his arm, however it felt challenging, as if metal rods were embedded in his muscles. Lastly, he picked up a wooden magic sword used for trainings. Swinging it in the air, it felt heavy and slow, like cutting through water. Finally, he took out the balance pills and ate it. All right, come at me now. Damien flicked his finger. Pavel Vermont stared at Damien, totally speechless. Having lived in an aristocratic society, Damien was well aware of what he was displaying: gutter disrespect. To do such a thing in a duel, it was something one could hardly do without blatantly disregarding the other person. This guy, how dare he look down on me? Pavel Vermont, furious, rushed at Damien, bringing his sword down towards his head. Damien casually intercepted Pavel Vermont's sword. The sword flew out of his grip. Damien swung the sword towards Pavel Vermont's neck. Pavel Vermont screamed and collapsed unconscious. Phew, that's quite a workout. Damien twisted his neck. Just a brief movement, and he already felt out of breath and muscles aching. What are you guys waiting for? Come at me. Damien called out to the remaining knights. If you won't, I'll come to you. Damien's training didn't conclude until an hour had passed. Ugh, save me. My arm. The knights lay strewn on the ground, groaning in pain. Observing these knights, Damien clicked his tongue. These pitiful fools. They hadn't anticipated that participating in the duel would leave them unable to move after just an hour. I wanted to keep going a bit longer. Damien sheathed his sword and removed all the magical artifacts he was wearing. In an instant, his heavy body felt light, accompanied by an exhilarating sense of liberation. Using mana, Damien assessed his body's condition. His muscle mass had noticeably increased as compared to what it was before the training. It's indeed an incredible elixir, as rumored. By combining the effects of an elixir that caused bodily growth just by its consumption with his training, Damien maximized its efficacy. In his heart, he wanted to immediately consume a second balancing pill. Mom. However, it was not feasible to continue the training. Damien clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Hey you, Damien pointed to a small built knight, one who had initially spoken to Damien. Kukiwi. The knight was in no condition to answer due to his groaning. Damien narrowed his brow and spoke again. If you don't answer, I'll break both your legs. Wee did you call me? Startled by Damien's warning, the knight hastily corrected his posture. What was your name? Pavel Vermont, sir. Right, Knight Pavel Vermont. How do you feel after undergoing my training? Pavel Vermont made a face as if chewing on a bug. He tightly sealed his lips, but his dissatisfaction was evident. No answer. I think it was an incredibly practical and beneficial training, sir. Good, you've assessed it accurately. Damien nodded contentedly as Pavel Vermont's expression twisted again. Who trained you guys? We are being trained by Sir Sebastian Vincento. Pavel Vermont glanced at Damien and added, by the way, Sir Vincento is a mid-class knight. He is specially guiding us in preparation for the duel. If we return injured from such strict training, he will surely be greatly displeased. Pavel Vermont's words suddenly accelerated, seemingly meant as a warning. What's the big deal if that guy is a mid-class knight? However, Damien couldn't care less. This kind of training, Though Damien had never met him, the knight seemed incompetent to him. Inwardly, Damien wanted to dismiss that training. If I did that, I'd just create another enemy out of a mid-class knight. While high-class knights are strategic weapons, mid-class knights can be considered the core of a family at the front line. They primarily intervene in numerous disputes within and outside the family. Hence, mid-class individuals are often dispatched outside their lineage. This was also why there was only one Ernest Horowitz from the mid-class within the duchy. When Vincento's training ends, come here. I'll have a duel with you. Why yes, Pavel Vermont replied in surprise. If I return beaten up, Sir Vincento won't stay quiet. Check your body. Are there any injuries? At Damien's words, Pavel Vermont inspected his body. Previously he had thought that he'd have bruises or broken bones from being hit by Damien, but Pavel Vermont's body was perfectly fine without a scratch. How? I learned how to beat people up a bit more thoroughly back in the day. Among the masters Damien had fought, there was a figure known as the personality adjuster. The personality adjuster had reached the status of a master for a very peculiar reason. He traveled the continent and made it his profession to reform criminals. His method of reforming criminals was very simple. First, he beat them for an hour, and if the correction didn't take effect, he doubled the time for the beating. At first, it was 1 hour, then it increased to 2 hours, then 4 hours, then 8 hours, and so on. According to rumors, there were criminals who have endured his beatings for up to a maximum of 512 hours. In the process of reforming criminals, the personality adjuster developed empathy for criminals who were beaten to pulp by him. Thus, contemplating how to discipline criminals without causing harm to them, he ascended to the level of mastery. The state of mastery he attained was called superficial pain, where no matter how hard he struck, it only inflicted pain without causing a single drop of blood. Let me warn you in advance. If you report today's events to Sir Vincento, or not show up here tomorrow, or do something else that would disrupt the training then. Damien raised his eyebrow and his aura flared. Pavel Vermont and the other knights couldn't withstand Damien's aura. The weakest knight has foam coming out of his mouth, trembling all over. Prepare to be at my mercy all day long. Since that day, the training of Damien and the dueling knights began. Every day, Damien called the knights and used the guise of training to subject them to beatings. Sir Damien, no, Lord Damien, an impatient Pavel Vermont grabbed Damien's sleeve and exclaimed, "We were wrong. I apologize for the rudeness I showed to you when we first met. Please forgive us now." Damien brushed off Pavel Vermont's hand. "Hey, your words sound a bit off, don't they? You're speaking as if I'm tormenting you lot. And no, it's not like that. I didn't say anything. I'm in the middle of training you guys right now." Pavel Vermont had much to say but kept a restrained expression. Blind fools, even if gold is placed before their eyes, they would ignore it because of their short-sightedness. Damien inwardly clicked his tongue. Unbeknownst to them, when Damien engaged in duels, he used a specific swordsmanship. It was the lion's swordsmanship technique used by the Knights of Marquis Ryemblem. Elevating the skill of knights within a month was challenging. Therefore, Damien decided to acclimate them to the lion's swordsmanship technique. I thought maybe one or two would recognize it, yet not a single knight recognized it. It was evidence of their lack of experience. "You rested enough, spewing useless words, now get up quickly." Damien Haxon spoke while striking the ground with the training sword. 5 days passed in this manner. During this time, Damien successfully absorbed all the balance pills while he trained with the knights. The transformation he experienced was truly dramatic. It's not just an external change. Damien swung his training sword. With a crisp sound of wind, the sword penetrated deep into the ground of the training area. "The quality of my muscles has changed. They are much sturdier and are overflowing with strength. There's no need to ponder over the fact that a tiger's muscles are superior to a dog's." The balance pills had developed Damien's muscles to a higher level, truly the elixirs of Azor Arceus. Damien was greatly satisfied with his transformation. Aha! Knights lying on the ground groaned in pain. Damien glanced at them. They've also grown a lot. Initially, they couldn't resist Damien's attacks and only took hits, but after 10 days, they had come to a level of somewhat responding to his attacks. It meant they were gradually adapting to the lion's main sword. While it was due to Damien's leniency, it was also because of their exceptional talent. They weren't chosen as dueling knights for nothing. This continued for another month. They would easily won the duels against Marquis Ryan Bloom. "What's wrong with you all? Get up right now. The training isn't over yet," Damien shouted loudly. The knights continued lying on the ground. "If you don't get up, I'll beat each one of you to death." After Damien threatened once more, the knights sprang to their feet. At that moment, Sir Damien, there you are. The Duke's attendant rushed into the training area. "His Excellency is looking for Sir Damien. What's the matter?" The attendant's expression stiffened, as if he was in trouble. "Duchess Chelsea Goldpixie will return shortly." TLN Chelsea is a name, not a title as stated previously. PRN, that is why I told you to drink apple juice less. Damien immediately headed to the conference room. The Duke was already present in the room along with his entourage. The number of people present were fewer than when Damien had attacked the duchy. Back then, there was a discussion about the tournament, hence attendants from other regions had also gathered, incomparable to the current situation. Damien glanced around. Judging by the absence of any women, it seemed that Duchess Chelsea hadn't entered the conference room yet. "Oh, Damien." The Duke waved his hand and Damien went to stand beside him. "I heard that Duchess Chelsea will be returning soon. Yeah, she sent a message to inform us beforehand. She said she's on her way back." The Duke smiled broadly, but his eyes didn't share the same expression. It would have been better if she hadn't returned after going abroad. His words were so severe that it was hard to believe a father would say that to his daughter. "I don't know what knight Chelsea will bring back. But let me tell you this, if the knight she brings is better than you, then I would change the representative position." Contrary to the demeanor he had shown so far, the Duke's attitude was remarkably harsh. "Your Highness, seems like you've already forgotten what I said last time." What are you talking about? No matter whom she brings, he won't be better than me." The Duke had a moment of bewilderment before bursting into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, I like this attitude of yours, always full of confidence." The Duke patted Damien's back vigorously. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. By the sound of it, there were over a dozen people approaching, if not more. As the noise drew closer, the guards at the conference room opened the door. More than 10 men, led by a young woman, were approaching. They all seemed to be warriors, exuding a fierce aura. "Father, it's been a while." The young woman knelt on one knee, and the men behind her replicated the gesture. "I, Chelsea Goldpixie, have returned." A clear voice echoed throughout the conference room. Damien stood beside the Duke, observing Chelsea Goldpixie. She was quite different from the noble ladies Damien had seen until now in many aspects. First was her attire. She wore simple and practical travel clothes. They appeared worn out, indicating they had been worn for a long time. Her hair was modestly tied back, exposing her neckline. Above all, her gaze is different. It seemed to hold a small spark, a look filled with ambition, something only those brimming with ambition had. Is this why the Duke seemed displeased? Conflicts between parents and children in noble families were quite common, where one sought a swift succession to power while the other wanted to firmly hold on to the power. "Chelsea, you've returned safely." Despite his inner thoughts, the Duke warmly welcomed Chelsea, extending his arms to her. So have you brought the knight to participate in the duel? Chelsea gestured, and someone from the group stood up and walked forward. He was a man of considerable stature, reminiscent of a black bear with abundant fur on his body. His eyes were rather small, while his black mustache was so large that the white one was barely visible. He carried 2 axes on his back, clean but emitting a faint scent of blood. "Greetings, Your Highness." The man spoke with a booming voice that echoed in the conference room. "I am Guillaume Blackwing." As soon as his name was mentioned, the conference room buzzed with noise. Damien had no prior knowledge of who Guillaume Blackwing was. Most of the knights he remembered were mostly master class. He wouldn't bother remembering anyone from the low-class stage. Guillaume Blackwing, the man famous as a freelancer knight, he was involved in the conflict in the Eclairin Kingdom and almost massacred the low-class knights there. He's considered unmatched among the low-class stage. However, understanding who Guillaume Blackwing was posed no problem. Just by listening to the conversation among the entourage was enough. I see. Even the Duke showed interest in Guillaume Blackwing. The Duke carefully examined him and asked, "I've heard much about you. They say you're called Wild Beast due to your ferocity on the battlefield. It seems my reputation has spread to the Apple Kingdom as well." Guillaume Blackwing chuckled roughly, pleased with the recognition. Though referred to as a knight, he lacked any understanding of manners. "Father, Guillaume Blackwing has graciously pledged allegiance to me and has agreed to participate in this duel." Chelsea Goldpixie stepped forward and spoke. "If it's Guillaume Blackwing, he should be able to adequately compete with Michael Ryan Bloom. If Father supports us, our chances will increase significantly." The attendants nodded in response to her words. Guillaume Blackwing might truly make it possible. Michael Ryan Bloom is known as a genius, but judging their reputation, isn't Guillaume Blackwing more famous than him? Whilst Michael Ryan Bloom is still evolving, Guillaume Blackwing is already a veteran. The opinions of the attendants were highly positive. However, the Duke did not share their sentiment. This has become quite a headache. The Duke massaged his temple, muttering. Chelsea tilted her head in response to his words. "Yes, what do you mean?" "I haven't introduced him yet." Pointing towards Damien Haxon, the Duke spoke. "He's Damien Haxon. He's become the representative for this duel." Chelsea's eyebrows twitched. "What do you mean? I asked you to wait." "I did say that, but did I promise to wait?" Chelsea's mouth twitched slightly, appearing bewildered. "Then change the representative now. I need to consider that." "Why do you need to consider that? I've never even heard of a person named Damien Haxon." Choosing someone like him, who seems utterly insignificant, over Guillaume Blackwing is not logical, is it? Chelsea glared at the Duke, pouring out her words. "That's true. While Damien Haxon may be exceptional, Guillaume Blackwing is more reliable. If Michael Ryan Bloom faces Guillaume Blackwing, Damien Haxon can duel another knight." The attendants seemed to align with Chelsea's viewpoint. To them, Guillaume Blackwing appeared far stronger than Damien Haxon. However, the Duke's opinion differed. Damien Haxon here alone breached the duchy's security and even blocked Ernest Horowitz's attack. While Guillaume Blackwing's prowess is impressive, Duke Haxon is no pushover, the Duke remarked. Chelsea Goldpixie sneered at the Duke's words. "You claim importance for skills, yet when it came to rejecting Mother, the situation becomes different, huh?" At that moment, the Duke's face stiffened. His grip on the chair's armrest tightened. "You speak too boldly. Forgive me. I'm fatigued from the journey. My mind isn't clear." Chelsea responded while lowering her head. "I'll consult with the attendants before deciding on a representative. Withdraw without further argument." The Duke gestured, speaking firmly. Just then, Your Highness, what's the fuss about choosing the representative? Suddenly, Guillaume Blackwing spoke up. Startled, Chelsea Goldpixie tried to restrain him. "What are you doing now? I told you to stay put." "Anyway, isn't the representative supposed to be the strongest? Let's just have a fiery fight and let the winner take it." Guillaume Blackwing pointed at Damien Haxon. Damien let out a wry laugh. In his mind, he wanted nothing more than to knock down that arrogant fellow on the spot. However, doing so would undoubtedly equate him to an ignorant man. Hence, he decided to first seek permission from the Duke. "Your Highness, may I slightly damage the meeting room?" Do as you please." Damien approached Guillaume Blackwing, getting close enough to see the hair on his nose. "Let's solve this like men." "Oh, seems like you're agreeing with me over there." "Agreeing or not." Damien extended his hand to Guillaume Blackwing. "Is there really a need to fight? Let's just test our strength right here." The attendants were greatly perplexed by this statement. Guillaume Blackwing had not just a visible physical advantage over Damien Haxon, being over a head taller and with arms 3 times thicker, but he was also renowned for his raw power. Would you still be this oblivious even if your arm got torn off? "You're quite ruthless." Damien glanced at Guillaume Blackwing's arm. "I'll just tear off your shoulder blade moderately and leave." "Stop the crap." Guillaume Blackwing grabbed Damien Haxon's arm. Right after that, Guillaume Blackwing was slammed headfirst into the ground. What just happened? All the people in the room were looking at the two with bewildered expressions. As if they were about to shake hands, Guillaume Blackwing suddenly slammed his head into the ground. Everyone only saw what happened, but no one witnessed how it happened. Impressive. Only one person, Karl Heimlich, was able to see what had happened. He had keenly observed the trick Damien had played, using the opponent's strength to subdue them. As soon as Guillaume Blackwing grabbed Damien's hand, he attempted to twist and break it. However, Damien skillfully used that force to instead bring Guillaume Blackwing down to the ground. Technically, it meant that Damien was far ahead of Guillaume Blackwing in terms of skill. It's not just skills, his physical abilities are also much better. If it was just a matter of strength, Guillaume Blackwing was stronger than stronger. However, in terms of agility and dexterity, Damien Haxon was far superior. That's why Guillaume Blackwing ended up losing as soon as Damien Haxon used his technique. He achieved this tremendous physical growth in just these few days. Karl Heimlich recalled the day he first saw Damien Haxon. He had a frail and weak body, which definitely did not look like the physique of a knight. But now it was different. His muscles were nicely carved out, and his physique had grown significantly. It seems like he has completely absorbed the balance pills. Damien Haxon was truly a peculiar knight. His skills were outstanding, but his stamina and mana were too lacking. To compensate for these, he relied on techniques. But now things had changed. He had somewhat compensated for his lacking stamina. Just that alone transformed the aura coming out from Damien Haxon completely. If he can resolve the issue of insufficient mana, I can't imagine how much stronger he'll become. Karl Heimlich thought that he wouldn't encounter a monster like Michael Ryan Bloom again in his life. But now he found himself facing another monster that is comparable to him. Even as a high-class knight, Karl Heimlich felt a shiver down his spine. I was going to rip out your shoulder bone, but it seems to be intact. It is sturdier than I thought. Suddenly, Damien Haxon looked down at Guillaume Blackwing and said, "But why are you so quiet now? Earlier, you were boasting about ripping off my arm." Karl Heimlich couldn't help but give a bitter smile at Damien Haxon's mockery. Skilled indeed, but quite harsh in retaliating against his enemies. Similar to the time when he fought Ernest Horowitz, this man Damien Haxon seemed to have a strong sense of justice and takes revenge when he is wronged. It would have been better if he had humility too. Just as Karl Heimlich was feeling regret, this guy. Guillaume Blackwing muttered under his breath. It was a voice filled with anger and hatred. "How dare you bring such disgrace to me?" Something like steam began to rise from Guillaume Blackwing's whole body. It was a phenomenon unique to when mana was stirred inside someone. "This brat, I'll twist you to death," Guillaume Blackwing shouted. At the same time, his mana exploded. Rough waves spread in all directions. "I'll split that backbone right away." Guillaume Blackwing roughly pulled out the axe strapped to his back, intending to swing it down towards Damien Haxon. Or rather, he tried to swing it down. However, suddenly, a tremendous wave of mana spread from one side of the conference room. The air in the room was pushed out due to the massive wave of mana, creating a strong wind. Under that tremendous force, Guillaume Blackwing's body stiffened suddenly. "How dare you wield your weapon in front of His Excellency?" Guillaume Blackwing's head turned slowly, like a rusty hinge towards the source of the voice. On the Duke's right side, a knight clad in silver armor stared coldly at Guillaume Blackwing. "Do you wish to die?" Karl Heimlich's two pupils gleamed ominously. Impressive indeed. Damien inwardly admired Karl Heimlich's momentum. I was curious why one can bring weapons into the Duke's presence. It was because he was there. As long as Karl Heimlich was there, nobody had the confidence to harm the Duke. Ugh. Guillaume Blackwing had a face that seemed like he might die any moment, with cold sweat incessantly streaming down his face. No matter how famous he was only a low-class knight. There was no way he could withstand the pressure of a high-class knight. For the sake of Lady Chelsea's dignity, I'll overlook this matter once. But remember, you won't get a second chance. Karl Heimlich slowly retracted his mana. Only then did Guillaume Blackwing get a chance to breathe. There seems to have been a little disturbance. Clap! The Duke drew attention by clapping his hands. It would be best for Sir Damien Haxon to continue holding the position of the representative of the duchy in the duel. Personally, I find Sir Damien more reliable than Guillaume. The Duke got up from his seat and started to leave the room. "Your Excellency, this was an unfair match," someone shouted towards the Duke. It was none other than Ernest Horowitz. Sir Guillaume Blackwing hasn't fully recovered from the fatigue of his journey. This was a much more favorable match for Damien Haxon. Ernest Horowitz defended Guillaume Blackwing. However, not a single person in the room paid attention to his words. Regardless, this duel took place with Guillaume Blackwing's consent, right? To say he lost due to the fatigue of the journey is too feeble of an excuse. Amidst the voices coming from everywhere, Ernest Horowitz's face turned bright red in embarrassment. Above all, Sir Guillaume Blackwing is a knight who uses weapons. You can't properly assess his skills when he just fought with bare hands, but he shouted stubbornly, without yielding. Sir Ernest's words are correct. Then, as if waiting, Chelsea Goldpixie spoke up. "This is not a childish prank. I believe it's right to compare the skills of the two knights through a formal duel. Even if you say that, I doubt the outcome would change." The Duke's response was somewhat dismissive. She bit her lip. "Your Excellency, that's too hasty a decision. Sir Guillaume Blackwing is already a renowned knight from abroad." Chelsea stopped forcing it. The Duke cut her off sharply. Your Excellency, stop boasting about your incompetence to me. With that cold tone, not only Chelsea but also the other people in the room couldn't help but be surprised. He has committed a grave offense. Chelsea Goldpixie hastily apologized and stepped back. Your Excellency, may I say a word? At that moment, someone raised their hand. I will accept Lady Chelsea's proposal. Upon Damien Haxon's words, everyone's eyes widened. In truth, there was another reason why Damien Haxon accepted the duel. I definitely sensed dark mana coming out from Guillaume Blackwing. When Guillaume Blackwing unleashed magical power, Damien Haxon could clearly feel it. It was the dark magic operating within his body. It was so thoroughly concealed that even Damien Haxon had to examine it closely. I never thought I'd see a fake knight so quickly. Fake knights, a nickname for knights who had become stronger through the rituals performed by dark mages. Fake knights obtain high physical abilities and abundant mana through dark magic, making them so strong that they were considered the best in their stage. However, the drawbacks of using dark magic were substantial. Firstly, they had to pay for the dark magic with their own lifespan. As far as Damien knew, there wasn't a single fake knight who survived for more than 5 years after the ritual. That wasn't the only issue. Dark mages secretly cast a subservient dark magic on the knights during the ritual. As a result, fake knights had to spend their lives as slaves to dark mages in exchange for gaining mediocre strength. Fake knights are like ticking time bombs. They are about to explode soon. Fake knights were soon reaching the end of their ropes. The church conducted large-scale search operations, capturing all fake knights and executing them. In the case of a duke, he couldn't be free from the church's search because of Lady Chelsea's involvement. The church's searches are relentless and brutal. Will undoubtedly suffer significant losses. The situation wasn't looking good from Damien's perspective, as he aimed to use the Duke to restrain Marquis Ryan Bloom. I have no choice. I have to use my power a bit. In reality, intervening for such practical reasons was not his primary motive. I can't just stand by and watch those filthy cockroach bastards crawling in front of me. Damien hated dark mages to the point that he wished for their extinction if possible. Should I just expose them right here? No, it's too risky for that. Damien's goal was to maintain peace in the duchy. Therefore, he needed to find out how deeply Lady Chelsea was involved in this incident. Is Sir Guillaume Blackwing proposing a duel? The Duke asked, looking completely bewildered. Since it seems they didn't quite understand the situation from their side, it wouldn't hurt to accept it. If it's a request from Sir Damien, we can't refuse it. I'll permit the duel. The Duke readily granted Damien's wish. All of you, listen up. Tomorrow, we'll choose the knight who wins in the duel as the representative. At that declaration, a sense of relief appeared on Lady Chelsea's face. But come to think of it, even if Damien Haxon wins, he won't gain much. After all, for him, he's just defending his position. The Duke fiddled with the ring on his finger and opened a spatial gap. He pulled something out from it. It was a small glass bottle containing a light blue liquid. Do you know what this is? The Duke asked as he jerked the bottle. Damien Haxon and the other people had no clue. It's an elixir of mana crystallization. But the moment the Duke mentioned the name, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It was one of the legendary elixirs created by the leader of the Alchemist Association, Azor Arceus, an elixir made by further purifying the mana extracted from young magic spirits. In reality, the amount of mana one could obtain from the elixir of mana crystallization was not that significantly equivalent to 10 years' worth. The real efficacy of the elixir lay elsewhere. It significantly increased mana sensitivity. With heightened sensitivity, not only does the ability to manipulate mana increases, but the natural recovery speed also increases significantly. Because of this unprecedented efficacy, it boldly claimed a spot in the Empire's top 12 elixirs that one must take without fail, as declared by the Imperial Swordmaster. Let's present this elixir to the one who wins in the duel tomorrow. The Duke's declaration caused a stir among the people. Saying this, the Duke dismissed the people in the room. Firstly, Chelsea Goldpixie left the conference room with her entourage, including Ernest Horowitz. The attendants also started to leave the room one by one. Damien also tried to leave the conference room, mingling among the attendants. Sir Damien, wait a moment. The Duke grabbed Damien, who turned back with a puzzled expression. Hasn't the longsword you were using been damaged last time because of Sir Ernest? Yes, that's correct. So you don't have a weapon to use in tomorrow's duel. I plan to use a training sword, Damien replied nonchalantly. With his skill, he could easily defeat Guillaume Blackwing barehanded. That won't do, but the Duke shook his head. For a knight, their weapon is like their face. Using a training weapon in a public event like a duel is the same as smearing dung on your own face. The Duke's words made sense. There was a reason why knights took pride in wielding noble swords. Moreover, you can't use a training weapon when dueling with Michiel Ryan Bloom, can you? There's a workshop managed by the duchy for external use. You can get a sword from there. Surprised, Damien asked the Duke, is that really true? Whether it's true or not, I've already told you. Feel free to use it whenever you want. Damien felt his chest swelling. If it was a workshop managed by the duchy, the quality of the weapon would undoubtedly be exceptionally high. Being able to spar with weapons made there any knight would be delighted. Damien expressed his gratitude to the Duke, who waved it off as if it were nothing. He then summoned an attendant to guide Damien to the workshop. Following the attendant, Damien arrived at the workshop. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight in front of him. It's truly amazing. The walls were high and long. Smoke was rising from 5 chimneys. He had never seen such a large workshop in his life. This is a workshop carefully created by the Duke. He recruited several renowned blacksmiths from all around the world, establishing a solid foundation. It's a place exclusive for knights affiliated with the duchy. The steward proudly introduced the workshop. Unable to wait any longer, Damien opened the workshop's door and entered. Inside, many blacksmiths were wrestling with pieces of metal in front of the forge. Who's visiting? Looks like someone from the duchy. Some blacksmiths glanced at Damien and the attendant. I came by the Duke's order. I'm here to get a sword fitted for this young knight beside me. At the attendant's explanation, the blacksmiths buzzed with excitement. If it's the Duke's guest, we can't be careless. Captain, where are you? This is something the captain should handle. Among the blacksmiths, a short and stocky man walked forward. I'm called Brody. I'm in charge of this workshop. Brody spoke as he approached. Please come this way. I'll guide you to the weapon storage. Damien and the attendant followed Brody into the inner part of the workshop. Once inside the storage, Damien couldn't help but be amazed again. It's impressive. Perfectly crafted weapons hung everywhere. Not a single one lacked in quality. Excited, Damien explored the storage. He examined each weapon closely. While admiring the weapons, something peculiar caught Damien's eye. Nice. Among the weapons, he noticed a peculiar item. Externally, it resembled a longsword. However, the blade was slightly longer than a typical longsword, and the center of the blade was hollow. 2 blade edges extended from the hilt, converging into one at the tip. To anyone, it seemed like a design that might raise doubts about the durability and performance of the sword. Look at this. But Damien's reaction was different. Why is the sword fanatic's weapon here? In the past, among the masters that Damien had fought, there was a person known as the sword musician. Compared to other masters, the sword musician wasn't particularly skilled and was ranked the lowest among all the masters. Nevertheless, he left a deep impression on Damien. He was a master who shone brightly in large-scale battles with the undead. Sword resonance is the sound which is produced when a sword vibrates. The sword musician possessed a unique technique where he infused his aura into the sword resonance and dispersed it. It is like dispersing aura through sound waves which are created by a sword's vibration. Whenever sword resonance would echo out on the battlefield, bodies would explode, and weapons and armors would get destroyed. Even the undead legion sent by Darugo, numbering in the thousands, couldn't penetrate the sword musician's sword resonance and came to a halt. This was an achievement no other master had accomplished. In the end, Darugo had no choice but to send Damien out. After an hour-long battle with the sword musician, Damien emerged victorious. Quite an unusual sword, isn't it? Brody approached him from behind and asked. It was commissioned by a knight who used to work for the Duke. However, he had to leave abruptly before the sword was completed due to some urgent matters. Did that knight happen to provide incense iron and request you to make the sword from it? How did you know? There are many metals in the world which have unique properties which ordinary metals like iron, steel do not have. They are called rare metal. Weapons made from these metals are referred to as divine weapons. In this world, there are very few rare metals that have been discovered. Some of them are adamantium, which amplifies the mana of its user, and frost iron, which emits cold energy which the user can use in battles. PR and Hope Marvel doesn't read this. This is indeed the sword musician's sword. Incense iron, as a rare metal, had the property of creating waves when mana was infused into it. Because this special property of it interfered with the mana circuit of the knights, people usually avoided using weapons made from incense iron. However, the sword musician was an exception. But when I fought him, the weapon the sword musician used didn't seem to be this one. At that time, the weapon he used was crafted by dwarves. It contained a much higher concentration of incense iron than the sword in front of me, along with a mix of other rare metals. This must have got lost, and in the end he was forced to look for a different weapon. The sword musician could use his techniques even with a regular sword. However, when using a weapon made from incense iron, the effectiveness of his technique doubled. Did the sword musician go through the Duke to obtain incense iron? Damien didn't know much about the sword musician. All he knew was that he had lived his life as a wandering knight. I'll take this sword. Without hesitation, Damien picked up the sword. Brody was surprised and stopped Damien. Do you choose that sword despite knowing what incense iron is? Yeah, I chose this sword. Damien could also utilize the sword musician's techniques and reach his level. That's why he was not worried about the incensed iron's property to interfere with his mana circuits. Sword musician may have been a weaker master among the others, but his techniques were different. He could easily handle multiple enemies and simultaneously resolve offense and defense. The versatility fascinated Damien, and he wanted to study it further. Does this sword have a name by any chance? The knight who commissioned it called it Chinligum, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Remembering the name, Damien took Chinligum. In addition to Chinligum, Damien also took a dagger and a few throwing knives. After choosing his weapons, as he was about to leave the workshop, a woman blocked Damien's path. She was not alone, 2 knights were behind her. Have you found the weapon you like? The woman spoke with a refreshing smile. Damien tilted his head slightly, looking at the woman. There was a dark shadow under her eyes, giving her a somewhat ominous appearance. Who are you? Nice to meet you. I'm Rebecca, Lady Chelsea Goldpixie's attendant. The woman placed her hand on her chest and slightly bowed her head. If you don't mind, my lady has requested a meeting with Sir Damien. Would you be willing to spare some time and come with me to meet her? Considering Damien's intention to investigate if Chelsea Goldpixie had any connection to the fake knight, he had planned to meet her at least once. He just didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. I don't think I have anything to discuss with her. However, Damien didn't immediately accept the offer. He declined to get a sense of their intentions. Well, you never know. Rebecca continued to speak, still wearing a smile. Lady Chelsea has many resources. If you speak with her, who knows, you might obtain what you need, Sir Damien Haxon. Although she turned her words around in the end, it was an attempt to persuade Damien to go with her. For Chelsea Goldpixie to openly employ persuasion like this to a knight aligned with the Duke was unusual. Damien, harboring strong curiosity, responded. All right, lead the way. Rebecca guided Damien to a quiet restaurant. It wasn't a large establishment, it barely had 1 floor. Lady Chelsea personally operates this restaurant. Only the nobles can visit. As they walked through the restaurant's corridor, Rebecca explained, however, today, the entire restaurant has been reserved just for Sir Damien. Rebecca stopped as they reached a large hall. A single dining table was set there, and a familiar face was sitting there, Chelsea Goldpixie. She raised her wine glass and said, "You're a bit late, aren't you? Come and take a seat." Rebecca didn't enter any further. Damien walked in alone and stepped into the hall. The moment he entered, Damien could feel it. Dark mana had filled the entire hall. I came to investigate Chelsea Goldpixie's connection to dark magic, and here it is. Without the need for further investigation, Damien already had evidence. Approaching the dining table, Damien analyzed the dark magic. Dark magic is everywhere. I can feel it even when I breathe. Enchanting scent. It was a dark magic that invoked false affection through a scent, using it to manipulate people at will. With this concentration, one would become a slave within an hour. Dark mana seeped into his body with every breath. The concentration was intense. Using a high-level dark magic like enchanting scent and concealing it separately, there must be an incredibly skilled dark mage involved here. The reason why such dark magic could be spread in the midst of the city without being detected was due to the concealment dark magic that covered the entire restaurant. It seemed that the dark mage behind Chelsea Goldpixie was not an ordinary person. Most knights would likely succumb to this enchanting scent. However, Damien was an exception. He possessed the 7 abilities engraved by Darugo in his past life. Therefore, most magic and dark magic did not affect Damien. If it's the power of greed, I should be able to break it down without any issues. Using the ability of greed, Damien broke down the dark magic absorbed through breathing. The dark mana obtained from breaking down the dark magic was stored somewhere in his body. Why did you summon me? Damien asked, sitting opposite to Chelsea Goldpixie, who put her wine glass down and replied, "You're quite impatient. How about discussing things till our meal arrives?" As Damien, who had already detected the dark magic, this didn't seem like consideration, but rather a mere act. I don't want to waste time unnecessarily. Just say what you want now. Chelsea's eyebrows twitched slightly at Damien's refusal. Well, I guess that can't be helped. I have only one demand. Resign from the position of representative. Damien didn't feel much about Chelsea's demand. It was expected he knew what she would demand. Why? Don't you trust Guillaume Blackwing? Don't be mistaken. If Guillaume Blackwing raises his axe, you're nothing in front of him. Chelsea Goldpixie cut in sharply, her voice filled with strong conviction. However, I want to fully reserve my strength in preparation for the duel against the Marquis. It's just that I want to avoid unnecessary trouble of him getting injured during the duel. It was a reasonable judgment. Unless one's skills were overwhelmingly superior, there was always a chance of shedding blood during a duel. Why should I fulfill your request? What's in it for me? If you resign from the position, I'll make sure you get everything you desire. Damien burst into a bitter laugh at her response. What do you think I want, making such a statement? Isn't it obvious what a countryside knight like you wants? Money, honor, things like that, right? Chelsea raised one corner of her mouth as if mocking him. Through this conversation, Damien could roughly grasp the kind of person Chelsea Goldpixie was, an arrogant woman. Judging others at will and drawing conclusions recklessly. It was an action that speaks about her arrogance. In a way, she resembles her father. The Duke enjoyed testing people, possessing a nasty hobby of evaluating others as if he were a superior figure. However, the Duke, unlike Chelsea Goldpixie, did not directly display his arrogance. Arrogant and incompetent. This was what Damien concluded about Chelsea Goldpixie. You mentioned money and honor. The Duke would be better at providing such things right. It might seem that way for now, but think about it carefully. The dukedom will soon be passed on to me. Appeasing the future duke is much more advantageous for you, don't you think? Nonsense. The duke is upright in his actions. No one knows what the future holds. A more capable person than my father might appear and take his place, who knows? It was a dangerously bold statement. Damien stared at Chelsea Goldpixie, narrowing his gaze. Suddenly, Damien realized that there was a small hourglass in front of Chelsea Goldpixie. Is she keeping track of the time when the enchanting scent takes effect? There wasn't much sand left. Chelsea glanced at the hourglass and spoke to Damien. If you understand, go and tell my father. Tell him that you will step down from the representative position. Chelsea ordered in a commanding tone. There was a strong conviction that Damien would unquestionably follow her instructions. In response, Damien immediately replied. What if I refuse? Chelsea Goldpixie's expression crumbled. What? This thighs can't be happening, Chelsea exclaimed in disbelief. Damien leaned back in his chair. What can't be happening? Oh no, it's not that. Why would you refuse? I told you. I'll fulfill everything you desire. I don't need your help. Why would you refuse? Did you swear allegiance to my father or something? You must be mistaken. Do you know how cruel my father is? That man, he did things to me and my mother. Damien raised his hand, interrupting Chelsea Goldpixie. I have no interest in the domestic affairs of your family. Stop talking about it. Damien only wanted to use the Duke's power to restrain the Marquis. He had no interest in who the Duke was as a person. Listen for a moment. If you hear it, you'll understand how untrustworthy and cruel my father is. From the start, what I desire is something you cannot fulfill. What is it that you want? The happiness of my family. Chelsea Goldpixie wore a blank expression in response to Damien's answer. What? My family's happiness, peace, and well-being, all these are the things you cannot provide. To protect his family, Damien needed to constrain the Marquis. And for that, Damien had to participate in a duel and defeat Michael Ryan Bloom. No, even if it weren't for those reasons, Damien had no intention of conceding to Chelsea Goldpixie's demands. After all, she had allied herself with a dark mage. I'll be on my way now. Tell Guillaume Blackwing to prepare for the duel. Damien rose from his chair. He turned to leave the hall. Your family seems precious to you, doesn't it? Chelsea Goldpixie's words made Damien pause. Well, how about I phrase it differently? Resign from the representative position. Otherwise, I'll send people to crush the Viscounty of Haxon. Chelsea Goldpixie couldn't finish her sentence. Suddenly, Damien's hand emerged and seized her by the throat. How dare you touch my body, ah? Damien tightened his grip. It wasn't a human hand, it felt like the pressure of iron clamping down on her throat. Cuck, kugukug. Chelsea Goldpixie wriggled, unable to breathe. Damien gazed at her with indifference, as if observing the dying moment. That's when it happened. Lady Chelsea, how dare you lay hands on Lady? Two knights guarding the entrance noticed the commotion and rushed towards Damien. Even with the two knights closing in, Damien's gaze remained solely fixed on Chelsea Goldpixie. Let go of her immediately. The two knights gripped their sword hilts, ready to draw and strike Damien. Damien released Chelsea's throat. Simultaneously, he picked up the utensils on the table. He swung the utensils toward the knights. The dull knife used for cutting meat passed by the necks of the two knights. Blood burst from the knights' necks. They clutched their throats, twisting their bodies. I made a shallow cut, so if you apply a potion right away, you won't die. After saying that, Damien turned his attention back to Chelsea Goldpixie. Chelsea Goldpixie was sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. Chelsea Goldpixie. Startled, Chelsea Goldpixie looked up at Damien. Gradually, she began trembling under Damien's icy gaze. The reason I didn't kill you right here is not because I fear retaliation from the Duke. Just a moment ago, Damien had internalized countless conflicts. He wanted to cut Chelsea Goldpixie's throat right here, but that felt too merciful a punishment. Anticipate it. Tomorrow, something dreadful will happen to you. With those words, Damien left the restaurant. Lady Chelsea, as Damien Haxon stepped out, Rebecca rushed forward and supported Chelsea Goldpixie. Rebecca, did you see? What did that guy do to me? Yes, your majesty, I saw. It'll definitely kill him, and make him regret what he did to me. Chelsea murmured, trembling in anger, with irritation in her eyes. Mustang fury. Chelsea Goldpixie stood up abruptly and shouted. In response, a middle-aged man came running through the door leading to the adjacent room. Yes, eyes. Mustang fury reporting. I came as soon as I heard you call. He seemed to be a middle-aged with a noticeably thick belly. What's going on? Why didn't the enchantment work on him? I don't know. Occasionally, there are people with strong immunity to dark mana. Perhaps he was one of them. You incompetent fool. Chelsea threw a teacup that was on the table towards Mustang Fury. The cup hit Mustang Fury's forehead squarely. That guy can't be left alive. I'll definitely kill him, so he'll regret spouting those words to me today. Chelsea Goldpixie's eyes gleamed fiercely. Guillaume Blackwing, where is he? He's at the tavern. He said he needs to relieve his stress because of what happened today. He's enjoying at the tavern the day before the duel. Chelsea Goldpixie's gaze became sharp. Mustang Fury sweated profusely, nervously reading Chelsea's mood. Bring him to me right now. I won't let him go unpunished. My lady, please calm down. It'll bring him here right away and make him explain. Upon hearing this, Chelsea forcibly suppressed her anger. Tell me, can Guillaume Blackwing really defeat Damien Haxon? Why yes, who is Guillaume Blackwing? He is our masterpiece. I have never seen a knight with a more excellent affinity for dark mana than him. Such a person suffered humiliation from Damien Haxon during the day. That was an unexpected situation. If he was using a weapon, the outcome would be completely different. Mustang Fury spoke confidently. My lady, please endure a little longer. We the Yulan will place the duchy in your hands. With Mustang Fury's assurance, Chelsea spoke with a venomous expression. Make sure to keep your word. Otherwise, you might be the first to die. Mustang Fury's face turned pale. Indeed, a dark mage was hiding in the vicinity. On the restaurant's roof, Damien was crouching down, eavesdropping on the conversation between Chelsea and the dark mage. After leaving the restaurant, Damien had immediately jumped onto the roof. Using his mana, he enhanced his hearing and listened intently to the conversation inside. It's not just a simple alliance. Chelsea Goldpixie is controlling the dark mage as if he was a pawn. That's what the conversation seemed to imply. However, Damien felt something uneasy about it. Those dark mage bastards don't submit to anyone like that. The dark mages Damien knew were venomous, with poison instead of blood running through their veins. They wouldn't yield to anyone so easily. Above all, the organization to which the dark magicians belonged was the issue. Mustang Fury, that man, he mentioned something about Yulan. It was a group that Akidora, the dark mage who had cast a curse on Haxon territory after receiving a mission from the Black Serpent gang, belonged to. Yulan was a dangerous group of dark mages, dangerous enough for the church to actively track and pursue them. Would dark mages from such a place obey a novice like Chelsea Goldpixie? What on earth are they aiming for? Suddenly, a certain conversation from Damien's memory popped up. Do you know what dark mages desire most desperately? Settling in one place. It was something Darugo in his past life had said to Damien. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be called a conversation, as Damien wasn't in a situation to speak at that time. Moreover, Darugo believed Damien had completely lost his mind. In essence, it was just Darugo ranting. The life of a dark magician can be summarized as a wanderer. You have to hide from people's gaze and escape from the church's pursuit. Eventually, everyone earnestly desires a place to settle. It explained why dark mages, particularly, sought to infiltrate society. They are trying to use Chelsea Goldpixie to dominate the duchy. No dark mage lives for long if they're caught by the church. There has been no case of a dark mage returning alive after being persecuted by the church. Hence, Yulan would likely be seeking a powerful shield to protect themselves. So it seemed that Chelsea Goldpixie was the chosen one. There was no doubt that they planned to use her to gain control over the duchy. These vermin are causing trouble beyond their scope. The behavior of Yulan, aiming to dominate the duchy using Chelsea, seemed to overlap with the actions of Darugo, who had treated Damien as a slave in a past life. I'll thoroughly crush that plan. Damien's eyes glowed ominously. Damien quietly returned to the guest room. Upon reaching the guest room, Damien first infused the bracelet with the dark mana he had stored within his body. The more I see it, the more useful it becomes. The bracelet, obtained by killing Yulan's Lieutenant Agito, had the ability to store and conceal any energy. I wish I could just discard dark magic from my life. Damien hated both dark mages and dark magic itself. He wanted to erase them completely from this world. Yet the reason for collecting dark magic was to be prepared for any unexpected events. You never know what might happen in life. Damien, who had been thriving as a mercenary, saw his life fall apart after encountering the archlick Darugo. To prevent such unforeseen situations, he stored dark mana. After storing all the dark mana in the bracelet, Damien drew out the 1,000-mile sword, changing the name of the sword Chinligam to the 1,000-mile sword. Rather than going to the Duke and explaining, it's better to show it to him directly. Damien's plan was simple. He intended to destroy the dark magic entrenched in Guillaume Blackwing's body. When dark magic is destroyed, the released dark mana will expose the existence of the use of dark magic by Guillaume Blackwing to the world. Fortunately, the resonant sword art is suitable for such tasks. TLN, the resonant sword art, is the name of the technique used by the sword musician. Damien lightly flicked the edge of the 1,000-mile sword with his finger. Buzz, just a slight impact made the sword vibrate fiercely. After infusing magic into the 1,000-mile sword, Damien flicked the sword again. Buzz, the vibration became even stronger. Simultaneously, a nearby window shattered. It's not going to be easy indeed. Damien frowned in dissatisfaction. Originally, Damien had intended to break a chair, not a window. However, due to not properly controlling the vibrations, the window ended up breaking. How did the sword musician control this? The sword musician possessed not only sword skills, but also a talent for sound. He was naturally gifted with a strong musical sense and perfect pitch. Damien, however, lacked the same musical sense as the sword musician. Therefore, while he understood the techniques and principles, he couldn't use them proficiently. I'll need some practice if I intend to use it in the duel tomorrow. Damien spent the night practicing with the 1,000-mile sword, and just like that the sun rose and the day of the duel came. The people in the palace gathered at the training ground on time. They were there to witness the duel that was happening today. Among them were the numerous knights of the duchy, and there were also knights participating in the duel as representatives against the marquis. Who do you think will win, Sir Pavel? One of the candidate knights asked Pavel, a knight with a sturdy build and short height, about his opinion. If we only consider reputation, Guillaume Blackwing is likely to win. Although he was a knight from a distant land, Guillaume Blackwing's reputation was so remarkable that it had reached the Apple Kingdom too. Then, do you think we'll finally be free from the clutches of that demon? The candidate knight asked, trembling. In recent days, the dual knights had been subjected to beatings disguised as training by Damien Haxon. Resisting only resulted in brutal retaliation, and attempting to escape led to being chased down. What particularly tormented the dual knights was Damien Haxon's bizarre striking technique. No matter how hard Damien Haxon struck, the knights wouldn't sustain any visible injuries. Therefore, the dual knights couldn't even complain to their superiors. If Guillaume Blackwing wins, it might be possible. With such a significant collision, the losing side would likely leave the Duke's service. If Damien Haxon loses, the dual knights may finally be liberated from those dreadful days. But somehow, I don't think that person will lose. Pavel Vermont thought of Damien Haxon. With his eerie swordsmanship, seemingly lost emotions, and finally, brutal tactics, he was a fearsome individual, enough to send shivers down the spine just by imagining. Well, even so, it's natural for Guillaume Blackwing to win, isn't it? It was when a fellow knight chuckled and spoke that a man entered the training ground, shouting with incredible vigor, "Hooah!" He was incredibly tall and had a muscular build, especially his long and thick arms that resembled wooden logs. That man is Guillaume Blackwing. Pavel Vermont stared at him with a curious expression. It was evident at a glance. Even if they were at the same level, Guillaume Blackwing was much stronger. Damien Haxon, come up here, today is the day I'll crush you. Guillaume Blackwing, who had climbed onto the training ground, shouted loudly. Pavel Vermont couldn't help but frown at his behavior, which reminded more of a gladiator than a knight. Although skilled, he was an individual without any refinement or dignity. Sir, he's here. At that moment, a knight shook Pavel Vermont's arm and pointed somewhere. Damien Haxon had just revealed himself on the training ground. So you didn't run away. Guillaume Blackwing, who spotted Damien Haxon, laughed fiercely. In contrast, Damien Haxon yawned, looking quite relaxed. Oh, I didn't get much sleep last night. My shoulders are stiff. Damien Haxon massaged one shoulder while tilting his head from side to side. There was no trace of determination or tension. Guillaume Blackwing scoffed at his attitude. He's really asking for death. A fierce energy started emanating from Guillaume Blackwing. Faced with this rough energy, Pavel Vermont swallowed nervously. Guillaume Blackwing seemed even stronger than he had thought. Guillaume Blackwing stared at Damien Haxon as if he was about to charge at him any moment. However, the actual combat did not begin. It seems I'm a bit late. The reason was the arrival of the Duke on the training ground. Damien, did you sleep well last night? I was practicing for the duel so I couldn't sleep properly. Oh well, I don't know what you were so engrossed in, but don't forget about sleep. Sleep is the best medicine, they say. After warmly greeting Damien, the Duke approached Guillaume Blackwing. Guillaume Blackwing. Yes, Your Grace. Guillaume Blackwing responded while giving a sidelong glance at Karl Heimlich standing beside the Duke. I hope you gracefully accept the outcome. The Duke's tone suggested that the result was already determined, causing Guillaume Blackwing's face to turn grim. Yes, I will do so. However, with Karl Heimlich present, he couldn't explode in temper. Well then, no need to drag it out. Let the duel begin. The Duke's declaration echoed. As soon as the duel began, Guillaume Blackwing rushed into the training ground. He held two axes in one hand each, and the axes were adorned with sharp blades. Damien Haxon. Unable to contain his passion, Guillaume Blackwing shouted loudly. In response, Damien Haxon frowned. Noisy brat. Despite the discomfort, Damien Haxon instinctively analyzed Guillaume Blackwing. Muscles in both arms are equally developed. It means he is ambidextrous. Even when using dual weapons, the technique can differ based on whether one is right-handed or left-handed. Guillaume Blackwing was ambidextrous, indicating a flawless technique. The depth varies with each step. It means he is not proficient in manipulating mana. Inability to control magic consistently results in differences in the force applied to the ground, creating variations in depth with each step. I should stop analyzing here. At best, he was a fake knight who elevated his status with dark magic. Damien found no value in further analysis. Not dodging. Are you planning to block me head-on? Guillaume Blackwing, who approached closely, raised his axes. There have been more than a few fools who tried to block me head-on and ended up dead. Power surged into Guillaume Blackwing's forearm, and the two axes fell towards Damien. Damien blocked the axes with his 1,000-mile sword. Upon collision, the 1,000-mile sword vibrated ominously. A low hum reverberated as shockwaves emanated from Damien, shattering the ground around him. The shockwaves reached Guillaume Blackwing, sending him flying. Guillaume Blackwing somersaulted through the air before landing on the ground. What did you just do? Guillaume Blackwing stared at Damien in bewilderment, and others were equally astonished. What is happening right now? I don't understand either. There was a sound, and suddenly Guillaume Blackwing went flying. No one had seen such a defensive technique before, leading to confusion. Only one person, Karl Heimlich, recognized the technique Damien used. The Duke turned to Karl Heimlich and asked him, "Do you know about the technique Damien Haxon used?" A few years ago, a knight employed by the Duke used a similar technique. Karl Heimlich looked at Damien with amazement. It was a highly unusual technique, and the memory stuck with me. I never expected Damien Haxon to be capable of using it. After a moment of recollection, Karl Heimlich spoke to the Duke. "If my memory serves me right, you might witness something even more interesting. Where did you learn such a strange technique?" Guillaume Blackwing got up and rushed towards Damien. Damien ran his fingers along the blade of the 1,000-mile sword. As the blade gradually vibrated, the vibrations intensified with each passing moment. When the vibration peaked, Damien flicked the blade with his fingers. Instantly, a shock wave hit Guillaume Blackwing's abdomen. "Oof!" Guillaume Blackwing stopped, letting out a scream. Once again, he looked at Damien with confusion. This guy keeps doing weird things. Damien flicked the blade once again. This time, Guillaume Blackwing's face contorted as if being struck by an invisible club. Damien flicked the blade again, and this time the impact hit Guillaume Blackwing's side. Arg! Guillaume Blackwing swung his axes wildly with both hands. However, the axes hit nothing. What is that? Could it be that Damien is using magic? But Damien is a knight, isn't he? The guests were perplexed by this bizarre sight. This guy, can't he just fight properly? Guillaume Blackwing, enraged, swung his hand axe. A red aura was emitted, flying towards Damien. Whoom! At that moment, Damien's resonating sword changed. What was solid before became sharp. As the sharp resonance echoed, the aura sent by Guillaume Blackwing was split in half. The aura lost its center and dispersed. In an unimaginable turn of events, Guillaume Blackwing froze in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Damien resonated his sword again. At that moment, Guillaume Blackwing urgently slammed the ground and leaped. The training ground floor seemed to be sliced like a blade had passed through it. "Yao, you lunatic!" Guillaume Blackwing, bewildered, rushed towards Damien. Damien glanced at the approaching Guillaume Blackwing. "I should stop playing around." To test the capabilities of Guillaume's techniques, Damien had toyed with Guillaume Blackwing for a moment. Now it was time to reveal the truth to the people. The terrifying aspect of the resonance sword art is not in its ability to handle large-scale battles, but in its capacity to inflict internal injuries to the opponent through sword resonance. The resonance sword art uses sword resonance as its principal energy. Originally, this technique could not inflict internal injuries. However, reaching the peak of the resonance sword art allowed the sword musician to influence the opponent's internal body. However, it didn't work against masters. Masters had bodies trained to the extreme, coupled with incredibly precise manipulation of mana. That's why inflicting internal injuries to them through the resonance sword art was almost impossible, but it is undoubtedly still useful. Damien flicked the 1,000-mile sword. The resonance of the sword began to echo softly. He held the vibrating 1,000-mile sword with both hands. After raising it high into the sky, he swung it forcefully towards the ground. A tremendous sound enveloped the conference room to the point where the people shook their heads from the reverberation. Guillaume Blackwing's body shook violently in the massive wave, causing him to freeze in his place. "Yaoyu." Guillaume Blackwing's face gradually turned pale. Guillaume Blackwing spewed something from his mouth. It wasn't blood. Rather, it was a much darker and sticky substance. Is Guillaume acting like that? Something seems off. The substance Guillaume expelled touched the ground. In that moment, it transformed into gas, spreading in all directions. A pitch-black mist filled the conference room. The faces of the people who witnessed it stiffened. This couldn't be. In this world, there is only one type of mana that is black in color. It's dark magic. The guests screamed in horror. Guillaume Blackwing tried to stop vomiting, but it was in vain. Dark magic continuously came out of his mouth. As Guillaume Blackwing expelled the dark magic, his body gradually started withering. His black hair turned stark white as if they were bleached. These were the aftermath of the dark magic spell being lifted. Cough, cough. In an instant, Guillaume Blackwing had aged several years. He fell to the ground, unable to even stand, his body weakened beyond imagination. The training ground fell into a hushed silence. Everyone was standing still due to the shock. Even the Duke was frozen in his place. Dark magic? Is this really dark magic? Am I seeing this correctly? Murmurs echoed from various places. Everyone's voices trembled. How do we deal with this? Is it even possible? I've never encountered dark magic in my entire life. This is not the time for us to fight amongst ourselves. We need to understand the situation first. There was only one person who could explain the situation. As if orchestrated, all eyes converged on one point. Chelsea Goldpixie, visibly distressed, shook her head vigorously. I don't know anything. Despite Chelsea's panicked face, no one believed her words. Father, please believe me, it has nothing to do with me. As it seemed that no one would believe her, Chelsea shouted towards the Duke. Father, ignoring his daughter's plea, the Duke remained silent, standing still without moving an inch. Why are the soldiers just standing there? Suddenly, breaking the silence, the Duke spoke. Immediately imprison Lady Chelsea in the dungeon. Upon his command, the soldiers stationed around the training ground began to move. Father, please listen to me. I am innocent, I swear. Seeing this, Chelsea Goldpixie cried out in desperation, but the Duke's order remained unchanged. What are you all doing? Can't you protect me? Block the soldiers from coming, Chelsea shouted at her knights. Without any hesitation, the knights drew their weapons and shouted back. If you come any closer, we'll kill you. To capture Lady Chelsea, you must defeat us first. The knights' lively threats caused the soldiers to hesitate. While the Duke's soldiers were renowned for their prowess, they were helpless against the knights. Carl. At that moment, the Duke spoke again. Assist the soldiers and arrest Chelsea Goldpixie. Eliminate anyone who interferes. I will follow your command. With his response, Karl Heimlich drew his sword. The chilling sound of the blade scraping against its sheath echoed throughout the training ground. The faces of the knights guarding Chelsea paled at the sight. One of the 3 high-class knights in the Apple Kingdom. There was no need to explain how powerful his presence was. My lady, we will handle this. Please escape immediately. The knights abandoned the idea of confronting Karl Heimlich and chose to sacrifice their lives to let Chelsea Goldpixie escape. My lady, you must move quickly. All right, I got it. Lady Chelsea Goldpixie attempted to flee as the knights advised. However, before she could, Karl Heimlich swung his sword. A blue aura swept across the training ground. The aura spread like a circle, cutting through everyone in its path. What? Confusion appeared on the faces of the Duke's servants. The aura passed through them without causing any injuries. However, not everyone emerged unscathed. The movements of the knights who tried to protect Chelsea Goldpixie abruptly stopped. Why are you guys so quiet? Why is it so still? Feeling discomfort, Chelsea reached out towards a knight. But before her hand could make contact, blood burst forth from the knight's body as if a sack filled with water had burst open, the only difference being that instead of water, there was blood in it. The knight's body split in half, collapsing to the ground. Kaya. Chelsea Goldpixie screamed, blood-soaked, and clutched her head as if trying to wake up from a nightmare. She violently tore at her hair with both hands. The knights who tried to fight against his aura were cut in half. The attendants and soldiers, in awe of the advanced swordsmanship, looked at Karl Heimlich with faces full of reverence. What are you doing? Quickly surround Chelsea Goldpixie, the Duke shouted. Upon the Duke's command, the soldiers finally snapped out in reality. They surrounded Chelsea Goldpixie as instructed. Chelsea Goldpixie, screaming in desperation, frantically looked around as if searching for someone to help her. Then Chelsea Goldpixie's pupils dilated. Sir Ernest, she had spotted Ernest Horowitz standing amidst the practitioners. PL, please help me, I beg you. At Chelsea's plea, conflicting emotions appeared in Ernest Horowitz's eyes. Please, Chelsea's cry intensified Ernest Horowitz's inner turmoil. Addressing Ernest, Karl Heimlich said, Sir Ernest, you have greatly contributed to the duchy's progress as a middle-class knight. His Excellency still values you highly. Karl Heimlich's voice remained steady, but the force he emanated was far from calm. However, if you protect Lady Chelsea, I will execute you on the spot. A massive pressure enveloped Ernest Horowitz. In that moment, he saw a vision, a storm raging over the sea. In the midst of it, he felt as if was standing, weathered and worn, on dilapidated wooden planks. Overwhelmed by suffocating darkness and endless terror, Ernest Horowitz unconsciously dropped to his knees, a posture of submission. Chelsea Goldpixie's expression twisted at this action. Sir Ernest, don't do this. Hurry, save me, right now, Soldiers grabbed and bound Chelsea Goldpixie's limbs. Father, even as Chelsea Goldpixie was being led away, she pleaded with the Duke. Please listen to me. Why, you'll know the truth, I am innocent. In response to her pleas, the Duke uttered a single word to Chelsea. Incompetent. Upon hearing these words, Chelsea's eyes widened as if in disbelief. Our family almost suffered a great calamity because of you. Father, I. Recalling you was the biggest mistake of my life. The Duke's tone carried a deep sense of disdain. And no, it's not true. It seems futile to continue listening. Soldiers, take her away. Father, The soldiers dragged Chelsea Goldpixie out of the training ground. Tears streamed down Chelsea Goldpixie's eyes. At that moment, someone entered Chelsea Goldpixie's line of sight, Damien Haxon. He gazed at her with a mocking smile. Chelsea Goldpixie glared at Damien Haxon as if she would kill him if released. The soldiers took Chelsea Goldpixie outside the training ground. Soon after, Chelsea Goldpixie's screams abruptly ceased. This is a headache. Once Chelsea Goldpixie disappeared, the Duke sighed. I never expected her to be so deeply connected to dark magic. If this fact is revealed, the church won't stay quiet. The church's obsession with dark mages was so notorious that everyone knew about it, even someone from the Gold Pixie Duchy. Even as the Duke of Gold Pixie, he couldn't resist the church's intervention in this matter. Let's postpone the troublesome matters and deal with the church first. Saying so, the Duke turned to Damien Haxon. Damien, what kind of trickery did you play for Guillaume Blackwing to end up like that? I'm not sure either. However, the technique that I use inflicts internal injuries upon my opponents. I suspect it broke the dark magic inside Guillaume Blackwing's body. The Duke's interest was piqued by Damien's explanation. A technique that inflicts internal injuries. Quite unique. Carl, didn't you mention seeing a knight use a similar technique before? Yes, that's correct. However, the knight only caused external injuries, he couldn't inflict internal ones like Damien's technique did. Carl's praise only heightened the Duke's interest. Even to someone like me, who doesn't know much about swords, it seems like an extraordinary technique. When did you learn it? I saw a certain knight using a similar technique in the past and created it myself. You personally created such a skill. The Duke questioned incredulously. Damien shrugged in response. I'm somewhat of a genius. A brief silence followed. The Duke sighed briefly. It's hard to believe you created such a skill after seeing it. Damien didn't say this to flatter himself. The Duke had already conducted several investigations regarding Damien. Falsifying a story about how he learned the technique might raise unnecessary suspicions. It was better for Damien to be recognized as a genius rather than fabricating a story that could lead to doubts. Moreover, strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely a lie. The Duke opened a spatial pocket and retrieved a blue potion from within. It was the mana crystallization elixir he had initially offered as a reward for winning the duel. As promised, this is yours. Damien accepted the potion offered by the Duke. It felt weightier than he had anticipated, making its potency vividly palpable. The immense power contained in the elixir was undeniable. This potion is just a reward for the duel. It cannot be considered as the reward for this incident. So tell me about what you need. At the Duke's words, Damien fell into contemplation. At this moment, Damien could probably obtain anything from the Duke. However, having acquired the mana crystallization elixir, there was nothing significant that Damien currently needed. So instead of actively seeking a reward, he thought that it would be better to leave it as a debt, especially considering that debts tended to grow over time. This incident happened by chance. There's nothing worthy of reward for it. The Duke nodded at Damien's words. Even if it was by chance, the fact that you saved the family remains unchanged. I am currently a knight of the Gold Pixie Duchy, so I only did what was expected from me. Damien refused several times. In the end, the Duke had no choice but to step back. Well, if you insist so stubbornly, then fine. However, I'll remember this incident. If you ever need my help, feel free to come and ask me. After saying that, the Duke summoned Karl Heimlich. Karl, I'll entrust you with military authority. Take the knights and soldiers and apprehend everyone associated with Chelsea Gold Pixie. Yes, my lord. Especially the dark mages who collaborated with Chelsea Gold Pixie. Don't let a single one of them escape. Upon the Duke's command, Karl Heimlich kneeled on one knee. Everyone listen. You must cooperate as much as possible with Karl Heimlich's investigation. If anyone fails to do so. The Duke's eyes flashed with intensity. I will consider them as having sided with Chelsea Gold Pixie to destroy the family. At the Duke's sharp warning, the attendants involuntarily trembled. Karl Heimlich's actions were incredibly swift. He immediately took the soldiers with him and arrested all the attendants of Chelsea Gold Pixie. Her bedroom, as well as the businesses she managed and the shops she frequented, were thoroughly investigated. As a result, they were able to apprehend many individuals who knew about the relationship between Chelsea Gold Pixie and the Dark Mages. The Duke summoned inquisitors to interrogate them. Yes, that's right. Lady Chelsea conspired with the Dark Mages. How did they meet? Well, I don't know. Lady Chelsea suddenly brought them one day. The Dark Mages aided Lady Chelsea in everything. They carried out all the tasks assigned to Chelsea Gold Pixie by His Excellency. The truth revealed through them was shocking. Firstly, all the abilities and achievements Chelsea Gold Pixie had displayed so far were fake, achieved with the help of Dark Mages. Chelsea Gold Pixie had expanded her influence within the family with the assistance of the Dark Mages. There's more. Lady Chelsea received loyalty from her vassals with the help of the Dark Mages. You don't know what kind of Dark Mages they are. They use some sort of artifact to spread some kind of fragrance. If you inhale that special fragrance, you'll get captivated by Lady Chelsea. Even worse, Chelsea Gold Pixie used dark magic to sway the people to her side. Fortunately, there were no highly influential people among them. The Duke sent soldiers to capture all the people and knights enchanted by Chelsea Gold Pixie. Upon closer examination, it became apparent that they were mere victims. Yet, considering their susceptibility to dark magic's influence, they couldn't be ignored or left unchecked. As the interrogation was happening, the news that Chelsea Gold Pixie had committed suicide spread everywhere. Even on the day Chelsea Gold Pixie died, Damien was dedicated to his training. Although he had received the elixir, his current physical condition made it difficult to absorb it completely. He was returning from training when he saw the Duke standing in the doorway of his bedroom. "Your Excellency," Damien asked with a puzzled expression. Only then did the Duke notice Damien's arrival. "Oh, you've come. I've been waiting for you. Why didn't you send a servant to summon me? I suppose I can't disturb your training, can I?" the Duke said with a smile. "But what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing special." The Duke raised his arm, holding a wine bottle in his hand. "Do you enjoy a drink?" The Duke led Damien to a room in the alcove. "I have a room set up just for this taste." The room was filled with liquor. There were many different types: wine, vodka, whiskey, and more. It was hard to find anything that wasn't there. "Have a seat and wait. I'll bring you something to eat." With that, the Duke took a block of cheese from the cupboard. With deft hands, he sliced the cheese and placed it in a bowl. "This wine goes well with angelic cheese from the Blanco region." The Duke poured the wine into the glass in front of Damien. The red liquid trickled down. "Try it." Damien raised the glass to his mouth, the rich aroma filling his mouth. "It's a good drink." "Ha ha ha ha, I'm glad you noticed. It's not a very expensive drink, but it's my favorite." The Duke tipped his glass, and after a few sips, it was empty. "Great, great, great." Then he popped the cheese he'd sliced into his mouth. "I see you've decided to enlist the help of the Order after all," the Duke said suddenly. Damien looked puzzled. Calling in the Order was bound to lead to interference. For a proud man like the Duke, that was not something he wanted. "Don't you think you made your decision too quickly?" Damien asked as he popped a piece of cheese into his mouth. He couldn't believe the usually prideful Duke was so quick to call out the church. "Actually, we lost track of the Black Mages." The Duke clicked his tongue briefly. "The associates of Chelsea have all been captured. Among them, there wasn't a single dark mage." "Really?" "Yeah, hard to believe, but it's true. We couldn't even find out the names of the dark mages." The Duke frowned. Missing the dark mages was quite embarrassing. The most frightening aspect of dark mages was not their power, but the sinister plots they could weave using dark magic. If they were to unleash a curse of pestilence from the shadows, the inhabitants of the Duke's domain would undoubtedly suffer significant harm. To face dark mages, calling in the paladin is best. That's why I plan to entrust it to the paladin. Didn't Chelsea reveal the identity of the dark mages? No chance for that. The girl died on the first day. Damien paused in his chewing and looked at the Duke. "It's been over 5 days since Chelsea was captured, and the news of her death just arrived today. But on the first day, she bit her tongue and ended her life on the first day she was arrested. Then why reveal it now after keeping it a secret for so long?" To Damien's question, the Duke nodded. "If the news of Chelsea Goldpixie's suicide had spread, those involved might have fled, so we kept it a secret." Damien bit his tongue inwardly. Even so, when your child dies, he never expected the Duke to think so coldly about it. "Chelsea is dead, we didn't catch the Black Mage, and we haven't even figured out who they are. It's not just about pride." The Duke sighed, leaning back in his chair. Damien stared at the Duke and said, "You seem quite tired. Does it look that way?" "Well, that's embarrassing." The Duke quietly chuckled but couldn't hide the fatigue that appeared beneath his eyes. Chelsea's mother was a commoner. Suddenly, the Duke spoke up. "During my youth, I ventured on hunts alongside knights, eventually finding myself bound to a rural village. It was in that quaint settlement that I encountered the mother of the girl. Nobles seeking commoners for a knight is not uncommon. The outcome was predictable. That woman became pregnant with Chelsea right away. But in my youth, the idea of a commoner carrying my blood was unpleasant. So I rejected that woman when she came to me." The Duke's expression was thoroughly emotionless as he spoke of the past. He couldn't feel any remorse, regret, or any other emotion. "As time passed, I suddenly became curious about the whereabouts of the child I had abandoned. After investigating, I found out that the mother had died of a plague, and the child was living alone." Duke brought Chelsea, who had been living alone, back with him. No one knew the reason why. Perhaps the Duke himself didn't know. Chelsea was not a particularly bright child. Even considering she had lived as a commoner for a long time, she wasn't that clever. She had leadership qualities, but her abilities were lacking. There is no more dangerous presence than an incompetent leader. That's why the Duke didn't use Chelsea prominently. I wished for her to live a normal life as a noble lady and then die. But one day she began to show signs of potential. Just as the Duke enjoyed testing his subordinates, he took pleasure in testing his children, and Chelsea Goldpixie completed all the tests the Duke set for her. At first, I found it strange. No matter how I thought about it, the tests were impossible for her abilities. It was suspicious, but I couldn't find any evidence. So the Duke bestowed upon Chelsea the position of Grand Duchess. He acknowledged her as his successor. Seemed strange, but I never thought she would have received help from dark mages. The Duke sighed deeply. It would have been better if she had just lived moderately within her bounds. The Duke silently emptied his glass. Damien had been sitting by the Duke's side for a long time. The Duke emptied 3 bottles of wine and slumped down. Damien called the attendants to move the Duke and then returned to his bedroom. I still haven't caught anyone after all. Back in his bedroom, Damien sat in a chair, lost in. Although the Duke hid it, Damien knew the identity of the dark mages. Yulan, that was the identity of the dark mages who collaborated with Chelsea Goldpixie. As rumored, they are extremely thorough. They left no trace of themselves. While the Duke believed Chelsea had committed suicide, Damien's thoughts were different. She fell victim to a curse that claimed her life. There was no way Yulan would spare Chelsea. To prepare for such a situation, they must have placed a curse in advance. Indeed, Chelsea was nothing more than a pawn in Yulan's long-term scheme. The Duke stated that Chelsea had joined forces with the Dark Mages, but Damien had a different perspective. Dangerous Dark Mages like Yulan wouldn't join hands with Chelsea. There must have been someone else involved. Perhaps the plan was to engulf the Duke's family, introduce Chelsea Goldpixie as the next Duchess and later control the entire family. Whatever the plan, Damien had completely thwarted Yulan's scheme. Probably didn't run too far. If it were an ordinary dark mage, they would have fled to a distant area as soon as their identity was exposed. But Damien was convinced that Yulan was still lurking near the Duke, definitely waiting for an opportunity to kill me. Damien killed Yulan's subordinate, Akitora, and handed his head to the clergy. Not only that, he dismantled Yulan's schemes unfolding in the Duke's residence. Certainly, Yulan would attempt to kill Damien. This wasn't speculation, but a near certainty. Loyalty does not find a place among individuals who delve into the shadows with thorough precision, like dark mages. Damien had spent a long time with Archlick Dorgo and knew a lot about the seedlings called dark mages. In their allegiance, dark mages remained steadfastly in the shroud of secrecy. There could have been a better reason for it. Dark mages had enemies all around. To survive, they had no choice but to stick together. The best way to elevate camaraderie and belonging was to be thorough in loyalty. If they received a favor, they would surely repay it. If resentment arose, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. That was the fundamental mindset of dark mages. I apologize for keeping it a secret from the Duke, but there's no choice but to lure them out. The reason Damien hid Yulan's existence was to draw them out. The less the Duke knew, the more vulnerabilities there were. It meant more bait scattered before Yulan. Above all, there was one crucial reason. Disgusting bastards. I'll personally kill them all. Damien despised dark mages. At the mere mention of Yulan's name, his anger surged uncontrollably. It seemed like his conscience wouldn't be at peace until he personally dealt with them. Come anytime. Walking through the dark corridor, Damien's eyes glowed. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. A voice echoed in a dark corridor. A man holding a bottle was cursing loudly. The man's name was Ernest Horowitz. He was a middle-class knight in the Gold Pixie Duchy. In the recent investigation that swept through the entire duchy, Ernest Horowitz underwent a brief interrogation. He didn't even know the fact that Chelsea had allied with dark mages. However, Ernest Horowitz couldn't find any comfort in that fact. You idiot, you son of a bitch, you should have died right there. You should have protected her. This afternoon, Ernest Horowitz heard the news of Chelsea Goldpixie's death. At that moment, something collapsed within Ernest Horowitz's inner self. Arg, Ernest Horowitz pounded his chest with his fist, but the sense of guilt wouldn't dissipate. Lady Chelsea. Ernest Horowitz sat down on the pavement, gazing up at the night sky. Suddenly, the day he first met her flashed before his eyes. A spirited and confident girl. That was the first impression Ernest Horowitz had received. Her bright demeanor left a lasting impression, and he often found himself watching over her. At some point, Ernest Horowitz began harboring overwhelming emotions for Chelsea. He fell in love with her. It was when Ernest Horowitz let out a pained groan. Sir Ernest Horowitz, you're here. A voice echoed in the darkness. Ernest Horowitz lifted his head. Rebecca. The woman in front of him was Rebecca, the aide who had been serving Chelsea right beside her. Yes, sir. Ernest Horowitz's gaze became sharp. He conjured up mana to dissipate the alcohol fumes. Rebecca had concealed her appearance as soon as Chelsea was captured. It meant she was one of the dark mages who collaborated with Chelsea. All because of you, all because of the likes of a dark mage, associating with Lady Chelsea. Ernest Horowitz attempted to grab her throat. Just before that, Rebecca spoke. Sir Ernest, we seek revenge against the Duke. At those words, Ernest Horowitz's hand stopped. What are you talking about? You must have heard the news. Lady Chelsea has passed away. Although the Duke did not disclose specific details, the cause is evident. After Rebecca took a breath, she continued. She died during the interrogation. Ernest Horowitz's mouth slightly opened and then closed again. If it was the Duke he knew, the story was entirely plausible. He was the kind of person who would willingly sacrifice his kin for the family's security. But we alone cannot avenge Lady Chelsea. Sir Ernest, we need your help. After a moment of contemplation, Ernest Horowitz said, what do you want me to do? A smile appeared on Rebecca's lips. After Rebecca finished her explanation, Ernest Horowitz disappeared somewhere. Rebecca remained alone, looking in the direction Ernest Horowitz had left. Fortunately, it seems like we persuaded him well. A man emerged from an alley. He was the man Chelsea used to call Mustang Fury. When dealing with Chelsea Goldpixie, he stuttered and seemed timid. However, the Mustang Fury now had a chilling gaze, like an icy wind. I never anticipated that her name would carry such a profound impact. Love makes a man strong, doesn't it? Rebecca chuckled, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. You're being quite foolish. To get worked up like that without even knowing who truly killed Chelsea. Chelsea Goldpixie didn't die during the interrogation. It was because of the curse laid by Yulan that she took her own life. Still, Captain, I'm not entirely comfortable with this. Do we really have to kill Damien Haxon? Are you suggesting we just sit back and do nothing? That scoundrel not only killed a Kidora, but also posed a significant hindrance to our plans. Mustang Fury spoke with a furrowed brow. After dominating the Duke's estate, orchestrating chaos in the Apple Kingdom was a mission bestowed upon us by that person. Yet we faced hindrances. How can we endure such setbacks? Mustang Fury sharpened his gaze. Damien Haxon and the Duke are unaware of our true identities. We can use that to create an opportunity to kill him. Mustang Fury's pupils darkened. I want Damien Haxon to beg for his life before we grant him mercy. After that day, Damien dedicated himself to training. Currently, Damien's physical abilities were at a low-class level. To reach higher levels, he needed to further train his body. Above all, it was important to train the body to fully absorb the elixir. Consider this revised version for better flow. Imagine mana as water and the body as its vessel. To hold a substantial amount of water, the vessel must be both wide and sturdy. I like that the Duke has so many training equipment. The Duke's estate had all sorts of training tools for his knights. Opportunities to use so many tools were rare. Damien utilized all the tools to train his body. However, there was a specific type of training that Damien invested the most time in. It was training through sparring, which proved to be the most effective. Inside the training ground arranged within the estate, around 5 knights were sprawled. These pitiful things, Damien remarked, gazing down at the knights. What will you do if you collapse before me, wearing magical equipment, before I even step forward? Unlike the lightly dressed knights, Damien wore magical accessories resembling bracelets and anklets on various parts of his body. To maximize the training effect by using magical equipment that increases the body's weight or hindered movement, he intentionally wore them. On the first day, he wore only about 7, but now it was over 10. As his physical abilities increased, he increased the number of magical accessories. You can't get up right away. Should I knock some sense into you by hitting your head a few times? The knights rose from their positions at Damien's intimidation. It was as if their previous moans were lies. As the days go by, your tricks seem to increase. Damien smirked at the knights. What good are the so-called knights of the estate if they flee in fear when faced with a challenge? As knights, they felt unjustly treated. For over 20 days, Damien subjected them to beatings disguised as sparring sessions. During this time, the knights had made strenuous efforts to land a blow on him, yet not even a corner of his clothes had been touched. The knights hadn't relinquished their pride without cause. It seems you're getting used to my tricks. From now on, I'll extend the sparring sessions. At Damien's words, the faces of the knights turned pale. He glanced around at them and chuckled. Just kidding, we'll end today's sparring with this. What? One of the knights, surprised by the unexpected statement, asked. It was Pavel Vermund, the leader of the dual knights. Why you're stopping? Why, don't like it? No, we like it, Pavel Vermund hastily exclaimed. The other knights vigorously nodded their heads, but we're just curious why you're ending it earlier than usual. In 2 days, we will have a duel with the Marquis. Starting today, there will be no more sparring. Take the remaining 2 days to reflect on what I've taught you while resting. The knights looked bewildered at Damien's words. What have we learned? Weren't we just getting beaten up? Their inner thoughts were clearly transmitted. Seems like no one has truly understood. Watching those knights, Damien inwardly smirked. There were 2 main reasons why Damien sparred with them. One was for physical conditioning. If the goal was merely to increase strength, training with tools would be more effective. However, sparring allowed the use of all muscles necessary for combat. Even in his previous life as a mercenary, Damien primarily enjoyed training through sparring. The second reason was to win in duels. According to Damien's judgment, the knights of the duchy couldn't defeat the Marquis' knights. The Marquis' knights were just too exceptional. To win in a duel, Damien had to win 2 out of 3 duels. Even if Damien managed to defeat Michael Ryan Bloom, if the other knights were defeated, he would lose the overall duel. Therefore, Damien trained the knights while conditioning his body. No one has figured out what swordsmanship I've been using so far. When Damien sparred with the knights, he employed the lion's roar swordsmanship, a technique commonly practiced by Marquis Ryan Bloom's knights. If they become familiar with the swordsmanship used by their adversaries, Damien could lead the duel more advantageously. I find myself wondering if I can pull off a victory tomorrow like this, Damien pondered inwardly. Among them, only one person, Pavel Vermund, was seen with his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Oh, among the dual knights, Pavel Vermund stood out. Not only did he possess leadership skills to the extent of being the eldest, but he also had outstanding talent. I can expect something from him. A subtle smile appeared on Damien's lips as he observed Pavel Vermund. After parting ways with the knights, Damien returned to his room. Summoning his attendant, he gave clear instructions. No one is allowed to enter from now on. Even if His Excellency comes, do not open the door. Damien sat in the middle of the room and took out a small glass bottle from his pocket. Shimmering within the bottle was a liquid of sparkling blue, as if infused with the gems. A smile naturally formed on Damien's lips as he looked at the liquid. The time to consume this has finally come. Damien had refrained from consuming the mana crystallization elixir given by the Duke until now. It was to ensure that his body was in the perfect state to fully absorb the elixir. The mana derived from the mana crystallization elixir is comparable to the mana accumulated over a decade. In terms of the available amount, it wasn't exceptionally high, considering its reputation as a renowned elixir. However, the true advantage of the mana crystallization elixir lies elsewhere. It instantly heightened the sensitivity of the body to mana upon consumption. This heightened sensitivity leads to a notable enhancement in manipulating, accumulating, and recovering mana. It was indeed a great elixir. Shall I test it out? He consumed the mana crystallization elixir, the sensation akin to swallowing dense, viscous honey. As a result, he keenly sensed the elixir making its way down his throat, settling vividly in his stomach. Once the liquid had settled, the elixir ignited with intense heat. The flames sparked by the elixir swiftly spread throughout his body, purging impurities and penetrating deeply into his muscles and organs. So this is how you enhance sensitivity. I wondered how to increase responsiveness. I never thought it would be through this method. Similar to how clay transforms into pottery through the heat of a kiln, the elixir's efficacy shared its resemblance. It fortified the body by harnessing high-purity mana. If it were anyone else, they might have remained motionless, remarked Damien. He then starts using the supreme absorption technique. By absorbing external mana, he directed the flow into the mana crystallization elixir, amplifying the flames to an even greater intensity. How much time had passed like this? Phew. Damien exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. In an instant, a flash of blue radiance appeared in his eyes. Damien stood up from his seat, and something like gray ash gently fell. It was the impurities burned by the elixir, expelled from his body. Excellent. He skillfully manipulated mana. In the past, every maneuver of mana felt like traversing a gravel field, yet now it was akin to effortlessly gliding on ice. The pace at which he manipulated mana saw a remarkable surge. Let's put it to the test, he decided. Slowly extending his hand into the vacant space, he closed his fingers around the air. Around his hand, a gathering of blue radiance commenced. Step by step, the radiance assumed the silhouette of a sword. If anyone had observed this display, astonishment would have undoubtedly seized them. Overlaying aura onto a sword was standard practice, but condensing the aura to manifest a tangible form was beyond the imagination of a low-class knight. Mid-class level experts could extend their aura to strike enemies at a distance. Yet, shaping a weapon entirely through the aura, as Damien demonstrated, was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a skill was typically within the realm of a high-class expert at the very least. This should do. He casually swung the ethereal sword. The perceptible feeling of air being sliced was undeniable. Damien gazed at the sword, satisfaction evident on his face. Now I'm just one step away from forming an aura blade. The 2 days passed quickly. On the day of the duel, Damien, along with the Duke, headed towards the Leaf Plains. We seem to have arrived a bit late, the Duke remarked as they reached the plains. There, the forces of the Marquis had already set up camp and were waiting. Damien, what is your assessment of their forces? Damien was standing right next to the Duke, treated as if he were a close aide despite being an outsider. Damien squinted his eyes as he observed the Marquis' soldiers. Overall, it seems to be a high-quality army. Both the level of equipment the soldiers wore and the atmosphere each individual exuded was noteworthy. Matching the reputation of being the top knight family in the Apple Kingdom, the Marquis' soldiers were formidable. Isn't that right? Even if nothing else, I envy those soldiers. If I could, I'd want to learn how to raise soldiers like them. The Duke chuckled as he spoke. In Damien's opinion, it was just empty talk. A Duke with such strong pride as he wouldn't genuinely envy the Marquis. Even if he did, he would deny it and turn away. Whether the Duke's arrival at the Marquis' camp was noticed, a messenger was seen departing. The messenger, having arrived in front of the Duke, dismounted and said, Lord Goldpixie, His Excellency the Marquis suggests that representatives meet on the plains before the duel begins. After delivering the message, the messenger returned to the Marquis' camp. The Duke's gaze shifted alternately between Damien and Karl Heimlich. With the Marquis suggesting it like that, we have no choice but to go. Will you both follow? Damien and Karl Heimlich nodded. The 3 of them rode towards the center of the plains. Around that time, a small commotion was unfolding in the Marquis' camp. Michael, can't you get up right now? The Marquis shouted angrily as he entered a tent. The interior of the tent was surprisingly modest compared to its size, which could accommodate dozens of people. A single bed, 1 sword, that was all there was. On the bed, someone had flipped the blanket over and was sound asleep. We've just received guests from the Duke. We need to go greet the Duke, so why are you still sleeping? Despite the Marquis' consecutive shouting, there was no sign of the person waking up. The Marquis' face gradually turned red. Unable to contain his anger, he swept the bed aside. Get up immediately, the Marquis shouted with infused mana. The thunderous roar shook the tent and the ground. Oh, come on. Only then did the boy lying on the bed groggily wake up. Marquis Ryan Bloom looked at the boy as if finding him pathetic. The boy's name was Michael Ryan Bloom. Renowned as the son of Marquis Ryan Bloom, he currently basked in great fame. Due to his small stature, he might be mistaken for a boy, but in reality, he had been an adult for a long time. Father, it's noisy. At Michael's words, the Marquis's forehead veins bulged. Unconsciously, he clenched his fist. Why are you waking up someone who's sleeping so well? What I said, where did you hear it? Didn't I say that we have guests from the Duke and need to go greet them? That has nothing to do with me. Call me when it's time for the duel. The Marquis spoke, holding back his anger. This duel is an opportunity to spread your name far and wide. It's a chance that others wouldn't get even if they paid for it. I'm not interested, Michael declared, attempting to recline back on the bed. The Marquis sighed and spoke. Damien will undoubtedly be there too. Michael Ryan Bloom, who was about to lie down on the bed, stopped abruptly. Why is that guy in the Duke's camp? You, always in a state of slumber, may not have heard, but Damien has been chosen as the representative on behalf of the Duke. Oh really? That's convenient. I was already eager to take revenge on Erwin. For a brief moment, Michael's usually relaxed face showed a glimpse of ferocity and then disappeared. Although Michael was usually lazy, when it came to matters related to family, he charged in like an angry bull. That guy is rumored to have repelled an attack from a low class. Quite impressive, don't you think? The guy who was originally evaluated as a junior knight is now defeating a low class and blocking an attack from a mid-class. Impressive. Ever wondered what he looks like? He might become your rival. Father, please don't say such things. Michael sat up and said, do you know how many times I've heard such words and ended up disappointed? This time might be different. It's the same. They might be famous, but when you actually face them, they turn out to be nobodies. A haze seemed to obscure Michael Ryan Bloom's pupils, rendering them cloudy. Because of his outstanding talent and strength, Michael had never encountered a worthy opponent. Ironically, due to being too exceptional, Michael wallowed in boredom. Ah, you're finally awake. Michael got up from the bed and said, shall we go meet them? The Marquis, along with Michael, headed towards the center of the plain. Already waiting, there was the Duke. Upon sighting the Marquis, the Duke immediately curled his lip and remarked, extending invitations and arriving still deficient in basic courtesy. In response to this taunt, the Marquis smiled and retorted, getting agitated over trivial matters. Is your perspective limited not just in sight but also in comprehension? The two men laughed loudly. Although they were laughing, the glint in their eyes was harsh. Sir Karl Heimlich, it's been a while. Nice to see you after a long time. Next, the Marquis turned to Karl Heimlich and spoke, and Karl Heimlich replied with a bow. While considering age and experience, Karl Heimlich was longer in both. However, due to their equal high-class status and the fact that the Marquis held a higher position, he often belittled Karl Heimlich. Don't you get bored at the Duke's place? Quit that and come over to our family. I am thinking of burying my bones at Gold Pixie Duchy. That's regrettable. It's akin to throwing pearls before swine. The Marquis clicked his tongue, then turned his gaze away. If Karl Heimlich was on the Duke's right, on the left was a young man they had never seen before. If my guess is correct, this youth is Damien Haxon. The Marquis glanced casually at the youth. However, when he faced the youth head-on, he felt a shock as if he had been hit on the back of the head. What is this? The Marquis didn't hold a favorable opinion of Damien Haxon. He was an enemy who had brought disgrace to the knight of the family, the second son who was so precious and well-raised. On the other hand, he was curious. Damien's actions were too radical, and the Marquis wanted to personally confirm what kind of person he was and how remarkable his talent was. Perhaps it could serve as a suitable stimulus for the indulgent Michael Ryan Bloom. What is this? A monster. The moment the Marquis saw Damien, he felt a chilling sensation in his spine. Fearing a high-class knight to the extent of low-class was unreasonable. The reason for the Marquis's fear was Damien's talent. When he saw Damien Haxon, the Marquis felt that there was something eerie about him. Damien was not merely a knight who would end up as a plaything for the eldest son. He might be a monster who could rival the eldest son himself. Oh no. The Marquis quickly turned to Michael. If he was shocked like this, there was no way Michael felt nothing. Michael was looking at Damien Haxon with a vacant expression on his face. He hadn't blinked even once, as if he considered blinking a waste of time. Ha! A delighted sigh escaped Michael Ryan Bloom's lips. In that instant, Michael's hand instinctively gripped the sword's hilt, the blade unsheathed as he drew it forth. The Marquis swiftly extended his hand to seize Michael's hand, but someone had already intercepted Michael's movement. Damien reached out, gripping Michael's wrist and thwarting his attempt to draw the sword. As a result, Michael was unable to unsheath his blade. Michael surveyed his surroundings with a puzzled expression, shifting his gaze between the sword hilt and Damien. Looks like someone's in quite a rush, Damien remarked, casting a glance down at Michael. Must be quite eager. Even so, isn't this an inappropriate moment to draw a sword? He added. It was only then that Michael turned his attention to his surroundings, finally noticing the figure of the Duke standing nearby. Marquis Ryan Bloom, what is the meaning of this? The Duke spoke with a sharp tone. The Marquis sighed as he wiped his face with his hand. My son has done something foolish. There was no intention to harm your knight. That's not something that can be easily dismissed, you know. Faced with sharp criticism, the Marquis could only break into a cold sweat. The Duke accepted the Marquis's invitation and arrived at this location. In such a situation, it was unusual for Michael Ryan Bloom to reach for his weapon. Carelessness in handling the situation could potentially tarnish the Marquis's reputation. He appears to have a flair for the dramatic, Damien remarked, wearing an amused expression. Damien was well aware that the Duke's anger was not genuine. He relished in exposing the Marquis's vulnerabilities and could discern it from the slightly twisted gaze. I would like to leave this place immediately if it were up to me, but since a duel is pending, I shall refrain, the Duke said. I appreciate your leniency. In exchange, let's add a few more conditions as a reward for the duel. The Marquis swallowed nervously. Please state the conditions. If I win this duel, I will take ownership of the land adjacent to the gold mine. The origin of this duel was the discovery of a gold mine on the border between the Duke's and the Marquis's territories. The Duke intended to claim all the land along that border if he won the duel. Is that acceptable? And one more condition. If we emerge triumphant in the duel, I request access to the Marquis's treasury for Sir Damien here. The Duke pointed at Damien as he spoke. Damien looked at the Duke with a surprised expression. The treasury wasn't just any storage space, it held the accumulated treasures of generations within its walls. Asking to open such a place meant allowing Damien Haxon access to one of the Marquis's treasures. These are quite burdensome conditions, but there's the condition that you have to win the duel in exchange. After a moment of contemplation, the Marquis spoke. Fine, I accept all those conditions. The conversation concluded with that. The Marquis and the Duke returned to their respective camps. Michael. On the way back, the Marquis called his son's name resentfully. Why did you draw your sword in that situation? You almost destroyed our family's reputation just now. Father, did you see? I knew that guy expected me to draw my sword, but Michael didn't care at all about the Marquis's feelings. He could anticipate every move I'd make. I've never faced an opponent like him. Michael rejoiced like a child. His pure smile made the Marquis's expression serious. Did Damien impress you that much? Yes, Father was right. Damien might fight me as an equal. Despite possessing master-level talent, Michael had never found a worthy opponent. Now he had encountered Damien, the adversary he had dreamed of. With the arrival of his dream opponent, the boredom in Michael Ryan Bloom's eyes vanished completely. A talent that had been lying dormant began to awaken. If you're satisfied, then it's fine. A smile appeared on the Marquis's face. After all, the conditions set by the Duke would only have meaning if they won the duel. With Michael Ryan Bloom present, losing in the duel was inconceivable. Lucky start. Upon reaching their camp, the Duke spoke. It would be perfect if we just win the duel, don't you think? A smile adorned the Duke's lips as he looked at Damien. Your Grace, why did you propose such conditions? What do you mean? Are you talking about the treasury? Damien nodded. The Duke casually explained, you were the one who blocked Michael's sword, weren't you? If Michael had drawn his sword completely, it would have been a complete disaster. Then it's advantageous for you as well. It may benefit the others, but not me. I don't want to win against the Marquis in such an unexpected situation. The Duke's expression became serious. I've always despised that man, vowed to trample him someday. The opportunity is right in front of me, and I can't let it slip away, can I? Only then did Damien understand the Duke's feelings. Due to strong pride, he couldn't allow an unsatisfactory outcome, and an opportunity to show off with someone else's money. Can't let that pass. The Duke laughed heartily. Then, shaking his head, he added, by the way, this is quite strange. Michael Ryan Bloom is famous for being an extreme slacker. Why did he draw his sword? In response to the Duke's question, Damien shrugged. Perhaps he was bored. Contrary to his words, Damien understood Michael's impulsive actions. Even at a young age, he seems to have developed sixth sense. Among the masters, many had special talents. Sword musician with absolute sound sense was among them. Michael Ryan Bloom possessed such a special talent. Sight, sound, taste, touch, smell. He had a sixth sense completely distinct from these five senses. In his past life, Michael used the sixth sense to detect unforeseen dangers or read the hidden moves of his enemies. If this works out, it should be quite impressive. In the future, Michael Ryan Bloom would reach the level of a master, but for now, he was only in the low class. So Damien was worried about what would happen if the duel ended quickly. Fortunately, it seemed Damien's concerns would be dispelled. Your Grace, a messenger from the Marquis is approaching. Karl Heimlich informed the Duke. The messenger on horseback relayed the Marquis's message to the Duke. The Marquis requests your presence. He wants to start the first duel. Good, the sooner the better. The Duke muttered, lifting one corner of his mouth. The first duel, so gaining the upper hand is crucial. Whom should we send? The Duke inquired, scanning his knights. When no response came, he turned to Damien. Sir Damien, I heard you've been training with potential knights recently. Yes, I've had some sparring sessions. Any recommended knight? At the Duke's question, Damien thought of Pavel Vermont. Among the knights he had trained with, Pavel stood out. Your Grace, may I offer a suggestion? At that moment, someone spoke up, and Damien naturally glanced at the knight. Sebastian Vincenzo. He was a middle-class knight responsible for training the duelists. Training duelists is my duty, Sir Damien. I believe I can recommend a more suitable candidate than Damien. While saying this, Sebastian Vincenzo glanced at Damien. It wasn't a friendly gaze, if anything, it was filled with resentment. A narrow-minded person. Damien had clashed with Sebastian Vincenzo before. Upon hearing that several duelists were training with Damien, Sebastian had complained to the Duke. Does it matter? The knights might learn something from sparring with Sir Damien. Horse, the Duke sided with Damien back then. It seemed like Sebastian wanted to settle the score now. Well, Sebastian's words make sense. Who do you have in mind? I recommend my son, Fabian Vincenzo. Not all duelists had sparred with Damien, some had trained with others. All those duelists had received training from Vincenzo. Sebastian's child, I've heard he's exceptionally talented. Yes, your grace. He inherited everything from the Vincenzo family. I have no doubt he will secure the first victory. Very well, let your son enter the fray. Sebastian Vincenzo gestured, and a knight holding a spear stepped forward. I won't disappoint you, your grace. After shouting these words, Fabian Vincenzo headed towards the center. Fabian Vincenzo was well aware of his father's intentions in sending him out. Damien, that peasant dares to threat my father's position. To the Duke's knights, Damien was like a thorn in their side. One day he suddenly appeared, seemingly intending to seize the family's representative position, monopolizing the Duke's favor. If only that guy weren't around, the representative position would have been mine. Fabian Vincenzo thought bitterly. I'll win splendidly in this duel and change his grace's perception of me. Fabian Vincenzo faced the Marquis knights, drew the spear hanging on his back, and shouted, I am Fabian, son of the Vincenzo family. Give me your name. In response, the Marquis knight named Robert spoke. Robert. No surname. What? No surname? Are you a commoner? Fabian Vincenzo immediately crumpled his face. Knights were usually nurtured within knightly families. To become a complete knight, one had to acquire proper etiquette, knowledge, and understand the family's vision. It wasn't a position where a commoner could dare to challenge. A commoner dares to confront me. Fabian Vincenzo could not help but be disappointed that his first opponent was a commoner. You're noisy too. Do all the knights of the duchy fight with their tongues like a bunch of whores? In response to Robert's mockery, Fabian Vincenzo wrinkled his forehead. A presumptuous fool. I'll teach you a lesson right now. Brandishing his spear, Fabian charged. There was a determination to end the duel swiftly. Oh, Fabian is attacking. The soldiers from the Duke's side, who were watching, erupted in cheers. Even from a distance, one could feel the determination emanating from Fabian. On the other hand, there was no sign of resistance from the Marquis knights. It seemed like the first duel would end easily. However, the duel that eventually unfolded took an entirely unexpected turn. The Marquis knight effortlessly blocked Fabian's attacks. Ha ha ha. Fabian shouted louder, but no matter how much time passed, the outcome remained unchanged. This a commoner like you, perhaps frustrated by the continuous blocks, Fabian's movements increase. At that moment, the Marquis knight moved. He easily deflected Fabian's thrust and closed the distance, then he kicked Fabian's body. Ugh, Fabian fell backward, and in that vulnerable moment the Marquis knight's blade touched his throat. The Marquis knight, now approaching, held out his sword. Do you admit defeat? The Marquis knight asked calmly. Fabian, with a trembling voice, replied, I lost. As Fabian admitted his defeat, cheers erupted from the Marquis camp. On the other hand, a heavy silence fell over the Duke's side. Send soldiers to bring Fabian Vincenzo here. After giving the order, the Duke turned to Sebastian Vincenzo. Sebastian, do you know what I just witnessed? In response to the Duke's question, Sebastian couldn't say a word. Your grace, that was. I trusted Sir Vincenzo with the training of my knights, and this is how you repay me. Sebastian Vincenzo seemed to attempt an explanation, but the Duke spoke with a cold gaze. I request that for now you remain silent. Sebastian promptly sealed his lips. I didn't expect such a significant difference in the knight's abilities. The Duke massaged his temples, lost in thought. At this rate, even if Damien wins, it won't be a victory for our side in the duel. The silence hanging over the Duke's camp grew heavier, sensing the imminent defeat. Your Grace, may I offer a suggestion? At that moment, Damien spoke. Go ahead. In response to the Duke's permission, Damien continued. I recommend Sir Pavel Vermund as the second knight. Pavel Vermund. The Duke was well aware of the names and skills of the knights participating in the duel. So when he heard the name Pavel Vermund, he immediately recalled who he was. I heard he's quite exceptional among the duel candidates. You've probably heard correctly. If you're good enough to be recommended by Sir Damien, you must be good enough. The Duke fell silent. As demonstrated in Fabian Vincenzo's duel, the Marquis knights surpassed the skill of those in the Duke's ranks. Even with Pavel Vermund, victory was not assured, and the Duke, wavering in his noble stature, hesitated. Your Excellency, while the Marquis knights may be strong, they are still of the same low class. There's no reason to worry. Damien started to reassure the Duke. Pavel Vermund has prepared extensively for this duel. He will not be defeated by any opponent. If the knight sent out this time loses, it would confirm their defeat. However, Damien seemed unconcerned, as if he didn't care about being blamed for the potential loss. His attitude strangely instilled confidence in the Duke. I will trust your words. Let Pavel Vermund come forward. Following the Duke's command, Pavel Vermund stepped forward. His face was pale from nervous tension. Pavel Vermont, Sir Damien recommends you. Do you have the confidence to live up to this expectation? Pavel Vermont couldn't answer immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth. Yes, I will bring victory even if I have to sacrifice my life. Satisfied with this response, the Duke smiled. Good, go and fight, then return victorious. With his sword in hand, Pavel Vermont walked out onto the plain. The cheers from the Marquis's camp persisted until Pavel Vermont made his entrance. As Pavel Vermont stepped onto the duel arena at the center of the plain, Marquis raised his fist into the air. A sudden hush fell over the soldiers, a striking demonstration of the Marquis's ability to command attention. Shortly after, a knight from the Marquis's side walked out. He was a strikingly handsome, fair-skinned knight. A great sword hung on his back, and confidence filled his face. He's stronger than me. Moment Pavel saw the knight, he instinctively realized that this knight was stronger than him. I'm Huibara, and you? The Marquis's knight asked Pavel. After taking a deep breath, Pavel replied, I'm Pavel Vermont. Upon hearing the name, Huibara sighed heavily. What's this? Never heard of that name. I was hoping to face someone more famous. Beating someone like you won't earn me any recognition. Huibara shook his head casually, unlike the first knight who came out. What about Damien Haxon? Can't you send him? He seems quite famous, and it would make the fight more interesting. Damien Haxon. When that name was mentioned, Pavel Vermont couldn't help but smirk. Upon seeing Pavel's reaction, Huibara raised an eyebrow and asked, what are you chuckling about? When a stray dog brings up a tiger, it's bound to be entertaining. Huibara is strong, but not as much as Damien. Damien's strength surpassed common understanding. There couldn't be another monster like him. It seems people get arrogant even when they're not famous. Huibara lifted the greatsword hanging on his back. The lengthy and robust blade slid out effortlessly, akin to pulling a twig from a tree. Concurrently, Huibara unleashed his mana. A potent force surged forth, as though being struck by a powerful gust of wind. Damn, Pavel Vermont muttered under his breath. As he had feared, the man standing before him was undeniably more powerful. Could he truly emerge victorious in a battle? A profound sense of despair and uncertainty gripped Pavel Vermont's chest. Hey, why are you so stiff? You should be on high alert and on guard, or else you'll end up like this in an instant. Suddenly, Huey slammed the ground. Rushing forward with astonishing speed, he aimed to drive the hilt of his greatsword into Pavel Vermont's side. Just in time, Pavel Vermont blocked the hilt of a greatsword with the blade of his longsword. His body was forced backward. Oh, you've got some skills, huh? Huibara exclaimed in admiration, as if praising an inferior. Why so silent? Are you too surprised? As Huibara spoke, Pavel Vermont was indeed too shocked to respond. However, the reason for his astonishment was not the surprise attack from Huibara. It's similar. The technique displayed by Huibara resembled what Damien had used. Every time Pavel Vermont approached, Damien had casually struck his opponent's side with the hilt. Coincidence? Utilizing the hilt instead of the blade is a common technique in various swordsmanship styles. Therefore, Pavel Vermont couldn't be certain. I can enjoy this in my own way. Huibara charged at Pavel Vermont, rapidly closing the gap and swinging his greatsword. Huibara skillfully wielded the greatsword, bringing it down with a force that tore through the air at an astonishing speed. Reacting on instinct, Pavel Vermont took a quick step backward. The greatsword narrowly avoided him, leaving only a hair's breadth between the blade and the body. As the greatsword met the earth, it upheaved the ground, shrouding both combatants in soil and dust. Can you dodge this as well? Without delay, the greatsword reappeared from the swirling dust. It swung horizontally, targeting Pavel Vermont's side. However, Pavel Vermont had already assumed a defensive stance. He blocked the incoming greatsword with the blade. You can block this too. For the first time, a look of confusion appeared on Huibara's face. This can't be. However, the person more astonished than anyone else was Pavel Vermont. Even this is similar. Damien always swung down his greatsword and followed up with a charging horizontal slash. During their sparring sessions, no dust had risen as the ground was made of stone. Still, due to the frequency of the technique, Pavel's body instinctively reacted. At this point, it was not merely a similarity, it was identical. The Marquis's knights are said to practice a sword technique called Lion's Roar. How did Damien master Lion's Roar? Suddenly, a single possibility crossed Pavel Vermont's mind. A spy. Perhaps Damien was not a spy sent by the Marquis. Nonsense. However, Pavel Vermont immediately dismissed this speculation. 2 days ago, after the sparring had ended, Damien had said to the duel knights, take a break during the remaining 2 days and carefully review what I've taught you. Damien's advice had been invaluable. By repeatedly analyzing Damien's movements, Pavel Vermont was able to evade Huibara's attacks. A spy who reveals the secrets of an adversarial lineage doesn't exist. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. He learned by observing. There were stories about geniuses who could immediately replicate someone's actions just by seeing them. A genius like Damien had more than enough potential for this. No, Damien didn't just copy it. Even though they both practiced Lion's Roar, Damien's proficiency was far superior. Huibara's sword seemed like a child's plaything in comparison. So not only did he steal the Marquis's technique, but he also surpassed the Marquis's knights. A chill ran down his spine. At that moment, Pavel Vermon's body stiffened. Focus. Huibara didn't miss this opportunity. He swung his greatsword toward Pavel Vermon's forehead. This, too, was a technique Pavel Vermont had suffered numerous times from Damien. Pavel Vermont skillfully deflected the greatsword with his blade. This bastard. Huibara intensified his assault on Pavel Vermont. The greatsword moved relentlessly. However, no sword could pierce Pavel Vermont's defenses. He effortlessly dodged the greatsword. The final blow was met with a sword. There was a sharp sound as the blades met, and the greatsword bounced back. Confusion and embarrassment flashed across Huibara's face. Pavel Vermont did not miss the opening. For the first time since the duel began, Pavel Vermont advanced instead of retreating. Unleashing his swordsmanship with his sword, he began to push Huibara backward. Huibara didn't even bother to resist, instead focusing on blocking Pavel Vermon's attack. He was losing to an opponent he had considered beneath him. In the face of disgrace, Huibara's face turned crimson. Can't you ease up a bit? Huibara put more force into his greatsword. Pavel Vermont immediately noticed. The longsword and the greatsword were entangled in a complex exchange. Pavel Vermont applied force to his hand, deflecting the greatsword. The greatsword slipped from Huibara's hand, flying off into the distance. Huibara stared at his empty hand in a daze. At that moment, a blade touched his throat. I win. Pavel Vermont declared calmly, pointing the blade. Thunderous cheers erupted, lifting Pavel Vermont. In the midst of the tremendous applause, Pavel Vermont felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Putting away his sword, he turned toward the Duke's party. The cheers grew even louder. Pavel Vermont sensed something overwhelming in his chest. At that moment, Damien caught Pavel Vermont's gaze. Unlike the jubilant people of the Duke's party, Damien wore an extremely composed expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Damien, the excitement was gone. A sense of foreboding and dread filled the void. Who the hell are you? Pavel Vermont shuddered as he asked the unanswerable question. Pavel Vermont, you've achieved victory in such a splendid manner, Duke Goldpixie remarked, a smile overflowing on his face. Sir Damien's judgment was accurate, someone added. Pavel Vermont, the one he recognized and recommended, another person chimed in. The Duke nodded in agreement, his smile indicating his satisfaction. Unlike someone who suffered defeat due to a lack of foresight, the Duke's pointed words caused Sebastian Vincenzo to lower his head. Now only the representative duel remains. Are you confident? The Duke asked Damien. Well, I'll do my best, Damien replied nonchalantly. Please end my life, Huibara pleaded, prostrating himself in front of the Marquis. Why do you speak such words? You did your best. It's just that the knight on the other side was stronger, the Marquis consoled Huibara. It was unthinkable to punish a knight who had fought for his house. And don't be too disheartened. Victory is still ours, the Marquis reassured. With those words, the Marquis shifted his attention, noticing Michael Ryan Bloom standing a short distance away. Your words are correct, Your Grace, Huibara said with a respectful expression. To the Knights of the Marquis, Michael Ryan Bloom was a symbol of invincibility. Return and take your rest now, the Marquis ordered, and Huey bowed his head before stepping back. The Marquis approached Michael. Michael. Despite the call from his father, Michael continued gazing at the plane. Michael, isn't something strange, the Marquis finally said. Father, isn't it odd? Michael abruptly spoke. Even with his father approaching, Michael kept his eyes on the plane. Huey was stronger than the Duke's knight. I can confidently say he was 1 or even 2 steps above him. The Marquis agreed with Michael's words. Even with his high-class judgment, Huibara was indeed stronger. Physique, mana, skills, experience, and more. He had grown like a wild plant in the Marquis's mansion, standing out among the mediocre individuals. But he lost. It wasn't just a defeat, he was completely overwhelmed. The Duke's knights skillfully blocked Huibara's attacks, seized the advantage, and claimed victory. It was akin to a dog overpowering a wolf. The Duke's knight thoroughly pierced through the lion's roar sword technique. But it's strange, he didn't seem to be that talented. Agreeing with his son's words, the Marquis nodded. I share the same thoughts. Perhaps the lion's roar sword technique may have leaked. When we return, we must thoroughly investigate. No, father, that's not it. Michael refuted his father. The lion's roar sword technique didn't leak, that man discovered it. He found it and taught it. Only then did the Marquis realize where Michael's gaze had been fixed. Damien Haxon, Michael continued, his attention solely fixed on that man. Isn't it incredible? The lion's roar sword technique is by no means a low-level martial art. It's a technique that our ancestors continuously developed and improved over generations. And not only did he see through it, but he also taught it to other knights. Typically, it was an impossible feat achieved only in dreams and beyond the reach of most geniuses. Father, do you see? Experiencing a moment like this, where my heart is racing, this is a first time for me. Michael placed his hand over his chest, his face slightly lifted. I've finally found someone who's my equal. The Marquis looked at his son with a complex expression. Originally, he had planned to sternly warn his son that victory was essential. However, faced with his son's brimming excitement, he couldn't bring himself to pour cold water on his son's excitement. Moreover, it seemed unnecessary to say such things. "Michael, go and enjoy yourself to your heart's content," the Marquis said, looking at his son. Michael gripped his sword in response, but kill him. The Duke's words were calm but carried a sense of gravity. "I understand, father." With determination in his eyes, Michael headed towards the battlefield. As Michael Ryan Bloom walked towards the arena, he could feel his heart pounding fiercely. Finally, we meet. Michael Ryan Bloom's life could be summarized in just one word: boring. When he first held a sword, excitement surged within him. Learning swordsmanship from his father seemed thrilling and amusing. Meeting senior knights filled him with curiosity. But as the days of wielding the sword increased, the initial excitement and interest quickly faded. In short, it was too easy. His father's taught swordsmanship could be replicated after a single demonstration. Knights who were supposedly stronger than him turned out to be nothing special in combat. At some point, Michael Ryan Bloom stopped approaching the training grounds. He let go of the sword and began to suffer from boredom and lethargy. Found it. He thought adversaries, rivals, or any challenging figures would never appear. However, today he unexpectedly encountered someone with talent matching his own, a genius who could become his rival, a knight who could be his equal. Michael Ryan Bloom stood before Damien. "I'm Michael Ryan Bloom." Suppressing his anticipation, Michael offered a greeting. After a yawn, Damien responded, "I'm Damien Haxon." Michael felt laughter bubbling up. "I've been waiting for someone like you for a long time." In his heart, he wanted to draw his sword immediately. However, the other person was a valuable opponent he had finally met. He wanted to properly present himself. "Fight me as an equal, my fellow warrior." Michael Ryan Bloom gripped the hilt of his sword, his heart pounding fiercely. "I earnestly request, please don't disappoint me." Michael drew his sword, the blade glinting coolly in the sunlight. "Equality." Damien uttered a single word. "Your talent hasn't fully blossomed, otherwise you wouldn't be saying that." The words from Damien's mouth were completely unexpected for Michael Ryan Bloom. "Can't be helped. I'll have to come down a bit." What is he trying to say? Michael was about to ask that when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. It felt like someone was pulling his shirts back with rough hands, foreboding a sense of danger, fear. All those emotions surged explosively. Unconsciously, Michael drew his sword, pointing the tip at Damien. No, he tried to point it. The blade didn't rise. It stiffened, pointing downward. Not only could he not aim the sword, but he couldn't even look directly at Damien. His whole body trembled. Cold sweat dripped onto the ground. "Michael Ryan Bloom," Damien spoke softly. It felt like a dagger piercing Michael's ears. "Do I still appear as an equal to you?" The sword fell to the ground. Before Michael even realized he had let go of the sword, he knelt on the ground. "I lost." The words came out involuntarily. Michael Ryan Bloom didn't even think of stopping his own mouth. "I lose." The third duel, the winner had been decided. The duel ended in the triumph of the Duke. After winning the duel, the first thing the Duke did was drink and enjoy to your heart's content. A feast was prepared on the plains. Animals brought in beforehand were slaughtered and barrels of alcohol were opened. The aroma of cooking now wafted through the air, filling the surroundings. There's an abundance of meat and alcohol, overflowing even, so everyone indulged to your heart's content. The Marquis's soldiers, forgetting their grudges, indulged in the feast of meat and alcohol. Just by looking at this, it seemed like the Duke was behaving generously. What a narrow-minded person. Damien had noticed it a while ago. This gathering was arranged by the Duke to mock the Marquis until the end. The evidence was in the expression of the Marquis sitting next to the Duke right now. "Marquis Ryan Bloom, why is your expression like that? We may have quarreled for a moment, but since everything is over, forget it and enjoy the moment together." The Duke poured alcohol into the Marquis's cup while saying this. "As the winner, I'll pour it first. I'm the winner." In response to the Duke's words, the Marquis made a disgusted expression look like he'd eaten the shit. It was evident that he wanted to leave immediately. However, refusing the winner's invitation was not in line with the etiquette of the defeated. Moreover, the Marquis's soldiers were also enjoying themselves with alcohol and food. There was no way to break this atmosphere. "Come on, drink." Damien watched this scene and smirked. "Well, that solves my problem." The reason he intervened in the duel between the two families was to keep the Marquis in check by preventing the Duke's downfall. The Duke's defeat in the duel was the beginning of his downfall. Damien stopped the dark mages who had planned to control the duchy and prevented the downfall of the Duke. Now that he prevented this incident from taking place, he was much more relaxed, however. All that's left is Yulan. The murder of Yulan's executive by Damien thwarted plans of Yulan to consume the Duke. Yulan would no doubt try to kill him. He was hoping for that, so he kept giving them opportunities. Maybe they'll appear on the way back. People are most vulnerable when a big event is over in the midst of joy. This was exactly the case now. Damien was lost in various thoughts. Someone approached him. Turning his gaze, he saw Michael Ryan Bloom. "Oh, do you mind if I sit at the front?" Michael spoke with a stiff, firm face. It was an unexpected approach from Michael. I wanted to have a sincere conversation for once, but I never expected someone like him to approach me first. Do as you please. Michael's face lit up as Damien graciously agreed. He cheerfully sat across from Damien. He seemed inexplicably happy, laughing softly. May I call you Sir Damien? Oh, sure. Can I call you Sir Michael then? Why, yes, of course. It would be an honor. Damien tilted his glass. As the cup emptied, Michael skillfully lifted a bottle and filled Damien's cup. I was impressed during the duel. Impressed? Damien couldn't help but ask at the unexpected word. Well, I mean, throughout my entire life, I never thought I would actually have a rival. Blushing, Michael continued, but Sir Damien, you are not like me, no. You are far more impressive than someone like me. The reason Michael willingly accepted defeat in the last duel was not simply because Damien was stronger. It was because he had glimpsed Damien's talent through his extrasensory perception. Realizing that Damien's talent was on a different level than his own, he promptly admitted defeat. The world is indeed vast. Michael spoke with an impressed expression. Michael Ryan Bloom was also a formidable figure, as he did not despair even after feeling the pressure of Damien. Or maybe he felt that lonely. Damien had a dreadful time being held captive by Darugo before realizing how extraordinary his own talent was. That's why he couldn't empathize with Michael's sense of despair. You are too arrogant, and he had no intention of empathizing. Yes, just now you thought you were the second best, didn't you? How did you know? Even after meeting Damien, Michael's pride remained intact. Damien, the unequivocal number one, he himself was just below. Although the gap was absolute, he still considered himself second. As you said, the world is vast. Your talent may not be common, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist at all. Michael's self-confidence was not entirely unfounded. Indeed, among the master class, Michael was quite strong. It was a fact that Michael Ryan Bloom possessed a talent that would leave a mark on history. But where did those who left a mark on history number only one or two? Even in the Empire, there are at least 3 people with talents superior to yours. In a previous life, Michael Ryan Bloom was 25 years old when he was defeated by a girl much younger than him. That incident pushed him to resume sword training and eventually reach the level of a master. But even after reaching the level of a master, he couldn't defeat that girl. That girl would later become known as the Sword Empress. Michael Ryan Bloom, do not be conceited. Do not be arrogant. Do not think you are the best. Remember that there may always be someone who can surpass you. Michael looked at Damien with a shocked expression and then cautiously asked, Did you also have such thoughts, Sir Damien? No, not at all. I am the best, Damien replied. But just now you told me to be careful. Michael's expression turned bewildered. However, in reality, Damien Haxon was indeed the best, proving it in his past life. I consider myself the best, but I don't get complacent. I'm always prepared and vigilant. Do you know why? I don't know. Because you never know when, where, or what danger might strike. In his past life, Damien, by a twist of fate, encountered Archlick Darugo and became a Death Knight, leading to the destruction of the world. In that process, he even committed the atrocity of killing his own family with his own hands. That's why when Damien regressed, he made a firm decision to always be prepared for the worst. Even though I consider myself the best, what if you get complacent? What would happen then? As Damien tilted his glass, he added, Michael Ryan Bloom, do not be conceited. Try harder. Become stronger than you are now. The reason he said these words to Michael was to prepare for the future. What if Damien couldn't find Darugo until the end? And what if Darugo led the undead army and attacked the world? At that time, having the strength of Michael Ryan Bloom could be a significant help. Understood, I will remember, Michael nodded. But in return, I have one request. I said it was for your own good. Well, it's like this. Let's hear it first. When Damien asked, Michael immediately replied, Could I address you as my elder brother? Upon hearing that request, Damien couldn't help but be taken aback. Do as you please. Because of that, he unintentionally gave his permission. A bright smile spread across Michael's face. I'll rely on you from now on, elder brother Damien. Oh, I didn't expect you two to become so friendly. When Damien unintentionally gained a younger brother, both the Duke and the Marquis approached them. It's always wonderful to see young people forming friendships, isn't it? The Duke chuckled and turned to the Marquis, who still had a stern expression. Your Excellency, what brings you here? Damien stood up and spoke. The Duke was Damien's employer, so in public he needed to maintain courtesy. It's fine. Please stay seated. I can't let the hero of this recent victory stand on ceremony, can I, Marquis? In response to the Duke's question, the Marquis maintained his stern expression. He looks quite upset. Damien inwardly scoffed at the Duke's actions, which were still bothering the Marquis. Sorry for interrupting your drinking session. I thought I'd drop by after the meeting with the Marquis ended. A meeting? Didn't we agree to open the Marquis's treasury to you as a dueling reward? Due to Michael Ryan Bloom drawing his sword during the conference, there was a slight alteration in the duel victory reward. If Damien won the duel, the Duke was supposed to take over land near a gold mine, and in return, Damien was to receive a treasure from the Marquis's treasury. I had to endure quite a bit to convince him not to be stingy. Stingy. If you knew the value of those items, you wouldn't say that. If you open the treasury, you have to part with something of that value. A light-hearted quarrel ensued between the two, Damien Haxon. After concluding their banter, the Marquis turned to Damien. First, I offer my apologies to you. If the Marquis's subordinates had heard this, they would have been astonished. Due to the Marquis's strong pride, he hadn't readily apologized before. Moreover, Damien hadn't exactly treated him well. I apologize for sending knights for a show of force. Damien could roughly guess the reason behind the change in the Marquis's attitude. He realized that treating Damien Haxon as an enemy would not lead to anything good, yet killing him was not an option, as behind Damien stood the Duke. If he couldn't kill him, it was best to get along. Therefore, the Marquis decided to lower his head. Of course, I don't intend to settle this with just words. As an apology and as a reward for the duel, I present this item. The Marquis took a small box from his pocket. The leather-made box exuded an elegant atmosphere. However, the contents of the box were quite basic. Inside was a plain gray ring with no notable decorations. It's a ring enchanted with subspace magic. Despite its simple appearance, the true value of the ring exceeded imagination. Subspace magic. It referred to magic that twisted space, allowing various items to be stored. The secret treasury could only be opened by its owner, making it the safest storage in the world. This item was crafted by the White Magic Tower and can store up to 100 kg. Even magical items had different grades. According to Damien, the lowest grade spatial magic item could store 10 kg of items. This subspace magic item, 10 times that capacity, held immeasurable value. 100 kg would allow you to carry a decent set of armor, several spare weapons, food, potions, and even gold coins comfortably. Thinking ahead, Damien realized he wouldn't need to carry a heavy backpack on future travels. I appreciate it, Your Excellency. Damien received the spatial ring that the Marquis offered. He put the ring on his finger and infused it with magic. The ring memorized Damien's mana signature. Now only Damien could use the ring. If there's anything else you need, feel free to let me know. While I can't offer more items from the treasury, in the estate I'd quite a collection of fine weapons. The Marquis Ryan Bloom, being the highest-ranking knightly family in the Apple Kingdom, boasted an abundance of exceptional weapons. Oh, then may I make one more request? Go ahead. Damien casually spoke. I'd like to receive a bow. A bow. The Marquis shook his head in response to the unexpected request. Damien explained nonchalantly, I need it for my younger brother's wedding. The feast lasted all night. The soldiers were strewn across the plain in a drunken stupor. Fortunately, the weather was hot enough to prevent any major problems. As the day dawned, both Duke and Marquis began to prepare to return home. Elder brother, please stop by our house sometime. Michael Ryan Bloom grabbed Damien's hand and urged him on. You have to stop by, okay? You have to. Okay, now let go of me. Only after Damien assured him that he would visit was he released. The convoy back to the Duke's estate set off. Upon returning to the duchy, Damien immediately informed the Duke of his intention to leave. Already leaving? The Duke asked, widening his eyes. Damien bowed his head and spoke. To leave so suddenly, I'm in the midst of preparing for the festival. Can't you wait until then? The Duke had no intention of ending the celebration he had thrown in the plains as a congratulations. He had planned to hold a festival to announce it to the world. The Duke Goldpixie had defeated the Marquis Ryan Bloom in a duel. I've been away for too long. My family must be worried, so I want to return quickly. The Duke looked at Damien with a disappointed expression. If that's your wish, I suppose I can't help it. Instead, wait just for today. I need to choose a knight to escort you. Escort? Damien asked with a face questioning why such a useless thing was being prepared. I know very well that you're skilled. However, the situation is getting complicated. Ernest Horowitz, the middle-class knight, has disappeared. The Duke said, clicking his tongue briefly. Is that really true? Yes, I don't know why he disappeared, as you know. Ernest Horowitz was particularly close to Chelsea. As the Duke said, Ernest Horowitz was on the side of Chelsea Goldpixie. He was not punished because he had no idea that Chelsea Goldpixie was collaborating with a dark mage, but many in the duchy did not believe him. Ernest Horowitz may attack the duchy. It doesn't matter to me since Sir Karl Heimlich protects me, but others don't have the same luxury. Mid-classes were classified as strategic weapons because of their immense power. Such a being targeting the duchy, it could truly be considered an emergency. Perhaps he might attack you. The downfall of Chelsea Goldpixie started with you. So are you trying to assign a guard to me? That's right. It might not be pleasant, but have an escort until you reach your hometown. In truth, an escort was unnecessary. Middle-class knight like Ernest Horowitz, Damien could handle things alone. However, externally, Damien was known as a low class. It was necessary to conceal his abilities. I appreciate your consideration, Your Excellency. He accepted the Duke's favor. The next day, Damien came to the castle's inner gate. Oh, have you come? Within the inner gate, the Duke awaited Damien along with Karl Heimlich. Come and meet them. These are the men who will escort you. The Duke pointed to those who had been waiting. 3 knights and 10 soldiers stood ready. Damien scrutinized the faces of the knights, recognizing a familiar one. Who's this? Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, isn't it? As Damien identified him, Sebastian Vincenzo's expression crumpled. The two had a far from friendly history. On the day of their duel, Sebastian Vincenzo had strategically involved his child, resulting in a humiliating defeat. All the other mid-classes are currently on missions. Sebastian was the only one available, the Duke explained. He couldn't be oblivious to the tension between them, but the urgency of the situation seemed to mandate entrusting Damien's protection to Sebastian. Sebastian, take good care of Damien. Yes, Your Excellency. I will protect him with my life if necessary. Sebastian Vincenzo placed a fist over his heart and pledged, safe travels. Damien extended his hand. Do your best, he added. Sebastian Vincenzo, though visibly displeased, reluctantly shook Damien's hand, acknowledging the unavoidable circumstances. The Duke escorted Damien all the way to the outer gate. Your Excellency, why have you sent Damien? Inquired Karl Heimlich, who stood nearby. A knight like Damien cannot be found anywhere else. It's preferable to keep him bound to the duchy. I've considered that. I've pondered if there's a way to make Damien a knight of the duchy, the Duke replied. The Duke had realized a bitter truth during the duel with the Marquis, a stark difference in the skill levels between the knights of the two houses. While he had won the duel, it was possible only because of Damien's presence. In such a circumstance, the significance of Damien as an individual became paramount. Damien must have sensed my intentions. If he had any intention to continue serving under me, he would have stayed. However, he had expressed his desire to return home. It signified a complete lack of attachment to the Duke's estate. Above all, Damien is not someone meant to serve under another. Unlike the Duke's knights, Damien had never once shown a gaze of admiration toward the Duke. He maintained formality and courtesy, nothing more. Just once I saw a look in Damien's eyes. Swordmaster. A being who transcended the constraints of mortality, stepping into the realm of the superhumans. It resembled that gaze. Taking a man like him, it's not something easily achieved. That's why I sent him, the Duke said with a regretful expression. Now go in, there's much to be done. Damien's return journey to the Haxon estate was serene. A convoy consisting of 3 knights and 10 armed soldiers provided a formidable presence, dissuading any potential threats from approaching. Furthermore, their choice of transportation, riding on horseback, guaranteed swift and efficient progress. As the sun began to set, Sebastian Vincenzo suggested today we should make camp here. The group paused in the woods, and as the soldiers readied for the night, the knights established a campfire a short distance away, taking a moment to rest. Damien Haxon found a comfortable spot near the fire and sat down on a log. Sir Damien Haxon. Suddenly, Sebastian Vincenzo called out to him. Damien couldn't help but feel puzzled by the unexpected remark. Well, my son lost in the duel. Sebastian Vincenzo continued with a smirk on his face. Sebastian Vincenzo, with his flawed judgment, had handed the Duke his first defeat. If Duke had been completely defeated in the duel, Sebastian Vincenzo would have faced numerous criticisms. You don't need to apologize. I had no intention of helping Sir Sebastian, Damien responded. You have a talent for choosing your words very delicately, Sebastian Vincenzo said. Just then, Sebastian Vincenzo suddenly stood up. The Duke's knights were surprised, looking at Sebastian Vincenzo. Hiding won't do you any good. Show yourself, Sebastian Vincenzo shouted. Shortly after, someone emerged from the darkness. A man with an ordinary build, clad in a black cloak. As Sebastian Vincenzo glimpsed the face of the intruder, his expression froze. Ernest Horowitz. Ernest Horowitz twisted his lips into a smirk. Long time no see, Sebastian Vincenzo. Why are you here? After the death of Chelsea Goldpixie, the knight who had disappeared from the duchy reappeared in this place. Sebastian Vincenzo spoke with a face full of caution. There's no special reason. There's someone I need to tear apart and kill. Saying this, Ernest Horowitz looked at Damien. Damien Haxon, that damn bastard. Sir Damien is a guest of His Excellency, and provided the cause that led to the death of Lady Chelsea. A hint of resentment flickered in Ernest Horowitz's eyes. Sebastian Vincenzo, I don't intend to let anyone who's connected to Lady Chelsea's death live. Lady Chelsea Goldpixie took her own life. It wasn't Sir Damien's fault. Don't spew nonsense, Ernest Horowitz roared. The lady was a very resilient person. No matter how tough it got, she endured it. She would never take her own life. Ernest Horowitz took a deep breath. Lady Chelsea was undoubtedly killed by the Duke. Surely she endured cruel torture before she died. With a face where vitality seemed to drain away, Ernest Horowitz spoke. I will never let Lady Chelsea's death go unanswered. I will kill Damien Haxon, the ones who interrogated Lady Chelsea, and finally the Duke. Sebastian Vincenzo looked at Ernest Horowitz with an incredulous expression. You're going to murder His Excellency. You're truly out of your mind. Yes, I am. I haven't been in my right mind since the day Lady Chelsea was brutally murdered. Ernest Horowitz let out a low laugh. Sebastian Vincenzo, I won't beat around the bush. Give Damien Haxon, then I will spare your life. Arrogant words. You think someone like you can spare anyone? Sebastian Vincenzo exerted his aura. A tremendous force spread in all directions. The sounds of beasts and insects from the forest instantly ceased. Arrogant, you say. Yes, you're right. Sebastian Vincenzo, you were stronger than me. That's why I prepared. Ernest Horowitz took off his cloak, revealing a bizarre scene. Dark magic circles were inscribed all over Ernest Horowitz's body. Dark mana stones were embedded in various places of the circles. But that wasn't all. Despite being concealed by tattoos, traces of surgeries were evident all over the body. Sebastian Vincenzo, seeing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that you dabbled in dark magic?" "Yes, I couldn't handle the Duke alone, so I sought a bit of assistance." A wry smile appeared at the corner of Ernest Horowitz's mouth. "Like Guillaume Blackwing, I underwent the same procedures. In exchange for depleting my life force, I gained vast aura and physical abilities." Ernest Horowitz unleashed his aura. A dark-colored aura surged into the sky like intermittent eruptions. The surrounding trees shook violently due to the immense amount of mana. "Open your eyes and see what power I've acquired." Ernest Horowitz struck the ground forcefully, thrusting his spear towards Sebastian. Sebastian Vincenzo quickly lifted his sword to parry the incoming spear. At the moment of impact, Sebastian's body was forced backward. Sebastian Vincenzo exerted force into his legs. His retreating body barely came to a stop. Sebastian Vincenzo looked incredulously at his hand. With just one collision, his palm was torn apart. It was a shocking display of speed and strength. "Why, surprised, something seems wrong." Ernest Horowitz shouted with a face full of ecstasy. "You should have heeded my warning. I said I wouldn't kill you if you just released Damien Haxon." Ernest Horowitz shouted as he thrust the spear again. A crimson aura, like fresh blood, emanated from the spear. The aura turned into a storm, engulfing Sebastian Vincenzo. Sebastian Vincenzo hastily moved aside. All the trees and rocks behind him were sliced into pieces. Sebastian Vincenzo looked at the path the storm had passed. A portion of the forest had transformed into a plain. Seeing this, Sebastian's face stiffened. "What are you staring at? Run, everyone." The Knights of the Duke hesitated at Sebastian's words. They were torn between following the order or assisting Sebastian. "You fools. Your presence won't make a difference, so go to the Duke and ask for help," Sebastian Vincenzo shouted vehemently. Still, the knights couldn't easily make a decision. "Understood, we will call for help, so please hold on for a little longer." At that moment, Damien shouted. Damien turned and fled. Only then did the other knights follow suit. Damien and the knights distanced themselves. In response, Ernest Horowitz scoffed and said, "Do you really think you can stop me?" Sebastian Vincenzo, with a sneer on his face, retorted, "Who said anything about stopping you? I plan to kill you right here." "Oh, such remarkable confidence. Let's see if that's possible as we go along. By the way, do you think I came here alone?" At that remark, Sebastian Vincenzo's pupils widened. "You surely. Dark mages are lurking nearby. Damien Haxon won't be able to go far." Anger flashed in Sebastian Vincenzo's eyes. "You bastard!" Sebastian Vincenzo charged at Ernest Horowitz. In the darkening forest, the two mid-class knights collided. Damien shouted to the soldiers, "Drop your baggage and mount the horses immediately. We need to leave this place." Startled by the sudden noise, the soldiers hastily obeyed Damien's command. "Knights, mount your horses as well," Damien directed towards the two knights. However, one of the knights hesitated and spoke. "Sir Damien, going to aid Sir Sebastian even now might be." Damien struck the knight across the face, leaving him dumbfounded. "Would meddling in a duel between mid-classes with a low class like yourself be of any help? It would only be a hindrance. But sir, stop the nonsense and get on the horses. Do you intend to let all the soldiers here die?" Fear seized all the soldiers, and the knight who observed their trepidation nodded solemnly. "Understood. Let's go." "Where are you heading?" an unfamiliar voice interrupted. The knights turned in surprise. A middle-aged man and a woman stood a bit away. While the man appeared ordinary, the woman possessed an astonishing beauty. However, the soldiers paid little attention to the woman's appearance. It was the mysterious unease emanating from the pair that unsettled them. "Who are you?" Damien inquired, facing the two. The man chuckled and responded, "Seems like a question we're not inclined to answer. We'd rather keep our identity secret." The middle-aged man raised his voice. "Our objective is Damien Haxon. We won't harm the others if you hand over him and leave peacefully." Upon hearing this, the knights shouted without hesitation, "Nonsense. Do you think we would listen to the likes of you? Sir Damien Haxon is a benefactor of the Duke. Do you think we would abandon a benefactor?" The middle-aged man sneered at the knight's response. "So this is what knights are like. They need a clear display of their inferiority to come to their senses." With a gesture, the middle-aged man spread his hands, releasing dark mana that flowed down his arms. The tendrils of dark magic meticulously formed intricate runes on the exposed skin outside his clothes. Woo, woo. With eerie sounds, the man's body began to contort, bones and muscles growing rapidly. In an instant, his once ordinary body transformed into a giant exceeding 3 meters. His skin turned entirely crimson, resembling not human flesh but the hide of a monstrous creature. Most peculiar were the 4 tentacles protruding from the man's back. Thick as tree trunks and covered in scales, they presented a gruesome sight. The transformed man's appearance was horrific, akin to a demon crawling up from hell. "Berserk sect," one of the knights murmured with a terrified expression. The Berserk sect referred to individuals who utilized their bodies as conduits for dark magic. The dark magic wielded by the Berserk sect surpassed mere body enhancement, it triggered profound transformations. The altered physique could manifest abilities surpassing those of humans, reaching levels comparable to monsters. The Berserk sect was renowned for possessing the highest combat capabilities among dark magic factions. Can you now feel the gap between us? The extent of the transformation indicated the man's proficiency in Berserk arts. The middle-aged man had created entirely new sections on his body, evidence of being an advanced practitioner. In the realm of knights, a high-ranking Berserk arts practitioner would be on par with a mid-class level expert. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the odds were overwhelmingly against the three low-class knights. As a final offer, I suggest you abandon Damien Haxon and leave. I will spare those who choose to flee. The faces of the two knights turned pale. Their hands holding the swords trembled. Sir Damien, we will help. If you give the command, we will strike. Despite the situation, they didn't choose to flee. Instead, their determination ignited. Turning towards the knights, Damien spoke sternly, don't you see? If we fight, everyone dies. Even you two should run. It doesn't matter. Losing our honor is more frightening than death. I share the same sentiment. Despite their words, the middle-aged man chuckled. Stubborn, aren't you? Well, it doesn't matter. I intended to kill you all even if you ran. The middle-aged man gestured behind him. Unnoticed, the woman now held a black staff. Dark magic swirled around the staff, and upon seeing it, the knights uttered their disdain. They planned to use dark magic if we fled. These despicable wretches. The knights' curses only amused the middle-aged man. Giving a painless death for all three would be mercy. Make them beg for death. The middle-aged man began to move, and the knights unsheathed their weapons. Out of nowhere, Damien swung the blunt side of his sword, hitting the backs of the heads of the two knights. Caught off guard, the knights instantly fell into unconsciousness. Both the middle-aged man and the nearby soldiers were astonished as they stared at Damien. Mount these bodies on horses and make your escape. Run towards the duchy. Damien commanded the soldiers. When they hesitated, he roared, move. Only then did the soldiers mount the horses and swiftly depart, disappearing into the forest. I didn't think you'd sacrifice yourself. The middle-aged man sneered, but it's useless. My subordinate behind me will curse them. They'll all die before leaving the woods. Self-sacrifice, you're gravely mistaken. Damien suddenly spoke. They were just in the way. Anyone sees them, I can't fight properly. In the way? Yeah, if someone's watching, I can't give my best in a fight. With those words, he casually began stretching his body, eliciting a bewildered expression on the middle-aged man's face. Arrogant fool. I knew you were arrogant, but I didn't expect him to be so foolish. Do you even know who I am? Do you think you can stand a chance against me? I know, you're Yulan's dark mage. At Damien's words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. Yeah, I guessed your purpose roughly. Originally, you tried to use Chelsea Goldpixie to swallow the Duke. You failed because of me. The middle-aged man's pupils trembled, shocked not only by the revelation of his identity, but also by the disclosure of their concrete objectives. Ernest Horowitz said something about killing the Duke, but I'm sure that's a lie. You have no intention of killing the Duke. Damien extended his hand, cracking his knuckles, continuing to speak, because the Duke is too formidable. Maybe you're plotting to control the Duke by using dark magic on him, but attempting to assassinate a Duke is risky business. So the reason for your presence here is clear. Your true target is none other than me. Damien stretched his neck, tilting his head from side to side. I killed your subordinates and thwarted your plans. You won't just leave me alone quietly, especially since I'm as relentless as an iron wall. Hence, to eliminate me, you take the help of Ernest Horowitz. From Yulan's perspective, Ernest Horowitz was nothing more than a useful pawn. The evidence lay in the dark magic actively working within Ernest Horowitz. Like Guillaume Blackwing, Ernest Horowitz gained formidable power at the cost of his life force. However, Ernest Horowitz was consuming life force at a much faster rate than Guillaume Blackwing. He was destined to die today. Why did you hide our identity when you already knew it? If I had disclosed it, wouldn't you all have just fled? That's why I deliberately concealed it, so that you would come to kill me. The middle-aged man added with a face that showed complete incomprehension. Why did you drag us into this? What's your hidden agenda? No hidden agenda. I just want to kill you with my own hands. Damien hates dark mages. He couldn't get enough of them without destroying them whenever he saw them. Moreover, the Yulan was a faction of black mages who had attempted to meddle with his home. Now that all the curiosity is satisfied, let's stop wasting time. I need to quickly kill you and go to aid Sebastian Vincennes. According to Damien's calculations, Sebastian Vincennes wouldn't die easily. However, there was no room for complacency. One never knew what unexpected events could occur during battle. I understand very well that you're a madman, the middle-aged man said with an absurd expression. Anyway, my decision to kill you was not wrong. We can't afford to let someone who knows our identity live. A cruel smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips. Formally introduce yourself. I'm Mustang Fury, the leader of Yulan. That over there is our vice leader, Rebecca. Damien's gaze changed slightly. While he knew about Yulan, he hadn't expected them to have a leader and a vice leader. Considering the risky plan of taking down the Duke Goldpixie, it was only natural that they had prominent figures leading the charge. To preemptively block such a dangerous person, this must be the grace of the great Archlick, nothing else. Damien's body tensed as he heard Archlick. He asked reflexively, "Archlick, Darugo?" This time, Mustang Fury's pupils widened at the mention of that name. "How do you know his name?" With a snap, his mouth closed. Without anyone touching him, his muscles contracted and his mouth shut involuntarily. He tried to open his mouth, but words wouldn't come out. As Mustang Fury, he couldn't help but be bewildered. His body had defied the owner's will and moved on its own. "Ah, what's happening?" At the voice, Mustang Fury looked at Damien. Only then did Mustang Fury understand why his mouth had closed. The atmosphere had changed. Until just now, Damien had consistently acted calmly and leisurely, but now it was different. Behind the pupils staring at Mustang Fury, an intense aura of hostility emanated. The concentration was so thick that it was hard to meet his gaze directly. It felt as if he were pushing his face close to a giant pit of fire. Unconsciously, Mustang Fury found himself breathing heavily. Every muscle in his body stiffened. If he didn't consciously breathe, it felt like his breath would stop. "Were you a subordinate of Darugo?" A smile appeared at the corner of Damien's mouth. A sense of exhilaration emerged within the immense hostility. Mustang Fury denied what he was feeling. "I am a dark mage of the 7th class. It's on a different level than low-class mages. The status of a mage and a dark mage is divided by class. There are a total of 12 classes. To be called a high mage, one needed to ascend to the 7th class or higher. The combat prowess of mages varied depending on their sect, making it challenging to evaluate precisely. Mustang Fury was a high-ranking dark mage specializing in the berserk arts of Berserk sect, which is famous for combat. He possessed formidable combat skills, enough to look down upon even mid-class knights. It was incomprehensible. How could he be so terrified of a mere low-class Damien Haxon? What in the world is he? But denying it continuously became difficult, as Damien emitted an unusual aura. Being complacent even after witnessing such a sight would be foolish. Aware of this fact, Mustang Fury maximized his dark mana to its fullest. Knights enhanced their bodies with mana, gaining superhuman strength and speed. The Berserk sect could similarly use dark magic through a similar method. A body over 3 meters disappeared suddenly. It reappeared behind Damien. Mustang Fury clenched his fist. Dark mana solidified tightly around his massive fist, akin to a bludgeon. One strike and it's over. Mustang Fury brought down his fist. A roar erupted as the ground shattered. The aftermath alone toppled the surrounding trees. Yet despite this level of destruction, Mustang Fury's expression remained unchanged. The only thing destroyed was the nearby terrain. Damien remained unscathed. What trickery did you just pull?" Moments ago, Mustang Fury had seen it clearly. The moment he attempted to strike Damien with his fist, the trajectory suddenly deviated. Due to the gust, Mustang Fury's fist slammed into the ground instead of connecting with Damien. "It appears patience isn't your strong suit, so I'll warn you in advance." Damien offered no response to the question, muttering incomprehensible words. "Talk about Darugo. If you reveal where he is, I'll spare your life." Nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, Damien swung the 1,000-mile sword. The sword swung from bottom to top and cut Mustang Fury's throat. The sound of the neck snapping was sharp and clear. Craah! Blood began to spurt out wildly from the severed neck. Mustang Fury clutched his throat, screaming, "Seems like my warning didn't sound serious to you." Damien stared at Mustang Fury with eyes full of killing intent. "Then from now on, I'll make you feel it to the bone." Mustang Fury desperately pressed his head, and then a bizarre phenomenon occurred. His muscles melted like jelly, and his severed neck began to reattach themselves. The mages of the Berserk sect altered their bodies for combat, and the greatest advantage gained was not immense power but rather regenerative abilities. They could cleanly restore their bodies even if cut, torn, or contorted. Grrrr. Barely managing to attach his neck, Mustang Fury growled toward Damien. I'll kill you, tear you apart and kill you. Those might not be the words you should be saying." "Can't you shut up?" Mustang Fury charged. His massive body seemed to disappear, then reappeared right in front of Damien. He swung his fist towards Damien. Damien read Mustang Fury's movements with an indifferent gaze, so he thinks he can win with just one hit. Currently, Mustang Fury paid no attention to defense at all. It was a characteristic combat style of the Berserk sect, relying on regeneration and focusing solely on offense. "Let me show you that your thinking is mistaken." He blocked the incoming fist with his palm and pushed it aside. The trajectory of the punch deviated, hitting the ground instead of Damien. What? Bewilderment crossed Mustang Fury's face. The same phenomenon as before had occurred again. Another trick. Mustang Fury struck again. Mutated body, vast dark mana. The combination of these made Mustang Fury's attacks resemble flashes of lightning. However, Damien effortlessly parried all of Mustang Fury's attacks. His fists had never touched Damien. I can clearly see the effects of the elixir. Sword Insight, a state where a swordsman can change the flow of attack and change its trajectory. However, the drawback was that it consumed a significant amount of mana, especially against strong attacks. That's why Damien hadn't been able to fully utilize it until now. He had too little energy. This time, however, the ingestion of the elixir of mana crystallization solved this problem to some extent. How long do you plan to keep dodging me? Why are you bored? Then I'll keep you company. Damien didn't let any more attacks slip through. Dodging the incoming attack, Damien shifted his body and swung the 1,000-mile sword, cutting through Mustang Fury's forearm. A long and deep wound immediately surfaced on Mustang Fury's arm. It's useless. As Mustang Fury raised dark mana, the forearm wound regenerated in an instant. Seeing this, Damien wore a satisfied smile. Good, I'll have no problem slicing you up to my heart's content. What? Charging towards Mustang Fury, Damien swiftly passed by, slashing at his side and cutting through the ribs. The abdomen split open, revealing a gush of blood, though the organs didn't spill out. Ah! Mustang Fury screamed, swinging his fist. Damien easily avoided his attack, rotting away the joints of the forearm. The forearm dangled like a broken tree branch. Damien Haxon, filled with anger, Mustang Fury's voice reverberated. The 4 tentacles hanging from his back lunged at Damien. Damien's hand moved with finesse. The tentacles were swiftly sliced into dozens of pieces. This guy, new tentacles emerged from Mustang Fury's back and ready to swing at Damien. But Damien's figure was nowhere to be seen. He disappeared somewhere. Where did he go here? A voice echoed from the side. Turning around, his thigh split. A bundle of muscles was severed all at once. Mustang Fury's body swayed greatly. Shortly after, another voice echoed. This time here, before he could turn around, his knee had cut off. Muscles, tendons, and even joint bones were cut. Mustang Fury's body tilted to the side. Quia! Mustang Fury quickly regenerated the wounds on his knees. However, before the knees could fully reattach, Damien struck again. Arg. When the same place was slashed again, the pain doubled. Mustang Fury screamed, dull and slow. Damien relentlessly moved, torturing Mustang Fury's body. Every time a voice was heard, blood spurted and flesh was cut. Eventually, Mustang Fury succumbed to the relentless assault and crumpled to the ground, a situation where he couldn't make a move. To finish it off, Damien appeared in front of Mustang Fury. Just as he was about to swing the sword towards his neck, Mustang Fury's eyes flashed. Mustang Fury opened his mouth wide toward Damien. Dark mana began to surge from his throat. Try to dodge this one. Mustang Fury expelled dark mana, radiating it in a burst. Just as it was about to vaporize Damien, Damien thrust his 1,000-mile sword. Forward, the sword and dark mana collided. The 1,000-mile sword vibrated menacingly, emitting waves of its own brilliance. The released brilliance formed an invisible barrier. Relentlessly, dark mana pounded against the barrier. However, it failed to pierce through and only scattered in all directions. Even with his trump card thwarted, Mustang Fury's pupils dilated as if in disbelief. Dark Blade Void Fortress. It was a technique used by a sword musician in a previous life, capable of absorbing the opponent's attack to form a protective shield. Originally a defensive skill, it could also be utilized as a counterattack depending on how it was employed. I won't kill you because you need to hear about Darugo. As the time blocking the dark magic stretched, the brilliance of the sword also intensified. Damien flicked the blade with his fingertips. The brilliance of the sword was magnified several times. A tidal wave of sound engulfed Mustang Fury. Mustang Fury was swept away by the brilliance and flew far, tumbling on the ground several times. Cough, cough. Mustang Fury lay on the ground, spewing blood while facing severe injuries from the recent attack. His internal organs were ruptured, and blood vessels were torn apart, quickly regenerate. Mustang Fury attempted to use dark mana to regenerate his body. However, no matter how much dark mana he used, his body's wounds remained unchanged. Being a practitioner of the Berserk arts, it wasn't an ability to infinitely regenerate wounds. Each regeneration consumed both stamina and dark mana, so there were limits. Damn it. Footsteps echoed. As Mustang Fury struggled to lift his head, he saw Damien approaching. He looked just as good as the first time. He wasn't even sweating. Damien Haxon. Mustang Fury gazed at Damien with a face filled with terror. Who are you? How do you possess such power? Do you think I spared you to hear such nonsense? Damien placed the 1,000-mile sword on Mustang Fury's shoulder. Speak. Where is Darugo? Do you think I would tell you that? Then you'll die. Damien raised the sword high. At that moment, Mustang Fury shouted. Rebecca, now Mustang Fury screamed. From a distance, Rebecca unleashed dark magic. She hadn't just been watching the situation unfold, she had been preparing dark magic in case of an emergency. A black shadow appeared behind Damien's back. A skeletal figure, draped in a tattered cloak, thrust a scythe into Damien's neck. A curse of instant death from a cursor who reached the 7th class. Mustang Fury exclaimed in delight. No one has survived this curse at such close range. Even with death imminent, Damien's eyes remained unchanged. You should learn more about that curse, but I won't let you live for now, Damien said indifferently. Mustang Fury ground his teeth. Let's see if he can make that sound after he's dead. Rebecca, kill him. Rebecca clasped her hands together. Then the skeleton tried to swing its scythe at Damien's throat. In that moment, a pattern appeared on Damien's palm. The pattern began to glow red. The skeletal figure recoiled, covering its face with its skeletal hands as if witnessing something horrific. Gradually, it emitted a grotesque scream and shattered into pieces. The shockingly gruesome scene left Mustang Fury dumbfounded. With his knowledge, it was likely he couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed. Authority of Greed, one of the 7 authorities that Darugo implanted into Damien's body in his previous life. It was an ability to decompose and absorb all forms of magic and dark magic. As long as Damien possessed this ability, there was no way for him to be defeated by dark mages. This is dark magic that I've spent my entire life studying in Yulan. If the conditions are right, I can kill even a high class. What was this crude dark magic? Your vision magic, you people. Just as knights had a vision, mages also had visions. However, the meaning slightly differed. It referred to the magic that mages researched and perfected throughout their lives. Some of their visions were not created by an individual, but were studied and perfected by a group. Do you think you could walk around with such mediocre skills? Damien harbored a deep-seated loathing for dark mages. It was disgustingly unbearable for him. This time, man's meager self-confidence, akin to a frog in a well, truly irked Damien's temperament. It was to the point where he couldn't endure it without trampling on it. Before sending you to the afterlife, how about a little gift? Damien Haxon removed a bracelet. It was a bracelet he had acquired after killing the Yulan's member Akidora, an ancient artifact that could store any energy and perfectly conceal it. Damien used this bracelet to store dark mana, preparing for emergencies. Let me show you what real dark magic is. Damien raised his finger. No need for magic circles or spells. He manifested dark magic by merely manipulating it. The night sky instantly turned pitch black. The sparkling stars, the moon, and the brightening sky as it approached the horizontal turned black. This is. Mustang Fury couldn't recognize the dark magic Damien was using. It was inevitable. This was the dark magic that Darugo had kept as his secret technique. Blackness, a dark magic that exerted physical force, obliterating everything within its range. It corresponded to the highest-ranking 9th-class dark magic. In his past life, Damien had used this dark magic to obliterate a thriving city protected by layers upon layers of overlapping protective spells. Damien lowered his raised finger. An unseen force crushed Rebecca, Mustang Fury, and everything within its range. Without a chance to feel pain, the bodies of the two were completely obliterated. All that remained in the place where they stood was a blood pool. Damien reclaims the blackness. The shadow that had covered the sky was dispelled in an instant. The night sky returned to its original state. Damien approached the thick blood puddle left on the ground. The power of blackness was truly formidable. Even the dark mages of the 7th class, true to their name, lost their lives without a chance to resist. Not only their bodies, but also their clothes and belongings disintegrated completely. Damien raised his head and looked into the empty air. The dark mana that had nowhere to go because of its wielder's death was swirling in the air. Both being high-ranking dark mages of the 7th class, the amount of dark mana was staggering. He absorbed all the dark mana and stored it in his bracelet. A tremendous amount of dark mana was now stored in the bracelet. Judging by it, it seemed to be about 5 times the dark magic he obtained by killing Akidora. I forgot to ask about Darugo. Being dead didn't mean there was no way to find out about Darugo. In fact, there was even more information that could be extracted after death, but Damien preferred to use something other than that method. Well, it can't be helped. Damien stopped in front of the puddle. Something vague was sucked out of the 2 puddles. Gray smoke like orbs slowly took shape on Damien's palm. The 2 orbs emitted horrifying screams. These 2 entities were none other than the souls of Mustang Fury and Rebecca. Controlling souls was one of the greatest atrocities committed by dark mages. Dark mages utilized the souls of living beings for various dark magic purposes. Originally, souls went through the cycle of life and death. However, a soul utilized in dark magic was entirely consumed after expending all its power. It signified the complete disappearance of a human being. That's why Damien hesitated to use this method. However, after extracting the souls, he felt no particular guilt. Perhaps it was because they were the souls of abominable dark mages. I have to extract everything you know. Damien forcefully extracted the memories held by the 2 souls using dark magic. Stop, please, Nuo. The 2 souls writhed in agony, but Damien did not stop. The memories held by the 2 souls streamed into Damien's mind. I am Darugo the Archlick. Within that moment, he once again encountered the countenance he vehemently despised. You've likely heard of me. Most of the dark magic you're familiar with has passed through my hands. Seeing Darugo's visage reignited the rage within Damien, but he forcefully suppressed it. Now is not the time to express anger. I need information about Darugo. I've been observing your activities for a considerable period. Your skills are truly commendable. I have a task that I entrust to you. I aspire to establish an empire for dark mages, offering a sanctuary for those persecuted. That is my goal. Upon hearing this, Damien couldn't help but burst into laughter. An empire for dark mages? What a load of bullshit. Archlick Darugo's goal was the extinction of humanity, and dark mages were no exception. Darugo had used dark mages during the war, only to kill them all in the end. To achieve my goal, it is necessary to weaken the power of each country, so go to the Apple Kingdom and sow chaos between them. The meeting between the dark mages of Yulan and Darugo ended there. Although it was a one-time meeting, Mustang Fury and Rebecca diligently proceeded to carry out Darugo's command. Their targeting of Duke Goldpixie was also part of that mission. Unfortunately, there is no other information about Darugo on them. There was no way for Damien to find a way to meet Darugo, something he desperately wanted. Well, expecting anything from these scum was my mistake. Darugo had moved so discreetly for thousands of years that there was no way to catch him so easily. I need to find and kill that bastard as soon as possible. Darugo roamed the world to fulfill his plan to bring about the destruction of the world. The encounter between Damien and Darugo in a previous life was merely a coincidence. Even if he revisited that location, there was no assurance that he would cross paths with Darugo again. Any other information? Despite that, Damien couldn't let go of his regrets and delved a bit more into the souls. With each disturbance of the souls by dark magic, screams echoed. What's this? In the midst of it, a peculiar memory came forth. It was a memory of Yulan's members gathering in a cave and moving something. Ah, a secret warehouse. Yulan had amassed a considerable amount of wealth through clandestine means in the Apple Kingdom, but being pursued by the church, they couldn't casually carry those riches around. That's why Yulan had created a dungeon deep in the mountains and stored items there. I should visit there later. Having obtained all the necessary information, Damien stopped using dark magic on souls. As the souls were liberated from torment, a sense of relief emanated from them. Initially, the souls that had a deep gray hue were now noticeably faint. During their torment caused by dark magic, the souls had significantly weakened. Is Sebastian still alive? It was when Damien muttered like that a loud sound echoed from afar. It meant Sebastian was still alive. Oh, still kicking. Damien smiled and infused the two spirits with black magic. The two souls let out cries again. When you perform body enhancement on Ernst Horowitz, you also imprinted a seal of submission. Signal the dark mana of Ernst Horowitz, run wild. The two souls immediately obeyed Damien's command. Using the dark mana Damien had channeled, they sent a signal to Ernst Horowitz. The distant explosions quieted down. It was evidence that the command had been successfully conveyed. Good job. As a reward, I'll release you. Damien tightly grasped the two souls. The two souls uttered their final cries and vanished. Damien flicked his hands as if getting rid of something dirty. The battle was concluded, but Damien's work was far from over. Huff, huff, huff. Sebastian Vincenzo let out a deep exhale, his breathing rough and uneven. His entire body was covered in wounds, and the flowing blood stained his clothes red. Sir Sebastian, you seem to be going through a lot. Ernest Horowitz sneered, holding back laughter. Despite his relaxed demeanor, he too had wounds on his body. Sebastian Vincenzo's occasional counterattacks had left their mark. However, compared to Sebastian, who seemed on the verge of collapsing any moment, Ernst appeared in much more better shape. I didn't expect you to last this long against me. Truly admirable. Admiration by you. I find it shameful. You should be proud of yourself because I'm so strong right now that I'm afraid of myself. Sebastian scoffed at Ernst's words. Falling behind someone who just uses dark magic to increase strength and aura is truly embarrassing. Knights aren't strong solely due to their speed and strength, it's their mastery of skills that sets them apart. Swords, spears, axes, and more. Mastering weapons to the extreme and realizing the truth beyond. A knight who understands it and gains enlightenment can cleave the seas and split mountains. That's why knights are feared. As for Ernest Horowitz, it's a different story. He doesn't focus on honing his skills instead. He merely enhances his physical abilities and aura. That's why he couldn't kill Sebastian Vincenzo so far. Still not coming to your senses. Ernest Horowitz's face turned vicious. Ernst adjusted his posture and a red aura gathered at the tip of his spear. Seeing the aura, Sebastian Vincenzo made up his mind. He was okay with dying here, but even in death he intended to take Ernst Horowitz with him. Sebastian Vincenzo gathered his aura. In a single stroke of the sword, he poured all his determination and skills. In the darkness, Sebastian Vincenzo's aura shone brightly. You're trying hard, but it's futile. Ernst Horowitz spoke with a sneer. That's when it happened. Ah, suddenly Ernst Horowitz made a gasping sound. As if that wasn't enough, he began to convulse. Ernst Horowitz threw away his spear and tore at his body with his fingers. A thick smoke began to billow from the orifices in his face. Sebastian Vincenzo recognized it immediately. Dark magic. No, new. Ernst Horowitz's muscles withered, and his hair turned white as the dark mana drained from him. In the blink of an eye, Ernst Horowitz transformed into an old man and collapsed to the ground. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. Sebastian Vincenzo's eyes widened as he observed Ernst Horowitz, who was breathing heavily. Did he survive? As the day began to brighten, the reinforcements sent from the Duke's castle arrived. Surprisingly, there were 2 mid-class knights and a staggering 5 low-class knights among them. Witnessing the utterly devastated forest, those who arrived were rendered speechless. Even more remarkable was the fact that not a single person had perished in this onslaught. Sebastian Vincenzo was severely injured but not in a life-threatening condition. On the contrary, Damien was unharmed. On top of that, he had even managed to kill 2 dark mages. How on earth did you manage to kill those 2? According to the knights, they were not ordinary dark mages. 2 mid-class knights approached Damien and inquired. Damien casually replied, "I just dodged appropriately and slit their throats." The knights glanced at the devastated forest, skeptical of evading such powerful dark magic. Evaded this level of destruction? One of the middle-class knight asked, giving a doubtful glance. The power was strong, but their skill was lacking. Perhaps they enhanced their power using some method. The 2 mid-class knights nodded in agreement. Dark mages often increased the potency of their dark magic through dubious means, but the gain power wasn't usually stable. It came with drawbacks like slow casting speed or low activation probability. I can't see the corpses of the dark mages. Do you see those 2 puddles over there? Those are the bodies. After slitting their throats, the bodies suddenly melted away. Dark mages often concealed themselves in such a way due to their many secrets. Still, one of the mid-class members found it hard to believe. You may be skilled, but how did you evade such large-scale dark magic? Oh, you really have to see it to believe it. Damien disappeared before their eyes and reappeared behind a knight. The movement was so fast that even a middle class would have to concentrate to see it. Seeing this, the knight reluctantly accepts Damien's explanation. Truly remarkable. How on earth do you possess such skills at such a young age? To the knight's inquiry, Damien casually responded, "I'm a genius." The knight gazed at Damien, his face adorned with a dumbfounded expression. Damien returned to the duchy with the knights. Upon arrival, Damien and Sebastian Vincenzo met face to face with the Duke. The 2 explained in detail to the Duke about what they had experienced. How dare a dark mage do such a thing? The Duke's face turned a deep shade of red and blue. The Duke held Sebastian's hand tightly as he spoke. Sebastian was overwhelmed with gratitude. No, it was just the right thing to do. How many people can't do that right thing? The Duke praised Sebastian continuously. It was as if he had made up for all the wrongs he had done in his duel with the Marquis. Had the Duke not only faced assaults from dark mages, but also suffered the loss of his knights, his reputation would have taken a nosedive. Fortunately, due to Damien's intervention, not only were the knights rescued, but the black mages were also eradicated. It was a tremendous stroke of luck for the Duke. Sir Damien, would you be willing to extend your stay in the duchy? I'm contemplating a thorough investigation into this matter with the help of the church, the Duke said apologetically. Navigating matters with the church required finesse, even for the Duke. The duchy was already closely tied to dark magic, primarily due to Chelsea Goldpixie. Despite being a victim, Damien wasn't sure if the whole duchy might face an inquisition if things went awry. You are the only one who directly confronted the dark mages. Please assist us, even if it's bothersome. Well, let's do that then. In truth, Damien wanted to return home immediately. However, owing another favor to the Duke now was worth the time spent. And so, Damien became once again a guest of the Duke. The church didn't approach him directly. Instead, they dispatched investigators to meticulously scrutinize the battleground before arranging a meeting with Damien. It was 2 days later that Damien saw the Inquisitor's face directly. As soon as he saw the Inquisitor's face, he was greatly surprised. It was a face he knew well. Damien Haxon, long time no see. Agnes. The paladin who had been one of Chiajiam's top disciples, and whose image had been tarnished by the Black Serpent incident, was in front of him. Agnes, what brings you here? Didn't you say you were going to the church headquarters? After hearing Damien's and the Duke's stories, I came here to offer my assistance, Agnes stated. Her expression retained its usual sternness, but her eyes revealed a warmth. Let's take a seat and discuss this for now. Agnes offered Damien a chair and even poured him some tea. Despite the notorious reputation of the Inquisition officer, the atmosphere was surprisingly warm. It seems, Sir Damien, that you have a deep connection with dark mages, Agnes remarked, prompting a subtle smile from Damien. It was indeed a relentless connection, as irritatingly true as she said. Did you manage to find out the affiliation of the dark mages before killing them? I didn't get that far, and seeing as how they weren't very good, I'm guessing they were unaffiliated. Damien concealed the fact that the dark mages he killed were part of the Yulan. He couldn't risk revealing too much information, especially if it led to the discovery of Yulan's leader and vice leader. He couldn't defeat them with the skills he was known for. Ah, I see. Regret flickered across Agnes's face briefly. Seems like you're disappointed. Oh, did it reveal? Agnes sighed and spoke. In truth, I'm pursuing Yulan. More precisely, I'm chasing a dark mage affiliated with Yulan. May I ask who it is? Agnes nodded in response to Damien's question. A dark mage known as Corpseplay. Damien's eyes slightly widened. Agnes smirked at his reaction. You seem to know. Well, it's no surprise. It's a horrifying murderer who has slaughtered thousands of innocents. Corpse-play. The exact identity remained unknown. The peculiar moniker became known through a certain incident. One day, a noble's estate transformed into an undead lair overnight. As knights cleared the undead in the village, they stumbled upon a shocking scene at the village center. The word corpse-play was written prominently using the corpses and entrails of the villagers. It was a gruesome act of killing everyone in the territory to simply announce one's name. However, what startled Damien wasn't the past of corpse-play, but the future. Corpse-play Delrunt, a figure who would later rise to the position of Legion Commander with the blessing of Darugo. Delrunt would grow into a formidable dark mage, commanding a legion of undead that exceeded tens of thousands. He ruthlessly slaughtered more than 10 times the number of humans than he did in a recent undead incident. If you happen to learn anything about corpse-play, please inform me. Agnes's eyes, as she said this, burned with intense hatred. The investigation didn't take long. After completing the inquiry, Agnes dismissed Damien. After Damien left, a single paladin entered the interrogation room. Ms. Agnes, do you really believe that man's words? The paladin gave Agnes a frustrated look. You're asking a strange question, Agnes responded, her expression showing irritation. There are several suspicious points in merely trusting that man's words without any doubt. The paladin vividly recalled the shock he felt when he first went to the scene. The forest was completely destroyed. The use of high-level dark magic was evident, something lower-level mages could only dream of. The lower-class knight defeating a dark mage wielding powers akin to those of high-level dark mages and emerging unscathed was simply incomprehensible. Aren't you forgetting that dark mages, especially those tied to demons, use dark magic beyond their own capabilities through grotesque means? Still, there should be limits. There hasn't been a case where a lower-level dark mage exhibited power as strong as this one. Like we advance, so will they, which is why the church is so wary of dark mages. The paladin, feeling a rising frustration, retorted to Agnes's words as she persisted in taking Damien's side. I know that Damien killed a high-ranking member of Yulan in the past, but Miss Agnes, have you forgotten the motto of the Inquisition officer? Doubt endlessly, continue persistently, always verify. Deception sprouts suddenly like weeds, be ready to nip it in the bud. I haven't forgotten. But then why are you readily accepting that man's words? I'll pose the question back to you. Did you sense dark magic in the forest? When a powerful dark mage dies, dark mana accumulates in the area. This dark mana could cause various problems and needed purification. However, there was no trace of dark mana in the forest where the dark mages supposedly died, just as Damien claimed. As Damien Haxon said, it's evidence that the black mages he faced were not that powerful. But there's a reason why I believe Damien's word above all else. It's because he's strong. The paladin, standing before her, had recently reached the level of a low-class knight. That's why he couldn't recognize how much Damien had grown. Agnes was different. Upon seeing Damien, she could immediately grasp how much stronger he had become. Pure and potent mana could be felt even when he was close to her. A well-refined flow of mana circulates throughout his entire body. In just about a month, Damien had become so strong that he was barely recognizable. I vouch for Damien Haxon's innocence. Upon Agnes's declaration, the paladin couldn't argue any longer. With Agnes taking care of the investigation, Damien prepared to return home again. This time, the Duke himself stepped forward to assist Damien. Are you sure about this? The Duke asked Damien with a face that betrayed his skepticism. At the outer gate, there were 5 carriages lined up in a row. The carriages were loaded with various items, all gifts Damien had prepared for his family. This should be sufficient. Not only did the Duke purchase the gifts, but he also generously paid the dual reward. Damien lacked nothing now. He simply wanted to go back and see his family's faces as soon as possible. If that's the case, there's nothing more to be done. The Duke nodded reluctantly. Now it's a true farewell. It's been a pleasure all this time. I feel the same way. The Duke pulled something out of his pocket and presented it to Damien. It was a ring with the crest of the Duke's family. If you show this ring at any business run by the name of Gold Pixie, you can purchase goods for free. Damien's mouth was slightly agape at the revelation. With a bit of exaggeration in the Apple Kingdom, there was hardly a place untouched by the influence of Duke Gold Pixie's enterprises. Compared to what you've done, this is a modest gift. If you ever need my help, feel free to come and ask anytime. The Duke emphasized this multiple times. Sister, are you outside again? Haxon family's youngest, Abel Haxon, spoke with a voice full of displeasure. Louise, who was standing at the entrance of the mansion, gazing into the distance, turned her head at Abel's voice. Oh, Abel, what's the matter? What's the matter? You suddenly disappeared, so I came to look for you. Abel said with a displeased look. Do you think this will make brother come? Just go inside and wait. Just a little longer, I'll go in soon. To Louise's response, Abel let out a deep sigh. He was well aware that Louise Haxon's stubbornness was extraordinary. Are you so worried about your brother? Yeah, I wonder if such a tender soul can adapt well to the palace. I'm worried. For a moment, Abel almost heard sarcasm. What Tender, the one who single-handedly infiltrated the city and eradicated an entire organization, is Tender? The palace has a lot of knights. They'll probably bully him a lot. How scary would it be for knights to bully him? Abel recalled Damien's demeanor, casually defeating the knights of the Marquis Ryanbloom. No matter how you thought about it, he wasn't someone who would be bullied by knights. I hope he comes back safely. At that moment, Louise's eyes widened. She shouted while looking into the distance. Damien. At her words, Abel also looked towards the road. Damien was walking towards them, riding a horse. Recognizing the two, Damien waved his hand. I'm glad you're safe. Louise breathed a sigh of relief. However, strange things began to appear behind Damien. Armored knights and soldiers began to emerge. Seeing this, Louise and Abel's faces stiffened. Oh, Abel, what's that? I don't know. Following that, carts piled up like a heap and began to reveal themselves one after another. Louise and Abel unconsciously opened their mouths wide. Sister, I'm back. Abel, how have you been? Damien smiled broadly as he spoke. The two asked with bewildered faces. What are all these for? Oh, I can't come back empty-handed from a trip, can I? I brought some gifts. Abel's mouth remained wide open. The quantity of the gifts was too much. Go and bring our parents. I'll show them the gifts. At Damien's words, Abel hurriedly went into the mansion. Outside, Viscount and Viscountess Haxon were left speechless by the sight of Damien's gifts. Is it true that all of this was bought by Duke? Yes, that's what happened. You didn't steal them, did you? It's all genuinely purchased. Oh, it's real indeed. Viscount Haxon pinched his cheek with his fingers. He blinked his eyes continuously. Quit pinching your cheeks, father, and come take a look. I visited the Duke's bookstore and bought all the books. There are even the latest novels that are popular in the capital. Wait, what? Viscount Haxon rushed to the carts. He quickly browsed through the piled-up books inside the cart and shouted in excitement. This is Madame Delphinelle's latest poetry collection. This is a new novel by Viscount Darac. Oh my God. Viscount Haxon found himself lost in a daze as he began scrutinizing the books. Damien, recognizing his father's absorption in the matter, decided to leave him to it and turned to converse with his mother. Mother, your gift is here. You were dissatisfied with the old furniture at home, right? Not sure about your preferences, so I went ahead and got the most luxurious pieces I could find. As she approached the cart, Viscountess's face lit up. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, this is furniture made of sandalwood, and look at a rosewood table. Oh my, what's going on? Viscountess looked through the furniture, pleased and overwhelmed. Sister, yours is over here. Did you bring my gift too? Of course. In her past life, the person who took care of Damien until the end was Louise. Therefore, special attention was paid to Louise's gift. This is a grand piano handcrafted by the master craftsman Berkeley. His Excellency the Duke gave it to me from his personal collection. Louise covered her mouth with both hands. Her love for music was evident in her frequent attendance at concerts, and she was well aware of the renowned craftsman Berkeley. His reservations for instrument making were so in demand that they were booked for the next 10 years. Ah, my little brother. Louise hugged Damien, jumping around the room. The moving will be assisted by the soldiers here. Soldiers were deliberately brought in abundantly for this purpose. The soldiers started to move the items into the mansion in an uproar. Damien watched the scene with a satisfied smile. Then suddenly he felt someone's gaze. His youngest sibling, Abel Haxon, was looking at Damien. Why are you like that? It's nothing, Abel said with a chubby face. It was definitely not a face that said it's nothing. Get in there and help me move stuff. I wasn't going to. Abel spoke with a blunt tone and Damien burst into laughter at Abel's behavior. Hey, did you think I'd forget your gift? Damien opened a spatial ring and extended his hand into it. Startled by what he saw, Abel spoke. Brother, what is that? It's a spatial ring. Here, take this. Damien pulled out a bow and tossed it to Abel, who looked puzzled. Doesn't Olivia Copperhead like bows? That's why I especially got this for you. The bow Damien handed over was no ordinary item. It was crafted using the horn of a minotaur, obtained with the help of Marquis Ryanbloom. Brother, is this really? Of course it is. Damien comforted Abel, patting his shoulder. I heard you want to get married, little brother. I'm just helping you out. Who said I want to get married? Abel shouted with a flushed face. Damien widened his eyes in surprise. What, don't tell me you were planning to enjoy yourself with Olivia Copperhead and then call it quits. And no, it's not like that. Abel hit his own forehead. More importantly, how can I give gifts like this? Olivia Copperhead doesn't even know me. Yes, Abel asked, and Damien explained. When I was at the Duke's residence, I heard that the Earl of Copperhead is hosting a jousting tournament in honor of Lady Olivia's birthday soon. PR note, it's a competition where armored knights on horses engage in combat with lances, each attempting to unhorse the other. A jousting tournament is a perfect place where knights could showcase their skills. It was a significant event that attracted nobles not only from the local region, but also from other areas. We're heading to the tournament. You can present Olivia Copperhead with the bow as a gift and, moreover, win her heart. What? But surely you won't refuse, right? After I've gone through all this trouble to prepare such a precious gift for my little brother. Not exactly a threat, but more of a non-negotiable persuasion. Abel was left speechless. Damien, is that true? Having overheard their conversation, Viscount approached them and asked, a jousting tournament indeed. The Earl of Copperhead has quite the resources. Jousting tournaments required significant expenses, and the Earl of Copperhead, while not as wealthy as Duke Goldpixie, was still a high-ranking noble capable of handling such events. Ah, father, Abel sent a pleading look to his father. Please stop Damien, that's excellent news. However, Viscount was overwhelmingly positive about Damien's opinion. Abel's shoulders slumped. Do you plan to participate too? Yes, I'll participate and furthermore win. In truth, Damien had little interest in reputation. The tournament held in the western region seemed too small in scale for him. However, he had two reasons for deciding to participate. In my past life, the winner of the tournament became the son-in-law of the Earl of Copperhead. He needed to prevent that future for Abel's sake. The son-in-law of the Earl of Copperhead eventually reached the level of high-class knight. Rumors suggested that the prize for winning the tournament played a significant role. Damien intended to confirm the truth behind those rumors on this occasion. However, Viscount seemed concerned about something. If it's hosted by the Earl of Copperhead, Sophia might also come. Is that okay? Damien smirked in response to Viscount's question. Who is Sophia, your former fiancée? Damien's eyes widened. Upon hearing the Viscount's words, memories flooded back. Sophia Russell, the eldest daughter of Viscount Russell and the former fiancée of Damien. In the western region, she was known for her beauty. She was too good for me. Sophia Russell wasn't someone Damien, a trash, could dare to touch. However, the engagement happened due to a promise made between their grandparents. The former Viscount Haskin and Viscount Russell had agreed to arrange a marriage between their future children. Yet, as fate would have it, both of their firstborns were sons. Consequently, the commitment was deferred, now resting on the shoulders of their grandchildren. Unlike me, Sophia Russell really hated it. Sophia Russell did not welcome this engagement. Damien had no outstanding qualities, and his behavior was even more unsavory. Therefore, despite the engagement, their relationship did not get any closer. Then the previous Viscount Russell died. She declared the break-off of the engagement. Upon hearing the news, Damien hurried to the Russell family, and what unfolded before his eyes left him stunned. Sophia Russell behaving affectionately with a stranger. Sophia, who is that man, and why is he angry with us? He's the fiancé I told you about. Oh, you mean that piece of shit? Enraged, Damien rushed at the man. He endured a severe beating, literally teetering on the brink of death. Is this fool daring to attack me on such a trivial matter? I was initially planning to quietly send him home for Sophia's sake, but I just can't do it. I'll make sure you never appear in front of me or Sophia again. Despite his young age, that man was a skilled low-class knight. Damien, who easily succumbed to ordinary people, was not a match for him. Damien. What's going on? Lo, Louise, quickly bring potions. Hurry. When Damien's father confronted Viscount Russell about the assault, he was met with a scornful and mocking reply. All because of your flawed education. Even insects know how to choose their opponents. What confidence did Damien have to rush in like that? The mere thought of nearly giving away my Sophia to this family makes my blood boil. Furious, Viscount Haxon decided to visit the Russell family in person, but Viscountess Haxon stopped him. It was because of Sophia's new lover. Being a Viscount of the small estate, he found himself unable to contend with the overwhelming strength of the low-class knight. If it is a jousting match, not only Sophia Russell but also her new lover will come. If you can't control your anger after seeing them, what will you do? Viscount said with a serious expression. It wasn't to prevent Damien from facing a tough situation again. Given Damien's skills, he could easily kill those knights. That was the problem. Taking lives at an event hosted by the Earl of Copperhead. The Earl of Copperhead won't take that lightly. Father, I no longer harbor any lingering feelings for Sophia. In reality, Damien couldn't even recall Sophia Russell's face, let alone harbor any feelings. Is that true? Yes, please believe me. Up to this point, it was the truth. Do you really have confidence you won't cause trouble? Yes, but from here on, it was a lie. How could you dare to lay a hand on me like that? Even Damien admitted to himself that he wasn't a good match for an engagement. Looking at it from Sophia's perspective, it was the same. And on top of that, you dare to insult my family. Above all, what he couldn't tolerate was the fact that the Viscount Russell had insulted his father and his lineage. Insults towards oneself are intolerable. Insults towards the family are even more intolerable. For these reasons, Damien intended to bury those two during this opportunity. Even if I come across those two, I won't create the kind of trouble my father is concerned about. But regardless of his true feelings, now he had to lie. After all, he needed his father's permission to go to the Earldom of Copperhead. Honey, trust Damien when he says that. That's right. Has Damien ever disappointed you recently? His mother and sister, who had been observing from behind, each added a word. With these two also chiming in, eventually, Viscount Haxon reluctantly consented. Fine, you have permission to participate. With his father's permission, Damien's face brightened. With his arm around Abel's shoulder, he spoke. Abel, did you hear? We can go together. Isn't that fortunate? Why is it fortunate? It doesn't matter if you don't come along with me, brother. You little rascal, saying things like that. Viscount glanced at the two brothers with a worried look. His wife, poking her husband's side, said, "Do you truly believe that Damien is that untrustworthy? That's not the reason." "Then what is it?" In response to his wife's question, Viscount Haxon spoke with a serious expression. "I mean, Damien, hasn't he become quite famous lately?" "That's true. Whenever I go to gatherings lately, everyone asks about Damien." She occasionally gathered with noble ladies to chat. That's why she knew how much of a hot topic Damien had become. But getting famous so quickly, hasn't he ever shown his face at a social event until now? That's right. So this isn't his debut. Well, something like that. Then won't the other nobles just stay quiet? She finally understood what her husband was worried about. Viscount Haxon immediately wrote to the Earl of Copperhead. In the letter, he sincerely congratulated Olivia's upcoming birthday and expressed his son's desire to participate in the upcoming jousting tournament. A few days later, a welcoming response arrived from Earl of Copperhead. Damien Haxon is participating in the jousting tournament hosted by Earl of Copperhead. This news quickly spread throughout the western region. It didn't matter who leaked it, all eyes in the West were focused on Damien Haxon. Noble gatherings in the West were filled with discussions about Damien Haxon. Have you all heard? Damien Haxon is participating in Earl of Copperhead's jousting tournament. Whenever noble ladies gathered, Damien Haxon was a constant topic of conversation. Didn't Damien Haxon defeat the eldest son of Marquis Ryanbloom without drawing his sword? The eldest son of Marquis Ryanbloom is known as a genius among geniuses. To do that, that's why it's even more impressive. Isn't he amazing? No topic piqued the interest of noble ladies as much as a young and talented knight. According to the information I've gathered, he's quite handsome too. Oh my, oh my. With his good looks added to the mix, noble ladies excitedly chattered about Damien. If he's so outstanding, why didn't he stay at the Duke Goldpixie's residence? Could it be this? He couldn't find a lady to dedicate his loyalty to, so he roams the world. Oh my, oh my. It was an absurd imagination, but that wasn't important. The ladies let their imaginations run wild. In their fantasies, Damien became a skilled but lonely and solitary wolf. Then could the reason for participating in this jousting tournament be? Undoubtedly. He's probably proposing to Olivia. When Olivia Copperhead's name came up, the noble ladies became contemplative. Olivia Copperhead was so beautiful that she was known as the Flower of the West. Add to that the powerful background of the Earl of Copperhead. She was a lady admired by any knight. There's no guarantee they'll become lovers. We might have a chance to, right? At that statement, the eyes of the ladies lit up. That's right. We don't know what fate holds. Although Olivia is beautiful, Damien might not have the same taste. The ladies began discussing ways to attract Damien with fervent expressions. Certainly, not everyone had a favorable reaction toward Damien Haxon. Damien Haxon is participating in the jousting tournament. That rascal is participating. Among the nobles in the West, some had investigated Damien Haxon's past and discovered more than just his recent achievements. Not long ago, wasn't he getting beaten up and kicked out of tavern? He was beyond redemption. His engagement was unilaterally cancelled by his fiancée's family. Can someone like that really defeat the eldest son of Marquis Ryanbloom? Those who learned of Damien Haxon's past were left in no doubt. They questioned whether Damien Haxon was truly as remarkable as people claimed. This is an opportunity to find out his true nature. If he's a fraud, we won't let him off. And so, the nobles of the West began to gather for the jousting tournament, all because of one person, Damien Haxon. Small town Rivercross. A small tavern is located there. Jackson, please. A young woman extended a fork with a piece of fruit towards a sharply nosed man who graciously accepted and savored the sweet and refreshing taste. It's sweet and cool. Sophia, it feels even more delicious when you feed me personally. Oh, do you think I'd be pleased by such cliché compliments? Sophia Russell, the former fiancée of Damien, let out a giggle while comfortably seated on the man's lap. PRN, I have one word for Sophia whore. What would you like next? Grapes, apples, just name it. Instead, Sophia, did you hear the news? What news? They say the Earl of Copperhead is hosting a jousting tournament. In response to Jackson Cutter's words, Sophia Russell pondered. She vaguely recalled hearing something similar from the ladies in the city. Oh, I think I've heard about it. They're hosting the tournament to celebrate the Earl's daughter's birthday, right? And there's talk that it's also to find a suitor for the Earl's daughter. Oh, that's why there were so many nobles gathering at the blacksmith's and the costume room. Olivia Copperhead, the Earl's daughter, was renowned for her beauty, to the point where she was called the Flower of the West. Add the formidable background of the Earl of Copperhead, and she became an irresistible condition for any man. But why are you talking about other women in front of me? Sophia Russell retorted with a sulky expression. Jackson Cutter explained, tapping his fingers on the table. No, it's just that Damien Haxon is said to be participating in that jousting tournament. At this revelation, Sophia Russell's expression momentarily tensed. In fact, until not long ago, Sophia Russell had been trying her best to forget about Damien Haxon. More precisely, she had been trying to forget about him, as he was an utterly unremarkable man. That asshole participating in the jousting tournament. Ridiculous. However, rumors about Damien began to circulate. Tales of him defeating dark mages, wiping out a landlocked city mega organization, and subduing the eldest son of Marquis Ryanbloom spread. Sophia Russell dismissed these rumors entirely. Was it an exaggeration? Perhaps, but the main reason was that Sophia Russell knew well what kind of person Damien Haxon was. The Damien Haxon, she recalled, was an ordinary person with no particularly noteworthy traits. Sophia Russell was convinced that Damien Haxon had spread false rumors. Do you think the same way? I do. When I heard these rumors, it was unbelievable. Jackson Cutter laughed with a bitter smile. At that moment, groans were heard from the floor. Surprisingly, more than 5 knights were lying on the floor. Judging by the calluses on their palms and the swords at their waists, they were no ordinary people. They were clearly knights. You bastard. One of the knights raised his head, glaring at Jackson Cutter. What is this? Why did you attack us? Why did I attack? You flirted with Sophia first. Jackson Cutter pulled Sophia Russell closer, and she did not resist his touch. Flirting with Sophia, the knight yelled through clenched teeth. What do you mean by I was flirting with her? I just bumped into her while walking down the street and apologized and looked at her face for a second. How is that flirting? Sophia, did you hear that? He deliberately bumped into you and is making excuses. HMPH, a man so incompetent even resorts to lying. Pathetic. The knight was dumbfounded by their conversation. How dare you insult me like this? Do you even know who I am? I am from the Dolphin House. No need to say it. I don't bother remembering weaklings like you. Hey, weakling, just because you've got a big mouth arg. Jackson Cutter pressed his foot harder on the knight's hand, eliciting a groan. Are you from the low class? The rest are junior knights, right? It's embarrassing to be defeated by a single person. Why are you making a fuss? Why act like this? Jackson Cutter added more pressure to his foot on the knight's hand. The groans intensified. Let me ask you one thing. Do you know who I am? How would I know who you are? Stop talking and take a closer look. Maybe then you'll recognize me. Jackson Cutter grabbed the knight's hair and lifted his head. Due to this, the knight could only forcibly gaze at Jackson Cutter's face. Let go of this right now. You son of a bitch, I wouldn't mind tearing these limbs apart to make a point. But the knight only spat curses and failed to recognize Jackson Cutter. Jackson Cutter sighed and released the grip on the knight's hair. Sophia, do you think this makes sense? Nobody recognizes me. Jackson, no, that person is just a foolish idiot. Sophia spoke with a sympathetic expression. In fact, Jackson Cutter was not entirely unknown. He had his own titles, Ogre Slayer. This title was given to him for hunting an ogre, the king of the forest, by himself. It was a remarkable achievement to hunt such a dangerous monster alone. However, the title Ogre Slayer was not that famous. It failed to capture people's interest because hunting monsters wasn't something that appealed to them. Look at Damien Haxon. Everyone knows him, unlike me. People talk about him without even knowing who he really is. It's absurd. Like Sophia Russell, Jackson Cutter also did not believe in the rumors surrounding Damien Haxon. This was because they had met Damien Haxon in person. That's because he's met the man himself. No, he hadn't just met him, he had fought him. I can't do this. I have to tell Master. What are you going to tell him? That I should enter the jousting tournament. I should go there and tell people how great a knight I am, and in Jackson Cutter's eyes a firm determination gleamed, and what a pitifully inadequate Damien Haxon is. While Jackson Cutter was determined, the knights were planning revenge. Damn it, I won't let it slide once I leave this place. Frustrated, but with the current skill, the knight couldn't defeat Jackson Cutter. Though they were from the same low class, Jackson was incomparably stronger. However, he was not completely out of options. He has close ties to the neighboring knightly families. If I leverage the connections of these families, I can call in 2 more low-class members. No matter how strong Jackson Cutter was, he couldn't handle 3 low-class members simultaneously. As the knight entertained this thought, the tavern door opened. A middle-aged man entered the tavern. His facial expression was so rigid that one might think he was wearing a mask. Ah, master. Oh, hello. At the man's appearance, Jackson Cutter and Sophia Russell quickly bowed. It was a completely different demeanor from when they faced the knights earlier. Jackson, were you venting your anger on those trash again? The middle-aged man asked in an emotionless voice. They provoked me first. You probably provoked them. Haven't I repeatedly told you not to cause trouble, but leaving those guys alone? Approaching, the middle-aged man with cold gray eyes stared at Jackson Cutter. Under the intangible pressure, Jackson Cutter began to sweat. I apologize. Do it one more time and be prepared for the consequences. After saying that, the middle-aged man approached the fallen knight. Suddenly, he lifted the knight's chin, causing their upper and lower teeth to collide. The knight groaned, gripping their mouth. My name is Jacques Noiret. Upon hearing that name, the knight forgot their pain and looked at Jacques Noiret in astonishment. Jacques Noiret. One day, a middle-class knight appeared in the Apple Kingdom without a clear origin, unaffiliated, operating as a free knight, but with remarkable skill. His most famous duel was with a middle-class knight of the Marquis of Bluegreen. The Blue-Green was a prestigious knightly family representing the Apple Kingdom. Especially, the current Marquis of Blue-Green was one of only 3 high-class knights in the Apple Kingdom. The mid-class knights they had were considered outstanding even among the middle classes. Jacques Noiré achieved an overwhelming victory against such a mid-class knight from a prestigious family. His fame soared as rumors of his clear superiority against upper-level middle-class knights spread. If you want revenge, come find me, but it's better to give up. I never had such thoughts. Regardless of how many low-class knights there were, they couldn't beat a middle-class knight, let alone someone as exceptional as Jacques Noiré. Very wise. Now, round up all these individuals and leave. The knight woke up their companions and hastily fled the tavern. When the situation was settled, Jacques Noiré looked back at Jackson Cutter. I heard interesting news while wandering the city. The Earl of Copperhead is hosting a jousting tournament. Yes, master, I heard about it too. Well, this conversation will be quick then. Participate in that jousting tournament and win. Caught off guard by the sudden command, Jackson Cutter was perplexed. Why all of a sudden? Why, don't you have confidence? No. I do, Jackson Cutter hastily replied. From experience, he knew his master didn't like being questioned too much. But what if I don't win? You learned swordsmanship directly under me. There's no way you can't win in such a small competition. This jousting tournament was hosted by the Earl of Copperhead, a major noble in the West. All the knights from the western region gathered to participate. It might not be a small competition, but Jackson didn't point that out. He didn't want to know what his master might do if he did. Still, there's always a possibility. If I fail and make you uncomfortable, what will happen? Jacques Noiré kicked Jackson Cutter in the stomach. Cough, he rolled on the floor. The intense pain made it hard for him to even breathe properly. Having a lot to say now that you've reached the level of low-class knight. Did you not like what I asked you to do that much? And no, that's not. When I took you as my disciple, what did I say? To unquestionably obey your words. You remember it well. Jacques Noiré continued to speak, looking down at Jackson Cutter. Remember this. You must win. If you fail, I'll take back everything I taught you. Jackson swallowed hard. Taking back what he taught meant something more dreadful. It meant cutting off Jackson's limbs or destroying his blood vessels, rendering him unable to use swordsmanship again. But more than that, he feared being executed by Jacques Noiré. Jackson Cutter was a disciple of Jacques Noiré, who had taken him under his wing shortly after his arrival in the Apple Kingdom. Jackson Cutter had been nothing more than a city bully. I will definitely win. Of course you must. Now I'll go find a carriage for my travels. Saying that, Jacques Noiré left the tavern. Jackson, Sophia Russell supported Jackson Cutter. Jackson Cutter refused her touch and said, "It's okay, I'm fine." He struggled to rise to his feet. Sophia Russell glanced at him, her expression filled with concern. Even so, kicking you so suddenly. Your master is really too much. It's okay, I'm unharmed. Jackson Cutter stood unsteady on his feet. Sophia Russell gazed at him, a hint of worry in her eyes. As always, you're the only one who worries about me, Sophia. Jackson. The two lovers exchanged a tender gaze for a moment. It worked out well. I was planning to participate in the jousting tournament anyway. He raised one corner of his mouth. Let's fulfill master's orders and take care of Damien Haxon. Yes, that's a very good plan. Inside the tavern, the two lovers exchanged glances. A few days later, Damien left for the Earl of Copperhead estate with Abel. Both of you, be careful on your journey. His father, mother, and sister decided not to accompany them. This jousting tournament was hosted by the Earl of Copperhead for young nobles. While there was no rule against older nobles attending, it seemed they were being discreet about it. I'll just stay at the mansion. He said he would come. Louise couldn't leave because she was expecting a visit from her fiancé. That brat is coming. In this life as well, Damien didn't like Louise's fiancé. Wearing glasses and behaving like a typical bookworm, he seemed quite sly. No matter how much he thought about it, Louise seemed too good for him. For this reason, Damien and Abel left for the Earl of Copperhead estate alone. Young master, it's an honor to have you back. Victor was in charge of their arrangements. Damien examined Victor's body and asked, "Are all your wounds healed?" "Yes, I'm completely fine now." "You seem to have become more energetic in my absence." "Ah, it's embarrassing. Did it show?" Victor laughed and Damien couldn't help but smirk. In any case, seeing Victor in good health was a relief. Now, let's depart. A carriage set off for the Earl of Copperhead estate. The interior of the carriage was filled with silence. Despite being brothers, Damien and Abel hadn't spent much time together, so there wasn't much to talk about in this situation. "Master Abel, may I ask you something?" At that moment, Victor, who was sitting in the coachman's seat, spoke up. "What would you like to know?" "Just curious, how did you happen to fall in love with the Olivia Copperhead?" Abel's face turned noticeably red at Victor's question. Abel seemed ready to burst out of the carriage as if he could escape the question. "Why do you care?" "Well, it's not easy to pass the time on the journey." As Abel was about to retort, Damien interjected. "Yeah, I was curious too. Let's hear it. Brother, come on, I've been preparing gifts for you and helping you out. Can't you at least say it?" "Well, it's not like you." Abel was about to protest, but stopped, exhaling a sigh and continued. "It happened 4 years ago. Damien, filled with curiosity, focused on Abel's words. I attended a social gathering with father at a society where Western nobles gather. Abel had just become an adult, so 4 years ago he was quite young. Lady Olivia also attended. She was slightly older than me. Maybe that's why she seemed much more mature. Abel's gaze gradually became clouded. It seemed like he was looking at the past rather than the present. She had golden hair, tied up, and was using a sapphire-made hairpin. She was wearing an Elise-style dress, and the crimson color complemented her golden hair. Abel spoke with a dreamy expression. She was truly incredibly beautiful. Looking at Abel's face, Damien thought to himself, he fell for her just because she was beautiful. His younger brother was such an easy guy. Damien chuckled inwardly. I need to figure out how to connect Abel and Olivia. Damien delved into the memories of his past life. During his time as a mercenary, Damien deliberately spent money to gather information about his family. It's definite that they were lovers, but the Earl rejected Abel's proposal. It wasn't just a simple rejection. The Haxon family, a lowly family whose name I've never heard of. Who are you? Abel Haxon. I've never heard of you. I can't stand fools like you who can't understand the situation. Can't you just leave right away? In the end, Abel had no choice but to part ways with Olivia. Later on, Olivia married into a different family, while Abel lived a solitary life until it was tragically cut short by Damien. How they became lovers in the first place, I don't know. As in his past life, there was a possibility that they could become lovers if left alone. However, Damien always tried to prepare for the worst-case scenario. There was no guarantee that everything would unfold the same way as in his past life. In this world, many events occur due to overlapping coincidences. Moreover, now Damien, the biggest variable, was by Abel's side. I need to persuade the Earl. Unfortunately, he didn't have much information about the Earl of Copperhead. However, considering the incident with his brother in mind, he presumed the Earl to be a highly authoritative figure. I'll find a way for you, Abel. Damien made a silent pledge while looking at his brother. 3 days later, the carriage carrying Damien arrived at the Earldom of Copperhead. The location for the jousting tournament was a vast plain near the Copperhead's mansion. Temporary arenas for the jousting tournament and tents for the guests were set up there. They must have spent quite a sum, Victor remarked. The temporary arena, constructed with wooden fences, was impressively large. Tents numbering more than a few dozen were erected for the guests' accommodations. Stop right there. As the carriage reached the entrance, a middle-aged man blocked its way. May I ask where you all are coming from? We're from the Viscounty of Haxon, Victor replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man began to inspect the list he held in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Could it be that Damien Haxon is on board? Yes, that's correct. I apologize for the oversight. I am Corner, the steward of Copperhead's earldom. The middle-aged man quickly corrected his posture. We'll take care of the carriage. Please come this way. A steward guided the 3 individuals inside a tent. You can use this tent. The tent indicated by the steward turned out to be surprisingly spacious. Soft carpets adorned the floor, and there were even 2 beds. That tent adjacent is designated for the staff. Even the accommodation for the servants was adjacent. It was indeed generous hospitality. A banquet is prepared for tonight. Rest until then. If you have any discomfort, don't hesitate to call for us. After bowing respectfully, the steward exited. Quite a splendid accommodation. To think they would offer such a place. Earl of Copperhead must be a generous person, Abel exclaimed while inspecting the tent. In contrast, Damien showed a rather indifferent reaction. In his past life, the Earl of Copperhead had insulted Abel and mocked Viscount Haxon, just treating me well because I'm famous. The reason the Earl provided such excellent accommodation was solely due to Damien's reputation. A similar situation had occurred in his past life. The mercenary group Damien led had originally been an obscure and insignificant band, receiving poor treatment wherever they went. There were times when they didn't receive a single penny after completing a job and were chased away. But after Damien gained fame through his exploits, everything changed drastically. At that moment, Damien realized the immense power that fame held. Victor, take a look around the accommodation too. Let me know if there's any issue. Yes, understood. After a firm response, Victor left the tent. Abel slumped onto the bed. It seemed the long carriage ride had taken its toll, and fatigue had accumulated. You rest here, I'll explore the surroundings and be back. Yes, I unders. Suddenly, Abel sprang up from the bed. I'll accompany you. What? Why, I told you to rest. I can't. I make a promise with father. A promise. He specifically told me to stop you if I thought you were going to cause trouble. Upon Abel's words, Damien burst into laughter. Trouble? Am I some child who would cause trouble? Don't worry, just rest. No, I will accompany you. As Abel didn't back down, Damien inwardly clicked his tongue. Father must have already caught on. The reason Damien went outside was to inspect the arena and the knights. If he happened to encounter Sophia and her lover during the process, he planned to crush them without hesitation. Brother, let's go. Fine, Damien replied with a lackluster voice. Damien and Abel wandered around, observing the knights. Most of them seemed to be junior-level knights. Earl of Copperhead had limited the participants in this jousting tournament to young men, mostly in the junior class. Occasionally, there are even low-class knights as participants. Roughly, there was one low class in every 5. Achieving such a status at a young age indicated exceptional talent. Brother, look, that's the arena. Abel pointed ahead, where a makeshift arena was built by the Earl of Copperhead. Although temporary, the arena was spacious, and the ground was even and well prepared. Is this tournament for team competitions? Jousting tournaments had various events, including one-on-one duels and group battles to determine the winner collectively. Maybe it's a monster hunt. Damien speculated while discussing various topics, examining the arena. Wait, isn't that the man over there? Could it be Damien Haxon? He looks similar to the portrait we saw last time. A group of about 6 individuals approached Damien Haxon. Robust physiques and swords at their waists identified them as knights who had come to participate in the jousting tournament. Are you Damien Haxon? One of the knights asked Damien, the only low class among them. What if that's me? The knights chuckled, exchanging amused glances. It's an honor to see the famous Damien Haxon in person. You're the one who defeated the Dark Mages and triumphed over the eldest son of the Marquis Ryanbloom, right? Those are some incredible rumors, almost too good to be true. The knights started surrounding Damien. But I heard something about your past until a few months ago. You were just a notorious troublemaker, right? Causing disturbances in taverns, using family property as collateral for loans, and then defaulting. Is that true? Really, isn't that rumor? The mighty Damien Haxon involved in such trash. The knight's tone and expressions were filled with mockery. However, these rumors have spread so widely that I wanted to check for myself during this opportunity. The knight who initially spoke rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. As the only low class, it seemed he was ready to take action if force was required. As expected, these kinds of guys, while rumors spread quickly, gaining acceptance from people took time, especially for Damien, who gained immense fame in a short period. Therefore, Damien anticipated that there would be those who came to the jousting tournament to confirm the truth behind the rumors. Well, this works out well. I've been sitting in the carriage for too long and my body is stiff, Damien said, stretching his arm. Brother, you can't. What's the matter? You made a promise with father not to cause trouble, but they started picking a fight over there. Should I just endure it? Well, you should try to finish this quietly. Oh, fine, I won't kill them. That's not what I mean. The knights couldn't help but furrow their brows at the conversation between the two. What kind of crap are you trying to spout now? Isn't that the fucking Damien Haxon? At that moment, another voice echoed from a distance. I heard all the commotion and came to check, only to discover it was caused by you. Didn't anticipate running into you so soon. A young man was walking towards them from afar, accompanied by a young woman. It's disheartening to witness you in this state. The young man grinned fiercely. Damien gazed at the young man's face. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't recall who it was. Why are you pretending to be friendly with me? What are you doing? I'd hate for this behavior to happen after I beat the shit out of you. Beat me, Damien chuckled. At that moment, the woman beside the man spoke. Feeling embarrassed about what happened back then. Well, there's no point. Even if you pretend not to know, we remember everything. And who are you meddling like this? Damien furrowed his brow. Already feeling uncomfortable due to the knights ignoring him, now even an unfamiliar woman was looking down on him. Brother, why are you suddenly like this? What are you talking about? That woman is Sophia Russell. The man next to her is her lover, Jackson Cutter. Upon hearing this, Damien's eyes widened. Although memories of Sophia Russell were dim, he hadn't anticipated failing to recognize her right before him. So this person is Jackson Cutter. Damien scrutinized Jackson Cutter. Sharp nose, clear eyes, more handsome than expected. So this is why Sophia Russell fell for him. Good looks combined with low-class knight skills. It made sense why Sophia broke off their engagement with Damien and chose Jackson Cutter instead. What are you staring at? Does thinking about the past make your head itch? Jackson Cutter sneered and Damien laughed along. What the hell is this guy saying now? Hey, why are you bothering us and just standing there? At that moment, the knight who arrived first spoke irritably. The knight glared at Jackson Cutter, saying, I don't know who you are, but we met Damien Haxon first. So quietly back off. You're telling me what to do, said Jackson Cutter. I have business with Damien Haxon too, so you can go fuck yourself. You're a fucking idiot. The knight, seething with anger, approached Jackson Cutter. There are people who only come to their senses when they see blood, just like you. Sure, hurry up and come at me, you motherfucker. The knight, enraged, grabbed Jackson Cutter by the collar. At that moment, Jackson struck the knight's abdomen with a fist. Cough, the knight bent forward, staggering backward and even vomiting. Sir Barry, the other knights behind were bewildered. Barry was a high-ranking knight in the low-class knights, and seeing him suffer so much from a single punch was shocking. He used mana to hit him. Damien accurately saw why Barry was in so much pain. Upon the impact of the punch to the abdomen, Jackson Cutter released mana, resulting in internal injuries. He can use such advanced technique. Most of the knights were only familiar with infusing mana into their weapons, as they were users of aura. However, there were countless other uses for mana. He's quite skilled. Not only does he know such a technique, but he's also proficient in using it. Jackson Cutter's proficiency demonstrated his remarkable abilities. This guy, how dare you touch Sir Barry? One of the knights gripped his weapon. At that moment, Jackson Cutter's gaze turned chilling. You can draw it freely, but if you continue, you might end up dead. The knight's face turned pale at Jackson Cutter's aura. The knight's skills were at most that of a junior knight. It was impossible to withstand Jackson Cutter's aura with such limited ability. I'll see you later. The knights, with Barry in tow, hastily retreated. Dealing with those nuisances, and now let's settle our own matter. What the? Jackson Cutter turned to Damien and was surprised. Damien was smiling brightly, looking at his younger brother. Brother. Hey, I didn't start this, you know. Well, that's true, but... Abel sighed deeply. Let's try to resolve this quietly if possible. Will there be a chance for that? Damien stepped up to Jackson Cutter and held out his right hand. What the fuck is this? Why, let's shake hands, shall we? Jackson Cutter's eyes gleamed mischievously. All right, there's nothing I can't do. After shaking hands, Jackson Cutter suddenly floated in the air. What the? Without a chance to comprehend the situation, he was slammed head-first into the ground. Jackson Cutter arrived at the earldom of Copperhead's camp one step behind Damien Haxon. Use a place like this. Jackson Cutter looked around the tent the servant had guided him to, expressing his displeasure. It was cramped and the floor was covered with only a few worn-out leather pieces. The only furniture was a bed and a desk. Do you not know who I am? I am Jackson Cutter, the ogre slayer. Jackson Cutter shouted at the servant. The servant trembled and said, Sir Corner is aware of it, but still, assigning me to such a place. Are you out of your mind, even if you talk to me? The servant said, feeling unjust. Jackson Cutter sighed deeply. As the servant pointed out, getting angry at the lower ranks wouldn't change anything. Get out right now. The servant rushed out of the tent as if fleeing. As soon as the servant left, Jacques Noiret entered. It was noisy even from outside. Jacques Noiret said with an indifferent tone, Master, that's the point. They assigned me to this shabby tent despite knowing who I was. How can I endure this? Naturally, I had to protest. Jackson Cutter complained in a muffled voice. Upon hearing this, Jacques Noiret grabbed Jackson Cutter's neck. I've had you loose for a while now. You seem to think I'm an easy target. Do I look like someone who listens to your complaints? Sorry, Jackson Cutter desperately shouted. Only then did Jacques Noiret release his grip on his neck. Try to stay quiet here as much as possible. I won't forgive you if you cause trouble and get expelled from the tournament. Okay, I understand. Remember, your goal is to win the jousting tournament. Jackson Cutter glanced at Jacques Noiret, asking, But master, why should I win the jousting tournament? Can you tell me the reason? It is something necessary for my personal desire. If it's your desire, are you talking about reaching the master's level? Yes, the master, the ultimate state of being, a true superhuman. If others heard about it, they would probably think it's insane. Reaching the level of master was an almost impossible task. However, Jacques Noiret's expression was infinitely serious. So how does my winning the jousting tournament relate to your ambition? Jacques Noiret stared at Jackson Cutter. He quickly closed his mouth. It was clear that pushing it further would lead to a difficult situation. I'll investigate Earl Copperhead and the participants. You quietly prepare for the tournament. Understood. One more thing, if you encounter Damien Haxon, ignore him. What? Jackson Cutter looked at Jacques Noiret with a puzzled expression. Jackson Cutter's participation in this jousting tournament was driven by his intent to expose Damien's true nature. It was challenging for him to tolerate that trash like him was far more famous than himself. But to ignore him, there are too many unclear aspects about Damien Haxon. He might be the biggest variable among the participants in this tournament. Jacques Noiret spoke with a serious tone, so until I verify the truth of the rumors, refrain from touching him. But master, you also saw it, didn't you? How despicable that guy is. When Jackson Cutter assaulted Damien Haxon, Jacques Noiret was nearby. He even watched Jackson assaulting Damien Haxon. Yet to issue such an order, do you have a problem with my order? Displeasure was evident in Jacques Noiret's voice. He quickly lowered his head. Sorry, that's all you need to know. Jacques Noiret reiterated his point and left the tent. As soon as Jacques Noiret's presence faded away, Jackson Cutter contemptuously muttered, such a coward. Jacques Noiret always behaved like that. Whenever something suspicious was noticed, he took precautions. This time it was clear that he got frightened after hearing the rumors about Damien Haxon. And if you're going to give orders, at least explain in detail. What does winning the tournament have to do with becoming a master? Their relationship was closer to that of a master and a slave rather than a teacher and a student. In the first place, Jacques Noiret taught Jackson Cutter for the sole purpose of using him for his own goals. Wait and see. Once I reach the middle class, I'll kill you first. However, aside from disdaining Jacques Noiret, one couldn't deny the effectiveness of his teachings. Jacques Noiret had spent a long time researching various swordsmanship and mana manipulation techniques to reach the level of a master. The knowledge gained allowed him to swiftly elevate Jackson Cutter, who was nothing more than a thug, to the level of a low-class knight. Jackson Cutter aimed to learn more from Jacques Noiret and ascend to the middle class. Sitting here all the time makes me feel dirty." With annoyance, Jackson Cutter went out of the tent. At that moment, he encountered Sophia coming out of the opposite tent. "Oh, Sophia, did you come out because it's stuffy too?" "Jackson." Sophia let out a loud shout and rushed into Jackson's arms, and he reciprocated by embracing her. "Just staying inside the tent gets boring. As expected, we understand each other well. I also came out because it was stuffy." "That's great. How about taking a walk together?" Jackson Cutter wrapped his arms around Sophia Russell's waist. As the two of them wandered around the arena, they came across Damien. "Hey, isn't that the Damien Haxon?" Jackson Cutter faced Damien. "I'm glad to meet you like this." When his face hit the ground, Jackson Cutter silently questioned himself. "Why did I fall for it?" As they clasped hands, Jackson summoned all his strength. He intended to break Damien's arm and slam him to the ground, but instead he found himself on the receiving end of the maneuver. He couldn't even comprehend how it happened. "Yeah, Jackson." Right beside him, Sophia screamed. He got up from the ground and reassured her. "It's okay, I'm fine." But as he tried to stand, his body swayed. His head was spinning and he felt nauseous. "Oh, tough guy, huh? You took a direct hit to the jaw and already getting up." Only after hearing this did he realize that Damien hadn't blindly slammed him to the ground. He had adjusted the angle to deliver most of the impact's force to the jaw. "You son of bitch." The Damien Haxon that he remembered was a pathetic individual who begged for mercy while being beaten up by his fists. How could he end up taking a hit from such a person? It was a humiliation beyond measure. It seems the rumors weren't completely false. Jackson Cutter gritted his teeth. The intense anger overwhelmed any sense of reason. "And you don't intend to end this with such a petty trick." Jackson Cutter clenched the handle of his sword. Damien looked at his younger brother and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Abel, did you see? He tried to pull out a sword first." "Brother." Abel let out a deep sigh but didn't stop Damien. "If you're going to do it, show your true colors, of course." Damien pushed Abel aside and spoke. "Are you ready?" "Yeah, I'm ready." Even in the midst of rising anger, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Damien didn't have any weapon in his hands. "What are you doing without drawing a sword? For someone like you, this is more than enough." Damien raised his index finger. Jackson couldn't understand the situation for a while. "Are you saying you'll face me with just one finger? If it's too much, should I switch to a twig?" While saying this, he looked around casually. Jackson Cutter's face turned crimson with rage. "I'll cut off all 10 of your fingers and make you eat them." Jackson drew his sword. However, just as Jackson Cutter was about to charge, someone grabbed his wrist. He turned to look with a dazed expression. Jacques Noiret, his master, stood there. "Ma, master." Jacques Noiret didn't respond to Jackson Cutter's words. He solely focused on Damien Haxon. Damien, in turn, also gazed at Jacques Noiret. Although he didn't express it outwardly, Damien was quite impressed. As a knight's rank increased, the walls became higher. It was 100 times more challenging for a low class to reach the middle class than for a junior knight to become a low class. Therefore, as the rank ascended, the skill difference among knights grew exponentially. The top-tier middle-class knights could easily defeat the lower-tier middle class with a single blow. Impressive. Jacques Noiret broke the silence. That such a pathetic brat could become so strong in such a short time is hard to believe. Jacques Noiret looked at Damien with eyes full of interest. "I will apologize for my disciple's rude behavior." Jacques Noiret took Jackson Cutter with him and left. Sophia Russell hurriedly followed them. "Abel, do you know who he is?" "He's Jacques Noiret, a middle-class knight." Damien pondered Jacques Noiret's name inwardly. The reason Damien came here was partly because of Abel, but it was also for revenge against Jackson Cutter and Sophia Russell. Therefore, a clash with Jacques Noiret was inevitable. "This is the first time I've seen a sword like this in a long time." PR note here, sword, is meant by the talent of a person. A subtle smile appeared on Damien's lips. It seemed like this jousting tournament wouldn't be dull at all. While following the two healers, Sophia felt great confusion. Is that really Damien Haxon? She wondered. At first, she thought she had seen wrong. It was because he had changed so much. Originally, Damien Haxon didn't like exercise, and his body was as skinny as a dog and frail. Due to drinking every day, his face used to be pale. But what about now? Well-defined chest muscles were pushing against his clothes from the inside. The sleeves were taut as if they might burst any moment, and his broad shoulders were impressively intimidating. The most significant change was in his gaze. Nervous and gloomy eyes had transformed into sharp glints. Sophia couldn't believe it. Damien defeated Jackson. Does that make sense? Jackson Cutter was a formidable opponent. Sophia, who had watched from the side, knew it better than anyone. He possessed exceptional strength and skills, enough to hunt ogres alone. Despite numerous duels, he had never been defeated, but Damien played with Jackson Cutter as if he were a toy. Could this be a dream? Sophia pinched her cheek. She pinched it so hard that her cheeks turned red, but she didn't wake up. It meant it was real. But why did he pretend not to recognize me? The two of them had broken up just a few months ago. In that short time, there was no way he could forget her face. Moreover, Damien Haxon had been so obsessed with Sophia Russell. Maybe he's holding a grudge against me. Sophia unilaterally declared the breakup to Damien. Not only that, but she also asked Jackson to beat him up. Yeah, he's definitely holding a grudge. That's why he pretended not to recognize me. Sophia Russell chuckled. Damien's actions seemed cute to her. Why else would he express his frustration? It indicated that he still harbored feelings for her. It was evident that he engaged in these childish antics to capture her attention. Anyway, men are like that. Sophia Russell shook her head, but it didn't feel bad at all. Regardless of the past, Damien Haxon had become an outstanding and famous knight. It was only natural that she felt good when such a man paid attention to her. Well, it's useless. I have Jackson, so I don't need anyone else. Sophia Russell lifted her head and looked at Jackson. His back, which had felt so vast just moments before, suddenly seemed so small, so different from Damien Haxon. Oh, what was I thinking? I've got nothing but my darling Jackson. Sophia Russell shook her head to clear her thoughts. Master, please give me one more chance, Jackson pleaded as they walked back to the tent. Give it up. Damien is stronger than you, replied Jacques Noiret. What happened just now was just a moment of carelessness. If I fight seriously, I can win. Do you doubt my judgment? Jacques Noiret's voice lowered, and Jackson wisely remained silent. Don't provoke me. Considering you disobeyed my orders and had contact with Damien Haxon, I could easily rip your arm off right here. The stern tone in Jacques Noiret's voice made Jackson shiver. His master didn't make empty threats. If he said something, he meant it. An unexpected variable. I didn't realize Damien Haxon was that good. We're not going to win the championship at this rate. Jacques Noiret muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Jackson's expression crumpled. Damn, why can't I beat Damien? He couldn't accept the fact that Damien was stronger than him. Sure, his skills had improved since before. It was a fact that he took a hit, but with a weapon in hand, he was confident he could win. I'll prove it in the joust. Anyway, he was scheduled to fight Damien in the joust. Jackson aimed to triumph over Damien in the jousting match, intending to demonstrate that Damien was not a worthy adversary. But I can't understand at all. How did he become so powerful in just a few months? Jacques Noiret muttered. Jackson was curious about this too. Regardless, it was clear that Damien had reached the realm low-class knight. Rising to the level of low-class in just a few months was unbelievable. Could he be a genius? At Jackson's question, Jacques Noiret hesitated. It's not impossible. The Imperial Supreme Sword reached the low-class rank less than a year after wielding a sword. Then do you think Damien Haxon is a genius on par with the Imperial Supreme Sword? Do you think Damien Haxon is such a genius in your opinion? Jackson shook his head. Could a brat who begged him for mercy and his life be a genius? No way. In my opinion, he gained a golden opportunity. In the past, someone had obtained a weapon imbued with the ideals of the master class. That person had claimed to inherit incredible skills and knowledge through the weapon. Of course, inheriting the master's memories didn't mean becoming a master, but reaching the level of the low-class knight was easy. Damien Haxon undoubtedly obtained such a legendary opportunity. Jackson, we need to add another goal. Jacques Noiret shifted his gaze towards Jackson. In response, Jackson swiftly adjusted his expression. Another goal. We need to obtain the opportunity Damien Haxon got. In the next moment, he felt chills all over his body. A sinister smile began to spread on Jacques Noiret's lips as if a doll was smiling. Treasure belongs to those who recognize its value. Brother, if you break the promise with father already, what will happen? As they returned to the tent, Abel sighed and spoke. I'm innocent. They started the fight first, Damien said with a bashful smile on his face. Abel wanted to argue, but he gave up. Damien's words were somewhat true, and Damien wasn't the type to stay quiet when provoked by others. Still, you did well. What? Taking care of Jackson Cutter? Yes, to be honest, I didn't like those two either. Abel's eyes darkened. The Russell family not only declared the breakup unilaterally, but also insulted the entire Haxon family. Even the Abel couldn't help but feel anger. You brat. Are you taking my side? Damien put his arm around Abel's neck. Abel struggled to get away. Just then, the tent was opened and Victor entered. Master, there's a banquet scheduled in an hour. Oh, is that so? Damien decided to forget about Jackson for the moment. He needed to do something really important, bring Abel and Olivia Copperhead together. Abel, let's get ready to go out. Yes, Abel opened the travel bag and took out the banquet attire. Upon seeing the attire, Damien frowned. It was so old and tattered that he couldn't tell when he'd bought it. Hey, what's with this old attire? Are you planning to wear that? No, father lent it to me. Why borrow such old-fashioned clothes? Because our family is short on funds. Abel looked at Damien with resentment. He realized his mistake from Abel's gaze. Due to the incidents he repeatedly caused, the financial state of the Haxon family was in great deterioration. As a result, Abel couldn't get a new banquet attire and had to borrow one from his father. I forgot to give you the reward money from the Duke. Well, don't worry. I bought new clothes for you. You bought them. Damien opened a large bag. Inside were various banquet attires of different colors. Not only were the colors beautifully dyed, but the designs were also sophisticated. It was clearly luxurious and hard to find clothing. Brother, where on earth did you get these clothes? At the Dress Wave City, there's a famous boutique called Moonlight Waves. I bought them there. Really? Abel couldn't help but be surprised. Moonlight Waves was so famous that even nobles in the West were familiar with it. To place an order, you had to wait at least 3 years. Did you reserve them in advance? Reserving there isn't easy. I didn't make a reservation. Then how did you get the clothes? I bought clothes that other nobles had ordered. Oh, don't worry about the sizes. I told them your measurements, and they adjusted everything for you. Abel was dumbfounded. Damien added as if to reassure him. Do you doubt my sense? Trust me, my sense is quite sharp. I accurately end. Oh no, brother, what about the clothes that are reserved for others? Damien answered Abel's complaint with a smug face. Hey, someone might think I forcibly tore them off. I paid 5 times the production cost and took them. He had promised to pay 5 times the production cost, so the boutique owner even recommended other clothes. For Damien, who had a hefty sum of gratitude from the Duke, paying for the clothes was not a problem at all. Even so. Don't worry, I bought new clothes for you, as I promised. Damien handed Abel the banquet attire with a bright smile. Evening. Sophia attended the banquet with Jackson Cutter. Earl Copperhead had set up the banquet hall by connecting large tents. Although it was a temporary banquet hall, it exuded a certain opulence, leaving nothing amiss. Bands played musical instruments on one side. Servants busily carried freshly made food. Jackson, please. Sophia extended a canapé just brought to her, saying. Jackson Cutter took the food offered by Sophia Russell into his mouth. Delicious. Sophia, it tastes even better when you feed me. If you think I'll be pleased by saying that, you're mistaken. The two burst into laughter. Passing nobles looked with envy. Instead of answering, Jackson Cutter sighed deeply as he ate the food she offered. Sophia looked at him with a puzzled face. Jackson, why are you suddenly like this? Sophia looked, don't you feel it? Jackson glanced at the nobles in the banquet hall. She tilted her head. No one recognizes me, Jackson said weakly. It was then that Sophia understood her lover's words. Well, aside from the last bunch of bums, all the nobles are in the ballroom. I thought there would be at least one person who recognized me. Jackson, don't worry. People are busy exchanging greetings with those they know. Someone will recognize you soon. Sophia said, embracing Jackson. Do you think so? His face brightened slightly at her comfort. Sophia nodded. If it were Damien, wouldn't everyone recognize him? Suddenly, Sophia Russell thought of Damien. As the day had proven, there was no one who didn't recognize his face. If it were Damien, there would be people trying to strike up a conversation. She thought of herself next to Damien. Just imagining it made her happy. Sophia, why are you suddenly smiling? Jackson Cutter asked with a puzzled voice. Only then did Sophia Russell return to reality. Oh, it's nothing, she blurted out. The murmurs from the entrance of the banquet hall grew louder. Is that person Damien Haxon? Who is the young man next to him? They look oddly alike. Could he be his brother? At the name Damien Haxon, the two of them turned their heads toward the entrance. Before they knew it, nobles were crowding the entrance. Well, he's more handsome than I thought, isn't he? Ah, that's him. I heard rumors about your thin, anxious countenance, but you don't quite match the rumors, do you? So is Damien Haxon, but his brother next to him is quite handsome. Sophia felt her heart pounding. The Damien she saw during the day was handsome enough to momentarily captivate her. Even his usual appearance was impressive. What would he look like when properly dressed? Curiosity and anticipation rose simultaneously. No. Let's not do this, I have Jackson. Sophia shook her head, but her heart continued to lean towards the entrance. Wait, could Damien Haxon actually be hoping that I would come? The conflicted Sophia began to rationalize herself in a strange direction. Right, he even tried to provoke jealousy by pretending not to recognize me. He's probably expecting me to see how well he's dressed. Sophia nodded to herself. Just to appreciate that effort, should I go and see him once? But she couldn't go recklessly. Jackson was right beside her. Damn it, Damien Haxon. Jackson gritted his teeth while glaring at the entrance. Damien, receiving attention unlike himself, seemed to displease him. Jackson, are you going to just stand here like this? He looked at Sophia with a face that seemed to ask, what are you talking about? You told me. You said you would definitely defeat Damien in the jousting tournament. Then instead of doing this, you should approach and observe Damien closely. At Sophia's words, Jackson's eyebrows twitched. Are you telling me to observe him now? A lion doesn't let its guard down even when catching a rabbit. You have to observe Damien closely to achieve a perfect victory and enhance your reputation, don't you think? Whether it was convincing or not, Jackson's gaze changed. You're right. Instead of doing nothing, I should get a close look at Damien. That's the key to perfect victory. Sophia internally cheered. Fortunately, things were going as she hoped. The two headed towards the entrance. I'll make way for you. In the moment she saw Damien, she was at a loss for words. His hair was neatly combed, and a black tailcoat elegantly adorning his physique. At that sight, Sophia's face turned red in an instant. Is Damien really that handsome? When she thought about it, Damien always belonged to the handsome category of men. However, his messy behavior and irregular lifestyle had overshadowed all those advantages. But now, Damien was different from the past. His knightly physique was making his appearance even more radiant. Damien, Sophia Russell murmured with a touched expression, to put this much effort just to show himself to me. If Damien heard this, he probably would have laughed out loud. Upon entering the banquet hall, Damien felt only one emotion: annoying. The nobles in the hall were flocking towards him. Warm desires to strike up a conversation were evident in their facial expressions. However, not a single noble actually approached him. It was because Damien deliberately exuded an intimidating aura, preventing the nobles from approaching recklessly. "Brother, look, it's a dessert made with ukulele fruit. I heard it's hard to find as it's a fruit grown exclusively in the Apple Kingdom." Unlike Damien, Abel was enjoying the food in the banquet hall. Damien gave a bitter smile as he watched Abel. His brother is also handsome. In terms of appearance, he's even more handsome than Damien Haxon, right? But I still prefer Damien. Look at those biceps. Abel was also a subject of interest, especially among the female nobles. Damien increased his intimidating aura a bit, just in case the ladies came up to him. Then it happened. The soldiers guarding the entrance tapped the ground with their spears. Thud, thud. The rough sound drew everyone's attention. "Earl Copperhead is entering," the soldiers shouted loudly. The music from the band stopped. The soldiers pulled the curtains that covered the entrance to the sides. An elderly man entered through the gap, the appearance of Earl Copperhead. Beside Earl Copperhead, a young lady was walking. Everyone in the banquet hall was captivated by the lady's appearance as if possessed by a ghost. It was Lady Olivia Copperhead. Earl Copperhead and Lady Olivia crossed the center of the banquet hall. Even without any orders, people dispersed to make way for them. Earl Copperhead sat in the central seat prepared in the banquet hall. Lady Olivia Copperhead sat beside him. "It seems the enthusiasm has waned because of me. Now, everyone, just enjoy the banquet." With that, the band resumed playing. The sounds of conversation among the nobles also resumed. "Your Excellency, it is an honor to see you like this. I am Chris from the Barony of Nashen." Suddenly, one of the lesser nobles walked forward, kneeling in front of Earl Copperhead and speaking. "Barony of Nashen, I know it. Isn't it famous for its delicious apples?" The nobleman lowered his head even more. "To commemorate Lady Olivia's birthday, we have prepared a gift. If you accept it, consider it an honor for our family." The item Chris held out was a small box adorned with jewels. "It's a cosmetic made by alchemists from the Michu sect. I heard they use spirit powder to make it." As Chris explained, the female nobles began to buzz. "If it's the Mithu school, they are the most famous alchemists for making cosmetics, aren't they? He just mentioned spirit powder, right? The product that, when applied, is supposed to revitalize your skin. I heard that a bar of gold for just a baby's fingernail-sized portion was traded. I wonder how expensive this cosmetic is." It was an item that any woman couldn't help but be curious about. However, Olivia Copperhead showed no particular interest. Earl Copperhead was also indifferent. Earl Copperhead's wealth could easily afford items of this caliber. In response to the Earl's nonchalant reaction, Chris returned, somewhat dejected. As he returned, another nobleman stepped forward. "I extend my greetings to Earl. I am Charles from the Zion House. I wish to present this necklace to Lady Olivia." Charles Zion raised a glass case. Inside the case was a necklace adorned with various shining gems. The faces of those who saw the light of the gems were filled with amazement. "Isn't that a heptastone? It's a rare gem that, even after capturing 100 golems in the Rocky Mountains, you might find just one." The heptastone did not possess any particularly remarkable efficacy. However, due to its rarity, beauty, and the difficulty in obtaining it, it is currently the most popular gem. To bring something so precious, even Earl Copperhead seemed satisfied with the expensive item. "Olivia, what do you think? Isn't it wonderful?" However, Lady Olivia Copperhead showed no particular reaction once again. She simply looked at the necklace with indifferent eyes. "I'll make sure to take care of it." After bowing his head, Charles Zion returned. After that, many nobles presented gifts. However, Lady Olivia Copperhead showed no interest in any of the gifts. She's a very picky woman. Damien thought so as he opened a spatial ring and pulled out a bow. "Hey, catch." Then he threw the bow to Abel. Abel looked at Damien with a surprised expression. "Why are you surprised? Since we brought gifts, we should give something too. Are you really going to give me this bow?" "Yeah, I got it from Marquis. It's supposed to be quite valuable." Abel looked somewhat uncertain. That was because the bow Damien took out looked very plain. The bowstring looked like it was roughly carved with a dagger, and the color was rather dull. "Ah, did I not explain about this bow to you? You just said it was a gift from Marquis. You didn't say anything more, is that so? Well, let's go to Earl for now." Damien walked towards the Earl. Abel had no choice but to follow his brother. "Oh, look at that, Jackson. It's a cosmetic product from the Michu sect." Sophia couldn't help but marvel continuously as she observed the items nobles presented to the Earl. These were treasures that a small family like Viscount Russell's could only dream about. "Sophia, there's nothing to envy. I'll buy you something even better later." "Really, I'm counting on you, Jackson." It was when Sophia tightly embraced his neck. "Here you are." A stern voice came from behind. Startled, the two turned around. "Master," Jackson exclaimed with a surprised face. The sudden appearance of the master, who had been unseen since the start of the banquet, was indeed shocking. "Where have you been?" "I investigated the participants. It's necessary to prepare a plan for dealing with Damien Haxon." Upon Jacques Noiret's words, Jackson's expression seemed to fold, hinting at something unsaid. There's something you need to do. Go and present this gift to the Earl. Jacques Noiret extended a glass bottle as he spoke. Inside the bottle was a fluorescent liquid. What is this? It's Olivia's birthday present, so why should I offer this to Olivia? Jacques Noiret's gaze turned chilling. Worried that the master might get angry, Jackson took the vial promptly. Master, still, you should explain a bit about this elixir. When presenting it to the Earl, an explanation would be appropriate, wouldn't it? No need to worry about that. Everyone will recognize it without me saying anything. Jackson felt puzzled by Jacques Noiret's explanation. So don't worry about unnecessary concerns and go out quickly. Jacques Noiret pushed Jackson forward. With no choice, Jackson moved towards where the Earl was. Sophia, come with. You stay here. Jacques Noiret stopped Sophia. What? Why on earth? Jacques Noiret stared at her silently, causing Sophia to bite her tongue instead of asking for the reason. Jackson approached Earl Copperhead, holding the gift given by his master. Your Excellency, I am Jackson Cutter. Bowing with one knee, Jackson spoke. Jackson Cutter. Does anyone know who that is? Well, I've never heard that name before. Not a single noble recognized Jackson Cutter's name. Jackson bit his lip in silence. Jackson Cutter, Jackson Cutter. Even the Earl couldn't identify Jackson. His face turned even redder. Your Excellency, just a moment. At that moment, the butler approached and whispered to the Earl. The Earl's pupils slightly widened. You are the ogre slayer Jackson Cutter. An honor to be recognized by you. As the Earl uttered his title, Jackson Cutter's face brightened instantly. Ogre Slayer, that's a title I've never heard of. Oh, I've heard of it. There's a young knight who hunted ogres alone. Seems like that knight is him. He killed that monster alone. Impressive. The nobles started murmuring about Jackson Cutter. As the nobles talked about him, Jackson's smile became even brighter. Your Excellency, for Lady Olivia, I present this item. Jackson took out the elixir and offered it with both hands. What's that? What kind of potion is it? That red fluorescent color, could it be the elixir of vitality? A potion that with just one sip keeps you from getting tired for a whole day, isn't it? I've heard about an item sold exclusively to certain customers by the Michu sect. How did he get that? The nobles' reactions were explosive. If the elixir was indeed the elixir of vitality, it surpassed all the previous gifts in significance. Elixir of vitality, how did you acquire such a precious thing? Especially the Earl's response was noteworthy. Now in his old age, he was preoccupied with concerns about his health. Olivia, look, don't you think it's an extraordinary gift, I suppose? Olivia spoke with an indifferent tone, showing little interest in the gift once again. Good, very good. The Earl ordered a servant to receive the elixir of vitality. Holding the elixir, the Earl examined it with satisfied eyes. Strictly speaking, the elixir was Olivia Copperhead's birthday gift, but no one pointed out that fact. Since most of the gifts presented by the nobles were for the Earl, no one paid much attention. Jackson Cutter, I will remember your name. Yes, Your Excellency. Jackson stood up with a satisfied expression. As he turned to go back to his place, he hesitated. Damien was walking out. Damien Hacks. Damien passed by Jackson without acknowledging him. In complete disregard, Jackson clenched his fist tightly. Damien stood before Earl Copperhead. So you're Damien Haxon. Even without revealing his name, Earl Copperhead recognized Damien. There's been quite a buzz about you lately, just a minor reputation. Damien lowered his head slightly as he spoke. Minor, defeating the eldest son of the Marquis Ryanbloom without drawing a sword is far from minor, Earl Copperhead exclaimed, shaking his head. Well, it might be a slightly exaggerated rumor that you defeated Mitchell Ryanbloom without even drawing your sword, ha ha ha. The nobles joined in laughter at the Earl's words. In the midst of it, Damien remained silent, smiling. I've also prepared a gift for Lady Olivia. Saying this, Damien looked at Olivia Copperhead. Olivia kept her head lowered, showing little interest in the party dedicated to her. A picky woman. Even with Damien's appearance, she remained indifferent. It already gave him a headache thinking about how to connect her with Abel. Here is my younger brother, Abel. Damien first introduced Abel. However, Olivia still kept her head down, unable to see Abel's face. Abel, present the bow to Lady Olivia. Abel walked towards Olivia, swallowing nervously. Oh my, what's that, a bow? I heard Lady Olivia enjoys hunting, but it looks like a strangely shaped bow. The nobles in the hall started whispering. Abel's bow indeed had an unusual appearance. A bow? At the mention of the bow, Olivia finally lifted her head. Seeing the bow Abel held, her eyes widened. Olivia cautiously took the bow. Then, with eyes filled with fascination, she caressed the bowstring. A bow made from the horn of a minotaur, and for the first time she spoke upon seeing the gift. Yes, you recognized it correctly. A bow made from the horn of a minotaur, specifically the leader among them. Impressive minotaurs are monsters even the middle class finds challenging to face, and encountering them is even rarer. Damien added an explanation. As Lady Olivia may know, the horns of minotaurs possess exceptional qualities for crafting weapons. Yes, I'm aware. They are as hard as steel but flexible like bamboo. Exactly. Indeed, the rumor about her passion for hunting was not false. Would you like to examine the details of the bowstring? The name of the craftsman who crafted the bow is engraved. At Damien's suggestion, Olivia inspected the bow. As Damien mentioned, the name August was engraved on it. August. Could it be the renowned craftsman August? That's correct. August. He was the most famous craftsman in the Apple Kingdom. Rumors circulated about how skilled he was in metallurgical skills, to the point that it was rumored that he had been tutored by a dwarf. Of course, since dwarves wouldn't teach the art of metallurgy to humans, it was merely a baseless rumor. Olivia couldn't take her eyes off the bow. To anyone observing, it was clear she was delighted. A weapon made by August. I never thought I'd see such a rare item in my lifetime. The Earl, too, was impressed, but not by the bow itself, but rather by its value. Once a shield crafted by August went up for auction and its price skyrocketed, the Earl gazed greedily at the bow, silently calculating its worth. My brother Abel saved it for this day. In reality, Damien had acquired it through a deal with the Marquis, but the actual details were not significant. Really, you saved it for me. Olivia Copperhead lifted her head in astonishment. Finally, Olivia Copperhead saw Abel's face. As soon as she laid eyes on Abel, her lips slightly parted, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. What, if Damien wasn't mistaken, Olivia Copperhead was feeling only one emotion at that moment. Was she also a girl who blushed when she saw someone's face? Fetch more chairs immediately. Make it 2 more, Earl commanded the servants, ensuring the esteemed guests were not left standing. Following the Earl's order, servants brought 2 additional chairs and placed them. Both of you please have a seat. Damien sat next to the Earl. Naturally, Olivia's side was now occupied by Abel. Sir Damien, I've been wanting to have a conversation with you. The Earl poured drinks himself and inquired. If it's not impolite, I'd like to hear about what happened during your duel with the Michael Ryanbloom. It might not be very interesting, but if you wish to hear. Still, I'm curious. I'd like to listen. Damien inwardly sighed. Originally, Damien wasn't the type to go around talking about such matters, but now it was a sacrifice he was willing to make for Abel. An opportunity had come for Abel and Olivia to become closer. He couldn't afford to miss it, if you insist on hearing. Damien began slowly recounting the events of the duel. The Earl listened with great interest, pouring himself more wine. During the storytelling, Damien discreetly observed Abel and Olivia. I heard there's a forest next to Viscount Haxon's estate. Oh, it must be truly beautiful. It's not that impressive. The forest is small, and there aren't many wild animals. No dangerous beasts. It must be so peaceful. The situation was progressing quite smoothly. Olivia Copperhead took the lead in the conversation, showing a keen interest in Abel. I always wonder how they became lovers in their past lives. Damien finally found the answer to that mysterious question. Was the bow really unnecessary? Perhaps bringing a bow from Marquis Ryanbloom was an unnecessary effort. Damien pondered for a moment, seriously contemplating. It was truly an entertaining story. Earl Copperhead said with a very satisfied expression as Damien's story came to an end. Sorry, but I need to step out for a moment. The Earl added, looking somewhat embarrassed. It seemed like he had consumed a lot of alcohol, judging by the signals. Earl Copperhead briskly walked out of the tent, giving Damien a chance to catch his breath for a moment. I'm tired, Damien thought to himself, not accustomed to entertaining others in this manner. If it weren't for Abel, he might have left abruptly, even if the individual in question had been a king instead of an earl. But is this guy doing well? Damien glanced toward where Abel was. I really want to see Viscount Haxon's wheat fields. Oh, really? Well then, in the autumn, would it be all right if I extend an invitation? I'd be delighted, Olivia responded, her face adorned with a blush. It seemed that Damien's efforts were not in vain. The relationship was progressing quite well. Yeah, he's doing well, Damien thought. The bond between Abel and Olivia swiftly grew strong, and even the major obstacle, Earl Copperhead's favor, was gained. So far, everything was unfolding smoothly. When I visit the Viscount and Viscountess Haxon, I shall be sure to pay my respects to them. And what kind of gifts do they like? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Your visit alone will make them happy, Abel assured with a pleased expression, and Damien watched the two with a contented face. Sophia couldn't take her eyes off Damien, who was seated next to Earl Copperhead. A bow made by August. He didn't give me anything, yet he casually presents something so valuable, she thought, irritated. The bow crafted by August was an impressive item, evident from Earl Copperhead promptly seating it beside him. But that was not the real reason for her irritation. I thought you had a small grudge against me. Sophia doubted Damien's feelings toward her. Her conviction was now wavering. That's why it looks like you've come to woo Olivia, she thought, filled with jealousy. Sophia shot a jealous gaze towards Olivia Copperhead. What's so beautiful about her? Well, she is pretty despite her jealousy. Sophia couldn't deny that Olivia Copperhead was indeed beautiful, not just in appearance, but also with the powerful background of being the daughter of Earl Copperhead. But my body is better, Sophia thought, looking down at herself. In contrast to Olivia's blandness, Sophia exuded a sensual presence. PR note WTF, my body is better, whore plus delusional. Sophia's jealousy became palpable as Earl Copperhead excused himself, leaving Damien alone. Damien silently observed Abel Haxon and Olivia Copperhead. Why doesn't he talk to Olivia Copperhead? Sophia wondered, sensing a distance that made proposing to Olivia seem unlikely. As Damien remained silent, Abel Haxon was growing closer to Olivia. Could it be he's trying to match Olivia with his brother instead? Sophia pondered, finding her speculation plausible. Few was that it. I worried for nothing, Sophia sighed with relief. Then she remembered, no, don't think useless thoughts, I have Jackson. Sophia shook her head in dismissal, but at that moment her gaze locked with Damien's. Damien was precisely staring at Sophia, and in his gaze, Sophia felt her heart unexpectedly racing. Among all these people he found me, she wondered. Damien's clear lingering feelings became evident, and as Sophia acknowledged it, a blush quickly spread across her face. Ignoring his gaze, Sophia fanned herself, attempting to divert her attention. Damien was observing Abel and Olivia's conversation when he felt an uncomfortable gaze directed at him from the crowd. If Damien were an ordinary low-class knight, he might not have noticed it. However, Damien's senses had long transcended the realm of low class. Who on earth is it? Damien turned his head to find the owner of the gaze. Among the nobles, he could spot Sophia glaring at him. What is she up to again? Damien wondered as he observed her face, gradually feeling uneasy. Damien no longer harbored any emotions for Sophia. While there might have been attachment in the past, now there was neither affection nor hatred. However, anger surged when he thought about the humiliation his family had endured. We'll see about that later, Damien resolved, prioritizing Abel's romantic venture for now. Damien decided to wait for the future, putting aside any thoughts of Sophia. Jackson watched with a blank expression as Damien Haxon took a seat beside Earl Copperhead, the memory of the gift he had presented long forgotten. Both Earl Copperhead and the attendees were praising Damien exclusively. Damien Haxon. If it weren't for Damien, that position would have been his. He would have had the Earl's and the people's attention. Some nobody just stole my spotlight, dared to humiliate me like this. I swear, this disgrace will be avenged, without a shadow of a doubt. At that moment, Jackson made a solemn promise. He would make Damien feel more despair than he had ever felt. Like his student, Jacques Noiret, too, was observing Damien Haxon. He brought the bow made by Auguste. Jacques Noiret noted with a mixture of surprise and envy. At first, Jacques had no plans to offer the elixir of vitality. Considering the challenges he faced in fulfilling his dream, he required every possible elixir at his disposal. Nevertheless, he offered the elixir, hoping to win Earl's favor. Unfortunately, Damien's gift had stolen all the attention. This is troublesome. Very troublesome, Jacques thought, feeling the situation slipping away. Jacques Noiret's participation in the jousting tournament was primarily to establish a stepping stone to fulfill his wish. The goal of Jacques Noiret was to reach the level of a master, a true superhuman. Once you reach it, your name will be written in the history books. To reach that level, extensive knowledge of the master class and a significant amount of elixir was essential. Acquiring these required a substantial amount of money. To cover these costs, Jacques Noiret engaged in various illegal activities, eventually leading to his expulsion from the Mandarin Kingdom. Coming to the Apple Kingdom was a strategic move unrelated to his past actions in the Mandarin Kingdom. Jacques Noiret settled in the Apple Kingdom and aimed to acquire funds through legitimate means, avoiding the troubles he faced in the Mandarin Kingdom. However, earning a meager salary through normal jobs wouldn't fulfill his desires. Thus, Jacques decided to target wealthy families by using his skills. Taking Jackson Cutter as his student was part of this plan. Jackson's balanced appearance and moderate talents made him an attractive target for noble families. Encouraging Jackson Cutter to woo Sophia Russell was also part of Jacques Noiret's calculated move. Despite the wealth of the Russell family, it was still a small family compared to others, and Jacques Noiret needed more significant resources for his dream. That's why he chose Earl Copperhead as his next target. Participating in the jousting tournament with Jackson was a strategy to establish connections. However, with Damien in the picture, things became challenging. Damien making things difficult, Jacques Noiret admitted. In terms of skills, reputation, appearance, and even wealth, Damien surpassed Jackson Cutter. But that doesn't mean I can simply let go of Earl Copperhead, Jacques thought. From his perspective, Earl Copperhead was a highly attractive target. If he could devour the Copperhead family, it would bring him one step closer to fulfilling his ambitions. I need to be more proactive, Jacques Noiret decided. It was a nuisance, but far better than losing the Earl. At least it won't be a total loss. If I can manage to suck up the Earl of Copperhead as planned and have Damien Haxon's treasure as well, it would be a win-win situation. Damien, you better be prepared. Jacques Noiret's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. The banquet continued until late at night. Well, let's call it a night for today. Everyone, go back and prepare for tomorrow's jousting tournament. The nobles left the banquet hall and headed to their quarters. Damien and Abel also made their way to their accommodation. As they reached the tent, Abel immediately flopped onto the bed. Abel let out a deep sigh, finally feeling relieved. Were you that nervous? Of course. I was in front of Lady Olivia after all. Abel replied, lifting his head. So how was it when you met her? She's truly beautiful, lively, and a delightful person. Abel blushed as he spoke. It was evident that he had become even more infatuated with Olivia during their conversation. Think about what you'll talk about tomorrow in advance. What do you mean? Aren't you planning to avoid meeting Olivia tomorrow? I want to meet her, but tomorrow is the day of the jousting tournament, and there will be a lot of people gathering around her. I don't think I'll have a chance to strike up a conversation. Hey, you boring guy, if there's no opportunity, you have to create one, Damien said mockingly. Don't worry, I'll make sure to create one no matter what. At Damien's confident words, Abel gave a puzzled look. You'll understand when you see it tomorrow. In response, Abel sat quietly, observing Damien. Damien smirked. Out of the blue, Damien fell silent at Abel's unexpected words. I appreciate you getting a gift for me and arranging this opportunity. I don't know how to repay you. Why are you suddenly being so formal? It's embarrassing. You don't have to thank me for that. I just did what I had to. Abel's least favorite person in the family was Damien. Even after seeing the changes in him after the regression, whenever something happened, Abel blamed Damien. It wasn't Abel's fault, it was all because of Damien. His own foolishness, his sheer pathetic nature constantly letting his brother down at every turn. The frustration gnawed at him relentlessly, reaching a point where he simply couldn't bear it any longer, and led to verbal expressions of discontent. On the grand scale of bad things, what Damien had done was far worse. In a previous life, Damien had killed Abel with his own hands. He could still feel the sensation of slitting Abel's throat. Don't worry about it. It's only natural for an older brother to think about his younger brother, so just focus on proposing to Olivia. Yes, I will do that, Abel replied loudly. Damien gave a faint smile. Looking at Abel's happy face, Damien felt a sense of forgiveness for his past mistakes, even if just a little. The next day became the day of the jousting tournament. Early in the morning, Damien headed to the waiting room located behind the tournament arena. Already present in the waiting room were knights preparing for the competition. Young master, is this armor really suitable? Victor asked Damien while extending a leather armor towards him. The leather armor Damien brought was small, barely covering the torso. Without any protection for the shoulders and arms, it seemed like any sword slash could cause immediate injury. This should be enough, Damien casually replied as he put on the armor. All participants in the jousting tournament were either junior or low-class knights. With their skills, they couldn't even touch a hair on Damien's head. So instead of wearing heavy iron armor, a lightweight leather armor seemed more fitting. Still, wouldn't it be better to put on at least a chainmail? Dong dong. A soldier, stripped of his armor, beat a large drum on one side of the tournament ground. The knight's attention shifted towards the arena. Earl Copperhead was walking towards the center of the arena. Ahem, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for coming here. I'm Earl Chester Copperhead, he began, inaugurating the opening ceremony. Today, the bravest knights from the West have all gathered here. The victor shall not only bask in fame within our western region, but will also etch their name prominently across distant lands, he continued. A tournament of this scale was a rare occurrence. Undoubtedly, it would attract not only participants from the West, but also pique the interest of neighboring regions. As the Earl said, the winner could achieve significant renown. Of course, fame is not the only thing the winner will obtain. We have prepared prizes befitting the champion. Earl Copperhead gestured, and servants brought in covered items. After removing the cover, the Earl walked, revealing a small crystal the size of a child's fist. Oddly, the inside of the crystal had a continuously burning flame like a candle. What is that? A magical artifact? Someone asked. That doesn't seem to be the case. If it were a magical artifact, it would have magic runes on the surface, another noble explained. Nobles looked at the crystal with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Upon the Earl's signal, another servant brought in a large silver tray with a blazing red flame. The Earl gripped the crystal and inserted his hand into the flame without any sign of pain. Ah, what is that? Nobles and knights exclaimed in shock. The soldiers in the waiting room had similar reactions. But the Earl didn't seem to be in any pain. This is a treasure collected by my grandfather. As you can see, it has the power to protect the owner from flames. Not only that, but it also maintains body temperature. The nobles began to buzz with excitement. Magical items that could protect the body were highly valuable. They were usually created by mages of the 5th rank or higher, with limited uses. However, this crystal seemed to have no such restrictions, and it even had the added effect of maintaining body temperature. It was truly an extraordinary item. As for its origin, even I don't know. My grandfather collected it, but when he asked the mages, they couldn't identify it, Earl Copperhead said. Although the mysterious origin was a bit disappointing, it wasn't a significant problem given the exceptional properties of the crystal. This item will be awarded to the winner as a prize, the Earl declared, lifting the crystal. The nobles cheered. In the midst of it all, Damien alone was astonished. Why is the spirit's heart here? Spirit, it was a term referring to mystical beings born with the power of nature. Although their intelligence was only equivalent to that of a young child, the power they possessed was formidable. Even the weakest spirit's power was considered low class, to say the least. He offered an incredibly rare item as a reward. Unlike the Earl, Damien knew exactly what the item was: Spirit's heart. When a high-level spirit perished, this was an extremely low probability manifestation of its power. High-level spirits possessed remarkable intelligence and exerted power equivalent to that of a high-class knight. The rumors I heard in my past life were true. The question was answered. According to Damien's knowledge, the winner of the jousting tournament had reached the ranks of high class using the prize. If it was the heart left by a high-level spirit, it was entirely possible. If he could melt and absorb that heart, he could gain immense magical power and the power of the spirit. The power of the spirit, Damien recalled the elves he fought in his previous life. When under Darugo's command he sought to destroy the empire, the elven race came to stop him. All of them had made contracts with spirits, including elves who contracted with the Spirit King. They were formidable. I thought I was fighting nature itself. Damien had battled over 30 spirit mages for more than 3 months. In the end, he emerged victorious by tearing apart the Spirit King. To offer such a treasure as a reward, it seems it was true, even though they claimed not to know its true nature. Humans didn't understand spirits properly. Therefore, there might not have been a mage among them who recognized it as a spirit's heart. I didn't expect much from the prize, but this one is quite tempting. If he could absorb the spirit's heart, he could speed up the process of regaining the strength of his past life. But where is Abel in all this? Damien scanned the spectator stands. There he spotted Abel sitting inconspicuously among the nobles. Abel was looking at something with an envious expression. What is he looking at? Olivia Copperhead was sitting in the VIP section. Other nobles crowded around her. Unable to break through the crowd to speak with her, Abel seemed resigned. Such an immature fellow. Damien inwardly sighed. It was unpleasant, but it was somewhat expected. Abel was practically a greenhorn in these matters. Yes, what? Damien navigated through the knights and exited towards the tournament arena. You, young master, the competition hasn't started yet, I am aware. After dismissing Victor's complaints, Damien stood in front of the Earl seated in the VIP section. Your Excellency, good morning. Oh, Damien, good morning. Damien's response seemed to please the Earl, who wore a satisfied expression. However, what brings you here? Do you have something to say? I wanted to address a concern before the competition begins. Concern? The Earl asked with widened eyes. The jousting tournament can be quite brutal and occasionally involves scenes of cruelty. Damien said, looking at Olivia, who was sitting beside the Earl. I am concerned whether someone as delicate as Lady Olivia could truly enjoy the jousting tournament. Damien continued, making a worried expression. I believe it would be beneficial to assign someone to accompany her, providing explanations about the difficulties of the jousting for a more enjoyable experience. Fortunately, my brother Abel, whom I personally trained in both swordsmanship and horsemanship, is good for fulfilling this role. Pointing to Abel in the spectator stands, Damien made his proposal. Abel looked at Damien with a surprised expression. That's a good suggestion. I'll go along with Sir Damien's idea. Olivia Copperhead spoke briskly. Earl Copperhead turned to Olivia with a bewildered face. Olivia, having someone explain the tournament beside me would be better than watching alone. Damien looked at Olivia with an unexpected expression, a woman with a keen sense. After Damien mentioned Abel, he expected some objection. What was more pleasing was Olivia's proactive attitude. It seemed she had a definite affection for Abel. Well, since Olivia says so, I suppose there's no help for it. Abel, come forward. It was when the Earl gave the order that cries erupted from the waiting room. Your Excellency, this is too hasty. A large knight walked up to the arena. My squire has accumulated long years of service under my command. Even compared to Abel, he will not be lacking. After asserting his opinion, the knight looked at Damien provocatively. Your Excellency, my squire also possesses exceptional talent and skills. Your Excellency, my squire. Other knights also rushed out of the waiting room, shouting. They all seem eager. Most of the knights participating in the jousting tournament came to propose to Lady Olivia. If they could place their squire next to Olivia Copperhead, they could make a good impression by praising their master during the jousts. Therefore, giving up such an opportunity to Damien was a waste. Well, how should we handle this? The Earl frowned in distress. Even though he was an Earl, he couldn't make decisions freely when the knights came out like this. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry. Damien spoke up again, and the Earl's gaze turned to him. We can simply select the most outstanding individual to sit next to Lady Olivia. Well, the most outstanding one. How do we choose that? Right. Are you thinking of having us fight among squires? Some knights shouted at Damien. Damien shrugged and said, considering the most outstanding knight has the most outstanding squire, wouldn't it? Are you suggesting a duel between us? Before the jousting tournament, we can't afford to do that. Instead of a duel, how about competing in other skills? Damien suggested to the Earl. Your Excellency, considering Lady Olivia's interest in hunting, why not have a competition in archery among the knights? The squire of the winning knight can then be seated beside Lady Olivia. Some knights strongly opposed Damien's proposal. What nonsense is this? How can we determine a knight's superiority with archery skills? I agree, there must be a fairer way. Not all knights opposed the idea. A bow competition sounds good, I like it. I was known as the master archer of the Octavia Forest. I can demonstrate my skills. Above all, what sealed the deal was Lady Olivia's words. I love the idea. I was curious how others shoot arrows anyway. Since Olivia agrees, let's decide with an archery competition. Who will go first? I'll go first. Damien stepped forward and said, addressing Victor, what are you waiting for? Go and get a bow. Yes, sir. Victor briskly ran and brought a bow and arrows from a soldier. Here you go. But sir, did you know how to shoot a bow? No. Victor's expression momentarily froze at Damien's answer. No, then why did you make such a proposal? Because I'm confident. Damien strung an arrow on the bow. As mentioned earlier, Damien didn't know how to shoot a bow. However, he already knew everything intellectually. Let's see, how did that guy do it? In the past, Damien had fought against a master named Gungwi. Surprisingly, Gungwi was not a human but a half-elf. Gungwi was a formidable opponent, capable of shooting arrows from a far distance that rivaled high-level magic. After a week-long battle, Damien managed to defeat Gungwi by severing his throat. Of course, during the battle, Damien absorbed all the skills and attainments Gungwi had. Soldiers, listen. Go and bring the training targets. No need for that. If it's targets you want, aren't they right there? Damien pointed to the sky with the arrow. A bird was crossing the sky with a fluttering sound. Damien, are you going to shoot a flying bird? Damien shot an arrow towards the bird. However, the arrow he shot went far beyond the bird. Ha ha ha, talking big and all. Seems like you can't even get close. Sir Damien, it seems you're not good with bows. Some knights ridiculed Damien with loud voices, but Damien paid no attention. I roughly understand how it flies. The first arrow was to observe its trajectory. He only shot once, but Damien fully understood this bow. Your Excellency, I'll aim for the left eye of that bird. Damien strung the second arrow, then released it without aiming. The arrow flew directly to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the flying arrow pierced the bird's face. The bird fell to the ground without strength. A soldier who was waiting rushed over and picked up the bird. Sir, he hit the left eye. The soldier's shout silenced the entire arena. Handing the bow to the knights, Damien asked, who's next? The knights looked at Damien with astonished faces, but no one received the bow. Thus, without anyone opposing, Abel claimed the seat next to Lady Olivia. Damien is the best wingman FR. Abel Haxon moved to sit beside Olivia. It's nice to see you again like this. As soon as he sat down, Olivia said with a smile. Abel felt his heart swell. If it weren't for Damien, he wouldn't have had another chance like this. Abel felt a sense of gratitude towards Damien deep in his heart. I'll do my best to ensure Lady Olivia enjoys the match. Although he said so with tension, Abel was filled with worry. Unlike his brother, he lacked skills in swordsmanship. He wasn't confident he could entertain Olivia. It's okay. Yes, but... Forget about that and please tell me more about your family. Olivia looked at Abel. Abel began to speak about the Haxon estate, even though he felt it wasn't the right place. Damien returned to the waiting room. As he entered, he sensed the gazes of knights. Everyone looked at Damien with wary eyes. The impressive archery skills Damien displayed had left a strong impression on them. The fact that they were cautious meant there was an increase in competition. But Damien didn't care. Even if he had to fight all the knights here, he wasn't afraid. What mattered was Abel's happiness. Participants, listen up. A knight in plate armor entered the waiting area. The symbol of the Earl of Copperhead was embroidered on the knight's cloak. They were the most loyal knights of the Earl. The jousting tournament will unfold over the next 3 days, featuring a variety of events. The knight explained the detailed schedule to the participants. Scores will be awarded to the participants after each match. The participant with the highest score overall on the final day will be the winner. The participants nodded. There are 3 different events prepared. We look forward to your efforts. At these words, the participants began to buzz with excitement. Do not worry about injuries. A mage skilled in healing magic is on standby just in case. The matches will begin in 30 minutes, so please finish your preparations. With that, the knight left the waiting area. Young master, we're in trouble. As soon as the knight left, Victor shouted, what's the matter? If it's the jousting tournament, don't you need horses to ride? That's right. But we don't have any. What should we do? Should I quickly buy one now? We do have horses. Victor let out a sigh of relief at Damien's words. As expected of the young master, everything is already perfectly prepared. You know, the horse that used to pull the carriage. Victor nearly fainted for a moment. Young master, those are draft horses. They're heavy and can't run fast. PR note: draft horse is a type of breed that is used for heavy work such as pulling carts. In jousting, the most important thing was the horse. Horses that could run swiftly, didn't tire easily, and remained composed under dangerous situations. Without such an excellent breed of horse, they couldn't participate in combat. Stop talking nonsense and go get a horse. Okay. Victor headed for the stables with a worried heart. "Young master, I've brought it." Victor handed the reins of the horse to Damien. Damien stroked the horse's mane. The horse raised by Viscount Haxon was very big with thick legs, giving the appearance of it being a draft horse. As Victor had feared, the horse was not suitable for combat. "Sir Damien, do you intend to participate in jousting with that horse?" A passing knight scoffed at Damien's horse. "It seems Sir Damien is unaware. That horse is a draft horse. It is not suitable for battle." "Sir Walter, that's enough. I'm afraid he may not understand that." The knights burst into laughter. Damien ignored their words. Those mocking fellows wouldn't be too late to trample in the arena. There was something else he needed to attend to now. Among the masters Damien had fought in the past, there was a person named Jinakin. He was a nomadic tribesman from the grasslands who became a master not with a sword or spear, but on horseback. His mastery was known as the inmate mastery. He achieved a state of unity between horse and rider. He could perform all sorts of complex tics by communicating with the horse. He was even able to strengthen his horse's body with mana and shape it into an aura blade. This bizarre skill allowed Jinakin's horse to charge through the speed of sound with aura blades wrapped around its body. Damien had fought him for half a day and won. "Look at me." Damien grabbed the horse's head, making eye contact with it. "I'll need your strength today." "It might be tough, but hang in there." Damien infused mana into the horse's body. The horse's pupils dilated. It seemed quite surprised by the sensation it felt for the first time. Fortunately, the horse didn't buck. It calmly accepted Damien's infused mana. Damien's power spread through the horse's entire body. "The jousting tournament will begin shortly." Soldiers shouted as knights mounted their horses. Damien also got on his horse. "I'll rely on you today." The horse whinnied as if to acknowledge. Monster hunting. When he heard the name of the event, Jackson Cutter inwardly cheered. "I can finally show my true skills. Hunting monsters is completely different from facing humans. Even knights skilled in killing people often died pathetically while fighting monsters. Hence, hunting monsters requires special skills and experience. I'll make a name for myself in this competition." He decided to firmly imprint the title, Ogre Slayer, into people's minds. "Well, then open the gates." With the soldiers' shout, the gates of the waiting room opened. Knights passed through the gate and revealed themselves in the arena. Andrew Grand, Gerda Born. Nobles shouted the names of the knights they supported. The knights waved to the audience. Jackson Cutter." Amidst that, a familiar voice was heard. As Jackson turned his head, he saw Sophia Russell waving her arms. Jackson Cutter smiled and waved back at Sophia Russell. Dum. At that moment, a soldier beat the drum. It meant that the monsters would be released soon. The knights looked at the iron door on the opposite wall. Although they didn't know what kind of monsters were prepared, dull and rough sounds could already be heard. The knights stared at the iron door with tense faces. As they were to be faced as a group, it was clear that the monsters wouldn't be ordinary, and the knights' expectations were exactly right. Chiek. As the iron bars opened, a monstrous figure leaped out. The moment they saw the monster, the knights exclaimed in horror. "It's a troll," known for their tough skin that swords couldn't pierce and their ability to tear humans apart effortlessly. They were monsters famous for their high vitality, not dying even after being slashed multiple times. Not just one, but 3 trolls appeared that even low-class knights found challenging. Chiek. The trolls charged towards the knights as if they had been provoked. "Run, don't fight them head-on." At someone's shout, the knights began to disperse. The trolls chased after them. "This is madness, releasing trolls." Jackson Cutter clicked his tongue as he rode his horse. An aura could cut a troll's tough skin with ease, however it was the same for the trolls. With their strength, trolls could easily kill knights. Even low-class knights might be able to withstand a single blow, but junior knights had no chance. "Well, I guess I have to accept this level of danger, right?" While the knights hurriedly fled from the trolls, Jackson attempted to attack instead. Jackson Cutter circled around the trolls. The trolls' eyes filled with killing intent as they saw Jackson charging towards them. Cheek. The troll swung its palm to grab Jackson, but it missed. "Take this." Drawing his sword, Jackson slashed at the troll's thigh. A groan escaped from the troll's mouth. But trolls are monsters that are known for their regenerative powers. The sword wound was gone in an instant. It seems this won't be enough. Jackson spurred his horse again and circled around the troll. Whenever the troll showed an opening, Jackson slashed its legs with his sword. Who is that knight? Not only brave, but also skilled. Nobles sitting in the stands admired Jackson Cutter. As the nobles' cheers grew louder, Jackson felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "See that? This is me, Jackson Cutter, the Ogre Slayer, Jackson Cutter." Jackson swung his sword again. A long gash appeared on the troll's thigh. That's when it happened. The sound of hooves came from behind. He instinctively turned his head. Damien was charging in his direction. Cheek. As the troll caught sight of Damien, he swiftly whipped his horse, urging it to run faster. "You fool." Jackson Cutter scoffed at Damien's actions. Though trolls seemed muscle-headed, they were actually very fast and dangerous monsters. One moment of carelessness could result in their hands crushing one's body. Knowing this well, Jackson continued to circle the troll, looking for openings. Don't you realize charging head-on is suicide? Indeed, as he thought, Damien wasn't such an exceptional knight. This is my chance. As the troll was about to attack Damien, Jackson cut or aimed for its abdomen, intending to split it open. Even the troll would suffer grave injury if its stomach were slashed open, spilling out its entrails. Cheek, the troll swung its hand down just as Jackson was about to rush forward and aim for its abdomen. The horse Damien was riding leaped high. The troll's palm slammed into the ground. The horse on which Damien rode used the troll's forearm as a foothold. Damien and the troll were now at the same level. Damien swung his sword and struck the troll in the throat. Blood sprayed onto the ground. At the same time, the troll's head fell to the ground. It's not easy to control a horse. Unlike weapons, horses had their own consciousness and emotions, making them difficult to handle. However, Damien's talent compensated for any lack of experience. Damien quickly grasped the reins and commanded the horse. "Let's go." Without waving the reins or kicking its sides, the horse moved. With each stride, Damien could feel it. He felt how powerful the horse's muscles were and how it moved. So this is how it moves. Damien manipulated mana and rhythm with the horse's movements, enhancing its movements with infused mana. With each hoofbeat, the horse's speed noticeably increased. What was initially sluggish movement gradually became agile. Suddenly, it sprinted like the wind. Cheek, seeing Damien, the troll raised its arm. The horse's fear was palpable. "Don't be afraid," Damien reassured the horse. "I'm here." Damien's strong will also influenced the horse. Without fear, it charged towards the troll. "Run," the horse leaped. Troll's palm struck below. The horse rushed over the troll's forearm. Despite the narrow width, the horse didn't waver. Reaching the shoulder, it was an ideal position to strike the troll's neck. Damien swung his sword, beheading the troll. The headless troll collapsed behind the horse. The horse leaped again, landing gracefully. "Wow, what did I just witness?" The nobles erupted in cheers. The horsemanship Damien had displayed was something they had never seen in their lives. "Good job." Damien patted the horse's neck. It neighed happily. Damien glanced sideways. Jackson wore a look of disbelief. With Damien's comment, Jackson's expression crumpled. "You fucking bastard." Damien didn't bother to listen to the words. He urged the horse forward again. There were still 2 trolls left to deal with. As Damien's blade sliced through the troll's tough skin like a hot knife through butter, Abel found himself clenching his fists involuntarily. The scene was so exhilarating that even Abel, known for his calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement coursing through him. The troll, though categorized as a low-class monster, proved to be a formidable opponent with its relentless ferocity, rapid regeneration, and impressive strength. Despite its classification, facing it was no easy feat, as its sheer power and tenacity could easily overwhelm even the most of the knights. But to be able to defeat such a monster in one stroke. "Abel, your brother, he's truly remarkable." Even Olivia was staring at the arena in astonishment. Seeing his brother being acknowledged, Abel couldn't help but smile. "Wow, I've never seen such a technique in my life," Earl Copperhead exclaimed as he jumped up from his seat. "Sir Abel, what breed is that horse? How can it move so lightly?" Earl Copperhead turned to Abel and asked. Abel felt tongue-tied. "Come to think of it, isn't that a draft horse?" If Abel's memory served him right, it was undoubtedly a draft horse raised by his father, originally used for plowing fields or carrying heavy loads. But how can it move like that? Abel couldn't continue his thoughts due to confusion. At that moment, Earl Copperhead took Abel's hand and said, "It seems difficult to answer, but please do convey this message to Sir Damien. Tell him to sell me that horse. I'll even pay 1,000 gold for it. No that's. Or can't you lend it to me as a stallion? I beg of you." PR note: stallion refers to a horse that is used for breeding. At Earl Copperhead's request, Abel's eyes rolled around. Meanwhile, Damien succeeded in hunting down the remaining 2 trolls. Thus, he finished first event of jousting with an overwhelming score. "Brother, you were absolutely astounding today," Abel exclaimed with genuine admiration as they made their way back to Damien's quarters. Abel's demeanor was unlike his usual calm self. "I knew your swordsmanship was excellent, but I didn't expect you to handle the horse so well." Oh, calling it well handled is an understatement. Jumping onto the troll's arm and slashing it in one go. I guarantee even the centaurs, who are half man, half horse, wouldn't be able to pull off such a feat. Not only Abel but even Victor was excited, speaking up. Damien chuckled at the two. "By the way, have you become close with Olivia?" Abel blushed suddenly at the mention of Olivia. Due to Damien's remarkable performance, Abel hadn't been able to chat much with Olivia. To change the subject, Abel mentioned what happened during the day. "Moreover, brother, the Earl wishes to purchase the horse you were riding. If not, he requests to borrow it as a stallion." "What? Why would he want to buy such a draft horse?" "What, was it really a draft horse?" Abel said with a surprised expression. "But how could it move so agilely? Everyone thought it was such a high-quality breed." "It's because my skills are exceptional." Damien pointed at himself. Abel stared at Damien in disbelief. The horse's movements displayed in the arena were not achievable by mere horsemanship skills. No draft horse in the world could run on a monster's arm like that. "All right, I understand." However, Abel didn't press further. He thought that if it were Damien, it might be possible. Should I explain it to the Earl like that? No, that would be awkward. From Abel's words, it seemed like the Earl really wanted that horse. He was on good terms with the Earl, and it would do him no good to turn down such an urgent request. Tell him that I can't sell the horse, but I'm willing to lend it as a stallion. Selling the horse recklessly would surely lead to trouble, but lending it as a stallion was no issue. If a mediocre horse was born, it wouldn't be Damien's fault, it would be the Earl's fault for not raising the horse properly. Make sure to mention he needs to pay a suitable amount. It was also a way to fill the family's accounts while they were at it. The second event took place the next day. Gr roar, gr roar. The monsters prepared for today were orcs. Dozens of orcs were grinding their teeth while trapped behind bars. The knights looked at the orcs with tense faces. Compared to trolls, orcs weren't particularly formidable monsters, but the terrifying aspect of orcs was revealed in group battles. The heat of battle, the death of their kin, the life of their enemies. When these factors converged, orcs unleashed their savagery and went berserk. Berserk orcs didn't care if their limbs were severed, they killed their enemies regardless. It was to the extent that they were nicknamed berserkers. Then let it begin. With the Earl's shout, the bars opened and the orcs rushed towards the knights. The knights also attempted to charge towards the orcs, but someone ran out ahead of them. It's Sir Damien, Damien, Damien. Nobles who recognized Damien cheered. He dashed into the group of orcs, leaving the knights behind. As he passed through the orcs, several orcs had their throats slit in the blink of an eye. Gr roar. The orcs swung their clubs towards Damien, attempting to grab him. As if anticipated, he pulled the reins. Surprisingly, the horse moved sideways, evading the orcs' attacks. The horse can move like that. Usually, horses could only move forward. Moving sideways by crossing their legs was a skill only horses of special breed could perform. It couldn't even be taught through training. The horse moved here and there according to Damien's commands, dodging the clubs. Damien swung his sword in time with the horse's movements. With each swing, an orc was killed. Gr roar. An orc leaped from behind Damien. It was determined to kill Damien even at the cost of its own life. Without looking back, Damien commanded the horse. The horse bent its body and stretched its hind legs. Its hooves struck the orc's jaw. The orc's jawbone shattered and its body flew far away. Gr roar, gr roar. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 orcs were slain, causing the orcs to hesitate in rushing towards Damien. They only retreated with cautious expressions. Let's go. Let's annihilate these orc bastards. At that moment, knights who arrived late attacked the orcs. The orcs, already demoralized, lost their lives too easily. Damien sheathed his sword again. He had already killed enough orcs. Thus, the second match also ended with Damien's overwhelming victory. Damien. When the second match ended, the nobles all cheered for Damien's name. The remaining knights withdrew from the arena with frustrated expressions. Damn it, among them was Jackson. To think I'd be ignored by everyone after being humiliated by that asshole. Jackson Cutter came here to make a name for himself. But instead of achieving his goal, he was being ignored by everyone. He was angry. He couldn't bear it. But what angered Jackson more than anything was the sense of defeat brewing within him. The skills Damien displayed yesterday and today were incredible. Even Jackson couldn't help but admire. He couldn't even imagine keeping up with Damien. It's ridiculous. That bastard is stronger than me. He didn't want to admit it. But deep down, he was already acknowledging that fact. That's why his anger surged even more. Where's Sophia? Jackson expressed his anger by mentioning Sophia. Yesterday, she came to meet him as soon as the match ended, but today she was nowhere to be seen. Jackson headed to the audience seats to find Sophia. Wow, Damien Haxon, and there she was, Sophia Russell, cheering and shouting Damien's name. At that moment, something broke in Jackson Cutter's heart. His mind had struggled to comprehend the sight, his chest tightening with a mixture of disbelief and anguish. Every cheer she uttered had felt like a dagger plunging deeper into his wounded heart. Jackson had felt a surge of conflicting emotions coursing through him: betrayal, jealousy, and a profound sense of loss. How could she, he had wondered, how could she so easily forget the love they shared? In that moment, the world around him had seemed to fade away, leaving only the painful realization that the woman once loved was slipping away from him. Sophia couldn't take her eyes off Damien. He was impressive even when he defeated the trolls with a single stroke on the first day, but today he was even more remarkable. Massacring a horde of orcs numbering over dozens alone was an extraordinary feat. Sir Damien, please look over here. Sir Damien Haxon. Other nobles sitting nearby also cheered Damien's name. Watching such spectators, Sophia felt a sense of pride. Do they have any idea that Damien was so obsessed with her? "Ha, Sir Damien, where did such a person come from?" A young noble lady who was sitting beside Sophia said suddenly. "I've made up my mind. I'll ask father to arrange a marriage with the Haxon family." The voice that suddenly reached her made her mood sour. Arrange a marriage? Ridiculous. Who does that ugly girl think she is, competing with me? Since yesterday, more and more women were starting to show interest in Damien Haxon. Fortunately, among the women here, there was no one as beautiful as Sophia. But she couldn't be completely at ease. Objectively speaking, Sophia and Damien currently had no relationship whatsoever. There was always the possibility that he would give up on her and choose another woman. Sophia imagined Damien with another woman. Just the thought of it made her angry and her body tremble. No, I can't allow it. Unlike Damien's previous self, the current Damien was too precious to let slip away to another woman. The only fortunate thing was that Damien still had feelings for her. But I have Jackson. She was torn between the two of them. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze and turned around. She saw Jackson standing in the audience seats. Only then did she remember that she hadn't gone to meet him because her mind was preoccupied with Damien. Jackson. She hastily got up from her seat. Jackson turned around and descended below the stands. Sophia hurriedly followed him. Jackson, wait, Jackson. She reached for Jackson's hand, but he shook her hand off. Sophia, what are you doing? What do you mean, cheering for Damien while I'm here? Are you out of your mind? Jackson's criticism made Sophia's face flush with embarrassment and shame, but Sophia refused to admit her mistake. What did you just say? Jackson, don't be so narrow-minded. You're just jealous because Damien is getting all the attention right now. Jackson Cutter's face tensed at her words. Sophia, besides, are you in any position to be jealous of Damien now? You haven't even performed well in the jousting tournament. Sophia thought it was time to stop talking at this point. However, once the floodgate of words opened, Sophia found herself caught in a torrential downpour of thoughts, each drop a relentless cascade of pent-up expression, impossible to dam back as they surged forth like an unstoppable river, flooding the landscape of her mind. Jackson, what have you been saying to me all this time? Saying you're the best, saying no one can beat you in your age group. What's all this about? When Jackson told her that he'll participate in the jousting tournament, Sophia was excited. She hoped to see Jackson Cutter shine in the jousting, and to see herself next to him, sharing the attention and cheers. Instead of blaming me, think about what you'll do in tomorrow's match first. Sophia walked past Jackson and disappeared. Jackson stared Sophia's back with a blank face, this thigh. Soon, anger boiled up and reached its peak in an instant. Just as anger was about to cloud his judgment, a voice came from behind. The match is over. Surprisingly, as soon as he heard Jacques Noiret's voice, his anger subsided instantly. Jackson turned and lowered his head. Master, Jackson couldn't lift his head. Jacques Noiret ordered him to win the jousting tournament. He himself had not only failed to fulfill the order, but also failed to make any impact in the arena. It was a poor performance. Yesterday and today, Jacques Noiret didn't offer any words of comfort. As expected, my judgment was correct. With your skill, you can't beat Damien Jackson. Jackson bit his lip at his teacher's words, but it was the truth, so he couldn't argue. Thankfully, I prepared for this. Otherwise, it would have ruined the plan. Jacques Noiret turned and spoke. Yes, where are you going? To Jackson Cutter's question, Jacques Noiret replied casually. To finalize the marriage proposal between you and Olivia Copperhead.